Chapter 101 All-Out Offensive, Seeking Subscription. After destroying the weak space power of the Necrons, Sicarius ordered the fleet to slowly sail towards the low Earth orbit of Najum 2, the largest colony planet in the Nordum galaxy. When the fleet was about to enter orbit, many warships began to slow down slowly. They chose the side facing the star to enter orbit. Under the icy light of the stars, a terrible massacre in the past appeared in front of many senior generals of the fleet. When the space undead invaded the Nordum galaxy, the local defenders put up a stubborn resistance, trying to save the sad fate of their homeland. However, their final fate is bleak and hopeless. Is a relentless reflection of this cruel universe. It is also a true portrayal of human beings paying the price for survival. Survival is not a gift from the universe, but the prize of a cruel fight. The wreckage of an imperial cruiser and 5 or 6 battle barges, suspended in low Earth orbit. They are like artificial satellites, moving periodically around the planet. Cold metal guts mingled with shattered remains in gleaming clouds. In the spiral oxygen ice cloud, there are traces of plasma slime. Broken nutrition jars, huge square boxes containing unexploded ammunition, and unopened imperial food storage boxes slowly rotated in the void. Thousands of corpses of crew members are suspended in the void. Some were scared, some curled up like babies, and some opened their eyes angrily. They all have white frost on their bodies, shining under the light of the stars. The icy silence is chilling. In order to maintain the survival of mankind, a large number of men and women in the Empire pay their lives for it every moment. This is a dark universe, this is a cruel era. Every life living in this era is unfortunate. The fleet breaks into a forgotten tomb, belonging to the graves of the victims of the Empire. Except for a few despicable nobles, the men and women of the Nordum system have paid a heavy price for guarding their homeland. Even if they fail in the end, their spirit is respectable. We are back, with vengeance and will. Sicarius whispered softly. It seems to be paying homage to these creatures who have returned to the throne of the Emperor. Mankind will never forget, and mankind will surely take revenge. The many senior generals surrounding Sicarius were all silent. They also stared at the corpses and wreckage. In the galaxy, there are many void tombs like this. There are countless alien and chaotic forces threatening humanity. One day, human beings will liquidate these forces one by one. A heavy voice came, and a mechanical priest walked in front of Sicarius. Cold, rational mechanical sound came from the sound generator built under the steel throat. My lord, according to the observation data of the auspicious instrument, there is a building belonging to the Necrons in the Darnum galaxy, which seems to be their outpost. I know. Sicarius didn't look back. He watched the tragic scene, and became more and more determined to follow the Primarch's belief. Only the great Lord Guilliman can free mankind from this terrible nightmare. Only in this way can human beings be freed from the sad fate of doomed destruction. After a while, Sicarius turned his head and looked at the deputy beside him. Get ready all brothers, we are going to come down to the surface and kill those metal skeletons. The transmission device has been successfully installed on the Colossus of God's Punishment, and it is being used for the first time on the battlefield. Unfortunately, it has not been popularized yet. It will still take a while. Wait until the many foundry worlds in the Charadon star region have mastered these technical knowledge, and then they can mass produce them. By then, humans will fully apply these transmission technologies. Nowadays, Sicarius and the brothers of the battle group can only take the gunship plane to fight by airborne. Today's transmission technology is still too risky to transmit to the ground in low Earth orbit. Plus the tomb of the Necrons, which is equipped with a protective force field, will also interfere with teleportation. Using teleportation technology to enter, there is a high possibility of encountering accidents. It is better to fight by airborne. The battleship accurately arrived at the target point of the deep strike. Necrons on the ground still retain anti-air fire. As soon as he entered the designated location, he encountered intensive bombardment from the Gaussian array artillery. Necrons' Gauss weapons are far stronger than humans' weapons. After a while, the battleship shields were continuously bombarded. The defense system issued a rapid siren. The contemplators connected to the huge cabin sounded alarms one after another. The entire battleship was shrouded in rapid red lights, flickering. Sicarius took 2 personal guards, walked through the marble corridor, and entered the airborne deck. Primaris Space Marines from various chapters are ready. Chapter minions are being withdrawn from their ready ranks. The pastor also put away his seal and the remaining prayer paper. The pre-battle prayers are over. Warriors are ready to be thrown into battle at any time. At the same time, the airborne deck on the belly of the battleship slowly opened. Ejectors at the ready, just waiting for Primaris Space Marines to enter their drop pods, and eject them straight out. Cold, unsoftened starlight pierces through. The coldness of the void caused hoarfrost to condense on the deck. Let's start. Sicarius didn't say much. The oath of war has already turned into blood flowing in every cell of them. All chapter brothers await the baptism of blood and fire. The airborne troops are divided into 2 parts. Part of the original cast space warriors were sent into the airborne pod, and they were sent into the battlefield by the brutal way of meteorite impact. Some of the Primaris Space Marines landed in jetpacks. They need to make tactical arrangements according to the battlefield form. Following Sicarius' order to start the war, members of each team activated the sharing interface and clarified their tasks. Their task is very simple, to clean up the space undead on the surface of the planet. Take back this world from those metal aliens. Wait until all Primaris Space Marines are ready. The airborne countdown sounds. Accompanied by the countdown sound, the readings also slowly increased. As the countdown reset to 0, all the airborne pods were launched within a few seconds. Like a small arrow fired from an invisible bow, piercing the planet like that. The huge propulsion flame made the airborne capsule blast to the ground like a meteorite. In just a few seconds, all the airborne pods were ejected. Soldiers using tactical airborne backpacks also jumped out of the warships in low Earth orbit, using propellers to rush to the planet. Sicarius is one of them. Use the drop pack every time to drop from low Earth orbit. He has an illusion that he feels small. The planet is too huge, he is like a black spot, insignificant. Let them meet the fire of human revenge. Before entering the atmosphere, Sicarius roared loudly. All the Primaris Space Marines who participated in the battle roared with him, demanding that the Necrons pay a heavy price for what they had done. The speed of the airborne capsule is the fastest. They drag the flames like meteorites and hit the surface of the planet. As they entered the atmosphere, the Necrons locked onto them. The dense Gaussian beams constantly hit the shield and bulky armor of the airborne cabin. The red warning runes kept flashing on the airborne cabin panel. Sicarius and others followed closely behind. They entered the atmosphere directly from the outer orbit with the help of propellers, and then turned off the propellers, and fell freely to the surface of the planet. It is extremely easy to be misunderstood by the enemy as falling wreckage. This tactic is quite effective. Enemies often wait until they are about to hit the ground before they notice something is wrong. The violent wind sounded in Sicarius' ears. The earth became clearer in his eyes. The snow-covered mountains and frozen lakes are also expanding rapidly. A huge roar suddenly came. Following the sound, Sicarius saw an airborne pod being hit. The upper part was cut off, and the dazzling firelight lit up in the air. A fighter was thrown out of the broken airborne pod. Signam. There was an angry roar in the communication channel. A warband brother couldn't hide the grief and anger in his heart. Remember him? Sicarius saw a spot of light on his helmet disappear, representing a chapter brother who had left them and returned to the Emperor's throne. Sicarius tried his best to control his anger, and tried to suppress his anger with reason. It is not yet time to erupt. Through the eyepiece, he looked at the huge, dark black pyramid made of unknown materials on the ground, and added the second half of the sentence. And avenge him. The airborne capsule is the first to land on the ground. Accompanied by loud bangs one after another. The Emperor's angels were thrown by the airborne pods near the black pyramid. The huge impact left a spider web of cracks on the already shattered frozen ground. For Guilliman, for the Emperor. Accompanied by a high-pressure airtight sound. The cabin door slammed, and it bounced open. The ejected metal hatch was so powerful that it was directly inserted into the ground. The warriors who rushed out shouted the names of Guilliman and the Emperor. The sound of intense firefighting sounded instantly on the communication channel. Sicarius controlled the injector, constantly adjusting his landing point. The same goes for his squad members, who will be the sharp swords that cut through the enemy's defenses. Each team performed their own tasks and cut into them from behind. Remember, don't indulge in fighting, our goal is to blow up the pyramid. Sicarius said. Necrons are metal life forms. Their tomb is a giant data control center. Can continuously send those dead space undead away. Those dead Necrons will be resurrected in the furnace. There is no need to fight a war of attrition with Necrons. The best way is to directly destroy their tombs and destroy their data centers. Only in this way can the Necrons be defeated. As long as the pyramid is blown up, it basically declares that humans have gained control of the Nordum galaxy. With the help of airborne thrusters, Sicarius team members flew out a perfect parabola and landed on the periphery of the pyramid filled with gunpowder. Sicarius, who landed on the ground, directly released the injector. Avoid heavy jets affecting your movements. They were quickly surrounded by the Necrons. They are densely populated, and at first glance they look like a dry white ocean. Sicarius quickly pierced a Necron with the sword in his hand. The bolt gun in his hand aimed at the next one, harvesting them precisely. However, all this does not mean much. Necrons who fell to the ground. A flash of light quickly appeared on his body, and then those metal bodies disappeared. The Necrons were sent back to the tomb, repaired in the furnace, and sent out again. Behind Sicarius, Dixies and other primordial space fighters fired continuously, forming a dense network of intertwined firepower. The Necrons counterattacked them with streaks of dark green gauze energy rays. Those rays are like poisonous snakes, as long as they are hit a little, they will quickly collapse the armor, and even turn the whole person into dust. Several primal space marines fell down quickly, their upper bodies soaked in green light and turned into dust. Sicarius used the scanner implanted in his eyes to quickly determine their location. Confirm the strength of both the enemy through the shared information channel. The Necrons walked out of the smoke that permeated the entire battlefield holding gauze guns. Their bodies have been transformed into metal bodies during the Battle of Heaven. Looking disgusting and disgusting. Many Primaris space marines poured out upon them a vengeful wrath. The tomb of the necromancers is not far away from them, and they can already see detailed outlines and details. The calculations of the mechanical priests are very precise, and they are as close to the target as possible. Sicarius estimated that they should be only a few kilometers away from the target. Break through the ice cones full of fangs and teeth to get close to the tomb pyramid of the Necrons. The Necrons also know the purpose of Primaris space marines. They came from all directions, keeping humans out of the tomb. The Primaris space marines tried to get close to the pyramid as if fighting in a sea of undead. The Necrons came in waves one after another, trying to push them back. They're trying to prevent us from entering the tomb, Sicarius said. All teams don't want to fight, our purpose is to destroy the alien pyramid, not to waste time and engage in a meaningless war of attrition with them here. We will break their turtle shells and unscrew all their metal head shells. Dissus responded to Sicarius in the communication. Many Primaris space marines formed a wedge-shaped offensive, giving up others, and chose to kill the pyramid at all costs. Sicarius took the lead, beheading the space undead along the way and sending them back to the furnace. Suddenly, a scream sounded on the battlefield. Sicarius followed the voice and looked over. A silhouette in power armor is on the wave, focused by the Necron's Gaussian beams. In a moment, half of that figure's body glowed with green light, completely corroded. Another spot of light disappeared from the helmet panel. Avenge them! Sicarius yelled. The other fighters followed suit. They advanced steadily according to the originally arranged tactics, and the two fearless mechas that were put into the battlefield unleashed terrifying firepower. Destroy all those withered and white space undead. Bombs and Gaussian beams are intertwined, but in the end, the human empire is slightly better. Necrons have a strong self-healing ability. But under the crazy offensive of Sicarius and others, they were still smashed into pieces, unable to repair themselves, and were directly teleported away. Soon, Sicarius and others approached the tomb. The whole body of the tomb is black, in the shape of a pyramid, with a protective force field, which is difficult to be destroyed by orbital bombing. The Necrons are coming out of the passage of the tomb, trying to redeem their doomed fate. The tomb has activated the defense protocol, activating all the space Necrons inside. Huge Gauss cannons also popped up from all over the tomb, suppressing firepower on Sicarius and others. Sicarius observed the situation on the battlefield, and let the two dreadnoughts open the way, and they relied on the dreadnoughts to attack. The dreadnought has thick armor and a protective force field. Relying on the protection given by fearlessness, Sicarius and others quickly seized a pyramid entrance and entered the tomb. The following things become easier. After reaching a certain level, Sicarius and others began to install bombs. The tomb has a powerful protective force field, which cannot be broken by the firepower of the Empire alone. The best way is to install antimatter explosives inside. Sigilius is also quite experienced in this matter. It wasn't just his first time fighting these hideous monsters. After installing the explosives, Sicarius retreated with his comrades while fighting. Wait until the distance is far enough, and start detonating the bomb. Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire pyramid was submerged in the flames, disintegrated in the flames, and became torn apart. Sicarius and others fought all the way out, found a bunker at the last moment, and hid. The pyramid was completely destroyed in the flames of the explosion. Without the pyramid tombs, the Necrons also lose the ability to repair infinitely. The next battle will be much easier. Imperial Astral Army, knights and other troops were also thrown into the battlefield. Soon all the remaining Necrons will be eliminated. After dealing with the pyramid tombs, Sicarius asked the troops to start a global search. Strive to find out all the Necrons, and do a good job of cleaning up the Empire's reshaping. After the Necrons captured this world, they slaughtered all the humans in the world. Remaining ruins. The city is full of dried corpses and bones. All civilians who did not have time to escape. There are also some corpses that were mutilated to pieces, or even skinned alive, and placed in the ruins of the city. We are back. Standing in the ruins full of corpses, Sicarius repeated his words again. By Guilliman's name, the Necrons must pay for their crimes. Under the command of Guilliman, the expedition fleet was divided into several battle groups. Simultaneously launched an attack on Necron dynasty. Cut off the wings of the Necrons first, and then gradually advanced to the Crown World. Out of strategic considerations, Guilliman chose to attack only the Sakan dynasty. Trying to exploit the feud between the two Necron dynasties, divide and annihilate them. As the flames of war ignited, the Empire advanced rapidly, and a large number of areas that had been occupied were recovered. Although Necrons are strong in technology, their power is too scattered. Maybe they think that humans are not capable of attacking them. It is this kind of arrogant thinking that makes them not take the possible counterattack of human beings to heart. Use all your troops to destroy the same forces who are unwilling to obey you. Now, they will sow the bitter fruit for their arrogance. Sakan dynasty, Crown World. Many lords of the dynasty were gathered together. They have to find a way to stop the human attack on them. They call this an expedition. King Sakan, who was sitting in the main seat, said, and the dynamic scene in front of him gradually became richer. A large amount of information was sent back from the destroyed outposts, allowing many high-ranking generals to have a comprehensive understanding of this human offensive. The spaceships of the human empire can be said to be overwhelming. They emerge from the warp like locusts. Devour everything established by the dynasty. Now, they head straight for Crown World. This is a devastating war, and larger fleets are still sailing in the warp, and their goal seems to be only ours. In one of our outposts, they ignored the existence of the Sotai dynasty, just destroyed our outpost. King Sakan stretched out his hand and rubbed his metal chin, and said all the information. Could it be that the Zotai dynasty and humans have reached a cooperation agreement? Said a space necromancer general. It's very possible, otherwise it would be impossible to explain why humans only attack us and ignore the existence of the Sotai dynasty. The high-level tomb technician of the Sakan dynasty also stood up. This gang of shameful traitors. They should be judged by all dynasties. They are looking for other races to destroy us. This is a shameful betrayal. Many space necromancer senior generals said angrily. Quiet, King Sakan said, preventing his subordinates from venting their anger. Our task is to stop this so-called expedition of mankind, not to condemn the Sotai dynasty here. Even if the Suotai dynasty united with humans, what should we do? It is no longer the period of the Three Saints Council. Which overlord can make a ruling on this kind of thing? The words of King Sakin silenced many space necromancer generals. Chapter 102 Peace Agreement, for subscription. The Trinity Council is the highest governing body of the Necrons. When the Necrons still had flesh and blood and were called the Necron tier, the Trinity Council appeared. The Council of the Three Saints is generally composed of the popes of the three strongest dynasties of the Necron tier. The most noble status is the King of Silence, also known as the Lord of the Necrons. The King of Silence will not speak, but the two emperors around him will convey all the will. Because the home star of the Necron tier was shrouded in the high energy radiation of the star, caused their flesh and blood genes to be cursed. It is for this reason that Necron tiers have a short lifespan. Even if technology is advanced, it is difficult to delay their lifespan. Even the powerful Pope is short-lived. Due to short-lived reasons, many French emperors have ascended to the throne of Silent King in history. Until the Battle of Heaven broke out. Silent King, Salak becomes the Silent King. He reached a cooperative relationship with the Star God, transformed the Necron tier into a space necromancer, got rid of the curse of flesh and blood, obtained the so-called eternal life, and became the last Silent King. However, all this comes at a price. The Necron tier lost his soul and flesh, becoming a cold, data wraith ensconced in a metal body. With the help of the Citan, the Battle of Heaven ended with the extinction of the Old Ones. Then the Silent King Salak led the transformed clansmen and smashed the star who deceived them. Let the star become countless fragments, scattered all over the galaxy, imprisoned and enslaved by various Necron dynasties. After everything was over, Salak gave up continuing to compete with the Eldar for the hegemony of the galaxy, ordered the clansmen to sleep, gave up the Master Control Agreement to control the Necrons, and left the galaxy. The rule of the Sanshung Council has also come to an end here. The Master Control Protocol has been destroyed, and the Necrons are free. After tens of millions of years of slumber, the awe of the Necrons for the Council of the Three Saints has long since disappeared. Even now the Silent King Salak has returned to the galaxy. Many awakened dynasties are no longer willing to submit to the rule of the Trinity Council. Storm King and other powerful French emperors all want to become the supreme ruler of the Necrons. The struggle for power and chaos among the dynasties have made the current Three Saints Council exist in name only. That is to say, the Sakan dynasty could not find a reasonable means to sanction the Sotai dynasty. Moreover, they don't know whether the Suotai dynasty has really colluded with humans. The human expedition fleet is unstoppable. They have ruthlessly destroyed the Orc Empire in the same star area. Now, they are pointing the finger of war at us. The senior general of the Sakan dynasty looked at the rolling image in front of him and said, if the Sotai dynasty unites with human beings, it is impossible for us to win this war. King Sakan Fa sat on his throne, silent. Metal fingers tapped on the armrest of the throne, making a crisp crashing sound. The data center inside the metal skull is rotating at a high speed, and it is even slightly hot. Quickly analyze the current battlefield situation. He wants to find a way to protect the dynasty under the crazy offensive of humans. Where is their fleet now? Another senior space necromancer general said. They have already crossed our outer defenses. The nearest fleet is only 20 days away from the Crown World. If the etheric currents formed in the subspace are beneficial to them, this time will be shortened a bit. The senior tomb technician stretched out his metal finger and clicked several times on the scrolling image. Play the images sent back from those outposts. In the picture, they can clearly see the humans wearing power armor, fighting in the crazy wave of undead, and harvesting the soldiers of the dynasty like mowing grass. These space fighters have been enhanced, and their combat power is even stronger than before. The tomb technician took out the analyzed data results and presented them to everyone. Ordinary soldiers are no longer their opponents. It was with these fighters that they easily blew up our outpost and destroyed the Rebirth Protocol module. Perhaps only the French King's guards can compete with them one-on-one. Many high-ranking undeads looked solemnly, all staring at the rolling images, feeling a little sad in their hearts. Humans, who have always been regarded as a barbaric race by them, now pose such a terrible threat to them. When performing undead transformation, the higher the status of the Necron tier, the more complex the metal body will be, and the more memory and sanity it can retain. And low-level Necron tiers are no different from robots. Without emotion and wisdom, you will only follow orders. The French King's melee guards have a high status, retaining most of their sanity and memory. The materials and calculation modules used in their bodies are all top-notch, which also makes their combat power much stronger than ordinary soldiers, and it can even be said that they are not at the same level at all. The number of guards that can be guarded is extremely small. There were so many of those space marines. Humans and space undead have reversed in terms of melee force. They are already weaker than humans. This is a very fatal thing. Humans can still reproduce, but the Necrons die one less. One is ebbing and the other is growing, losing the advantages of science and technology. It is only a matter of time before human beings wipe out the Necrons. Perhaps we should seek help from other dynasties. Human ambitions are not limited to the Sakan dynasty. A senior general said that when the Sakan dynasty is destroyed, they will inevitably turn their war to other dynasties. Those guys from the Suotai dynasty ruined their brains in their deep sleep. How dare they form an alliance with humans? They will pay for it. Many high-level officials of the dynasty who participated in the meeting cursed the Suotai dynasty unjustly. And King Sakan stopped them again and made the final decision. In view of the menacing human expedition fleet, he decided to ask a powerful dynasty for help. That is the Norwalk dynasty located on the edge of the Limit Starfield. The Norwalk dynasty is currently controlled by the Scarlet King, the overlord of the dead. This dynasty was extremely powerful. It participated in the battle against the Star God, smashed a star god named Crimson God, and enslaved the fragments of the star god. The Crimson King is equally ambitious, and he also wants to compete for the position of supreme ruler of the Necrons. Over the years, wars of conquest have been carried out. Several powerful dynasties have surrendered to the Crimson King. Because the territories of the two sides have not yet bordered, the Sakan dynasty has not yet been attacked. Calling for help is costly. The Sakan dynasty is likely to become a vassal. But now there is no choice. If you don't want to become a vassal, you will be completely destroyed by humans. The glory of Makraj. As the flagship of Guilliman, this huge battleship naturally followed the fleet into the battlefield. The Colossus of Punishment, which is still usable, follows Guilliman's main fleet, constantly jumping, approaching the crown world of the Sakan dynasty. But today, the glory of Makraj welcomed a special guest. King Sodai from the Sodai dynasty visited the flagship of the human regency in person to discuss the possibility of an alliance between the two forces. Humanity's offensive against the Sakan dynasty also made King Sotai feel a little uneasy. The Sakan dynasty is the sworn enemy of the Sotai dynasty. King Sakan has been trying to make the Suotai dynasty surrender all these years. The two sides have broken out many wars in succession. Now, the Sakan dynasty is being attacked by humans, and the Sotai dynasty is in a dilemma for a while. It is to comply with the previous agreement and assist the Sakan dynasty to repel humans. Still turn a blind eye and sit back and watch humans destroy the Sakan dynasty. If you choose the former, you will have a kind of awkward feeling that you have to help others when you are beaten. Repelled humans, maybe it will be annexed by the Sakan dynasty. Choosing the latter, many high-ranking undead of the Suotai dynasty also worried that after humans wiped out the Sakan dynasty, they would turn around and continue to attack them. At no choice. King Suotai can only try to see if he can communicate with humans. Unexpectedly, the reply from the other party was very quick. The Lord of Ultramar, Guilliman very readily invited King Sotai to go to the glory of Makraj to discuss matters between the two races. The meeting place was chosen in a neutral galaxy. After confirming the meeting, Guilliman made the fleet wait for a few days. Waiting for the envoy of the Suthai dynasty. Accompanied by bursts of flashes. More than a dozen space necromancer ships appeared in front of the majestic imperial expedition fleet. King Sotai sat on his flagship and came to discuss with Guilliman himself. A Scythe-class harvest cruiser. The front end is similar to an arc moon, and the back is a long platform with a small pyramid structure as the main body. Necron dynasties also vary in strength. The powerful dynasty has powerful ships such as the Tomb-class mothership and the Punishment-class strike ship. And weak dynasties generally have Sickle-class and Dirge-class ships. Many ships of the imperial fleet are suspended in the void. The scale is so huge that King Suotai was a little scared. So many war engines are enough to easily destroy the Sotai dynasty. Especially when he saw the gigantic ship, with a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers, a rough and barbaric appearance, and full of giant cannons, King Suotai was even more disturbed. The logical operation module in the skull showed a rare hint of fear. Humans have such terrible military strength. I'm afraid that the Sotai dynasty and the Sakan dynasty may not be able to resist the offensive of the empire if they unite. The high-level officials of the Suotai dynasty who came with the King of France also looked very dignified. The strength of human beings is even more terrifying than they imagined. With such a force, no one is their opponent unless they are powerful dynasties. On the deck of the glory of Makraj, Guilliman is already waiting here. When he proposed to meet with the King of Suotai dynasty, many senior executives of the expedition fleet quarreled. Radicals believe that they cannot compromise with any aliens, and they want to use the Empire's fleet to destroy those beasts. It is necessary to smash all the alien buildings and civilizations, and let them disappear completely in the galaxy. The other faction believes that human beings have reached the most dangerous time, and it is the right way to quell the chaos caused by aliens and demons as quickly as possible. Any means used in the process is forgivable. As long as the progress of the expedition can be accelerated by 1 minute, the human empire will be able to escape from this abyss of suffering by 1 minute faster. Countless lives will be saved as a result. Even if you cooperate with the aliens now and recover in the future, you can kill them backhand. In that way, the least cost can be exchanged for the greatest result, so why not do it? Benefited from the 2 campaigns to recover Ultramar and destroy the Orc Empire in the Charadon sector. Especially when beheading Orc warlords, his godlike figure boosted his prestige even more. All people have already tacitly agreed that Guilliman is the savior of mankind, the hope of the Empire, and the future of mankind. Relying on his own prestige, Guilliman quelled the struggle between the 2 factions, and promoted his meeting with King Sotai. All aliens be damned. The problem is that the plight of the human empire is too bad now. There is no need to push neutral forces that are not yet enemies to the opposite side. The vanguard fleet of the Zerg is approaching the Vitria galaxy. The longer he spends on the Necrons, the more pressure Calgar will have. A little commitment can reduce resistance to yourself, so why be stingy? A promise without a foundation of force is like toilet paper, which will be thrown away at any time. The welcome ceremony was very grand, and Guilliman was dressed in the most solemn blue armor. The breastplate is adorned with thunder and lightning representing the Emperor and a winged eagle. Every Primaris Space Marine can experience the powerful authority that radiates from Guilliman. Beside Guilliman are Fickles and the Glory Guard. There is also a mechanical body made of gold and steel forged by General Krenna. Behind Guilliman, there are more than 500 heroic Primaris Space Warrior formations. Everyone is dressed in heavy Terminator armor, and their tall steel bodies exude a terrifying and oppressive aura that makes mortals tremble. This gesture demonstrates the powerful military strength of the human expedition fleet. These powerful primordial space warriors are invincible, and any forces that try to threaten humanity will be completely destroyed under their iron fists. The necromancer's fighter plane landed on the deck. Accompanied by decompression hissing, it opened slowly. More than 30 members of the French King's Guard, whose bodies are mostly dry white and decorated with gold-rimmed patterns, stepped out. They held phase swords emitting green light in their hands, and those green pupils exuded a cold and mechanical aura. There is no trace of life on these guys. They are utterly cursed, echoes of ancient civilizations that roam the stars. The Dharma King holding a scepter appeared surrounded by many high-ranking undead. His body is taller and more precise, and the inlaid golden patterns are more complicated than those of the guard soldiers. Fickles and the others resisted the urge to draw their swords, stood beside the Primarch, and watched the undead enter the glory of Macrage. Even if they draw their swords, they can only destroy the plans of the Primarch. There is no way to completely kill that Suotai Dharma King. Both the King of France and the high-level necromancers have a rebirth agreement. As long as the Bastion Lair is not destroyed, they can be resurrected in the furnace in the pyramid by means of the rebirth protocol. Simply beheading is meaningless. The whole body is made of metal, holding a golden and silver double-striped scepter, Sotai Fawang walked in front of Guillemon. It's a great honor. Your Excellency must be the supreme ruler of the human empire, Guillemon. The supreme ruler of the empire is only the emperor, and I am only acting as his envoy to exercise these powers. Guillemon replied, You are welcome. Guillemon's attitude was well controlled, which made King Sotai feel respected. I am here for peace. King Suotai said, I seek the peace of mankind. Fikris looked at the overlord of the Necrons, and what the other party said made him want to laugh a little. Necrons and humans say peace. These guys are always eye over the top. Many times, they don't take human beings seriously at all. They are arrogant and consider themselves the masters of the galaxy. Call humans contemptuously apes. Now, he actually succumbs in front of Lord Guillemon and speaks the word peace. If it gets out, those idiots in Terra will be shocked. The Necrons they fear had to bow their heads before the Primarch. Of course, it is also possible to usher in the anger and condemnation of the Inquisition and the State Church. In their view, Guillemon's blatant interview with the leader of the alien civilization was undoubtedly a serious challenge to the majesty of the Emperor. Such a heretical behavior is to be tied to the stake and burned. Fickles naturally does not agree with those ridiculous naysayers. Lord Guillemon did these things to protect the human world. The ultimate goal is to ensure the survival of human civilization in the dark universe, so that it will not be completely swallowed by the power of chaos. Loyalty to the Emperor of Man should not be higher than the survival of human civilization. We all hope to have peace. Guillemon said with a smile, it's just that sometimes we have to resort to force. Only in this way can we protect our lives. That's the truth. King Suotai said, I want to know why you insist on attacking the Sakan dynasty. They invaded us, and it was just revenge, Guillemon said. Really? You will only control the flames of war to the level of revenge? King Suotai asked meaningfully. This is still the case so far. Of course, we will not launch attacks on our allies. Guillemon responded with a smile, you want to ask whether the human empire will launch an attack on the Zothai dynasty, I say I can't do anything, the answer to this question depends only on for you guys, as long as you don't harm the interests of mankind, I will never sacrifice the lives of those soldiers rashly. We have never attacked you. King Suotai said. It's just that there is no one now, and no one knows what will happen in the future. I can vouch for that. A mere verbal guarantee is useless, and you and I both know this very well. Guillemon said. Then what do you want? King Suotai looked at the humans in front of him and asked. Only if there are interests, can it represent that I am on the same front. I need the Sotai dynasty to provide me with information about other dynasties. Your racial forces are too scattered, and many forces are hostile to humans. I must prioritize ensuring the interests of humans. Only in this way is the foundation of our cooperation. You want me to betray my kind. This is the foundation of peace. Only the same front can be said to be an ally, isn't it? Besides, I am only fighting back against those forces that harm human beings. Then what can I get? King Suthai asked. Guillemon looked at King Zothai and said, I will promise that as long as the Zothai dynasty, which has become an ally, does not violate the interests of mankind, the empire will never attack the Zothai dynasty. I am willing to conclude a peace agreement, but it is difficult for me to betray other dynasties. King Suotai said. It's not a betrayal, but to protect the peace of our two races. If you continue to attack humans, what kind of peace is there? Those forces cannot represent the Suotai dynasty. King Suotai said. In this case, what's the use of a peace agreement? You can't represent your race, and you are unwilling to make sacrifices. At that time, other imperial forces will attack, saying that it is only me who signed the agreement with you, not them, so they will not be affected. Constraint. In this way, is the peace agreement still meaningful? You have to make a choice, stick to the end for those overlords who want to annex the Sotai dynasty, or choose to compromise. Guillemon looked at King Sotai and said. Chapter 103 Rebellion, for subscription. King Sotai stared at Guillemon, examining the Emperor's son with dark green pupils. If you are unwilling to form an alliance, will you regard the Suotai dynasty as the next enemy? It depends on you. The human empire needs to examine the risks you bring. If there is danger, it must be cleaned up. Guillemon smiled, but his words made people shudder. The meaning of threat is full. Either cooperate with humans, or be cleaned up by humans. Are you really so confident that you can destroy the Sotai dynasty? Other powerful dynasties will not sit back and watch humans wage war against the Necrons. Your actions will only bring terrible disasters to humans. King Suotai has lived for countless years, so how could he be persuaded by a few words? He evaluated Guilliman's words, weighed the words of the negotiation. Even now, there are constant civil strife among the dynasties. But if the human empire pushes too hard, they will unite against humans. At that time, neither side can reap the benefits. Hearing King Suotai's words, Guilliman showed a smile, and he stretched out his hand. The Foundry General Karen bowed respectfully and saluted, and ordered the mechanical priest to play some images in binary language. Beams of light are projected from devices all over the deck, forming a holographic projection that covers the entire deck. The video played is exactly the video of the Empire attacking the core star field of the Orcs, the base camp of the Arsonists, and the Gorod Galaxy. The huge colossus of God's punishment was thrown into the battlefield, and the huge star-killing beam swept across the dark and cold void, completely destroying the celestial-level battle moon. This scene shocked King Suotai and many high-level undead. The logic module in the skull runs at high speed, faintly hot, and the coolant is continuously released to help cool down. Before entering the glory of the Makraj, they had already witnessed the huge battleship. With a diameter of thousands of kilometers, it is extremely huge. Countless cannons stand on the winding mountain-like fortress. Among them, the most palpitating are the 3 metal towers, edged with countless electromagnetic patterns, which are extremely complicated and give people a very bad feeling. You have such weapons, and we also have them. This does not threaten us. Our history of existence has been very long. With your current means, don't think that you can confront us. Perhaps in terms of population, you have surpassed many dynasties, but our technology is beyond your imagination. King Suotai pretended to be calm, without the slightest timidity. This is just one of them. Guilliman smiled. There is another one under repair. After a few months, more giant warships will be put into battle. Those warships will be stronger and more powerful. Stronger, more powerful firepower. As technology matures, the time required for such a huge creation will become shorter and shorter. At that time, the human empire will be able to continuously build these behemoths. Do you think there are several dynasties that can withstand such a terrible offensive by then? Such a huge metal behemoth must use a huge amount of resources. Your militarism will only lead to the end of mankind. King Suotai said, when the time comes, the Necrons have not yet failed, and human beings are dragged down by their own ambitions. Collapsed. This is the second advantage I want to tell you. The cost of these giant warships is cheap enough, and the parts in them can be recycled. After the technology matures, the process and cost can be further reduced. Guilliman looked at King Suotai in front of him, showing a hint of mockery. Its overall structure is made of specially tempered alloys, and other areas are supplemented by marble or other pouring materials. You can even think of it as a mobile space station. Its performance may not be as good as those of your giant creations, but in terms of production speed, human beings have already far surpassed you. You can continue to choose to fight for those overlords, but don't forget. Even if you defeat the human race, you still have to continue to serve those powerful dynasties. If you cooperate with me, you will have the opportunity to become the supreme leader who rules the space undead. To exterminate you is a choice that is not worth the loss for me. Humans have many enemies, chaos, Zerg, and aliens that are harassing the frontier. The threat they bring is far greater and more direct than you. King Suotai looked at the human beings in front of him, his dark green pupils flickered. What do you mean? Do you want to take my family as your vassal? No, we are an alliance. Guilliman said, but I will provide you with certain assistance to ensure that you can defeat other dynasties and complete the unification of the Necrons. In this way, if you form an alliance with me, the benefits will be as follows, much bigger. Think about it, those overlords, even if your dynasty perishes under the attack of humans, will they have a little mercy? You fought to the death for the space undead, what will be left in the end? Cooperate with me, you will have the opportunity to unify the space undead, and even have the opportunity to find a way to reverse the current physical state and restore the previous flesh and blood. King Suotai, the high-level officials of many dynasties looked at each other. The green pupils in the metal eye sockets looked at each other. The huge god's punishment colossus was suspended there. Choose to be the enemy of human beings, even if the opponent destroys them, it is still a matter of destruction. Even if the Sakan dynasty is united, it will only be a car with the arms of the mantis and bring about its own destruction. After thinking for a long time, King Suotai and many high-level officials of the dynasty finally nodded and agreed to cooperate. The Necrons continue the many systems of the Necron tier, with strict hierarchy and respect for strength. For the Overlord, the demise of a small dynasty will not be taken seriously at all. This is really a blessing. At this moment, we both represent the beginning of the friendship between the two races. Guilliman said with a smile. Then, the two discussed some matters about cooperation. King Suotai provided Guilliman with the loopholes and source code of the defense protocol of the Necrons, and helped him collect the latest developments of Necrons. After Guilliman destroyed those crown worlds, he handed over the master control agreement to them, allowing them to control the people of those dynasties. After confirming the cooperation matters, the Sakan dynasty is the best touchstone. If the agreement code provided by King Suotai is correct, then the many defense agreements of the Sakan dynasty are completely useless to the human empire. That is to say, the Sakan dynasty is completely defenseless to the human empire. The Zothai dynasty only needs to see whether Guilliman will give him the master control agreement of the Sakan dynasty. If willing, the covenant and transaction continue. If you don't want to, the talks between the two parties will naturally collapse. With the master control agreement, King Suotai can continue to grow his dynasty. The next Sakan dynasty will become the alchemy stone of the alliance between the two parties. After confirming the cooperation matters, King Suotai didn't stay too long, and left directly. Guilliman watched as the opponent's fighter jets exited the deck of the Glory of Makraj. My lord, I don't understand, said Fickles. We obviously have the power to destroy them, why do you still do this? This will inevitably make you questioned and accused by Terra. Let them go. Guilliman looked at Fikris. Our task at this stage is to solve the problems caused by the Great Rift, reorganize the Empire, and protect the people of the Empire from the poison of aliens and chaos. Fikris, always remember one thing. The sword we hold is not just for honor, but to protect our people. If honor and protection are contrary, then we can only choose one. Guilliman turned and walked towards the exit of the deck. Karen and Fickles followed suit. The technology of the Necrons is stronger than ours. With the recovery of many dynasties, their strength is gradually increasing, but time is still on our side. As long as the reorganization of the Empire is completed, we can use 2/3 of the galaxy resources to destroy all enemies. Isn't it a good deal for them to trade the secrecy of their race for their own survival in a false dream of unity? Guilliman looked at Karen, who was using the anti-gravity platform to levitate and move. With the code of their defense agreement obtained, is the Mechanicum sure to break through the tomb pyramid of the Necrons? The computer operation ability of the Mechanicum is completely incomparable to those of the undead, but with the use of waste codes and viruses, we can still affect them, and even paralyze them. The problem is that the time is very short. It is estimated that half an hour at most. The other party it will analyze the core code of the virus and kill it. Half an hour is enough. After Guilliman finished speaking, he looked at Fikris again. Order the troops to speed up. We need to deal with the matter of the Sakan dynasty as soon as possible. Understood. Fickles said. Wateria Galaxy. With the appearance of subspace rifts, brilliant etheric light illuminated the entire dark void. Calgar's flagship and many warships supporting the Wateria Galaxy jumped out of the subspace and entered the real universe. Not yet waiting for the navigators and communications directors to send standard signals and protocols to the Imperial airport in the Wateria system. A series of information flooded into the support fleet's communication channels and databases. By parsing this information, supporting Imperial forces soon realized that a terrible rebellion had broken out in the Wateria system. The rebellion has spread to every planet in the galaxy, as well as space stations, mining platforms, and more. Calgar's complexion became extremely solemn. He also never imagined that without the Tyranids coming, there was a rebellion in the Wateria Galaxy. In this way, it will have some impact on his plan. Just as he was suppressing that terrible anger, he was thinking about how to complete the mission of the Primarch under such a bad opening condition. A communication request was connected to the channel of the support fleet. Is the planetary governor of Wateria. They discovered the Imperial fleet that jumped into the real universe, and immediately initiated a communication request to them. We have been betrayed. Those damned bottom bugs have betrayed the great Primarch and the Emperor, my lord. The planetary governor wailed. They killed many loyalists of the Empire, and also toppled the statues of the Empire, and placed profane alien sculptures on them. We strongly request that you can quickly suppress those and prevent them from further harming the Empire. Protect us who are loyal to the Emperor, the Empire, and the Primarch. Chapter 104 The Noble Who Lost Everything. Subscribe. The support fleet quickly took control of the space stations and defense platforms in the void. Ships docked in low Earth orbit, and used gunships to drop troops to various cities in Wateria to suppress the rebellion. At this time, the capital of the Vitria Galaxy is in chaos. Gunfire and riots everywhere. Rebellions are sweeping everywhere, crazy cultists are setting fires everywhere, killing people. Gangsters, cultists, planetary defense forces are all in the melee. The nobles hid in their fort ahead of time. A large number of troops have been gathered here to defend these useless fools. Under the orders of the planetary governor, the planetary defense forces sit back and watch chaos and carnage break out elsewhere. Walking out of the gunboat, Calgar stood on the platform of the Hive airport, showing anger. When he landed, he had already seen part of the city. Emperor statues were toppled, and sculptures of the four-armed emperor were spray-painted all over the city. The rebel army captured many streets and areas, and a large number of imperial people were killed. Many trembling dignitaries stood aside, not daring to speak. Only the planetary governor has the courage to stand by the legendary hero of the empire. My lord. The planetary governor weighed his own words. Those damned bugs have betrayed the Emperor and the Primarch, and their crimes are unforgivable. Please clean them up and restore the peace of this world. Calgar looked at him with stern eyes. His volcanic anger was suppressed in that majestic and strong body. Your incompetence is astonishing. You are supposed to maintain the world, but now you are messing it up. My lord, they rebelled. They are unwilling to accept the glory of the Emperor. This matter has nothing to do with me. I have tried my best. The planetary governor said. Your waste and incompetence are the cause of all this, but now you say it has nothing to do with you. Calgar raised his tone, and then he looked at many dignitaries. You will all be punished because you are not competent for your work, but unwilling to give it to someone more talented. Many dignitaries turned pale with fright, and even the planetary governor was stunned. It shouldn't be like this. Why didn't you affirm your loyalty to the Emperor and the Primarch, then praise them and continue to encourage them to rule the planet? Want to depose them as soon as they come? Unacceptable. My lord, did we fight for the Empire, but did we get this result? The planetary governor's face flushed like a pig's head, and he kept roaring and shouting. Yes, my lord. You can't do this, I was wounded for the Empire, my empire bleeds. My lord, you can't do this. At the beginning of the planetary governor, many dignitaries all shouted. Their eyes were full of resentment. How can they be deprived of their power and their noble status? A bunch of trash. Calgar's eyes became colder, and his tone became harsher. If it weren't for the influence of scruples, I'm afraid these guys would be executed directly by him. Feeling the anger contained in the other party's tone, many dignitaries dare not speak nonsense anymore. They looked at Calga, a little flickering. Some even took a few steps back timidly. My lord, allow me to say a few words. A woman's voice sounded. Calgar followed the voice and found that it was a woman. What do you want to say? Please allow me to explain to you the reasons for this rebellion, and you may be able to make a clear decision. The woman looked at Calga neither humble nor overbearing. Calgar frowned and looked at the woman. Judging from the dress of the other party, she should be a wealthy lady. The data board in his hand shows that the other party has just joined the parliament, less than a month ago. Continue talking. Kajia looked at the woman, motioning for her to continue talking. Seeing Calgar's attitude, the planetary governor and others desperately gave the woman winks. I hope that the other party can find a good reason to fool the other party. In that case, they can continue to rule this galaxy. Anna glanced at those idiots, but the corners of her mouth raised slightly. A bunch of idiots. You are destined to be my stepping stones. Actually, this rebellion was deliberately launched by the governor and many councillors, and I was responsible for carrying it out. Anna said. The faces of the planetary governor and many dignitaries turned pale when she said this. They looked at Anna like that, and all of them revealed a piece of information. Are you crazy? Can you say this kind of thing? Calgar looked at Anna, the anger in his eyes was enough to burn her to ashes. Do you know what your actions represent? I can declare you excommunication and rebellion right now, you traitors, how dare you do this? My lord, she is lying, we really didn't do such a thing. The planetary governor was so frightened that his whole body was trembling with fat, and his whole body felt a little bad. The same goes for other dignitaries. Excommunication for rebellion, the whole family is not enough to die. We didn't do that. What happened to that crazy woman has nothing to do with us. Yes, it has nothing to do with it, she did it all by herself. We were wronged, we are all loyal, my lord. You must trust us and don't be deceived by these villains. The planetary governor and many dignitaries all spoke. Calgar just looked at Anna like that, and she looked calm, not at all panicked and frightened like other nobles. Obviously, he was confident that he would not kill her. Go on, said Calgar. There is a reason for doing this. The reason why I caused the rebellion was because the world was invaded. Anna said. Invasion? What invasion? The pioneers of the Tyrannid Zerg, those gene stealers who are good at corrupting the entire world, they have established multiple liberal sects, trying to weaken the resistance of human beings to the greatest extent, and make the entire Wateria galaxy become the food of the Zerg. I got the news and conducted an investigation. However, the corruption is shocking, and there are even some high-level shadows. Forced to help, I can only lead this rebellion and let the other side be exposed. Unexpectedly, the other side's corruption it went much deeper than I imagined, and that's what led to the insurgency getting out of hand. Anna's words made the planetary governor's eyes light up. According to what Anna said, not only were they not at fault, they also had credit. That's right, it's to lure out those Zerg gene stealers. The planetary governor hurriedly answered. Calgar looked at the obese body of the planetary governor, and did not hide his anger at all. Just such a thing, can you do such a thing? Rebellion is definitely not my intention, just because of this, those corrupted guys can be quickly exposed, but I didn't expect that this matter is much worse than I imagined, and I have no way to control it. This led to a total loss of control. Anna took out a data pad. Here is a record of all my discoveries, my lord, the ins and outs of the whole matter, and the information of those free sections. A machine slave took it over and handed it to Calga. It took a little time for Calgar to confirm the authenticity of the information. What's your name? Calgar asked. Anna Kate Rias. Anna said respectfully. Very well, Anna Kate Rias, are you willing to serve the Emperor and serve the Primarch? Calgar spoke solemnly. This is my supreme honor, sir, for which I was born. Anna said. Well, in the name of the Emperor, in the name of Guilliman, you will become the ruler of the Vitria Galaxy, responsible for coordinating refugee evacuation and logistical support. Can you do it? Kaggle said. I will do my best, Anna said. You can freely choose the assistance you need, choose the people you think can assist you, and you can also dismiss those you think are cumbersome. Calgar said. As a warlord, one of the most senior commanders of the expedition fleet, he has such rights. I understand that I will immediately reorganize the Vitria system's bureaucratic system to ensure that it can contribute to the Primarch's cause. Very good. Calgar nodded and said, I hope that after dealing with the rebellion on this planet, I can see a brand new team that can become a faithful executor of the Primarch's will. After speaking, Calgar walked away. The other Primaris Space Marines followed the warlord. They will devote themselves to the suppression work on the planet Vitria. Ms. Anna. The planetary governor approached with a flattering smile on his face. For the sake of my appreciation for you, you won't take away my power, right? Of course not. Anna said. The governor of the planet was instantly elated, wishing he could kneel on the ground and lick Anna's boots. As long as the power in his hands is not taken away, he will respect that man as he respects the emperor. Other nobles also came over one after another, hoping that Anna would not take away their power. They expressed that they would always remember each other's kindness. I will definitely not take away your power. Anna smiled and said loudly. When many nobles showed joy, they added a sentence calmly. It is the great Primarch, the great Calgarians, who have taken your power, and there is nothing I can do about it. As soon as these words came out, the excited expressions of many nobles changed instantly. You can't do this. A nobleman stammered, and it took a long time to hold back such a sentence. I'm sorry, I can, Anna said with a smile. Meet your sad end, fools. Your wealth and slaves will be wiped out. You tried to disobey the Primarch, betray the Emperor, and try to cause a rebellion. Unforgivable. The planetary governor's face was pale, and he stretched out his hand tremblingly and pointed at Anna. Anna slowly pressed down his fingers, go back quickly and prepare to escape. Without the protection of power and wealth, what do you use to protect yourself? I don't want those angry people to tear you apart. Hive capital. The supporting troops were quickly put on the battlefield, and with their powerful firepower, the traitors retreated steadily. Calgar led the Primaris Space Marines in search of the gene stealers. Only by completely eliminating the gene stealers can this end. With the help of the data collected by Anna, they followed an abandoned underground corridor to the location of the enemy. Soon, they encountered the first wave of mutant attacks. The monsters roared and rushed towards them. Chapter 105 Gene Stealer, Patriarch, for subscription. Most of the hive cities in Vitria have undergone several rounds of expansion. New buildings are built on the remains of old buildings. As a result, intricate underground tunnels are formed. Kalga's mission on this trip is to clean up the gene stealers hidden in the dark. Make sure these aliens don't interfere with the upcoming war. When walking to the entrance of a dark underground tunnel, warning sounds came from the helmets of everyone. The auspicious instrument built into the Terminator armor has detected a large number of biological signals, and is approaching them at an extremely fast speed. Needless to say, everyone understands what these signals are. There were weird roars in the darkness. After a while, those hideous monsters appeared. Like a tide, they flocked towards Calgar and the others. Get ready to fight, don't let those wash us away. Calgar yelled. All Primaris Space Marines raised their weapons. When the first signal source comes within range of the bolter, they opened fire with a tacit understanding in accordance with their usual training, forming an intertwined firepower network. The intense firepower instantly shredded the body of the genetic mutant covered with biological carapace. The huge power of the bomb made the entire tunnel shake. Dust rustled down. Countless limbs and carcasses were scattered all over the ground, just like the Shura field of hell. Enemy, enemy, shouted a masked cultist. He carried a flamethrower on his back, and the huge element fuel spewed out from the high-pressure tank, and was ignited when passing through the muzzle of the gun, forming fire dragons. Damn traitor! Calgar roared, raising the bolter in his hand. Lock the opponent's head with precise combat intuition. Boom! With a sound, the opponent's head exploded directly. The out-of-control flamethrower sprayed high-temperature fuel and caused an explosion on the spot. Pieces of cultists and monsters were burned to death, exuding a stench. However, there are so many of those monsters. Those genetic hybrids wielding sharp arthropods, or holding flamethrowers and all kinds of strange monsters, rushed through the dense firepower at all costs, and charged Calgar and others. When one genetic variant falls, more genetic variants will rush up. Monsters rushed towards Calgar's team from dim alleys and other passages. Calgar and others had to use more fierce firepower to suppress those guys. Countless genetic mutants were knocked down by bombs on the way to charge, and then their shattered bodies were stepped on by their companions. For those genetic mutants who were lucky enough to get closer, they were either killed by the chainsword or smashed to pieces by Calgar's fist. We have to find that node creature, otherwise it will be endless. Calgar said solemnly. Calgar has experienced countless battles with the Zerg, and he knows the horror and weakness of this race. They are not afraid of death, and have no concept of fear at all. Driven by the will of the hive, the Tyranids are fearless and crush all enemies. Without the will of the hive, the Tyranids are no different from other beasts, they will only act according to their instincts. The will of the hive cannot cover the entire universe. It also needs node mobs to maintain control over the Zerg. One node creature can turn the Tyranid Zerg like loose sand into a well-disciplined army that is not afraid of sacrifice. This is where the Tyranids are really scary. The nest will not hesitate to use 100 times the sacrifice in exchange for the enemy's casualties, without even blinking an eye. Tyranids never fear death. Because the corpses on the battlefield, the ultimate fate is to become the raw material in their digestive pool. This is true regardless of the enemy or us. The advantage of node creatures is also the weakness of the Tyranids. As long as the node creatures are killed, the control of the Tyranid Zerg by the hive will can be easily weakened. The Tyranids will lose their fearless characteristics. As long as the node creature dies, the Tyranid swarm is the lamb to be slaughtered. Calgar and others fought all the way, trying to find node creatures. However, the number of enemies is too large. Their ammo is depleted rapidly. The bolter is heavy and powerful, but its ammunition capacity is limited. After shooting a wave at the enemy, bolter ammo count quickly goes to 0. Calgar replaced the spare magazine and handed the other magazine to the accompanying ammunition machine slave. In order to cope with the situation here, the ammunition machine slave dragged the heavy ammunition supply box. Ammunition machine slaves are designed to carry all kinds of equipment. It is used to help space fighters replace their firearms at any time, and it is a helper on the battlefield. Even without the bolter, Calgar showed no fear in the face of the Zerg. He smashed the head of a gene stealer trying to pounce on him with one punch. After that, he grabbed another genetic variant and tore it alive. The crisp bone-cracking sound gave people a creepy feeling. After tearing up several gene mutants and gene stealers in a row, Calgar took over the loaded bolter from the machine slave. Pull the trigger continuously again, and start the fire output towards the front. The roaring explosive bombs easily shredded the gene stealer covered with biomass carapace. The mutants armed with flamethrowers and laser guns also rushed up shouting various slogans, and then were crushed by the original cast space fighters. Experienced a shocking and extremely dangerous battle. A large number of gene mutants and gene stealer corpses were dumped in underground tunnels. The corpses were fragmented, and the blood was flowing, gathering in the low-lying places, and soon filled them up. The battle ended briefly. Many soldiers shot at the still-moving enemies and dragged out the wounded comrades. A veteran in Terminator power armor was also thrown down. When other companions pulled him out of the pile of corpses, he had already lost a leg. The wound has condensed, and the torn power armor is constantly crackling and emitting electric sparks. Sorry, my lord. The veteran looked pained because of his broken leg and his inability to continue fighting. I'm lagging behind. Don't say that, you have done your best, and you are worthy of your mission. If the Primarch is here, he will even reward you. Calgar looked at the veteran. Now, you go back first and go to the healer save your leg. Don't refuse this order, it's not cowardice and running away, a bigger battle is waiting for us. We have a great mission, you must not just die here like this. I need every strength to help me resist the Zerg wave and persist until the arrival of the body. Calgar ordered the veteran and several other injured companions to leave the battle and return to the ground for treatment. Then, he took the remaining brothers and rushed deeper into the tunnel. Go to find the node creature and kill it. Without the node creatures, those cultists and Zerg will become confused and have no ability to resist. The rebellion was naturally terminated. The deeper Calgar's team went, the greater the resistance they encountered. The number of corrupted and twisted Zerg monsters is increasing. The biological arthropods they evolved are extremely sharp and can easily tear apart everything. Even the Terminator armor was randomly cut by gene stealers like paper. After paying the sacrifices of several comrades in arms one after another, Calgar and his party entered the depths of the tunnel. It was a huge, abandoned factory. With the continuous reconstruction of the hive capital, many old buildings were suppressed below, becoming a forbidden area that no one cares about. The factories here were also abandoned by the nobles. A lot of equipment has been forgotten here. The gene stealers made it move again, and it made a booming sound. They are producing weapons and various equipment in a planned way. The number was so huge that even Calgar was palpitated when he saw it. Once a battle with the Zerg breaks out, these hidden gene stealers will launch various uprisings, which will inevitably bring about disastrous consequences and cause the empire to collapse completely. At that time, let alone resisting the Zerg, even he probably has to explain it here. Calgar and the others, who were grateful in their hearts, did not hesitate to order the soldiers to open fire and clean up those hateful monsters. Destroy all the weapons and equipment produced by the aliens. The sound of fierce fighting echoed in the abandoned factory buildings. A large number of genetic mutants fell, and the production line that the aliens finally repaired was also blown to pieces. If Calgar observes these mutants carefully, he can also see a detective named Shu K mentioned in Anna's report. His body has undergone earth-shaking changes, and 2 weird limbs have grown. Shu K, who has become a genetic mutant, still retains his own memory, but he has already developed an unimaginable aversion to the human empire and humans. How dare such a crude and savage race resist a great enlightened being? The Corpse Emperor distorts human cognition, preventing them from seeing the real future. These guys are all human sinners, preventing the integration of human beings and enlightened beings is a terrible crime that cannot be forgiven. He growled. To kill these sinners, let human beings embrace the great enlightened ones and move towards supreme evolution. Shuk waved his sharp claws, let out a series of low-pitched roars, and rushed up like many genetic mutants. Boom. A bomb exploded, and the head of the gene stealer in front exploded directly. Shu K and several other monsters were also blown to pieces by the huge impact. Accompanied by the final roar. The poor detective met his own end. Calgar, who didn't know who he was and didn't know who he was, stepped forward, and his heavy steel boots directly crushed his head. While the team is trying to sabotage the factory. There was a booming sound. It seems that a terrible beast has awakened in the darkness. The ground vibrated slightly with the sound. It seems that some terrible ancient beast has awakened from its endless sleep. The gene stealer with a height of 10 meters and a thick biological carapace walked out of the darkness and roared to the sky. The extreme malice in the eyes is hard to hide. Calgar's face was serious. It seemed that this gene stealer was the source of the corruption of the Vitria galaxy. Gene stealers smuggle through various methods. After entering a certain planet, they will inject distorted gene helixes into the bodies of those humans, distort their minds, and make them obey themselves. Subsequently, these corrupted men and women will continue to multiply, forming a social organization structure centered on the gene stealer. The gene stealers from the 1st to the 4th generation all have obvious Zerg characteristics, but the 5th generation is exactly the same as humans except for the bald head. At this time, they will infiltrate the human world. Subtly obtain high-level positions, gradually corrupt human beings, and disintegrate human resistance. And the original pure-blooded gene stealer will grow bigger and smarter as the race continues to expand. Eventually surpassed others of his kind in strength, size, and mind, becoming a powerful Shinnik creature, also known as the Patriarch. The gene stealer in front of Kalgar is the Patriarch, the source of the corruption of many Zergs and cultists in Vitria. Following the Patriarch, there is also a group of genetic mutants. The aberrations brandished their biological weapons and let out crazed cries. Kill. Kalgar didn't hesitate, he wanted to solve this gene stealer and completely solve the rebellion. Other fighters also rushed forward, chainsaw swords flying. In an instant, countless wreckage splashed around. Brutal. Chapter 106 Mankind Comes for Revenge. Subscribe. The Patriarch's huge body is like a hill, with a huge sense of oppression. Thick biological carapace covers its body. Even if it is hit by a bomb, it is difficult to cause any damage. Only a few white marks can be left on it at most. The Patriarch watched as the humans in power armor slaughtered his offspring. There is an inexplicable feeling in my heart. Let it have some pity for these dead sons. This feeling made it aware of something abnormal. Maybe it's because I've stayed in the human world for too long, and there are some unnecessary things. He knows where these things come from. Memories from long ago. From among the dead that were not swallowed but buried. From those souls who were not ascribed to the great hive mind. This is the echo of the past, the remnant of individual thinking in the collective will of Gestalt. After a while, the Patriarch suppressed this absurd idea. In the will of the hive where all things are unified, there is no need or possibility for the existence of emotion. All things will eventually die, and all things will eventually be swallowed up, become part of the whole, and acquire new forms and new meanings. Those ignorant humans have not yet learned and realized this. They are doomed to perish. Of course the great hive is tolerant of their ignorance, and will swallow them all, absorbing them into that great will. It's a pity that they are not grateful for the tolerance of the insect nest, and even hate it in every possible way. Isn't this a way of repaying kindness with hatred? For the Lord of Ultramar, for the Holy Emperor. Kalgar let out a huge roar, and rushed up with a power fist in hand. His power fist was forged by the top sages of Mechanicum. When Makraj encountered the Tyranid Zerg invasion, Kalgar, who fought bravely, lost his limbs, most of his torso and his left eye. These missing parts are all replaced by bionic mechanical prosthetics. Fist gloves were also made at that time. Using the most advanced technology of the Mechanicum, it has the most complete power field, and is also equipped with a special caliber bolt gun. This is one of the reasons why Kalgar needs the help of the machine slave to change bombs. The thick and heavy gloves make the action of reloading very cumbersome. Kalgar's eyes met the red ones. He could feel the pure evil thinking of the alien impacting his conscious mind. The long-standing memories surfaced under the erosion of the other party's terrible will. He remembered the distant past. I have not yet become an Emperor Angel, and I have not yet become the heir of Guilliman. Memory pictures that I have trained in various extreme environments. However, these are not what the other party needs. Inhuman, the turbulent will surges like a wave, trying to dig out the deep secrets. Dig out all the evils in his past, and the thoughts that almost led him to destruction. Those dark past, those overwhelmed thoughts. Every thought is rebellious and profane. Don't want to control me. Kalgar roared, his will turned into a solid wall to block the opponent's invasion. The weapons on the battlefield are not just swords and bullets, but thinking can also become a terrible weapon. Kalgar concentrated his thinking according to his previous training. He lived for more than 1,000 years. The will is as strong as steel, unshakable. Kalgar withstood the thought attack of the gene stealer, rushed over, and punched the opponent's heavy biological body. The power field of the power fist crackled, tearing the creature's carapace, making it roar. The Patriarch also brandished the arthropods, trying to kill this human who dared to challenge himself. Kalgar dodges his foe's killing blow with a roll, then fires the giant bolter that accompanies his gauntlet. Accompanied by a loud thunderous noise, the explosive bomb directly hit the place where he punched just now, causing a big explosion. The gene stealer Patriarch let out a louder cry than before. One part in a row was severely injured, making it miserable. The chief's voice unnerved the other gene stealers as well. Once the Patriarch dies, their doom is imminent. A huge distortion master smashed at Kalgar's position with a hammer-shaped biological weapon. Kalgar took 2 steps back, dodging the terrifying blow. Watching the heavy biological weapon fall to the ground with a loud bang, a crater appeared. Seeing the aberration master lower his head, he grabbed the opponent's head. The other hand clenched a fist, activated the power field of the glove, and punched it, directly smashing the opponent's head to pieces. The heavy body crashed to the ground. After solving the episode, Kalgar turned his head, only to find that the Patriarch, who had been severely injured by himself, tried to escape. The opponent dragged his huge body and tried to escape from the battlefield. It's a pity that it is destined to be a delusion. Kalgar, who had completed the upgrade of the original casting, felt that there was infinite power rushing towards the bones under the blessing of Guilliman's heart. After a bomb dealt with the gene stealer who was trying to sneak up on him, he took 2 steps to run up, jumped up, and punched the huge Patriarch with 1 punch. Amidst a scream, the Patriarch was directly interrupted by a thick limb, and the biological carapace on his back was also torn. The heavy force made the Patriarch wailed and fell to the ground. It's over, alien. Kalgar walked over, grabbed the spikes on the opponent's ferocious head, pulled it out alive with force, and stabbed it in again. The huge Patriarch let out a maddened roar on the verge of death. Kalgar stuffed the bolter into the opponent's mouth full of teeth, and directly pulled the trigger. Accompanied by the roar, the Patriarch's head was directly blasted, and the flesh and blood scattered all over the place. Without the Patriarch, the remaining gene stealers seemed to be deprived of something at once, and the momentum of madness disappeared. Some genetic mutants even turned their heads and fled in fear. Clean them up, Calgar said. The Primaris Space Marines advanced steadily. With the cooperation of the ground forces to blockade, all the gene stealers were killed, and the entire area was blown up with high-energy bombs to ensure that no hidden dangers would be left. Without the Patriarch, the rebellious cult members also dispersed all of a sudden, and they were no longer crazy. They became timid and fearful of death. This makes counterinsurgency work a lot easier. A large number of traitors and cultists were executed, and the rebellion in the Vitria Galaxy was also quelled. However, this is not the end. It's just the beginning. Calgar's mission on this trip is to build the defense of the Vitria Galaxy and block the Zerg until the Primarch has eliminated the Necrons, and then gather all the troops to wipe out the Tyranid Zerg that invaded Charadon in one fell swoop. Counterinsurgency is just a small episode. Far from being dinner. Calgar has returned to the capital administrative region, and Anna has prepared a new government team. Radicals who all supported the reform of the Primarch, which made Calgar very satisfied. The Empire urgently needs reform, and supporters like Anna are far better than those who oppose it. Very good, very good. Calgar praised, and Anna showed joy. Calgar is an important deputy of Guilliman. Getting his approval is undoubtedly a matter of reaching the sky in one step. As long as he can mention himself in front of the original body, the benefits will be endless. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Primarch is the legal ruler of the Empire. He is the son of the Emperor. The Terra Senate was also built by him 10,000 years ago. Regardless of legal principle or blood relationship, Guilliman is the ruler of the Empire in name. Even if it is a regency, so what? The Emperor has sat on the throne for 10,000 years. Whether the title of regent is named or not will not affect Guilliman's control of the power of the Empire. Even if the other original body returns, this has to be admitted. This is also the reason why Anna decisively sold people like the planetary governor. Their time is past. The era of the Terra Senate is also over. Now is the age of the Primarch. Follow the Primarch to have a chance to climb to the highest level of the Empire. As long as he behaves well now, he will leave Calgar with a stable and capable image. There is also a chance to enter Terra in the future and become the core high level of the Empire. It is our duty to serve the Emperor and the Primarch, Anna said. It's good to have such an awareness. Next, you will be in charge of logistics, properly arrange relevant supplies, and let those women and children who cannot fight evacuate from this battlefield. As long as those men and women of the right age must stay, we have to stick to it until the arrival of the Primarch. Calgar looked at Anna and gave instructions. Understood, my lord. Anna said respectfully. Do a good job. I hope to see you at the celebration of the Primarch's victory over the Zerg, not on the gallows. Calgar showed a rare hint of humor. Anna laughed too. It was a joke, but also a warning. If something goes wrong, Calgar will really execute her. Sakan Dynasty, Crown World. Shameless, extremely shameless. King Sakan let out an incomparably angry roar, smashing the table with his metal fist crazily, making a bang-bang sound. The top officials of the dynasty standing aside were all afraid to speak, and no one dared to provoke the angry king of France. That is undoubtedly courting death. The Suotai dynasty is despicable and shameless, betraying the interests of the same family. The voice of Sakan Fawang suppressed the anger, even if it was made with a sounder, you can feel his anger. The human fleet is in a state of unstoppable momentum. Now, their fleet is encircling the crown world of the Sakan dynasty. Those warships are suspended in low Earth orbit, and the general attack will be launched soon. The fleet of the Sakan dynasty faced the human fleet, and they were defeated completely, and they didn't even have the strength to fight back. The reason for all this is attributed to the things that the Suotai dynasty did. They sold the core defense code of the Necrons, and also provided some technical information of the Necrons to humans. Relying on its huge size, the human empire quickly made equipment against the Sakan dynasty based on this information, killing the Sakan dynasty's fleet all the way. This kind of naked traitorous behavior. If it were placed in the past, the Suotai dynasty would be destroyed by all the dynasties. It's a pity that the Council of the Three Saints no longer exists, and there is no dynasty to abide by those ancient covenants. It is precisely because of this that the Suotai dynasty dared to be so arrogant. So blatantly colluding with foreigners. Unforgivable. King Sakan roared a few words, venting the anger in his heart. Suddenly, a rapid siren sounded. The red alerts that pop up, all screaming with a message. Humanity is here, for revenge. They will tear up the Sakan dynasty and avenge the humans who died when the Sakan dynasty invaded the human territory. Chapter 107 For the Lord of Ultramar, please subscribe. The first to arrive was the bombing of the Imperial fleet. The first high-energy nuclear bomb is dropped into the atmosphere of the crown world of Sakan dynasty. In an instant, it was cut by the aerial defense network built by the pyramids of the tomb, and exploded with a bang, turning into a group of shining, short-lived flames. The final battle belonging to the Sakan dynasty has also officially started. Light spears, torpedoes, and missiles were poured down by many Imperial warships, and they were about to completely wipe out the Sakan dynasty. The flames of a towering nuclear explosion shot up from every horizon, and the shock wave shook the whole world. Countless burning beams and plasma fluidized into monstrous streams of light, pouring violently like a 10,000 meter waterfall. The King of France of the Sakan dynasty initiates the defense protocol of Crown World. A huge, oil-green glow shield protects the tomb pyramid of the Sakan dynasty. Countless shells and lasers rippled on the shield, but it was difficult to destroy it. The only option for the Empire is airborne. Otherwise, relying on orbital strikes, I am afraid that it will be difficult to cause serious casualties to the enemy. It will take a long time and will delay the battle against the Tyranids. Under the order of the King of France, the dense gauze artillery array and various gauze weapons continued to fire. Dense light beams interweave in the air to form a huge firepower interweaving net, used to block human airborne. However, all this is nothing but futile. The Sakan dynasty must be destroyed. This is derived from the supreme will of the Primarch, and it is also a manifestation of the fire of human revenge. Accompanied by an order from Guilliman, swarms of Stormbird fighter jets roared out of the hangar deck, rushed into the atmosphere of the Crown World, and fought for air supremacy with the fighter jets of the Necrons. The flames of war escalated instantly. The pilots and the Necrons fought desperately, and if they were not careful, they would turn into a giant flame in the air. The Empire's fighter formations formed a loose formation that could support each other, crushing the space undead with numerical superiority. The performance of human fighters is slightly worse than that of Necrons. I can't stand the large number of fighters in the Empire, and the firepower is fierce. No matter how powerful the performance is, it will still be hated. Guilliman plagiarized the traitorous Primarch Perturabo's firepower theory, modified it, and added it to his own operation theory. The Primarch of the Iron Legion, Perturabo, is a little trash who betrayed mankind. But his theory of firepower is no small piece of rubbish. Now the Empire's emphasis is on operations, and what is important is to use more to fight the less and bully others. Tactical interludes? No. What is needed is firepower coverage, Trinity artillery support, plus equipment blessing. What you want is to crush the game. The enemy's unhappiness is your greatest happiness. In space, swarms of fighter planes were launched, densely packed, like a swarm of bees, roaring towards the surface. Reached a ratio of 40:1 with Necrons, forming an absolute firepower suppression. At the same time, hundreds of landing ships broke away from the heavy transport ships of the Imperial fleet, and gathered into a group of flickering light spots like flying flies. Each landing ship carried tens of thousands of soldiers of the Imperial Star Militia. Cass was also on one of the landing ships. She wants to lead her troops to launch a battle against the Necrons. When Guilliman destroyed the Orc Empire and killed the Orc warlord, Cass is a major. In a few months, she has become a lieutenant colonel. The battlefield is always the place where soldiers can be promoted the fastest. Many battles made her quickly become an experienced commander. Cass held a data pad in his hand, checking the situation of the airborne and the tasks of his troops. Her left eye turned into a red electronic eye, making a clicking sound, quickly browsing the relevant data. The original left eye was stabbed by debris from an explosion during an assault. Thanks to her bravery, the Mechanic-Use mechanic fitted her with a mechanical eye so that she could continue to serve the Emperor and the Primarch. Get ready. Cass held the data pad and tried hard to maintain his figure in the shaking deck. The hull swayed violently under the enemy's artillery fire. Several troop carriers were destroyed, and soldiers fell out like dumplings. That is definitely a very bad thing. Even those soldiers are equipped with parachutes. Under the enemy's intensive defensive firepower, open the parachute, and the slow landing speed is tantamount to courting death. They can't do anything. Can only pray that the Emperor doesn't want to see himself so soon. Otherwise, it can only fall into a box. The battlefield material recycler can only lick the bag with tears in his eyes, recycle all the materials, and wait for the next distribution. Cass can see from the data board those colleagues who have suffered misfortune, and the light spots belonging to them are constantly disappearing, which means death. A little bit of luck. Cass sighed. On such a terrifying battlefield, luck is also a very important thing. Under the double cover of Void Firepower and Stormbird fighter planes, the transport ship landed successfully. Activate your auxiliary battle suits, and for the Lord of Ultramar, wipe them out. Cass roared. Others responded immediately, and the voice spread violently. For the Lord of Ultramar. For Guilliman. Accompanied by the voice of the machine soul, an auxiliary battle interface appeared in front of Cass. The battlefield map, ammunition data, and personal physical condition are clearly displayed on it. There is also a small radar map, assisted aiming, and ballistic calculation. Guilliman's awakening is comprehensive for the strengthening of the Empire. With the inclusion of the Char-Athon and Ultramar star regions into his reform cause, productivity has increased, and the equipment of the soldiers has also ushered in a comprehensive enhancement. In addition to enhancing the defense, the soldier's exoskeleton also adds many functions such as shoulder cannon and automatic enemy detection. Ensure Astra Militarum soldiers become mobile small firepower batteries. What we want is firepower to be king, and beat all dissatisfied. Cass picked up his weapon, took a deep breath, watched the hatch open, and rushed out shouting slogans. For victory! The others followed, and dense red beams appeared on the battlefield as they charged. As the Star Militia soldiers charged, the troops of the Mechanicum also began to airborne. Those huge ships that are as magnificent as city blocks. Appears to be a short and thick pipe in appearance. The surface is equipped with a wide variety of high-temperature resistant devices and concealed deceleration thrusters. The Order of Titans continues to put those divine vehicles with terrifying and destructive power on the ground. 1 Emperor-level Titan, 3 Heavenly Punishment-level Titans, and a large number of Rapier-level and War Dog-level Titans were all dropped on the ground, forming a huge firepower fortress to attack the enemy. These huge divine vehicles have unparalleled power. Equipped with huge plasma cannons and melta cannons. In addition, it is also equipped with a thick void shield. No matter how advanced the technology of the space necromancers is, they cannot gather a large amount of firepower to smash the void shields of these vehicles. Night Titans also formed a phalanx and launched an attack on the enemy. Their chain swords and power weapons have been activated, making harsh sounds, and the roar of the battlefield converges to form a war ensemble. The Knight controls the individual Titan, using the inertial impact brought by the charge to rush into the enemy's formation, opening a gap for the army. Heavy tanks, the automatic fire guns of the Cathars, and the walking biped fire platforms of the Steel Walkers all began to pour firepower, bombarding the enemy frantically. Landed at the end is the logistics support unit. They carry countless auxiliary materials including weapons, ammunition, food, drinking water, and fuel, which are used to meet all the needs of a full-scale offensive. There are so many ships heading to the surface, and the momentum of the all-out attack is huge. Sicarius and many Primaris space fighters were also dropped on the surface early on. They formed a spearhead offensive and were tearing apart the defenses of the Necrons, preparing to deal the cruelest final blow to the Sarkhan dynasty. The resistance of the Sarkhan dynasty was very fierce. After all, this is enough to declare death. Humans used the strongest means to express their anger to the Necrons. The surface is full of bullets everywhere. The bullets converged into torrents, and the battlefield became a terrifying vortex that crushed both sides. The Imperial soldiers were full of enthusiasm, chanted battle slogans, and bravely charged in the name of Guilliman. As the planet rotated, the area where the Pyramid of the Undead stood quickly entered dusk. The sky is getting darker, but the sky is still bright, lit by the energy beams from both sides. Pyramids are lined with defensive artillery arrays, which are venting their firepower crazily. There are also shadows flying in the atmosphere. Countless fighters fight together, shooting out beams of destruction with their respective weapons, drawing out short-lived and nameless shining constellations. The Empire's attacks converged into shining torrents, constantly washing away the pyramids of the Necrons. Dense bolters, like a hailstorm overwhelming. A large number of Necrons fell. Then their bodies flashed, sending these damaged space undead back to the tomb. Wait for the furnace to bring them back to life again. The straight Gaussian speed of light is fleeting, and any object touched is destroyed from the molecular level, turning into a pile of quicksand emitting green light. Under the crazy firepower of the pyramid defense array in the space necropolis, from time to time, fighters such as the Stormbird turned into flaming wreckage. It fell to the ground and set off earth-shattering explosions. The closer the Imperial forces approached the tomb pyramid, the more fierce the battle became. A column of brown and black smoke rose from the ground and went straight to the sky. Every explosion shakes the earth, and after a proper pause, it sprinkles the sky with scorched earth with unabated enjoyment. The fighter jets whizzed over the heads of the soldiers, and passed by the heavy striding Titan at low altitude, so it suddenly disturbed the slowly rising smoke cloud into a frenzied vortex. The Emperor-level Titan shrouded in the night walked slowly, leading a large number of human soldiers slowly approaching the tomb pyramid. Sicarius and thousands of original caste space warriors rushed into the tomb pyramid group first. Their mission is to capture the king of the dynasty and put an end to this war. Enemy troops are firmly guarding the passage leading to the interior. The members of the Space Death Guard decorated with golden stripes hold energy weapons and use defensive artillery to resist human attacks. Sicarius and the others had just rushed into the tomb when they were forced to stop by the enemy's firepower. Before they could figure out a countermeasure, a strange sound came from the depths of the tomb. Masses of silvery catacomb scarabs crawled from the walls and ceiling of the passageway. Scarab. Sicarius' tone became serious when he saw these multi-legged mechanical metal beetles. Their bodies are not big, only the size of a Primaris Space Marine's fist. Flicked lightly along the walls and ceiling, and pounced on the human warriors pouring into the tomb. The scarab's metal jaws clicked open and closed. The eyes composed of compound lenses emit Gaussian energy green light. They swarmed like swarms of insects, ignoring the destructive attacks of human warriors. Attack, kill them. Sicarius drew out his power sword and destroyed the scarabs in pieces. The comrades on the side walked into the gap he cleared and opened fire with the plasma harvester. Followed by a burst of ozone smell of ionized air and bright flashes. A series of light imprisoned by distorted charges are shot from the muzzle. Creates a chain of explosions along the corridor. Each electric ion light ball is much more powerful than the ammunition of ordinary plasma guns. Enough to penetrate a scarab's shell with ease. Even caused death and injury to the Necron Guard members at the end of the passage. Use the dreadnought to open the way, let's charge, hurry up. Sicarius shouted. A huge dreadnought mecha, which was heavy like an ancient monster, came up from behind the team. For the Lord of Ultramar. A warrior shouted from the dreadnought's sounder. His body was broken, but he was placed in the nutrient tank of the sarcophagus, and continued to fight for the Emperor and mankind. With a roar, he took heavy steps, facing the enemy's terrifying firepower. Even if he dies, he will sing his head high and win victory for mankind. For the Lord of Ultramar. For the Lord of Ultramar. Sicarius and others shouted along with the comrades in the dreadnought. Chapter 108 The Evolution of Sicarius, subscribe. The dreadnought mecha took heavy steps, rushing all the way into the depths of the tomb. The space ghost guards with gold-edged patterns on their withered white metal bodies are also firing wildly. When realizing that humans cannot be suppressed by long-range firepower, the Necrons also took out their phase swords, ready to engage in hand-to-hand combat with humans. A tomb spider in charge of maintenance jumped down from the complex tomb structure. The tomb spider is extremely large. Multiple mechanical limbs and composite vision sensors combine to create a spider-like appearance. A complex anti-gravity engine is needed to support the carapace-shaped oval metal body. Otherwise, it will be crushed alive by the heavy metal structure body. Sikarais raised the bolt gun in his hand and pulled the trigger again and again, trying to kill this hateful monster completely. The bomb hit the opponent's body, tearing out charred cracks. But it didn't take long for those cracks to be repaired by themselves. The self-healing ability possessed by the tomb spider is stronger than that possessed by other Necrons. Give it to me. Standing aside, inside the scarred dreadnought mecha, came the shouts of the brothers of the battle group. The melta cannon fired continuously until the barrel turned red, unwilling to stop. The chainsaw sword on the other mechanical limb made a piercing sound, and the monomolecular blade rotated at a high speed, astonishingly ready to fight to the death. The tomb spider pounced on the advancing team, Fearless went straight to meet it, and chopped off the opponent's mechanical limbs with the chain sword in his hand. And the thick Fearless armor was also scratched with a shocking scar. For Guilliman's sake, get in, keep going, I can handle it. The voice of a comrade in arms came from inside the dreadnought. Sikarais and others who wanted to go up to help heard this, they could only turn their heads and pour their anger on the space necromancer. It is very important to respect the wishes of comrades in arms. The battle in the channel is extremely fierce. Primaris space fighters are constantly being sent out to fight against the space undead pouring in from other channels. Sikarais and others moved forward all the way, approaching the core room of the Sakan dynasty. According to King Suotai, if the core room is breached, the Sakan dynasty will also be declared dead. Because there, you can directly close the rebirth agreement of the high-level dynasty. In this way, once the high level is killed, there is really nothing. Under normal circumstances, once encountering an unimaginable crisis, the tomb pyramid can be lifted into the air and choose to escape. However, this time the Sakan dynasty was tricked by the Sotai dynasty. The speed of the human fleet is too fast. When they want to evacuate, humans have already controlled the outer space of the galaxy. This forced them to stay on this planet and face the wrath of human beings. Sikarais, who charged quickly, bent over to avoid the attack of the tomb stalker. Then pierced the opponent's metal head with the power sword in his hand. That's where their control center is. Crypt stalkers possess massive carapaces of living metal and necrotic skin, covered with mechanical limbs. It is about the size of a centipede, and its volume is as huge as a house. Using the mysterious phase generator, the tomb stalker can enter any part of the tomb at will, and can come and go freely in the solid underground. It is precisely because of this weird ability. Several warriors were severely injured by these tomb stalkers and were on the verge of death. Sikarais was also almost attacked, fortunately he was alert enough. Withdrawing the power sword submerged in the metal skull, coolant flowed out from the body of the tomb stalker, electric sparks flickered on the metal limbs, and the twitching continued. Without the control center of the skull, the tomb stalker also lost its super repair power and was completely destroyed. A burst of green light covered the fallen tomb stalker, and after a while, it disappeared without a trace. Obviously, it has been sent back. Waiting for rebirth in the furnace. Sikarais looked around and followed himself into this depth. There were only less than 100 Primaris space warriors. Others were either scattered or injured and forced to withdraw from the battlefield. Keep going. Sikarais put on a magazine, stepped across the messy battlefield, and walked deeper. The black building material inside the pyramid has long been cracked and shattered by the artillery fire, falling to the ground like dry sand. The air is filled with smoke. Sicarius' helmet automatically switches between different vision modes to ensure that the opponent can get the best vision. Advance along the main passage with many combat brothers. After solving a group of tomb guards and space necrons who tried to block the way, Sicarius and others came to a magnificent gate. Blow up the gate with Melta, Sicarius yelled. The two battleband brothers stuck the Melta bomb on the gate, started the countdown, and retreated. Some crypt scarabs and crypt spiders try to stop humans. Sicarius and a host of Primaris space marines knocked them out with ease, sending them convulsing the ground with flickering electric sparks. Melta bomb also entered the final 10 countdown. As the countdown ends, there was a dull crackling sound. The gate covered with green energy patterns was blown into a pile of molten scum. Sicarius and the others walked in. Looking at the huge data computing center, they understand that this is the core of the pyramid. In the core room, a necromancer overlord who was much taller than a necromancer warrior sat on his throne covered with force field patterns. It is the French king of the Sakan dynasty. Is also the period symbol for this battle. Kill him and it's over. Seeing the human beings coming in, Sakan clenched his metal fingers tightly, and his green eyes showed unwillingness and anger. The last member of the Pro Guard stood beside him, and the phase sword in his hand shone with a strange light. Stupid human beings. King Sakan said. Abominable alien. Sicarius replied unceremoniously. Both sides have equal contempt and hatred for each other. You have won this victory, but you will also be revenged by the Necrons of the space. King Sakan said, human beings will never be able to realize the power and terror of the Necrons of the space. The races we have fought against are beyond imagination. Even those spirit races who play witchcraft are just the overlords of the galaxy that our race reluctantly became after they were unwilling to rule the galaxy. Otherwise, they would never be able to build a powerful empire. I'm not interested in your history. Sicarius said, this is the age of mankind, and your time has passed. One day you will understand what price you will pay for today's arrogance. Sakan said angrily. No matter what the price you pay, you will not be able to witness. For those dead humans, now is the time to liquidate you. Sicarius didn't want to waste any more words, so he did it directly. Many primordial space warriors swarmed forward, and the members of the Fawang's guard also held phase swords to meet them. The tomb pyramid kept shaking, which meant that the battle outside was not over yet. Sicarius didn't care about that, he held his breath and concentrated all his attention on his power sword. The long sword swung, and the crackling power field tore everything apart. He dodged the attack of a member of the guard, and then he bent down to dodge, and then the long sword stabbed out, piercing the opponent's metal head. However, other people's battles were far less smooth than his. As members of the King's Guard, these metal undead possess power far beyond their kind. A warrior was cut off by a phase sword with the chainsaw sword in his hand, and half of his body was scratched. Died with the final unwilling roar. After one of the chapter brothers chanted Guilliman's name, the head slipped off his neck quietly. The undead warrior from space descended behind him at some unknown time and beheaded him. At the same time, King Sakan also stood up. The scepter burst into light, and the energy wave submerged into the body of a warband brother in an instant. The helmet and breastplate made of plastic steel and ceramic steel were twisted and deformed under the impact of energy waves. Became a deep pit full of ripples. It seems that the melted white waxes recooled and solidified after flowing and overflowing. Obviously, these damned aliens have mastered rare and powerful force field technology. Sicarius pulled the trigger again and again to provide support for his comrades. However, this is still difficult to stop death from coming. The strength of the necromancers in space is far superior to that of ordinary space warriors. They are agile, and rely on phase techniques to hide from sight. Even if many fighters concentrate on it, they cannot escape bad luck. Companions in arms were summoned away by the Emperor, leaving the remaining warriors enraged. Their fighting became more and more crazy. Think Tank raises his scepter. At all costs to induce the etheric power of the warp. Gather it into a terrible torrent and sweeping away everything. The next second, the think tank was hit by a beam of light, flew several meters, and fell heavily to the ground. Looking at these, Sicarius broke free from the shackles of reason, letting anger fill his body. For Guilliman, he said in a deep voice. Turning anger into strength, Guilliman's heart beats at a high speed, constantly improving his various physical qualities. The heart of Guilliman is the organ integrated with the dark matter evolution technology. It is the most complex and technologically terrifying organ among Primaris space marines. Dark matter evolution technology is to use dark matter to make cells into editable data codes, prompting them to be continuously optimized and promoted, so that they have incredible abilities, and at the same time constantly eliminate harmful factors to ensure the loyalty of the primordial space warriors. The heart of Guilliman has countless mysterious abilities, and it is the foundation established by the Primarch for the brothers of the chapter to become true demigods. However, the fighters didn't develop much of it, simply thinking that the heart of Guilliman improved their resilience and combat effectiveness. Guilliman didn't say anything, and let them explore the usefulness of Guilliman's heart. Gene enhancement is not that easy, it requires a strong will and an unyielding mind. Only in this way can the enhancement brought by Guilliman's heart be controlled. Uncontrollable genetic enhancements turn warband warriors into twisted monsters. It's like the Thousand Suns Legion in the past. Precisely because of this, Guilliman and Kaur chose to conceal this matter. The gene helix is complex. Any slight change will have unimaginable consequences. Taking into account the cultural level of the warband, Guilliman could not let them edit their data on their own initiative. Instead, let their subconscious mind influence the heart of Guilliman, thereby giving them reinforcements. Like biological evolution, slowly map it. Unexpectedly, in a state of rage, Sicarius Strongwill activated the deep code of Guilliman's heart, speeding up the process, allowing him to witness the true power of Guilliman's heart. Heart of Guilliman quickly analyzes his body structure and draws power from the armor to strengthen it, making him stronger. His eyes showed data one after another, allowing him to more intuitively understand the nature of the universe. Emperor Angel Combat Module has been successfully activated and is being adapted to the user, genetically adapted and strengthened. User, 2nd Company Commander of the Extreme Battle Group, Warlord of Ultramar, Sicarius. Bones are being strengthened, 1%, 2%, 3%, 98%, 99%, 100%. Muscle strengthening. Flesh strengthening. Chapter 109. You have no other choice, please subscribe. One after another data flowed in Sicarius' pupils. He felt a force surging madly in his body. I feel that my physical condition is better than ever. There is a surging infinite power in the body, which is enough to easily crush all enemies. The slightly heavy power sword is also ridiculously light, as if holding a feather. In the eyes of others, Sicarius has become completely different. The aura is more restrained and looks more terrifying. Sicarius swung his power sword and split the guard member who was trying to attack him in half. Waiting until the space undead was beheaded, the sound of tearing came from the air. His strength is too great, even if he just swung it easily. The power sword will also gain speed due to its strength, making it invincible. The gap between his skin and the outer armor is covered and padded with layers of servos and bionic polymer fibers. Following his movements, these man-made structures that acted as power armor musculature tightened and contracted one after another, and then let out an overwhelmed groan. Sicarius' physical strength is too strong for the armor to adapt to. Once the force is too strong, it is likely to be torn inside. He also quickly realized this, waving the long sword in one hand, and picked up a tomb stalker who had not lost its mobility in the other to start the unparalleled harvest mode. Just like in a myth, the of war with an indestructible fighting spirit came from illusion to reality. Sicarius holds a sword in one hand and the huge mechanical body of the tomb walker in the other. Destroy all enemies. King Sakan was also aware of this human change, with a solemn look on his metal face. Do not. He whispered, You humans! How could you master such technology and power? Ask for forgiveness for the crimes you have committed to mankind. Sicarius roared loudly. He waved the huge mechanical body of the tomb stalker, destroying the 2 guard members who tried to stop him. Then, he walked towards King Sakin. The other party tried to resist, but Sicarius easily took the scepter away and controlled the huge metal body. It's over, close your lair defense protocol and master control protocol, don't force me to do it myself, it's no dignity at all. Sicarius said in a deep voice. King Sakin originally wanted to refuse. He believed that it was absolutely impossible for human beings to master the lair defense protocol of the Necrons. This is the core technology of Necrons. But at this second, King Sakin thought of what the Suotai dynasty had done. That despicable and shameless beast must have revealed the most important secret of their family. After thinking for a while, King Sakin finally closed the agreement. All the undead entered the shutdown state, and the defense array of the pyramid stopped firing, and fell silent. The war came to an end. Everything is over. The expeditionary fleet wiped out the Sakin dynasty. Captured their lair pyramid. Everyone wanted to execute King Sakin directly to avenge those dead humans. Sicarius rejected everyone. Judging the king of a dynasty should be performed by the Primarch. The news of the victory reached the glory of Makraj. Sicarius' order also came. Guilliman carried the Thunderhawk to the surface. The honor guard followed him and stepped out from the open hatch. They are alert to any danger that may threaten the Primarch, guarding the Primarch in a defensive formation. Guilliman strolled on the war-torn plain with a friendly smile on his face. The remnants of the war are all around, and the bombs set off a huge cake. The bodies of the fallen were silently decomposing. The dust formed by the ashes of the war slowly fell in the air. Around Guilliman, imperial soldiers were still walking around, searching for the surviving comrades in this grave of death. Drag them from the pile of corpses. Or collect their nameplates as memorials for the dead. Every war is sad. The dead gave everything for victory. Guilliman's eyes did not linger too much on those miserable situations. This kind of grand and magnificent war epic didn't touch him too much. Probably witnessed too much death. War is like this, cruel and cold. No matter how much preparation he makes, it is impossible to guarantee that every soldier will come back. The great Lord Guilliman. Lord Guilliman. All the soldiers who witnessed his noble face saluted respectfully and cheered excitedly. Without the Primarch, they would never have won so easily. Guilliman didn't pay attention to the soldiers who cheered his name, but strode towards Sicarius and the others. King Sakin, who had a metal body, was surrounded by them like a prisoner. The French king stared at the Primarch who was walking towards him, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. The new lord of humanity. Don't provoke me with such clumsy tactics, Xenos. Your time is over, like those of the vanished races. Guilliman ignored the other party's words, he examined the other party's metal face. A dynasty that has lasted for hundreds of millions of years will be completely ended in his hands. In the long time, people have long forgotten how long the Necrons have existed. They lay dormant for 60 million years, and now they are being terminated at the hands of a younger race. This is a sad thing. Nothing in this world is eternal. Everything dies. Guilliman remembered a sentence that aptly described the power of time. In the eternal time and space, even death itself will eventually perish. The star god has become fragments, and the old one has become history. The invincible Eldar race is now on the brink of extinction. The Necrons, who possess the most powerful technology in the galaxy, cannot avoid the fate of disappearing. What will be the fate of mankind? Going to die? Become a plaything in the hands of chaos? Or go to detachment with your own help, and go to perish after a long time? One day, human beings will also face this fate. You will eventually taste the pain you have given to others. One day, you will also stand on the ruins and taste the pain of perishing. King Sakin looked at Guilliman and said. Humanity will live forever. Sicarius said angrily. Such words are full of sarcasm. Doesn't my death mean that everything is impossible to be eternal? King Sakin said. No one can be sure about the future. Guilliman pulled out the Emperor's sword, but you can no longer witness it, but it is a fact. King Sakin did not resist. He let Guilliman cut off his metal head. The rebirth agreement has been closed, which means that King Sakin has ushered in his eternal death. You have done a good job. Guilliman looked at the crowd with a smile on his face, I am proud of you. Then he looked at Sicarius, it seems that you have awakened your strength, cherish it, and don't forget your original intention. As the creator of Guilliman's heart, Guilliman can naturally feel that Sicarius has become different. I will never forget, my lord, said Sicarius. Guilliman smiled, and he put his heavy boots on the metal head of King Sakin. Hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and then stepped on it hard. The sound of explosion came. The skull of Sakin Fawang was crushed. When his combat boots were raised, there was only silver debris on the ground, and flowing coolant. A flash of light appeared, and King Sotai appeared near Guilliman and others. Their appearance drew a response from the imperial forces. The soldiers raised their guns and aimed at the enemy. Put down your weapons, they are not the enemy. Guilliman's voice penetrated the entire battlefield. The soldiers looked at each other, and finally put down their weapons and shifted their muzzles away. You have successfully wiped out a dynasty. King Sotai walked up to Guilliman and said, this will arouse the vigilance of other dynasties. Even if you don't destroy this dynasty, your people will attack humans unscrupulously. Guilliman doesn't care, the time has come to repay the space necromancer's invasion of many human worlds. If it wasn't for his own overall strategy, Guilliman would definitely have killed the Zothai dynasty together. Be careful, I got some news that the Norwalk dynasty has accepted the Sakan dynasty's vassal request, but unfortunately, the Sakan dynasty was wiped out before the envoys were sent. Sote Fa King stared at Guilliman, said the news that he knew. The Norwalk dynasty, repeated Guilliman, who didn't know much about the dynasty. The Norwalk dynasty is led by the Crimson King. Its technology and strength are far from comparable to the Sakan dynasty. The most important thing is that the Crimson King also imprisoned a fragment of the Star God. This fragment of the Star God provides them with nearly unlimited energy. Handle it carefully. Once the Norwalk dynasty launches a war against mankind with the destruction of the Sakan dynasty, other dynasties will surely follow suit. Many planets that humans currently live on belonged to space undead in ancient times. Many dynasties have been trying to find a suitable opportunity to take back those planets. Once the Norwalk dynasty declares war on humans, they will definitely respond. Sided with the Norwalk dynasty in their own interests. King Sotai finished speaking. Guilliman was silent for a moment before speaking. I will solve this matter. The master control agreement of the Sakan dynasty has been handed over to you, which is enough to show my sincerity. I hope to get more information. If possible, I want to know the Star God of the Norwalk dynasty, the location of the fragments and their deployment, Guilliman said. You are crazy. Once I reveal this, many dynasties will definitely regard the Suotai dynasty as a thorn in their side. King Suotai said. You have no other choice now. Aligning with humans is a way of no return. Either you become the strongest overlord of the space undead and rule the space undead. Otherwise, once other dynasties know about this matter, they will also attack you of. You have now obtained the master control agreement of the Sakan dynasty. After formatting the memory, those surviving space undead will become the subordinates of the Sotai dynasty, which has enhanced your strength. Don't you want to go further? As long as you assist we beat the Norwalk dynasty, and you get the Norwalk dynasty master agreement. Hearing Guilliman's words, King Sotai showed a struggling expression. The temptation is too great. The status was not very good a few days ago, and I failed to update the 15,000 per day as agreed. These days, I have adjusted as much as possible. Chapter 110 The Arrogant Guilliman, subscribe. Become the Supreme Overlord of the Necrons. This is something that King Suotai never dared to imagine. Now, Guilliman dared to promise him. This made his complexion more subtle. A human being is so arrogant. Are you so sure and confident? King Suthai said. You have witnessed everything with your own eyes, haven't you? The Sakan dynasty has been destroyed, and my subordinates are now stepping on the ruins of the Sakan dynasty. Isn't this the most powerful proof? Guilliman said with a smile on his face, to achieve in-depth cooperation with human beings is your best choice. The universe is huge, and beyond the universe, it is even more vast than ordinary people can imagine. Our eyes should not be limited to here. Use arrogance is shocking, your arrogance is unattainable. Can't even a galaxy satisfy you? King Suotai said. Humanity cannot be trapped in the galaxy, otherwise the fate of the Necrons and Eldar will befall us, and history will repeat itself again. Guilliman said. You used to be very strong, but you lost the will to be enterprising, and you were willing to decay in this small land. Disappearance is your inevitable fate. Hearing this, King Suotai had a complicated expression. The huge galaxy is described as a tiny place by a human being. When the Necrons were at their most powerful in the past, they didn't dare to say such things. Such arrogance shocks the world. So arrogant like no other. Guilliman wants to get his hands on other galaxies and the entire universe. It is hard to imagine how terrifying his ambition is. He wants to surpass his father and achieve unimaginable feats. I will continue to maintain the cooperative relationship with you. King Sotai said, you must hand over the master control agreement of all dynasties to me. After the space undead are unified, I will take them out of the galaxy. King Suotai could feel that a terrible storm was about to rise. The center of the storm was Guilliman. He arrogantly wants to change the fate of all things that must perish, and make human beings last forever. The idea is crazy. If the Eldar knew about it, they would probably call him a lunatic. The last one to do this was the Necrontyr. For this, they took the shape of this metal skull, cursed for eternity. Human beings will go to eternity, and what price they will have to pay for this is beyond the imagination of King Suotai. But the galaxy will surely break out a series of crises no less than the Battle of Heaven. Leaving is the best choice. You made a wise choice, Guilliman said. I also hope that this choice is wise. King Suotai had a complex expression, and after saying something meaningful, he turned and left. Guilliman watched King Sotai leave in the teleportation flash. After a while, he turned his head to look at Sicarius and the others. The victory here has been established. You will fulfill a new combat mission and go to the Vitria Galaxy to resist the Zerg. Now return to the battleship and take a rest. The celebration will be held after defeating the Zerg. Sicarius and the others cheered again, and then followed the order of the Primarch to evacuate from the surface and return to the battleship. Guilliman and his honor guard stood in place, waiting until the Foundry General Galen arrived. When the opponent's heavy mechanical body was moving, it made a clicking sound from time to time. The many weapons equipped on his body constantly adjust the hydraulic device as he moves to maintain the balance of his body. 5 or 6 suspended servo skulls, each connected to him by a nerve cable, became an extension of his mechanical body. Relying on the anti-gravity suspension platform, the Foundry General Kren moved to Guilliman's side. My lord. Karen's voice generator made a respectful voice. Let the members of the Mechanicus study the wreckage, we need more information about the Necrons. Guilliman looked at the casting general in front of him and gave the order. Follow your orders, my lord. Foundry General Crone said. After ordering this, Guilliman turned his head to look at the battlefield. A large number of soldiers of the Astral Army are embarking on the landing ship, and they will withdraw to the heavy landing ship. Titan was also fixed by the heavy transport ship with giant cables, anti-gravity platform and many other equipment, slowly hoisted up, and sent to the transport ship. Large Titans must be supplemented by anti-gravity vehicles in order to send them into space, otherwise they will be easily torn apart. Members of the Mechanicus are constantly entering the battlefield, and a giant Mechanicus ship has been calculated and placed in the center of the battlefield. A large number of unmanned machines stepped out of the giant ship with their mechanical legs. Use the long mechanical tentacles to collect the wreckage scattered around the battlefield. These unmanned machines work like swarms of insects. In addition to collecting the wreckage of the Necrons, the Mechanicus is also recycling broken war vehicles. A large number of mechanical priests and mechanical servants wander around the battlefield, carrying welding torches and many repair tools. Their task is to repair those war vehicles that belong to humans. Let them fight for humans again. Guilliman looked at it for a while, then turned and left. Leave the battlefield to the Foundry General, Karen, let him explore the many technologies of the Necrons to his heart's content. Returning to the glory of Macrage, Guilliman received a message from Guidos before he could catch his breath. Call sent him a new message. Guilliman could only change his original arrangement first, and went straight to the secret room. The elevator descends slowly to the bottom floor. When the elevator doors opened, Guidos was already waiting for him. Compared to the last time, Guidos has weakened visible to the naked eye. Even standing there, his body began to shake unceasingly. Guilliman did not mention this matter. He can only comfort himself that sacrifice is inevitable and the cornerstone of human existence. But Guilliman still had a trace of unbearable in his heart. Accompanied by Guidos, Guilliman passed a series of complicated authentications and entered the room where the degraded call was stored. The deteriorating call was activated under the command of Guidos, and the dim room was once again filled with light. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the indicator lights of the machine were lit one by one, and the buzzing sound resounded throughout the room. When Guidos uttered the code sequence received from call, the heads covered with data cables and nerve cables trembled constantly, distorting their own shapes. My lord, said the degraded call, it's great to see you. Guilliman looked at the degraded call, let's get down to business, I still have a lot of things to do. Too busy life can easily lead to a short lifespan, my lord. Deterioration call said, my master, the great ruling sage Belisarius Carr, has sent a telegram, congratulating you on pacifying the Charadon Star district. The turmoil brought about another important step forward in the process of the Indomitable Crusade. Have not fully resolved. Guilliman shook his head, the Tyranids are approaching the Vitria Galaxy, which means I still need to fight a defensive battle. With the current military strength of the Empire, the possibility of human beings losing is very small. According to calculations, the probability of victory has reached 99.8%. Deterioration call said in a relaxed tone, as long as you have a little brain, you can win steadily. If the probability does not reach 100%, there is still a possibility of failure. Guilliman said, next time, don't say such words that you must win. Degraded car. Aside from congratulating me, is there any other information? Guilliman asked. The human version of the lighthouse has been tested in 5 worlds. After testing, this lighthouse also has the possibility of sending messages and items instantly. As long as we have enough lighthouses in the galaxy, the Empire can do it without the help of astropaths. Help to convey various information. The only pity is that there is still no way to teleport the Imperial Army on a large scale. The energy and equipment strength required cannot keep up. Of course, if only a few people are teleported, it can still be done. Hearing the words of the degraded call, Guilliman recalled the time when his predecessor was assassinated by the Primarch of the Night Lord's Midnight Ghost Curse. He and Ryan were rescued by Dante Hawk, the blacksmith who guarded the lighthouse, using the special ability of the lighthouse at a critical moment. This teleportation ability is also very similar to the unique teleportation technology of the Necrons. On the battlefield, the dead space necromancer will be sent back to the furnace to wait for rebirth. The technology of the Necrons originated from the Star God, and the lighthouse and the black stone obelisk were also built by the Star God. It is not surprising that both use the same technology. Using this teleportation technology won't be counter-controlled by the Necrons. Guilliman asked a question he was most worried about. If it is anti-controlled, the consequences will be disastrous. Human beings are lambs to be slaughtered. My lord, what we are using is the principle of that kind of transmission technology. The relevant codes and equipment are all products of human beings themselves, and the probability of being controlled is extremely low. Degraded call said, the relevant technology has matured, and the Imperial warships built in the future, will use this teleportation technology to teleport the Imperial troops to the ground. That's good. Guilliman nodded, is there any other news? My lord, the Supernatural Research Department has successfully activated the Emperor's power through faith and equipment. If it can be miniaturized, humans will have weapons against demons. As long as you have faith in the Emperor, you can use the equipment to attract the Emperor's power. The power of the Emperor, so as to kill the devil. Guilliman heard this, a smile appeared on his face. In the long-term and chaotic struggle, human beings are always on the weak side. Humans can at most destroy the physical body of demons, expel those demons, and let them return to the subspace, but they cannot destroy their origin at all. This is also the confidence that many demons have nothing to fear. Among the many methods currently known, only the power of the Emperor can completely kill the demon. This is why the Emperor is called the Damned. How long will it take to miniaturize? Guilliman asked. Those devices are too large, stretching like hills. If we want to miniaturize them, the level of human technology needs to rise to another level. With the existing STC technology, if we want to miniaturize those devices and turn them into weapons, for example, the cost of casting a fleet is even greater. Deterioration Call gave a bad message. To miniaturize the devices that channel the Emperor's power, material science must advance again. The mechanic use has lost too much technology of the Golden Age, and the material science has been lagging behind for many years and has not been able to break through. If there are no new materials, this kind of weapon with the power of the Emperor will be equipped with the troops. Let's do the research first, and come up with a well-formed theory. I'll figure out how to deal with the materials. Guilliman said. As long as the second-level database permissions can be unlocked, human technology will surely take off again. Unlocks higher realms of material science. By then, everything will be no problem. Chapter 111 The Battle of Vittoria, for subscription. I'll send your comments, said Degraded Call. Well, how is the optimization work on the Colossus now? Guilliman asked. Degraded Call shuddered for a bit before saying, the optimization progress is going well. The Great Sage plans to build a real Colossus of Heaven's punishment, not that kind of assembly line product. Do whatever you want. Guilliman shook his head and said, it will take decades or even hundreds of years to build a real Colossus of God's punishment. I don't recommend doing that kind of thing. He's free to do it if necessary. The real Colossus of punishment requires countless materials, no less than building a planet with a complex structure. Guilliman does not advocate that approach. War pays attention to cost effectiveness, and the pursuit of high performance will only drag you to death. If the mechanical sage Call insisted on building a perfect Colossus of God's retribution, he would not refuse. There are many kinds of glory. For the fanatical believers of the God of Might, building an unprecedented giant structure is also a symbol of honor. If you refuse even this, it would be somewhat unreasonable. Relevant requirements have been encoded in the information code. Is there anything else, my lord? Degraded Cole said. To form a brand new research team of battlefield application technology, we need to enhance the survivability of soldiers. Guilliman expressed his thoughts. What are the specific requirements? Degraded Call asked. Studying teleportation technology and medical technology, I hope that human beings can send those injured Imperial soldiers back to the medical station like the Necrons, Guilliman said. Soldiers of the Necromancer who died in battle will light up with flashes once they fall to the ground, and then they will be reshaped in the furnace and resurrected again. After the demon is destroyed, he will also be sent back to the subspace, waiting for another resurrection and the opportunity to come to the real universe. Resurrection is really a good thing. Makes people unscrupulous. If human beings also have this kind of technology, it would be a pleasure to transport those severely injured soldiers directly from the battlefield and send them directly to the hospital, making them alive and kicking, and joining the battlefield again. Such technology must minimize the loss of human beings. It can also greatly boost morale, allowing the Imperial troops to fight freely. Once a soldier is seriously injured and dying, he will immediately start the teleportation. Once cured, go out and continue fighting. Let those traitors and demons who try to attack humans also taste this helplessness and understand the horror of human beings. Deterioration Call paused for a rare moment, the thinking head in the nutrition tank kept twisting, and his face showed an expression of extreme pain. It is calculating the feasibility of Guilliman's plan. Everything aside, this is a crazy plan. To achieve this goal, a large amount of research is required. Human beings are not proficient in teleportation technology. We are still in the stage of learning and imitating the Necrons. It is precisely because of the huge and difficult workload that we start now. The sooner we research it, the sooner we deploy it, the strength of the human army will be further improved. Guilliman said, also tell Call. Sicarius activated Guilliman's heart. The integration of dark matter biological editing technology is completely feasible. Let him continue to speed up his research, and at the same time let him hurry up and promote the project of the A prototype original cast Space Warrior. The relevant information has been recorded and will be sent to Call after encoding. Degraded Call said. That's it for now, let him complete the task I assigned as soon as possible. Kiri said slowly. Deterioration Call's thinking array trembled, and then said, the Great Sage is omnipotent, he can do this easily. Guilliman didn't say much. Deterioration Call encoded all the information, and with the roar of the machine, the information was sent out. After the information was sent, the roar of the machinery gradually decreased. The room also became silent. Guilliman stayed in the room for a while before turning around and walking out. He still has a battle to fight. Tyrannid Zerg, Hive Will, a tentacle of the Devourer, the behemoth Zerg fleet is approaching the Vitria galaxy. This is one of the strongest Tyrannid fleets currently entering the galaxy. So far, humans observed several Tyrannid Zerg fleets, including Leviathan, Kraken and other main Zerg fleets. And Behemoth is invading the galaxy, and its strength belongs to the first echelon of the Zerg fleet. So far, when humans deal with the Zerg, they are basically in a panic. There is a judge of the judgment of aliens named Cryptman. He wanted to prevent the Zerg fleet from attacking Terra. Even the extinction order for dozens of worlds led the Zerg to the land of the Orcs. This slowed down the opponent's pace of attacking Terra. He was also charged with excommunication for treason. Now being hunted by the tribunal, but has not been able to catch. Tens of billions, hundreds of billions of human beings died due to Krypton's extinction order. The alien tribunal must give an explanation to the Terra Senate and many nobles, and this is not a small casualty. The horror of the Tyranids can be seen. Guilliman walked towards the elevator. He needed to return to the strategy room and make a series of pre-battle preparations. The military strength of the Empire is already very strong, but this is not a reason for him to relax. Any contempt will cause the Imperial troops to pay a heavy price. Any of his choices are followed by millions of human soldiers, and he must be cautious and cautious. We are all going to die. We will be forgotten, like those who died, no one will remember us. Our heart was full of blood, but one day it will become cold. Aboard a troop carrier, a poet reads his new poem to the soldiers. Hoke and others sat on their beds, watching the poet lamely and emotionally reciting his poems, without much emotion. They come from the hive. There does not require them to have too much knowledge, they only need to contribute numbly to the emperor and nobles. The arrival of Guilliman changed the place, bringing justice and beauty to them again. But Guilliman is not an omnipotent god. He can't change those accumulated disadvantages, the education level of the workers is a blemish. The expeditionary fleet also doesn't have that much manpower to reverse people's attitudes towards knowledge and rationality. Guilliman can only look for some intellectuals, let them follow the troops, subtly infect them, and let them understand the mysteries of truth and knowledge. The poet is also part of his plan to reverse human civilization. To defeat chaos requires more than powerful weapons. There must be a strong soul. Only by knowing what is right and what is wrong can man be prevented from falling into the abyss. The poet's hard work made many soldiers laugh. They don't care about each other's poems, they just feel that each other's poems are slightly funny. Hey, can't you save your time? I can't understand what you wrote at all. A soldier said. Are you scribbling, fooling us big soldiers? The poet is obviously a novice. The soldier's ridicule made him look embarrassed, and he stood there at a loss. Since the beginning of the Indomitable Crusade, there have been a large number of chroniclers and scribes accompanying the army. After regaining all the worlds of Ultramar and expelling the forces of chaos in the sector, Guilliman signed an important proposal. This proposal clearly stipulates the identity of the narrator. Those scholars with artistic talents were selected from various worlds to join the main expedition fleet across the Star Sea. These scholars have traveled far and wide, holding pens and their own artistic tools to join this expedition to save mankind. Many military officers expressed incomprehension of Guilliman's actions. But Guilliman didn't care about these incomprehensions. He ordered all fleets to comply with the proposal. Provide convenience to those who write, otherwise, he will punish anyone who violates this decree. Providing poetry speeches for the commanders is also one of them. However, the soldiers didn't care much about it. They felt that the Primarch was superfluous. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, the poet also felt uncomfortable in the face of many doubts, and had an urge to turn his head and run away. The narrator on the side walked to the young poet and said with a smile, "Go on, Kaker, your performance is very good." After finishing speaking, the old narrator looked at the booing soldiers. As a supplement, maybe I should change the content of the speech later, maybe I should tell the story between the rude space wolf warrior and the hive lady. I even took a nice name for this story, Wolf, a story that has to be told with a beautiful woman. As soon as these words came out, many soldiers roared with laughter. Even Hawk laughed. Old John, if your story reaches the ears of the space wolves, you will be thrown into the stars by their fury. Go ahead and let this young man finish his speech. He came with the blood of serving the Primarch, and you must not treat him like this again, said the narrator known as Old Ayun. After this small episode, the young poet's poetry speech can continue. To be honest, poets still have some abilities. It's just a little immature, and I don't know how to use words to capture people's hearts. Old John did not break his promise. He told the story that the wolf and the beauty had to tell. It's a pity that his story is not what people imagined. The space wolves found a spaceship in space, and the woman on it told about the tragic experience of her home planet. So they came across the stars, saved a world from the traitors of chaos, and left. This made everyone who was full of expectations express contempt for him. You lied to us again. Hawk said with a smile. The days of the journey are so boring. The barracks hall in the troop carrier is full of beds, covering an area of several square kilometers, with no end in sight. Excretion can be solved in the bathrooms on both sides, and the food will be delivered by machine slaves. As the team leader, Hawk can go to the exclusive restaurant, but he rarely does. They all hang out with their comrades. The 502nd Regiment, like many regiments, was deployed to the Vitria system. They needed to resist the Zerg until the Primarch came with troops. The Primarch will always win, this is the consensus of all. As long as you can persist until his arrival, it means victory. The troop carrier is docked in low Earth orbit, and the landing ship will take them to the surface. Landing inside the ship. The narrator, Old John, is also among them. As a narrator, he doesn't need to go to the ground. But he insisted. Everyone can only let him aboard. You shouldn't be so impulsive, the ground is very dangerous. Hawk looked at the narrator next to him, Old John, and shook his head. I am a narrator, and I record your stories for future generations, so I have to ensure the authenticity of these stories. Old Jorn said. As you go, I hope you don't get killed by bugs trying to ensure the truth of the story. Hawk shrugged. Chapter 112 Guilliman is a traitor, please subscribe. The landing ship landed in a huge open space. The landing site is the giant airport in the hive world of Vitria. A large-scale army came out of the landing ship. The same is true for Hawk's 502 Regiment. They were arranged in a neat square and walked out from the landing ship. The hive is very huge, with a diameter of thousands of kilometers, and has a large number of metallurgical and foundry factories. Troops will be dispersed to perform combat and defensive missions. The moment he stepped out of the landing ship, Hawk once felt that he had returned to the hive city of the natal galaxy. Hazy, filled with slightly toxic air. Hive buildings shrouded in light mist. Everything is so familiar. The officers of the Ministry of Justice blew their whistles, and the suspended servo skulls roared, ordering the formations to move forward as ordered. After the landing ship put down its own passengers, it continued to take off to transport other corps. Continuously transporting Imperial troops here. Hawk stood in front of his team. They bring all their gear. Everyone's faces are full of enthusiasm and motivation. A new war is coming. The Great Primarch will once again lead them to victory. Everyone agrees, and that's how things go. The Primarch is invincible. After receiving the order from the Ministry of Justice, Hawk yelled at his subordinates, "Let's go." Under the command of Hawk, the 502nd Regiment began to march towards the destination. The departure of the corps is not a group of people running, but clearly marching in accordance with the cue during training. It is worth mentioning that, in the Empire's Astral Army organization, a regiment consists of up to 6 companies. A company generally has 4 to 5 rows. Responsible for the transportation vehicles of the whole regiment, except for engineering units and logistics companies for weapons and equipment. A wealthy corps has a large logistics company. The poor corps doesn't even have a logistics company. Because all the wealth is on him. Of course, in Indomitable Crusade, this kind of problem does not exist. Guilliman would not be cruel enough to treat his troops so differently. If there is a platoon, there are 5 or 6 classes. Squads are divided into teams, and the teams form different firepower units. In this way, a group is formed. The number of soldiers in the corps is not necessarily the same. Some corps have tens of thousands of people, while others have only a few thousand people. The 502nd Regiment under Hawk is a regiment of 10,000 people. It is considered to be a good regiment and one of the main forces. The word main force is relative to other corps. Cannot be compared with the Order of Titans and Primaris Space Marines. The two focus on different things. The Natal Corps, with workers as the main body, is quite popular with the expedition leaders. Natals possess a tenacity and obedience that no other regiment possesses. Hawk is proud of it. Natal will be the most loyal defender of the Primarch. The squad leader led dozens of soldiers in his squad, forming a neat square team. Squads form a platoon-level square matrix. The row forms a company-level phalanx. In this way, one link after another, a regiment-level phalanx was formed. Hawk and several other regimental commanders sat on a salamander chariot, rumbling ahead of the team. On another troop carrier, the military band was playing the latest repertoire of Beautiful Wife, How Can I Abandon My Allegiance to the Emperor? This military band was created by the artists on the troop carrier. Hawk ignored them. But now it has a good effect. When the other corps passed the 502 Regiment, they were all dumbfounded. The surprise in his eyes was hard to hide. They looked at their officer, asking such a question in their eyes. Why does this regiment have a marching band and they don't have any? The envy of the fraternal troops made the soldiers of the 502 Regiment hold their heads high. They carried laser guns and walked swaggeringly on the wide highway. Under the playing of military music, step forward. They had joy on their faces. It was too long to stay on the spaceship. Step on the ground and take a few mouthfuls of fresh air, which makes them feel very comfortable. As soon as you come out, it's like an outing. The sound of 10,000 pairs of boots stepping neatly and the military band playing almost overwhelmed the sound of the engine. After leaving the spaceport, the 502nd Regiment walked 7 or 8 kilometers before entering the Hive City area where tall buildings stood. The streets have been cleared of vehicles for the passage of troops. The people hid in their houses, hid in the shadows, and watched these soldiers coming. Nobody welcomes them. The streets are empty. It's not that the people of Vitoria don't know what's good and what's wrong. But not long ago, a battle just happened here. The expedition fleet forcefully quelled the rebellion in the Vitria galaxy. In order to prove his attitude, Calgar did not give any kindness to the rebels who surrendered. They were dealt with neatly and neatly. After all, it is also a very cumbersome project to screen whether the surrendered rebels have been corrupted by the Zerg. Need to waste a lot of time. And now the most scarce thing in the Vitoria galaxy is time. The shadows in the warp grow thicker. There is a problem with the star language communication. The Tyranids are getting closer and closer to this galaxy. Calgar didn't have that much time to show mercy to those who surrendered, so he could only execute them. Executions caused blood to flow throughout the city. Now the smell of blood has gradually faded, but the people of Vitria still maintain their fear of the Imperial expedition fleet. They're all afraid of us. Old John said beside Hawk. If I didn't know anything like them, I'd be scared too. The Tyranids are coming, and if Vitria falls, we'll all have to be food. After Hawk finished speaking, he turned to look at the adjutant beside him. How is the evacuation of the old, weak, women and children going? That's what the logistics department should be in charge of. The deputy said, we are a combat force, and those things are not in our charge. I need to know why there are so many people here. Hawk said. It is impossible for us to evacuate everyone. They are all men and women who can go to the battlefield. If there are not enough troops, they will be recruited immediately. The deputy said, as reserves, they will not be allowed to leave Vitoria. Hawk shrugged, and didn't continue to ask the root cause. After walking for an hour, Hawk and others entered the position of the 502nd Regiment. They are the second line of defense, but when the Zerg breaks through the outer void shields, it's their turn. The first thing to do when you arrive at the designated location is to strengthen the defense of the camp. A large number of sandbags were piled up, and laser cannons were arranged behind the bunker. The diameter of the laser cannon is large enough to cover any open space where an enemy might land. Huge sentry artillery is deployed in the traffic arteries. Under the control of the driver, the firepower platform moved its heavy legs and entered the empty building to conceal its huge body. When the enemy comes over, these firepower platforms will surely give the enemy the most brutal blow. After setting up the firepower of the camp, Hawk went to the army's restaurant to have breakfast. The food is as usual, nothing special. Fried meat and reconstituted eggs, the only difference is that there is an extra cup of milk. Don't think it's milk. Hawk tasted it, and it smelled foul, probably some kind of alien creature. There is another news from above. In 2 months at most, we will face the Tyranids directly. A regimental commander sat next to Hawk and spoke. That's not good, maybe you will all be promoted by then. Hawk stuffed the meat into his mouth and said while chewing. Hearing this, the people next to him laughed. The regiment-level commander who spoke just now said, you have to live to enjoy the promotion. The original body hasn't arrived yet. We are just cannon fodder to block Tyrone. I heard that the Primarch is winning the battle against the Necrons. As long as they occupy the opponent's crown world, they can turn around and deal with the Zerg. After defeating the Zerg, it is estimated that the Char-Adon sector will be over. The senior-looking staff officer spoke and analyzed the current situation. The Char-Adon sector is over, where are we going next? Hawk looked at the staff officer and asked. It should be the Nephilim Star area. It is said that the Dark Angels fought fiercely with the traitors who came out of the Great Rift there. The Primarch should go there. In our case, we should follow Lord Kalga. The staff officer took a sip of milk and explained to everyone. Do you think we will go to Terra? If that's the case, I can also see what Terra looks like. The regiment commander on the side said. You're crazy, talking like that. The staff officer took his dinner plate a little further away. He looked at the person who spoke, looking like a fool. Is there anything wrong with that? Hawk was also confused. Are you at fault for speaking? We are the Astral Army. Although 502 is the main regiment, in the eyes of the Primaris Space Marines, we are just rows of leeks, harvested at will, and cannon fodder to consume the enemy. What is the Primarch going to Terra with the Astral Army? Is there a target in the solar system that needs to be consumed? Is it possible to bring the Primaris Space Marines and the Astral Army to kill those high-level empires and seize the Emperor's throne? The staff officer expressed his scruples. Everyone was frightened suddenly. Going to Terra with the Astral Army, there are so many associations. Don't talk about it, let's think about how to survive. The Tyranids are extraordinary. Facing those beasts, the Star Militia has a lot to do with destroying the regiment. The staff officer's words became dignified. Hawk sat in his seat, eating his own food, and thinking about this battle. They are the pioneers, and they must snipe the Tyranid Zerg in Vitria until the arrival of the Primarch. Anyone who understands the horror of the Tyranid Zerg clearly knows what such a mission represents. Maybe we will all be summoned by the Emperor. A regiment commander next to him said humorously. Everyone laughed, then lowered their heads and continued eating. Old Jorn did not stay in the camp, but ran into the city with his companion Kaker. He needs some inspiration. The two walked through the empty street and the alley between the high walls, and entered the dark building. They walked into the streets that had been ravaged by war and collapsed due to the counter-insurgency. People are picking up trash and cleaning the streets. In a dark street, Old John and Cockle were just about to walk over. I heard someone shouting. Gilliman is a traitor. He betrayed the Emperor and us. Old Jan and Kaker looked over. It was found that it was a man in ragged clothes. He ran to the front of the people and shouted frantically. Passers-by avoided him as if seeing a lunatic. I was your ruler and you treated me so rudely, you shameless bastards. Look, that vile Gilliman will surely take his father's throne, he is a treacherous bastard. The Urka's family gave everything for the empire, and his lackeys drove away the loyalists and threw all the power to a woman. One day, he will throw you away, just like throwing away garbage. Chapter 113 A Despicable Person, please subscribe. The man who spoke the disrespectful and profane words roared hysterically. Such behavior made Old Jan and Kaker feel dissatisfied and angry. They come from an agricultural world in Ultramar. There, everyone is singing the praises of Gilliman's greatness. Anyone can feel that a new era is coming. The Great Primarch will free humanity from eternal war. Now, some people are insulting the object of their most admiration and worship. Things like this make them intolerable. But out of inner rationality, they decided to figure it out. Maybe the Primarch did inadvertently hurt some people. Why did you insult Master Gilliman? Old Jan tried his best to smile, walked in front of the other party, and asked. Because he is an out-and-out liar, a shameless traitor, he took everything from the great and loyal Cass family. He is a shameless traitor, a disgusting usurper. The man yelled frantically, exhausting all his strength, roaring, roaring. Perhaps you should tell us, what is going on? The Great Primarch will never do anything to harm his people. We have seen with our own eyes that he is so merciful. Karl said. He has betrayed me, said the man. I was loyal to him, to the Emperor, and he took everything from me. Isn't that a shameful betrayal? Have you ever fought for the Empire and lost your family? said old Jan, looking him in the eye. The man hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Did you ever run for the Empire, resist chaos in the dark, and protect the souls of mankind? Old Jan asked again. The man hesitated, then shook his head again. Have you ever accepted suffering and whipping for the Emperor, just to feel a little bit of the Emperor's pain, so as to protect the world more humbly? Old Jorn asked. Several questions in succession made the man furious. Why are you asking so many questions? You just need to know that Guilliman is a bastard. He betrayed the loyalists and the Alkas family. Brute. Old Jan, who realized what kind of guy the opponent was, punched him directly. He was so angry that he knocked the man to the ground with one punch. The man spit out 2 teeth mixed with blood with a pop. You have never done anything loyal, you only verbally expressed your loyalty, but you dare to be so contemptuous of the savior of mankind, the great lord of Ultramar, you beast, how dare you do such a thing? Old John behaved like a raging lion. He stared wide-eyed, revealing a trace of madness that was about to raise his sword to kill someone. The man who was originally angry at the beating of Old John was so frightened that he faltered and dared not speak. Why do you insult the Primarch? Kaker looked at the man who couldn't stand up, showing a look of disdain. What a waste. Afraid of even an old man? Only dare to insult a great man in the shadows like a wimp. Such a person has not encountered a crisis, and is worthy of loyalty? If there is a crisis, I am afraid that he will be the first guy to betray mankind. I used to be the governor of this planet, but the arrival of Calgar made me lose everything. Men dare not speak loudly. The 2 people in front of him seemed to really hit him. I am so devout to the Empire, how dare he give power to a woman like this? That damned woman is also disgusting. She is despicable and shameless, and she used shady means to take away things that didn't belong to her. When the man said this, he became excited again. At this moment, a voice interrupted the man. You shameless bastard, you allow the gene stealers to develop in the Hive City, and you want to instigate a rebellion at the bottom to maintain your rule and prove that you are the trustworthy existence of the Primarch. Ms. Anna was almost cornered by you, but she can think of ways to warn the world. She did not kill you is already a show of mercy, how dare you slander the Holy Primarch here? A soldier in security uniform came over and told about the man's crime. Old Jan and Cockle were shocked by this. What a shameless person, to be so shameless. Such a thing dare to say that he is loyal? Soldiers from the security team arrested the man and took him back. Old John couldn't help but sigh as he watched the scene. How many such shameless people are there in the Empire, casually slandering Lord Guilliman's reputation? Put their shallow interests above the overall interests of mankind. If there is even the slightest offense, he will chatter and insult constantly. Such a person considers himself a loyal servant of the Empire. But is such a person really loyal? Really not necessarily, what they are loyal to is only the benefits given by the Empire. I understand why the Primarch wants us to join the expedition. We must speak to those who are blinded, what the Primarch's actions have achieved in other worlds. People are freed from suffering and enjoy a stable life, technology and rationality reappeared, and people explored everything in the universe with devotion to the Emperor. Old John took a few steps and looked at Kaker. This is our duty. Tell those ignorant people the truth so that they don't resist the Primarch's reforms so much. The clowns who jumped out are nothing more than fools whose interests have been damaged. That's all, they don't deserve sympathy at all. Of course, but I think it is necessary to know more about Ms. Anna that the security soldier mentioned just now. I feel that there is a story here. Kaker said. Indeed, we can't let any one hero's story be buried. Elder Jorn said. We can't let any despicable person go. Kaker said. In a huge building, Anna, who was sitting at the main seat in the living room, looked away from the data board in front of her and smiled. The sound of footsteps sounded. The sheriff walks in. Ma'am, the former planetary governor has been brought back, what should be done next? Throw him into the slums, let this feel the enthusiasm of his people. Anna showed a cruel smile. Join and Kaker didn't know that everything about them was being monitored by electronic equipment. Out of revenge, Anna did not execute the nobles and planetary governors, nor did they allow them to leave Vitoria. Instead, throw them all over the hive and make them suffer. Such an approach can greatly satisfy Anna. Watching these self-proclaimed noble guys being trampled to their feet gave her a sense of joy and excitement from the bottom of her heart. Without the protection of identity, many people would like to kill them. Several nobles were disemboweled and died in a miserable state. If the planetary governor hadn't been secretly protected by Anna, he would have given someone else to light a sky lantern long ago. What this guy did before can be said to be outrageous. Anyone who hates him can go to space. Anna originally wanted to torture the former planetary governor for fun, but she didn't expect that this guy would bring her a pleasant surprise. The 2 guys just now are obviously the narrators. Use them to promote your abilities and stories, and sooner or later, you will be noticed by the Primarch. In the human empire, the ability to handle affairs is not enough. The original body has to face so many people every day. If you can't let the other party know your existence, how can you get the other party's reuse? It doesn't matter how well you do it. So Anna has been trying to find ways to increase her popularity during this time. A lot of logistics work, she arranges in person. It is to show off one's abilities in front of the Prim Aerospace Marines, Star Militia Generals and other high-level expeditionary forces, so that they can remember Anna as a person. Solve the planetary governor thing. Anna focused her attention on the data board in front of her. She has to fully demonstrate her ability to handle affairs. To climb up step by step, climb to the highest position, so that everyone is in awe of her and afraid of her. Power is wonderful. As long as there is power, there is everything. Every time she is promoted, Anna will feel satisfied and have a vague sense of excitement. This stimulation is more intense than the stimulation brought by psychotropic drugs. She has to climb higher to enjoy more. The highest level of the Hive City. Calgar is discussing the next move with many of his staff here. The huge holographic strategic projection is suspended in the room, clearly showing all the void power possessed by the Vitria Galaxy. Weapon platforms, armed satellites, fleets, space stations, and more. It's all on display. Click at will, and you can also see the deployment of troops. Calgar and others discuss the battle plan around the holographic strategic projection. Our fleet can't stop the Zerg for long. Ground defense is a must, and it's the line of defense we rely on most. Calgar glanced at the many loyalists, and said solemnly, every street, every building is the capital we stick to, must not make any mistakes. How long do we need to hold on? A strategic staff officer looked at Calgar. The Primarch didn't give a date, he asked us to hold on long enough. He will rush over after he has dealt with the Necrons. Calgar looked at the astropath beside him, is there any latest news? No, Lord Calgar. The last communication with the Primarch was the news that the expedition fleet is preparing to attack the Crown World. So far, we don't know whether the expedition fleet has solved the Crown World. The astropath in the robe paused for a while before continuing to speak. The arrival of the subspace shadow has made astronomical communication very difficult. Perhaps new news has come. I will order my subordinates to intensify their exploration efforts and try to find that information. Just try your best, don't force yourself, you still have greater uses, and you can't compromise here. We can't pin all our hopes on the timely arrival of the Primarch, we must be prepared to stick to it. Calga said. Well, still 4 chapters, still 1 chapter short. I keep working hard. Chapter 114. Sing these stories for future generations, seeking subscription. Many high-level generals remained silent. They looked at the holographic strategic projection, waiting for Calgar to continue. This is bound to be an uphill battle. Using limited troops to stop the torrent of Zerg will inevitably pay a heavy price. Probably more than half of them would never live to see the Primarch. But this is their mission. They will not refuse their mission out of fear of death. Calgar also stared at Vitria's projection layout, and the finger with the built-in sensor chip slid on the holographic projection. I have faced the Tyranids before, and I know how scary they are. But the Tyranids also have a weakness, that is, they rely too much on node creatures. Therefore, I need you to make plans. Once you find those huge node creatures, it must be killed as quickly as possible. Another point is about infiltration. We have carried out an all-round sweep against those rebels who pursue freedom but are actually controlled by gene stealers. But never underestimate the IQ of those odious creatures, and any behavior that despises them, they will all pay a heavy price for this. We must not slacken the comprehensive screening of the Hive capital, and strictly guard the important power supply reactors, weapon depots, and other units, and we must not let them take advantage of it. The meeting lasts a long time. Calgar conducted a comprehensive assessment of all fortifications to ensure that no major mistakes would occur. At the end of the meeting, Calgar looked around at these high-level generals. He knew that some people might be buried here. Today's meeting will be the last day they will meet. Even though some of them were mortal, Calgar respected them all. Any warrior who dares to die for the great blueprint built by the Emperor and the Primarch is worthy of recognition and praise. We fight for the Lord of Ultramar, and we will stand under the throne of the Emperor. My colleagues, I wish you good fortune in arms. Calgar said, humanity will win, and the Empire will win. Must win. Must win. The generals responded with firm voices. They are not enthusiastic, because they know what kind of sacrifice is behind this sentence. The Emperor will recall those warriors in large numbers, and let them return to the throne. War is coming, and human beings will never be afraid. Nowhere in the camp is peaceful. The clamor of building fortifications resounded around. Hawk watched his comrades build fortifications, deploying heavy firepower such as artillery and grenades. The war is slowly approaching, and anyone can feel it. People have even started having nightmares. According to the Ministry of Propaganda, the Tyranids are less than a month away from the Vitria Galaxy. The subspace shadow formed by the will of the Hive has enveloped the Vitria Galaxy, tormenting every human being in it. The astropaths have lost their function. They can no longer find information in the warp. Psychers with special talents or warp-sensitive people are always roaring in the middle of the night. Shadows torment them. Later, the situation became more and more serious. Everyone began to dream those horrible and twisted nightmares. The shadow of the subspace is a very terrifying Tyranid soul power, which can block the connection of the subspace. Make any kind of Shinnick power difficult to cast. Imperial scholars believe that the shadow of the subspace is due to the excessive gathering of the Tyranids and the two-way communication of the will of the Hive, resulting in a phenomenon of a large number of Shinnick activities, paralyzing the ability of other life forms to use the subspace. Like the memory processor of a computer, if there are too many threads occupying computing data at the same time, it will get stuck. It is for this reason that the astropaths and warp voyages are interrupted. Of course, this is just the speculation of Imperial scholars. So far, no one knows what happened to the subspace shadow. Hawk knows more than the average soldier. Their star language communication has been cut off, and the ship has no way to enter the warp. This means that they have been completely isolated here. Hawk checked the attack, then turned and returned to the tent. The chemical lamp produced by military industry has a plastic switch. Hawk reached out and twisted, and quickly turned on the lamp. Chemical lamps provide a bright light for the tent. The layout of the tent is a bit crude, with a huge desktop sand table placed in the middle, and a street layout map hanging on the wall. An hour ago, several commanders sat here for operational instructions. Their mission is very simple, that is, to guard the streets in front of the Tyranids. There is not much room for people like Hawk to display their abilities. The high-level executives have already determined the position and role of each corps. All they need to do is obey. Hawk looked at the map and the sand table, thinking about how to make his troops complete the task as much as possible while minimizing losses. But the advanced strategy is too complicated for him. Plus the top management has limited their play. Seeing the back, Hawk could only pray to the Emperor, hoping that the Primarch would arrive as soon as possible. In such a grand and magnificent war, nothing he can do will have any effect. But Hawk was still thinking. He wants to keep his people alive as long as possible. For the top management, those people are just a humble number. The 502 regiment is just a more obedient and capable regiment of 10,000 people. Hawk guessed that the higher UPS thought so. Standing in a high position, everyone has this feeling. After all, so many troops have to be invested in a battle. If the high-level officials pay too much attention to personal emotions, then this battle is basically unnecessary. Hawk also felt this way. If you can use one platoon to save the next company, why not do it? Everyone longs for equality, but war commanders only think about how to win. If you are more responsible, you will consider whether you can reduce casualties while winning. A little bastard, don't care so much. The sound of the solace of the boots hitting the concrete floor sounded rhythmically. Hawk looked at the person coming, stood up and performed an unofficial courtesy. Sir. There is no need to salute. The visitor said. The comer is the political commissar in charge of inspecting the troops. If Hawk remembers correctly, the other party's name is Abel. The uniform is very neat, with epaulets representing official titles on the shoulders. In the Empire, the political commissar has great power and is responsible for integrating various corps. They are the ones who help the Empire maintain its strength and keep its soldiers in their positions. The political commissars are all from official academies, and they have political sense and military talent that ordinary people don't have. The head of each regiment has a slightly lower status than the political commissar. Hawk's promotion is very fast, but it is undeniable that he is just a worker in a hive factory. It is impossible for him to command a battle alone. But the bottom layer also needs to see hope, and there must be rewards for winning. After Guilliman launched the Indomitable Crusade, the original veterans were dismantled to fill the new frame. But even so, it is difficult to gather enough command layers. Soldiers with outstanding performance like Hawk became the new command. In order to ensure that the low-level soldiers who are promoted can understand orders, the position of political commissar is indispensable. The political committee taught these big soldiers how to reorganize their troops and deploy defenses according to imperial standards. Abel walked into the tent, sat opposite Hawk, and looked at the sand table for a while before asking. How are you getting ready? The situation is very good, the mission of the company has been assigned. Hawk said. Do you have a lover? Abel asked with a smile. Hawk thought for a while, then shook his head. I joined the army before I was assigned. That's a really good thing, said Abel. Don't think I'm being sarcastic. Sometimes, if you don't worry about it, you won't be too scared. When I was in college, we talked about one, and we even planned to get engaged. Come on, it will be cancelled later. Why? Hawk asked puzzled. We are all people who dedicate our lives to the Emperor, and we are not entitled to enjoy those. Abel said, participating in the astral army will be transferred from home, teleportation in subspace, and fighting demons, traitors, and heretics. There are endless battles to be fought in the universe, and you will keep wandering in these battlefields, from young to old, you will even forget where you were born, and forget your family and friends. The Nautilians don't forget where they came from, Hawk said. I hope. Abel smiled. My task is to understand your mental state. The Zerg is coming. Those things always make people have nightmares. People always have nightmares. There have been people before. Tortured to the point of insanity. I hope you don't. I haven't, Hawk said. Then will you be afraid? Abel asked with a smile. Yes. Hawk said. So you will be a deserter? Abel asked. No. Hawk said. Abel stood up and walked to the door of the tent. I hope not, Hawk. Remember that the Emperor's eyes are on you, and any desertion will be executed directly. After speaking, he walked out. Leave Hawk alone in the tent. In the depths of the camp of the 502nd Regiment, Old Jan and Kaker were sorting out the interview records they had obtained from various places in the Hive City. They have plans to write it into a book to introduce the changes brought about by Guilliman's awakening. The people of Vittoria were once oppressed. Those merchants used money to seize their freedom, and then used the force of the Empire to maintain their position. Those who claim to be loyal are just a bunch of snakes and rats. In the name of loyalty they are constantly gnawing at the foundations of the Empire. When the Iron Fist of Justice came, he tried to cover up his crime with clever words and tricks. They whitewashed greed as loyalty, selfishness as justice, and oppressed the true loyal in the name of the Emperor. The arrival of Guilliman changed everything. The sinners were exiled, and the capable began to rise gradually. As long as they can survive the terrifying Zerg wave, the people of the Vitria Galaxy will usher in a new life. Old John had a title for his book. The Great Guilliman. Of course, many generals who helped him also appear in the book. When this book is popular, they will also become household names in the Empire. This is what many people dream of. This is also what old Jan and Kaker want to do, they want to sing the stories of these heroes for future generations. Chapter 115 Tyranid Zerg Arrival, subscription required. In addition to the Star Border Army, other departments are also preparing for war. The Order of Titans is also urgently deploying Titans. Alyakhin watched the huge transport spaceship slowly fall. The same goes for the ground crew of the Order of Titans. They welcomed the immortal of war of mankind with warm eyes. The upper part of the Titan is wrapped by several meters thick cable-like tentacles. The first thing that catches the eye is their thick legs, each leg is like a castle tower, and the surface is full of gun holes. It bears the scars left by countless wars. Followed by a broad torso and armored chest. Titans are shaped like human beings, representing the great power of human warfare. Titan's resemblance to the creator ends there. The mighty arm held a weapon larger than the building, hanging sluggishly on the broad shoulders like a fort. Everyone was in awe of these massive Titans. Where these horrors go, they bring destruction to the enemies of man. Titan was sent into the huge maintenance hangar for final pre-war preparations. Heavy rumbling booms hang from the roof. Pick up a bucket full of giant shells and slender missiles and transport them to the loading and unloading area of the Titan weapon rack. Whether it's a rotating tube artillery with an amazing caliber, a long-range howitzer, or a plasma cannon that can level an entire city. Each weapon is as massive as a building. Next to the two giant Titans are the individual Titans of the Knights. In comparison, Knight Titan is a little small. Alyakhin smiled, and he walked towards a Heavenly Punishment Titan. He is a Titan pilot. What he controls is the Heavenly Punishment Titan. Among the two giant Titans, one is his partner. The most obvious sign of this kind of Titan is the ground motion cannon installed on the back, which is powerful enough to vaporize the enemy. After numerous inspections, Alyakhin entered the inner warehouse of the Titan. The priests of the Mechanicum took their positions in front of the flickering control panel, carefully checking various data of Titan. Crew members shuttled back and forth in the crowded space. They conceived with Alyakhin, and they all stood at attention and saluted. Alyakhin returned the Imperial double eagle salute, and then stepped past these people. Finally he made his way to the cockpit of the Titan's heart, and inserted his authentication card into the reader by the door. Senior driver, Alyakhin. There was a faint click and a chime of the door lock. The door opened immediately, and inside was a gorgeous cabin with a tall vault. The curved walls are made of some kind of shiny metal, and several holes are evenly arranged on the ceiling. In the cabin, a hooded technician and several machine servants are using nerve cables to connect to the main control system of the Heavenly Punishment Titan, responsible for controlling the deep core functions of this towering machine. Alyakhin walked into the control cabin. Two mechanical servants stepped forward, took off his clothes, and helped him lie flat in the IC operating cabin. Life support equipment is installed on his body. Then the nutrient solution began to pour in, submerging Alyakhin. The nutrient solution will fill the lungs and all internal organs that can be filled, ensuring that he can immerse himself in manipulating the Titan machinery. Two mechanical priests in red robes appeared on the left and right of the nutrition cabin. They move slowly, but with flawless synchronization. A mechanical priest put on sophisticated signal transmission gloves for him. The internal sensor array can be closely combined with Alyakhin's skin to read vital sign data at all times. Another mechanical priest placed a brainwave sensing device on top of his head. The cold metal touch made Alyakhin feel his mind was clearer than ever. The neural connection program is activated. Keep still, driver. The mechanical priest's voice is dull and mechanical, without emotion. Alyakhin heard a soft neighing from inside the nutrition cabin. Even at this moment, his whole body is immersed in the nutrient solution, and he can hear very clearly. He opened his eyes and looked at the mechanical priest. They stood on both sides of the nutrition cabin, and scarlet or blue light radiated from their electronic eyes. Cold, mechanical, without emotion, just pure reason. Metal filaments spread and slide from the nutrient solution, like fine tentacles. Numerous tentacles crawled up his eyes and scalp like silver worms along his cheeks. Those extremely thin silver wires are much thinner than a human hair. They passed through the corners of Alyakhin's eyes, crawled along his optic nerve, and penetrated directly into his skull to connect with many neurons. Other tentacles enter through the neural interface left in the cortex of the head. If Alyakhin's skull is broken open at this time, you will see dense metal filaments covering the entire cerebral cortex. The fleeting cold pain inside his head made Alyakhin let out a low snort. But soon, he got used to the existence of these metal filaments. Alyakhin's eyes became blurred. His mind no longer controls his body. Even the subconscious mind no longer controls body functions, and only maintains the most basic operations. Data transmission is activated. The mechanical priest's voice became extremely ethereal. Alyakhin fell into darkness, and then another visual world was opened. The vast sea of information and data was integrated into his thinking, and the tentacles of the cerebral cortex screened and shunted it, and sent it to the areas of the brain that were not used on weekdays. At this moment, Alyakhin felt that he had obtained a brand new body. A steel body with endless might. All kinds of data appeared in his eyes, showing everything about the Heavenly Punishment Titan. Weapon readiness, fuel levels, and a million other bits and pieces all come to mind. At this moment, he is this Heavenly Punishment grade Titan, and the two have become one. As Alyakhin was connected to the main control center of Titan, the level of plasma energy used as energy supply also began to increase slowly. Under the will of Alyakhin, the Titan pointed its huge cannon to the sky, so arrogant that it wanted to declare war on the illusory gods. When the preparations were complete, Alyakhin controlled the Titan to take heavy steps, heading towards his own battlefield. He will be the Iron Warlord of the battlefield, fighting for the Emperor and Guilliman. In the Titan hangar, the cheers of countless people sounded. They witnessed the Heaven's Punishment Titan go out, and everyone's eyes were scorching hot. Such a magnificent war machine weakened everyone's fear of the Tyranids. Star Language Fortress. Dozens of nutrition cabins are connected together, and many skinny astropaths are put into them. With the help of special means, their souls were all connected together and entered the highest heaven. Unparalleled shadows are approaching. The incomparable darkness eroded all the galaxies it passed along the way, obscuring the light of the soul of the stars. They looked in the direction of Hive Fleet Behemoth. The Empire's astronomical communication network produced no psychic sounds, no crackling of ships entering and leaving the warp. Those worlds that were once inhabited, there was no murmur of souls, no scream of planetary death. Even those demons who used to howl in the subspace were gone. The only thing they can observe is a blank and oppressive silence that is more terrible than the storm. The souls of the astropaths are intertwined, and they utter together to form a chorus. This force, trying to penetrate the terrible darkness, communicate their plight to the Great Primarch, and bring back the information the commanders need. However, that terrible warp shadow blocked everything. The first psyker let out a scream of pain and despair, his body twitching in the nutrient solution. Immediately followed by the second, and the third. They all let out howls. The terrifying shadow blocked all their attempts to communicate with the outside world. It's like a mature hunter taking every chance of escape from his prey. Any astropath who tries to echo will suffer severe soul damage. A chapter librarian watched their screams, and after a moment, he made his choice. Enough, interrupt communication. Following his orders, many astropaths were cut off from the supreme heaven. Their chorus also ends. They are coming, my lord. An astropath who still had the strength said, climbing on the bulkhead of the nutrition tank. I will tell Lord Calgary, said the librarian. Located in the tactical center of the Hive capital's high-rise fortress. Pale yellow sunlight shone in through the 6-meter-thick bulletproof glass. The fort has been fortified enough to withstand a devastating blow. With the help of transparent bulletproof glass, Calgar can see the endless Hive buildings. There are hundreds of people in the tactical center, and they all stay quietly in their positions. Silently fulfilling his duties as a part of the war machine. A dozen separate command teams sit near the central holographic sphere in the tactical center. Oversees every aspect of Vitria's system defenses. Everyone is an imperial hero with rich combat experience and extraordinary reputation. They fought in the dark to protect mankind, and performed their duties unswervingly until death. These great heroes of the Empire await Calgar's command. And Calgar sat on the throne built for him, staring at the holographic ball. Hollow sphere depicting the Vitria galaxy. The huge star is still slowly rotating like a fireball. For an upcoming terrorist battle, he showed no concern. This is a very sad thing. The Imperium of Man has millions of worlds and is considered by every man and woman to be the most powerful being that has ever existed. However, in terms of the universe, the human empire is not worth mentioning. Back when intelligent life first appeared, the stars were young. The subspace is also calm, and fear has not yet stretched out its tentacles to the physical realm. Since then, the Imperium of Man is only the closest to the present in a series of similar kingdoms that have been established. The Eldar and the undead will always say contemptuously that human beings are just savage monkeys, and only battles are brought to the galaxy. But completely forgot that he had done all kinds of terrible things to the universe. Without them, the universe would definitely not be so bad. The first star civilization established by mankind was destroyed because of the horrible legacy left by those self-proclaimed civilizations and advanced ancient races. The civilization of the Second Empire also paid a heavy price for this. The ashes of the dead filled the gears of history, and countless humans paid for the crisis caused by those ancient alien races. All men and women clinging close to bear the unbearable weight of life. Countless human beings were born in this dark, terrifying era, struggling for survival. Chaos wants to completely crush human beings by any means, and wants to completely enslave this poor and pathetic race. Alien races also came from all directions, trying to dismember the Empire. There was the sound of hurried heavy footsteps, and a Primaris Space Marine walked in. Calgar withdrew his mind. Human beings never need to be defined and recognized by any race in existence. They will survive all hardships, and finally overcome all enemies. This will never be changed. My lord, the Tyranids are coming, said the Primaris Space Marine. The astropaths have seen it come. Well, I fell again. Chapter 116 The Warrior Who Goes to Death. Calgar looked at the other party, and then looked at the intelligence director aside. Expand the scope of observation, and bring in the pictures of the satellites of the buoy auspicious array satellites outside the galaxy. Following his command, the surrounding thinker arrays flashed their indicator lights. Soaked in the nutrition tube, the mechanically taught head programmed its mouth wide open, screaming silently. Accompanied by the humming sound of the machine, the holographic projector gradually enlarged the line of sight. The Vitria galaxy has shrunk to only the size of a pomegranate, and many fleets have directly turned into points of light, suspended in various parts of the galaxy. At the edges of the holographic projection sphere, the image loses detail integrity and focus. An astropath walks up to Calgar. It takes several hours or even a whole day for the electronic signal to reach the command post from the buoy. With the help of the mysterious subspace, complete communication can be carried out in an instant. The astropaths felt the shadows of the Tyranids within reach. They were very close, said the Primaris Space Marine who had entered. How's the situation? Calgar looked at the astropath who had been serving him. Tyran is already very close, and the outer satellites have detected that the gravitational pulse has been disturbed. The shadow of the subspace is getting stronger, and we have lost the ability to access the network of the Imperial Astropath. The Astropath said. When are they coming? Calgar asked. One more day at most, said the Astropath. Time flies. All commanders in command focus on the holograms. They wait for the enemy to appear. In order to quickly resolve the Sakan dynasty and settle the battle in the Chara-Dan sector, Guilliman did not give Calgar too much fleet power. He only has 19 battleships, 109 strike cruisers and hundreds of battle barges in his hands. Void weapon platforms, combat satellites, and defensive space stations can also provide some void firepower. Other than that, there is nothing left. Calgar divided them into 3 battle groups, forming 3 lines of defense, weakening the Zerg's offensive in turn. Let the offensive of the Tyranids gradually decrease. What Calgar relies on most is the surface troops. Guilliman gave Calgar 12 chapters, more than 12,000 Primaris Space Marines. There are also a large number of units such as the Star Boundary Army, Mechanik Euskiterii, and many others. Before the war comes, the atmosphere is always the most dignified. Everyone was so tortured by the oppressive atmosphere that they could not speak. When the first flashing red dot appeared on the edge of the galaxy, it was almost a relief for everyone. Here they come, said Calgar. The lights began to flicker, and all turned into a dazzling red. The ear-piercing air defense sirens resounded throughout the planet Vitria. It resounded throughout the sky, echoing in the mountains and cities of Vitria. It descended upon the shady black market, where the loud threats between surly sellers and buyers ceased, the pity and terror they saw in each other's eyes. It sneaked into the ward, and the comforting words in the mother's mouth stopped abruptly, allowing the beloved child to cry. It rang in everyone's ears like a shadow. Announced the arrival of a terrible enemy to these people born in the Dark Ages. At the bottom of the hive capital. Next to the disgusting garbage dump. Guilliman is a big liar, he is a traitor, and he will kill you all. A man insane howled, as mad as a madman. Countless astral troops looked up at the sky, then lowered their heads and continued to build their fortifications. They will fight for their oath. The narrators who remained were silent, and some wrote down their feelings to feel the emotions this time. They will sing these stories for posterity. For the survival of the race, how many heroes died because of this? Those lives are not shining, but they have allowed the human empire to survive for thousands of years. They are obliged to sing these stories and make those heroes immortal. The primordial space warriors of each chapter put on their armor and inspect their weapons with the help of mechanical servants. They swore to be a wall that the Tyranids could smash head-on. They will fight to the last man, to the last drop of blood. The order of war is delivered into the void. L sits on the flagship of the Storm Falcon chapter, and he is in charge of the first line of defense. In order to pursue the maximum killing effect, Calgar formulated a crazy strategy. 3 lines of defense will weaken the Tyranid Zerg in turn, thereby weakening the strength of the Tyranid Zerg to attack Vitoria. My lord, they are here. A servant in charge of observation said. A large group of red dots lit up on the tactical display projection of the podium. It is estimated that there are hundreds of targets. The servant said, but after a while he shouted again, urgent revision, there are several thousand, no, there are tens of thousands. The voices of the observing servants are filled with terror. He was already stunned by the scene he observed. The Tyranid Zerg's attack was like a torrent. The number of enemies is endless. The Behemoth Zerg fleet is one of the main fleets of the Tyranid Zerg entering the galaxy. Its scale is only comparable to that of Leviathan and Kraken. Of course, these 3 fleets are just the tentacles of the swarm. The larger Zerg fleet is still outside the galaxy. The Zerg fleet uses the gravitational field to build a superluminal channel to achieve superluminal navigation. Wherever it goes, it will cause a series of force field distortions. L could only see a distorted vision from the window. In the superluminal state, the Tyranids are outside the light cone and cannot be observed. Until the Zerg fleet is close enough to the galaxy to unravel the gravitational field of superluminal travel. Reuse of bioplasma propulsion, in order to be directly observed. L watched those Zerg biological ships appear on the optical observation window. From a small point, they gradually became the shape of a Tyranid biological spaceship, with the damp glow of deep space ice. Biological ships are very strange, different from human ships, but their power should not be underestimated. Attack, Al said. His orders passed among dozens of ships. Plasma lights lit up, and many warships flew towards the biological fleet. The tactical panel is quickly blurred by the maddening number of biological ships. Fleet commanders observed every move on the battlefield, constantly modifying the maneuver plan of the battleship. The loud siren sounded continuously. The human and Terran fleets quickly interspersed and fought together. Relying on tacit cooperation and terrifying firepower, the Empire gained an advantage at the beginning of the battle. A large number of torpedoes and missiles were launched. These physical bombs are much more lethal to Tyranids than lances. Within half an hour, the space was filled with broken carapace fragments and huge pieces of meat. Frozen bodily fluids float in the clouds between the bioship corpses. Although Tyrants' weapons and tactics are not as powerful as those of the Empire, the number of biological ships is much larger than that of the Empire. Whenever the Imperial fleet destroys a biological ship, 20 biological ships will be added. Void shields are twisted or pierced by the impact of torpedo spikes and living missiles. The fast-flying beast of prey galloped through the green flames of the bioplasma spray, spouting thorns from dripping orifices. Those biological ships as huge as continuous mountains constantly wriggled their surface muscles, spewing out huge, knobby, squid-like creatures. Those creatures rushed towards the Imperial ship wielding densely packed disgusting tentacles. Once it is about to touch, it will slow down to a level where the void shield cannot sense. These creatures would then burst upon the hulls of imperial ships, unleashing swarms of metal-eating microbes. Huge Kraken ships belch glistening gas and move with deceptively slow speed towards the imperial lines. Wait until close enough. They will suddenly pop out their tentacles, rolling up the heavy imperial ship, and then more tentacles will break it directly. All kinds of creatures' ships can almost shake people's beliefs. Some are like slugs, some are like void whales, and some have similarities with sea creatures, but a million times larger. Some ships also have huge rams and thick tentacles. Every combination of life appeared in the Zerg fleet. They are all different and full of variety. But they have one thing in common. That is, they all succumbed to the will of the hive. El ordered the fleet to resist the torrent of Zerg, but the Tyranids were overwhelming. Even if he destroys thousands of biological ships, it is just the tip of the iceberg for the Tyranid Zerg fleet. The Tyranid Zerg fleet broke through 3 void lines like a torrent. Put a large amount of spores into the Vitria galaxy. Calgar, who was sitting on the throne, listened to the news from the void defense line. The brave crew members still shouted the name of Guilliman at the last moment of their lives. Holding their absolute loyalty to the Emperor, they drove the battleship towards the Tyranid biological ship. Bright flashes of light came from deep space. Each flash represents the recall of tens of thousands of crew members to the Emperor's throne. Fight for humanity, fight for the Emperor, and fight for the Lord of Ultramar. We have failed, but you will succeed. The voice of the fleet resounded through all the channels. A captain speaks his final words to his fellow officers. There is no fear at all, only calm in the face of death. May the Emperor be with us. Subsequently, the electronic signal represented by the entire ship disappeared, representing the sacrifice of the entire ship. Calgar can imagine the brutality of the battle in the void. Many ships are alone and helpless, only a desperate battle. The crew shouted the name of the Emperor and Guilliman in the raging flames of the battleship explosion, and then went to their deaths. Those chapter commanders who remained on board the battleship, tried their best, but in the end had to meet their fate. Several 10-kilometer-long strike cruisers demarcate the atmosphere of the planet Vitria. Fall on the toxin-soaked plains. Huge plasma-powered reactor goes out of control. The deafening explosion sounded throughout thousands of kilometers. The airwave caused by it swept across the entire continent. Calgar watched all this silently. He was sad for the death of the deceased, but he knew that the war was not over yet. The spore sacks that cover the sky and the sun rushed to the surface like rain. The most brutal surface offensive and defensive battle is about to start. Tens of billions of lives will die for this. Lazy again. Chapter 117 Facing the Insect Swarm, subscription required. Hawk stood on a marble platform of a building and saw the scene in the sky through an optical detection device. Even though they have experienced many battles, they have fought in mountains of corpses and seas of blood many times. What can be seen still makes Hawk show a terrified expression. The entire sky darkened. The spore cloud that covered the sky and the sun poured out from the sky, covering the entire sky. To be honest, Hawk has never seen a horror scene on this scale. When a battle broke out with the orcs, it was they who launched the attack on the orcs, and the air power was also the advantage of the Empire. Now it is completely reversed. Looking up, everything in sight is that kind of terrifying Zerg waving tentacles and arthropods. If we invade the city, I'm afraid we will all be finished. Hawk whispered. The 2 corps commanders next to them also turned pale when they heard this. No one can keep calm in the face of such a terrifying swarm. Booming explosions and beams of light emerged in the sky. The ground defense artillery array and many fighter planes are intertwined to form the first air defense line. Brilliant lasers and dense physical ammunition quickly interweave into a web of death at high altitude. A large number of spore sacks have been torn apart under the devastating offensive before they landed. Hawk doesn't know if these guys have the concept of death. He tends not to. They succumb to the will of the hive, and even if they die, they will be transformed into biomass and reabsorbed. For the Emperor, for Guilliman. Hawk repeated his oath. Nowadays, only such words can bring him a little courage. People need to know why they are fighting. Only in that way can you hold the gun tightly. Hawk knew why he was fighting, and he also knew why he was standing here. At this juncture, he thought of Madara. The veteran who died alone. Humanity needs to be changed. And Guilliman was the one who brought about the change. He promised to reshape the order and the rules of the human world so that everyone can live with dignity. It was precisely because of this promise that Hawk left Natal, joined the Corps, and became a soldier of the Star Militia. He is fighting for Guilliman, and it can be said that he is fighting for the future that Guilliman promised. Many people fought for Guilliman for this reason. No one wants to live in hell, nor does he want his descendants to live in hell. Get ready, we are about to face the first wave of shock. Hawk looked at his deputy and asked him to notify the company commander to prepare for battle. The fighter jet schemed high above the sky, and countless missiles and bursting beams shot out from the weapon mouth, colliding with the swarm of insects fiercely, releasing flame flowers representing death. The pilots and the machine soul merged into one, making the fighter an extension of his body like an arm. In the endless sea of insects, they released enough firepower to destroy a city. With exquisite driving skills and strategic arrangements, as well as the support of surface anti-aircraft firepower, the formation of Imperial fighter planes harvested the spore sacks in an orderly manner. The scale of the Tyranid Zerg is too large after all. It is like a mountain torrent caused by a backlog of floods, with an unparalleled sense of oppression, pouring down from the top of the mountain, destroying everything along the way. Thunderhawk, Stormbird and many other fighter formations plunged headlong into the sea of ferocious monsters. The dazzling light shines on from time to time, and then is quickly covered up. As time goes by, the battle in the sky intensifies. A large number of winged creatures swarmed towards the Imperial fighter formations, trying to use the sharp claws and biological weapons in his hands to completely kill the human beings who hinder him. Biological plasma spurts out, the light is bright and intense, dazzling. A fighter plane was hit. In an instant, thick black smoke and flames appeared. After flying for a while, there was a booming explosion. The light of the explosion was fleeting in the sea of insects. The last cry of the sacrificed pilot echoed in the communication channel of the fighter jet formation. For the Holy Emperor, for Gilliman. Then the sound disappeared, completely submerged in the howls of the Zerg. The two-shot fight was brutal. A large number of living creatures were torn apart by the fighter's weapons. A large amount of minced meat and jointed limbs mixed with body fluids all over the sky and fell down. Zerg is endless. When one tyrannid creature is killed, countless tyrannid creatures will fill it up. The sky is filled with tornadoes of flapping wings and biting mouths. The thorns made of biomass are spewed out by powerful muscles. Lots of live shells and caustic bombs rained down. The Imperial fighter is going mad to destruction. Tiger is an experienced driver. Have already experienced countless wars. This is still the worst battle he has ever experienced. He controlled the fighter plane to avoid a winged insect, and pressed the missile launcher, only to find that the fighter plane's ammunition had been exhausted. Tiger can only request to return to the airport. After a while, he got a reply. B1245, the return flight is allowed, the airport has been prepared, and the relevant ground staff has made maintenance preparations for you. The voice of the airport control tower came from the communication. Allow Tiger to return for repairs and refill ammo. B1245 has been received, return immediately. Tiger responded. Then turned the direction of the fighter plane and rushed towards the Hive capital airport. He looked out from both sides of the fighter plane, and the Zerg had already occupied the entire sky. Humanity is failing. Tiger collected his mind and tried to break out of the encirclement by piloting a fighter plane. Number 7234 requests support. Number 7234 requests support. A voice almost crying came from the communication. Tiger checked the fighter plane asking for help, and found that the opponent was not far away from him, only about 20 kilometers away. Fortunately, the Emperor let you meet me. Tiger said in his heart. 20 kilometers is just the blink of an eye for a high-speed fighter plane. Tiger quickly found the fighter plane calling for help. The tail fin has been damaged, emitting thick black smoke. Ammo is out. Is using the equipped plasma beam cannon to try its best to kill the Zerg. But the number of enemies is too much. If there are no accidents, this fighter plane will be completely torn apart soon. Tiger manipulated the fighter plane like a delicate scalpel, rushing into the chasing enemy, cutting the enemy continuously, giving his comrades a chance to breathe. Thank you. The other party's voice sounded in the communication. No, remember to buy me a drink then. Tago laughed. With the help of Tago, the fighter jet emitting black smoke was able to escape. While Tiger was playing around with the Zerg, he was about to leave. There was a violent shock. The ear-piercing siren sounded. On the tactical screen, the Thinker issued a series of warning runes. Left wing damaged, thrust decreased by 10%. Left wing damaged, thrust decreased by 15%. Left wing damaged, thrust decreased by 20%. The number 2 engine is damaged. A series of damage notifications made Tiger stunned. Then there was a howl of pain. Massive amounts of data poured into his mind via neural cables. It made every one of his brain cells feel pain. Every pilot is connected to the sacred machine soul, and they feel the pain of the fighter. Were destroyed one after another, the fighter plane lost its balance, spinning at high speed and crashing into the ground. Tiger only felt dizzy, watching the ground getting closer, trying to control the fighter plane. Cheer up baby, you can do it. Tigo summoned the machine soul of the fighter with his will, hoping to make it continue to fight. Pain came from the huge data, and the machine soul let out a mournful howl, making Tiger scream together. Fortunately, machine soul finally responded to Tago. The fighter plane, which was falling rapidly, stopped falling at the last moment. The anti-gravity array let out a roar, and started working again. The huge lift force reversed the direction of the fighter, allowing it to climb again. Then the overwhelming Zerg rushed towards him. B1245, please return. Tiger heard the voice from the communication. I guess it won't go back. I'll save someone and put myself in it. Tiger showed a wry smile. He will pay the price of his life for his kindness. The airport tower was silent for a moment before continuing to make a sound. Then good luck to you, B1245, may you return to the throne of the Emperor. Thank you. Tago said. Tiger looked at the prompts on the tactical screen and the information that flooded his mind. The fighter plane has reached the brink of collapse. Baby, let's go, even if you go, you have to go handsome. Tiger smiled as he looked at the fighter plane he had been driving for many years. He reached out and pressed the button on the operation panel to increase the energy level response of the fighter. The vibration was felt, the thrust increased suddenly, and the speed increased again. Go to hell, alien. Tiger roared. With the help of plasma propulsion, the howling fighter rushed towards the crazy swarm again. The swarm of insects covering the sky and the sun is like a vast ocean of creatures. The fighter plane with black smoke rushed into it at full speed, and was quickly covered up. Nobody knows what happened to the driver. Biological electromagnetic waves disrupted the Empire's communications, making it impossible to accurately receive signals from fighter planes. No matter how hard the Imperial Air Force works, the unstoppable torrent of creatures finally broke through the fire defense net and landed on the ground with a rumbling sound. Ground warfare is inevitable. A transparent, slightly distorted light curtain appeared in the air. Multiple shield generators placed in the Hive City were activated at the same time, and the huge shield wrapped the entire Hive City. When these huge machines are activated, the vibrations are transmitted to the entire Hive City like ripples. A large number of tyrannid creatures trying to enter the city directly are blocked. The Void Shield can block large and high-speed flying targets from the Void Shield. Spore sacks must be slow enough to pass over the Void Shield, otherwise they will be blocked. The closer you are to the center of the hive, the slower it will allow the target to pass over the Void Shield. Tyrannids can only enter from the edge, and there is no long-range or aerial fire support. Hawk's unit soon saw the arrival of the first wave of insect swarms. Chapter 118 The battle is endless, for subscription. A stormbird lost control and crashed into the ground roaring amid billowing black smoke, setting off a terrifying explosion. The Zerg on the ground was also engulfed by the flames of the explosion. Hawk didn't have time to pray for the poor driver, so he hurried to his post with his weapon in hand. He saw overwhelming swarms of insects swarming in, converging into a biological torrent. Tyrannids are a very adaptable Zerg. Their invasion patterns are never fixed. We'll continue to learn and adjust, and use different tactics for different planets. After entering the galaxy, the many invasion skills and modes of the Tyrannid Zerg have also been fully tempered, reaching unimaginable perfection. It first released countless microorganisms in the air to pollute the world. Devour and destroy the native microbial community, weakening the world's resistance to itself. This kind of microorganisms are generally released to pollute the world or destroy human machinery. When the rest of the world is struggling. In the microscopic world, the Zerg's devouring of the world has already begun. Then, countless sporangia fell from the sky. When these sporangia landed, they made a violent explosion, releasing more small spores and sickle-shaped shrapnel. Splashes like rotten fruit. Empty the surrounding Imperial defenders. Finally, the sporangia will jump out of countless agile Zerg. These Zerg will gather in swarms and attack anything they can find. Those weaker fortifications were destroyed first. Even without the support of long-range and air firepower. The Zerg is also extremely fierce and terrifying. The will of the hive overwhelmed the biological instincts of the Tyrannids, making them indifferent to the death of individuals. Not long after, Hawk saw countless Zerg rushing down the street. There are no subtle tactics to deal with Zerg's sea of insects tactics. The only thing you can do is to use enough terrifying firepower to tear them apart. The tanks, artillery, chariots, and grenades arranged in the streets fired at the same time. Booming explosions resounded across the battlefield, and blocks of buildings collapsed amidst the torrent of explosions, crushing blocks of Zerg to death. The protection of the Void Shield and the terrifying firepower of the artillery have won a great advantage for the defenders. The cannon beam that landed killed hundreds of Zerg in an instant. The dense artillery engulfed slices of knife insects. Especially those huge node creatures were the first to be wiped out. Losing the node creatures, the swarm quickly fell into a state of panic and was completely harvested by the human army. The number of kills of each unit has increased rapidly. But Hawk was not happy. The Zerg's offensive did not stop because of casualties, but became even crazier. Spore sacks are constantly falling from the sky, releasing a large number of Zerg monsters. Some of them are even new types of monsters that people have never seen before, and the Mechanic Church has never included them. These brand new monsters are the product of learning from the mind of the hive. The will of the hive has an unimaginable learning ability, and it will constantly change tactics, seek the lowest cost, and hunt and kill the enemy. Shoot. Watching the Tyrannids enter the firing range of the laser gun, Hawk immediately ordered to fire. Dense red laser beams shoot at the enemy from behind the fortifications, densely packed, like red lines. Aim at their weak spots, Hawk said, don't hit their carapaces. Many lasers are fired at the Zerg. Small monsters fell in batches. The automatic artillery and tanks arranged by also roared and vibrated at this moment, gushing out endless firepower. Within half an hour after the start of the battle, it quickly evolved into a unilateral massacre by humans against the Zerg. The heavy tanks arranged in the wide streets ruthlessly ran over the smaller Tyrannid individuals, and at the same time poured artillery fire on the places where the enemies gathered. No support from ranged and air units. The Tyrannids simply couldn't get past the terrifying firepower. The firepower of the Imperial Defense Forces made it difficult for Tyrann to move forward. Super heavy tanks such as Lemon Russ, Poison Blade, and Stormhammer play the role of war killers, killing Tyrannids and soldiers in large numbers. The automatic artillery covered the Mechanicum's troops and outflanked it from the flanks, aiming the automatic walking cannon and radiation gun at the Hive Tyrant who served as the Hive node and its bodyguards. At this moment, the Knights also make their grand debut. They control the Night Titan, activate the chainsaw sword and cannon, and charge while firing. Form a spearhead formation to penetrate into the insect swarm, beheading those large node creatures. Hawk watched the Knights rush in driving those big guys, like an ancient knight phalanx. They raised their chainswords and power spears, and with the help of the Titan's impact, they rushed into the enemy's formation, and they would go away with one blow and never stay. After breaking away, reorganize the formation again, and then charge again. The Heavenly Punishment Titan with a height of more than 100 meters also appeared on the stage at this moment, taking heavy steps like a of war. The artillery on the back is aimed at those huge Tyrannid individuals. The booming gunfire kept ringing, shaking people's ears sorely. Every explosion will cause countless Tyranids to be blown up, and the scattered corpses will fall everywhere. Taste the power of human beings, idiot. Alyakon, who controlled the punishment level Titan, made his own voice through the Titan's sound generator. A Tyranian tyrant has no strength to fight back against the huge heavenly punishment Titan. Alyakon trampled it to a paste. Waving the huge mechanical arm, Lin smashed a giant Tyrannosaurus into pieces. The huge Titan weapon continued to rumble, unleashing attacks that could destroy the city one after another, smashing the swarm of insects to pieces. Roar. Accompanied by a huge roar, Arukan saw a terrifying Tyranid beast. Its body size is no less than that of a Heaven's Punishment Titan, if not worse. Insect Saint. A crew member monitoring the battlefield whispered the name of the terrifying beast. Among the numerous hive fleet invasions that the Empire has faced, the Worm Saint is the most common biological Titan. They will stand at the forefront of the swarm invasion and stride forward. Directs enemy fire from lesser Tyranids to self. It is one of the largest known life forms of the swarm. It is protected by a thick biomass shell and has extremely terrifying symbiote weapons. The appearance of Chongsheng is very shocking. A Lemon Lux tank was overturned directly, making a huge roar. The super heavy tank capable of crushing a tyrant is like a paper toy in front of the Insect Saint. The target of the Insect Saint is very clear, which is the Heaven's Punishment Titan who is on a rampage. Let's see who is better. Alyakon showed a smile. The plasma cannon hanging on the left arm was launched instantly, and then the missile roared out, dragging the tail flame and crashing into the enemy. The huge explosion flame engulfed the Worm Saint. However, the horrible beast did not die. A strange green smoke enveloped it, stopping the artillery fire that would have leveled a city. The Insect Saint was also enraged, and the huge biological cannon also released a bioplasma beam, which was blocked by the giant shield of the Titan. The two sides fought together. The whole earth is rumbling. The two are like the Titan gods of ancient mythology, fighting a battle capable of destroying the world. The Star Militia Army and the lower-level Tyranid creatures are fighting around two terrifying behemoths. Hang on, guys, Hawk yelled. His voice mixed with the sound of laser bullets piercing the air, and the sound of automatic artillery firing, echoing on the battlefield. A huge gunbug, which was about the size of a small truck, crawled out of a ruin. The thick symbiote weapon twitches, spitting out a toxin-laden shell. Fell to the ground, instantly killing several soldiers. Their bodies were vaporized by poisonous corrosion. There were only half of 2 people left, and they screamed in pain, and then they disappeared. Hawk held a plasma gun, and with the sound of beeping, he directly pulled the trigger. The gun bug couldn't dodge, its huge head blasted to pieces by the plasma. But more bugs took the place of the dead bugs. Wave after wave, bearing fangs and unleashing shrieking live ammunition. Screams sounded from time to time. Pieces of Imperial soldiers died. The Nautilians showed extraordinary courage. They chanted the name of Guilliman, and when the Zerg approached, they jumped out of the position with melee weapons, and drove the Zerg back again with madness. Go to hell! A Natal shouted, and he climbed to the back of a huge creature, stabbing the opponent's back again and again. The creature struggled desperately, its sharp limbs dancing around, but it couldn't do anything to the human crawling on its back, and then fell to the ground with a wail. Finally, the man staggered to his feet, covered in his own blood and the bodily fluids of the monster he had just killed. For the Emperor, for Guilliman! The Natal continued to shout, and rushed to another Zerg. They have fallen into a state of madness. Hawk also fell into madness. The impact of the Zerg has caused the Corps' chain of command to collapse. Now all ministries are fighting in chaos. Hawk held a plasma gun in one hand and a chainsaw sword used by ordinary people in the other, fighting like a madman. Even if the Void Shield limited the long-range firepower and air power of the Tyranid Zerg, the human defenders were defeated steadily by virtue of the Sea of Insects tactics. More and more airdrops landed, and the Tyranids gathered into waves, one wave after another, without end. The exhausted Hawk was firmly pressed down by a knife insect, and the sharp limbs were only 1 centimeter away from his nose. He could even see the monster's disgusting mouthparts and sharp teeth. Hawk felt his muscles all over his body sore, and he was about to be unable to carry it any longer. Suddenly, he saw an angel with wings behind his back. The grand and solemn chant sounded in my ears. Are you going to be summoned by the Emperor? Such an idea emerged in Hawk's mind. The next second, there was a loud bang, pulling him back to the cold and cruel reality. The knife bug that held him down flew straight out, and the entire body covered with the biological jacket became torn apart. Hawk turned his head to look, and saw a Primaris Space Marine wearing red and white armor standing not far away. It was the other party who saved Hawk. Thank you! Hawk yelled. But the Primaris Space Marine did not heed mortal voices. More Primaris Space Marines emerged, plodding toward the enemy with bolters and chainswords in hand. When the Star Border Army was about to collapse across the board, the Primaris Space Marines were finally put on the battlefield by Calgar. These Emperor Angels have been waiting for a long time. They entered the battlefield with chainswords already activated. The sound of explosive bombs continued to sound, killing the Tyranid creatures that poured into the position. Chapter 119 The Most Critical Moment, for subscription. In the name of the storm. The chapter master of the Storm Falcon leads the warriors of his chapter, rushing to the battlefield like wild beasts. Fly over roaring super heavy tanks in a furious stance. The bolt gun in your hand shoots out the bombs containing the will of anger, avenging the comrades who died in the void. Several captains of the Storm Falcon chapter took on the defense of the void battle. Their tactics are very similar to the White Scars, the original warband of the Empire. They all like to roam and maneuver. In order to give full play to the mobility advantages of the Void defense line, Calgar handed over the command of the Void battlefield to the Storm Falcon. With less than 1,000 main battleships, fighting against the biological torrent of the Zerg is undoubtedly a dead end for the Mantis. Yet the Storm Falcons have no fear. The whole group gladly accepted this task. More than half of the Warband members are deployed on the Void battlefield. Each flash of light represents the return of their comrades to the throne of the Emperor. The chapter master understands that this battle will inevitably cause heavy casualties to the Storm Falcon, but it is for the great cause of Guilliman and for the revival of the human empire. Storm Falcon will never retreat in the slightest. If you die in this battle, you only want your soul to return to the throne. The chapter master rushed through the panicked Astra Militarum with a small squad, and joined the fray armed with bolters and chainswords. The Storm Falcons have received the Primaris upgrade. A steady stream of power flowed from Guilliman's heart, making them more and more courageous as they fought. The chapter master led the squad to attack a Tyranid behemoth that had destroyed 4 tanks. Used jump betrayal to jump to the opponent's back. Slashed the huge body with the weapon in his hand. The Tyranid beast howled in pain, but it did not fall. It wasn't until the chapter master slammed into its chest from the side and ripped a lump-like organ from its massive body that it crashed to the ground. More Primaris Space Marines jumped over the Storm Falcon, shouting their own slogans. Those terrifying Tyranid beasts charged at them too, trying to push on and crush the humans. The symbiotic weapon twitches, spewing bioplasma and acid poison at everything. The Primaris Space Marines temporarily blocked the enemy, allowing the Imperial forces to ease their route. Hawk ordered his subordinates to reorganize. The panicked soldiers were trembling all over, death was so close to them. They dug up the lucky ones from the corpses, regained control of the position and set up artillery. Those damaged exoskeleton battlesuits were also abandoned by them. Some living soldiers picked up the intact exoskeleton suits from the dead comrades. Or disassemble the available parts and replace them with your own exoskeleton armor. Hawk jumped to a sandbag heavy weapon position and found that all the gun crew members inside were dead. Their bodies are melted with caustic venom. 2 of them were left with nothing more than a sticky pile of offal. The venom completely devoured their bodies. There are several other corpses that can be barely identified, but their faces or hands have been corroded, and dense bones can be seen. Hawk mourned for these dead comrades in arms for 3 seconds, then ignored them. He pulled the trigger repeatedly, emptying the energy magazine, and then threw a frag grenade at the Zerg, blowing away those approaching Zerg. Amidst the rumbling sound, he pulled off the corpses on the heavy double artillery, aimed at the enemy and continued to fire. The addition of Primaris Space Marines reversed the situation on the battlefield. The 502nd Regiment launched a countercharge and regained their position. Several Cerberus tanks also rumbled over the Zerg corpses. The engine vibrates and emits thick smoke from the exhaust pipe. The turret of the Cerberus tank kept bombarding the Zerg, assisting the charge of the 502nd Regiment. A huge Tyranid creature fell down, and was then crushed by a group of tanks, turning into a tattered corpse. The soldiers rushed back to their positions, manipulating heavy firepower. Cannons and lasers flood the battlefield again. Realizing that they could not win, the Zerg gave up their attack. The huge node creatures left the battlefield first, followed by the densely packed small Tyranid creatures, which also turned and retreated. Just like the scene when the tide recedes, it recedes with a crash. The Tyranid creature's attack was repelled, the soldiers cheered, and doubled their shots at the Tyranid creature's back. After cheering, the brutal casualty rate made people feel serious. The surviving soldiers carried out the corpses on the battlefield. Commanders regrouped the front. Mechanics teach the servants and priests to pull the damaged vehicles and equipment back to the repair factory for repairs. The Knights and Primaris Space Marines also gave up their pursuit, retreated from the battlefield, and rested again. A large number of men and women who stayed behind began to be sent to the battlefield. The equipment of the dead passed into the hands of these newcomers, so that they could arm themselves and fight for the Emperor. This will be the case for a long time to come. Tyranids attack, attrition, and then get knocked back. Relying on his strategy and tactics, Calgar defeated the Tyranid Zerg's offensive time and time again, making them pay a heavy price, but making no progress. The Imperial Navy is still fighting in the void, relying on its mobility, it is constantly cutting the fleet of the Tyranid Zerg. Repelling Tyrone again and again made the defenders have an absurd idea. The Tyranids are nothing more than that, they can definitely block each other easily until the Primarch arrives. However, it is not for nothing that the hive mind can wreak havoc on the galaxy. It is smart and has an unrivaled ability to learn. But as it focused more attention on the Vitria system, a sinister plan was born. It will shorten the time of the war and control the ratio of harvest and payment within an acceptable range. Calgar wiped out several cults formed by gene stealers. But these beasts are like bedbugs in the gutter, every time they are wiped out, they will only hide deeper. Deep in the ground, a huge pygmy python is trying to dig a tunnel. Soon, the walls made of rock were corroded by the bodily fluids of the python. A dusty tunnel appeared in front of Digger. The tunnel has collapsed and been forgotten by humanity. The surviving gene stealers await here. These gene stealers have already collected a lot of information about the human defenders, and they have left countless behind in the years of infiltration. Many strategic goals appeared in the will of the hive, and after deliberation, they were assigned to many individuals. These stealthy Zerg units run down dark tunnels. They don't need light to see. The ground was rumbling, and countless Zergs were still attacking the human positions, covering their infiltration. The priests of the mechanicism couldn't tell the exact location of these life signals. It can only be attributed to the energy overflow of the battlefield, which caused the data calculation error. The infiltrators quickly cleared a path sufficient to pass through, corroding all the gates along the way into liquid metal. Afterwards, many infiltrators were divided into several groups and rushed towards their own strategic goals. On the surface, Calgar also joined the battle. The battlefield was full of burning wreckage, and around him lay a dozen expensive war machines, billowing black smoke. A knife bug was blown to the head by him, and body fluids and debris were scattered all over the place. Calgar is full of fighting spirit and full of confidence. Will surely live up to the expectations of the Primarch. The Tyranids attacked again and were repelled. The artillery roared day and night, and the sky was filled with traces of continuously firing anti-aircraft guns and lasers. In order to defend Vitoria, they brought countless ammunition. Therefore, Calgar did not skimp on the use of ammunition. Bombard enemies day and night and suppress them with firepower. Countless Zerg suffered heavy casualties, but they still couldn't advance an inch. The optimized plasma reactor continues to provide void shields, artillery arrays, and plasma turrets, continuously allowing the Zerg to be buried here. After several months of transformation and reconstruction, this hive has become a giant fortress. Cooperating with more than 10,000 Primaris space warriors, and countless mortals. It is absolutely impossible for the Tyranids to want this fortress to fall. Is the dam that holds back the tide of the Tyranids. The Tyranids attacked regardless of casualties, and their long-range firepower was blocked from the void shield, deflected to other places or thrown into the warp space. Tyranids that are too fast can't get past the void shield. But the speed is too slow. The moment they enter the void shield, they will be targeted and crushed by the anti-aircraft fire system of the laser cannon and automatic cannon. Countless Tyranid creatures turned into fragments and fell from the sky. It piled up quickly. Their attacks are useless against void shields. Here will be the meat grinders that grind the Tyranids, and they will pay an unbeatable price. The surviving Imperial fleet in the void is still fighting, weakening, and cutting up the Zerg, and finally let them crash into the fortress on the surface, completely disintegrating their offensive. As long as the void shield is not destroyed, the Zerg will continue to hit and be crushed bit by bit. Calgar and the others can stick to this place, wait until the Primarch arrives, and launch a counterattack together. As long as the Zerg continue to launch such meaningless attacks that cannot break the void shield, they can continue to consume each other and finally win. Kill them all, don't let the corpses pile up. Let us. Before Calgar could finish speaking, a painful voice came from the communication. The area where the void shield generator is stored has been attacked by aliens. There are gene stealers, and they have come in. Calgar looked solemn. Where are the troops I deployed there? We have fallen into a bitter battle, my lord, there are a lot of them, and they should have received support from the outside. The other side of the communication said. Calgar let out a curse. He guessed that the other party should have crawled in from the bottom of the hive capital. The situation there is complicated, and it is easy for the enemy to exploit loopholes. Calgar smashed the head of a Tyranid creature, let out a roar when he saw the swarm of insects coming again, then turned and left, followed by his personal guards. A gunship took them away and sent them to the shield generator that was attacked. A fierce battle broke out at the shield generator, and the most elite Zerg warriors were thrown in, trying to destroy the void shield generator. Calgar led his personal guard back to help, and quickly killed them all. But I haven't had time to be happy. A low-pitched explosion sounded, and the whole nest was shaking violently. The void shield flickered a few times, and then went out. What's going on? Calgar made a startled and angry voice. They destroyed the energy pipeline, my lord. The panicked voice sounded on the COMM. The energy backlog has overloaded the energy pile, and both the void shield and the anti-aircraft fire power supply have been destroyed. Chapter 120 The Dawn of Despair, for subscription. The voice from the communication made Calgar's complexion change. He rushed to a balcony overlooking the surface. Looking up at the sky, the ground anti-aircraft fire has been stopped, and the void shield has disappeared without a trace. The booming explosion sounded again, causing the area where he was to vibrate violently again. Dolier. Calgar called the mechanical priest who followed him. Report the current situation. The energy pipeline was destroyed, the energy reactor destroyed the energy supply of the void shield, and the void shield has fallen. The energy supply device was destroyed, and the generator of the artillery array was overloaded. A cold, mechanical voice came from the communication. Can it be repaired? Calgar asked sharply. His tone was full of anxiety and a hint of panic. It's hard, my lord. 75% of our electricity has been offline, and the energy master control system has been destroyed. Dolier's voice came. More explosions appeared from within, rumbling and shaking, and huge sculptures fell down in the explosion. A group of star soldiers were smashed into blood and mud before they could escape. Alarms are coming from everywhere, and the communication channel is full of messages for help and reports. The energy circuit caused a chain overload reaction, and the energy source points everywhere exploded, my lord. Dolier said. Damn. Calgar's voice contained anger. Turn off the power generation system, and all troops retreat to the core area one by one, shrinking the defense line. After giving the order, Calgar looked up at the sky. The void shield is gone, and the Tyranids are no longer hindered. Swarms of winged beasts circled towards the hive city, and the bioplasma and highly toxic bombs fell overwhelmingly on the hive city, and the defensive positions were flooded by the enemy's artillery fire. A large number of spore sacks fell from a high altitude, and fell to the ground with the loud bang of the earth shaking the mountains. Huge creatures crawled out of them, and the deafening roar made people feel frightened. The comms network beeped incessantly, and all requests were marked in scarlet for the most urgent. Randomly open a report that is all about the critical situation. My lord, our position has been surrounded by Tyrone. The formation of fighter planes has been unable to defend. The battery is under attack, my lord. There was a constant booming sound from the sky, and swarms of Zerg covered the sky above the hive city. A hint of despair appeared on Calgar's face. The void shield is destroyed, and they will face the biological torrent of the tyrannid Zerg, which is definitely one of the most terrible nightmares in this world. Countless biological artillery fire raged in the hive city, blasting away the stones transported from distant worlds and fashioned into statues of imperial heroes. All parts of the city are burning violently. On every level of the soaring hive fortress, the flames of war rage. The air swarms and long-range firepower of the tyrannid Zerg can move freely and unleash their long-suppressed artillery fire after the void shield is lowered. And on the criss-crossing ground highway of the hive city, a large number of Zerg poured into the hive city along the road. Huge tyrannid creatures crashed into a giant triumphal arch for decoration. Flexible gene stealers climbed building after building, attacking loyal defenders from all directions. The winged Zerg swooped down continuously and landed on the battlefield, setting off terrible killings one after another. Desperation spread over the imperial defenders along with death. Under the terrifying offensive like a torrent, human beings are so fragile, relying on the remaining courage and will to sacrifice, they are struggling to persevere. Yet the universe is so cold. Fate is also so cold. Will not give victory and success to whoever is braver and stronger. During the attack of the Zerg, the imperial defenders retreated steadily. The light dots representing the troops disappear one by one, representing the death of all members. The cavaliers also encountered the same dilemma. Countless Zerg swarmed up, using the overwhelming numbers to overwhelm the Night Titan to the ground, and dismembering it with sharp-jointed limbs. The naked driver lying in the nutrition cabin was pulled out, dismembered, and dismembered. Go to hell! Alyakhan roared. The neural network is constantly sending pain and fatigue. The heavenly punishment titan he controlled had terrible scars. Defenders of the Empire never fear. Alyakhan growled. He is the sword of the Emperor, the war machine of the Primarch. The Iron Angel of the Holy Human Empire, he has sworn to protect his people, so he can never be afraid of death. All troops retreat one by one. The voice of the rear command came through the communication. Arukan went up against the retreating tide and rushed towards the enemy. The core area is too narrow, and the Imperial troops are concentrated there is no place for the Titans to display it. There is only one task left for him. That is to assist other friendly troops to retreat. Command did not issue such an order to Alyakhan. But the final mission is something every driver knows. This is their highest glory. Every pilot has been taught how to buy time for other troops to evacuate in the event of an emergency, and to strive for the best interests of the Emperor. In this dark, hopeless, futureless galaxy, we are all but currency, used by the Emperor to redeem humanity's existence. Alyakhan recalled in his mind a sentence his teacher said when he was a student. At that time, he didn't understand. Now, he understands. It's a pity that he can't go back, and it's impossible to see that mentor again. Looking at the Bio-Titan rushing towards him, he knew he was going to die here. This was the last battle. May our souls stand under the throne. Alyakhan switched the communication channel and spoke to the crew members who had accompanied him for many years. They also returned their final blessings to Alyakhan. Let me see your level. Alyakhan whispered. The heavenly punishment grade Titan took the lead in rushing towards the enemy with heavy steps. The heavy, mountain-like body trampled the small tyrannid creatures to death in pieces. Several besieged Titans were thus saved. Retreat, your mission should not end here, guard the last position, and wait for the arrival of the Primarch. Alyakhan said. The heavenly punishment Titan waved its iron hand like a mountain, and knocked a group of tyrannid creatures into the air. A dying Night Titan was rescued. My lord, thank you for your help, my lord. A woman's voice came from the Night Titan. Evacuate, leave this place to me. Alyakhan said. Thank you. Night Titan limped away. The fine gold casing is full of scars, and the hydraulic stabilizer is also damaged. The power sword has been broken, and the Titan weapon is slumped on the broad metal shoulder. The driver's heart was filled with the joy of formation and the shame of retreat. The Night Titan survived. But its mission has long been doomed, and that is to die on the battlefield. It was saved because it would not have been in the Emperor's best interest to die here. The surviving Night Titans evacuated, and Alyakhan manipulated the heavenly punishment Titans to face the behemoths that surrounded them. The huge cannon on the back fired instantly, causing a Worm Saint Titan to let out a wail, and then the heavenly punishment Titan rushed up. The huge iron hand held the thick sharp horn and controlled it. The power fist smashed through the biological carapace of the insect Saint Titan like a cannonball. The fully charged melta cannon was activated, and the target was the wound that lost the protection of the carapace. The scorching light instantly vaporized and scorched the flesh and blood, successfully killing the opponent. Other Bio-Titans also attacked. Cruel battles also ensue. The battle between the behemoths shook the surrounding area. Alyakhan has tried his best, but victory is only determined by strength. No matter how loyal he is, no matter how hard he works, he can't change his fate of failure. The stabilizer at the waist was shattered, and both of Titan's legs were shaking. The piston and hydraulic pressure of the left leg were smashed, and there is no way to repair it. The cut hydraulic pipes and fuel pipes are like blood vessels, and the hydraulic oil and fuel inside are gushing out like blood. The huge torsion joint was also ripped out alive, like a pulled-out spine. I am Sword of the Emperor, War Angel of the Primarch. Alyakhan controlled the giant monster of the sky punishment level to hold down the giant Tyrannosaurus, and then activated the plasma cannon the size of a building to launch a final attack, killing the last giant creature. The smell of scorched black permeated, and the wails of giant creatures slowly disappeared. The heavenly punishment grade titan staggered to his feet, his body was covered in black smoke, the shell of fine gold on his body was already damaged, and there were scars everywhere. Around the battlefield, there are several giant tyrannid beasts lying down. The giant tyrannid beasts besieging him were all killed by Alyakan controlling the titans. However, his injuries were also horrendous. Through the porthole of the cockpit, sparks can be seen everywhere on the titan's body. Fire extinguishing agent filled the huge steel body. The soul of the machine was howling, and the crew members also suffered heavy casualties from the battle just now. The mechanical priest in charge of maintenance recited the prayers of the god of all things, preparing for the final death. Alyakan has no way to control the titan anymore. He could only stand where he was, facing the impact of the bug swarm like a lonely warrior. The swarm of insects climbed up the huge steel body. The sharp limbs pierced the armor, sneaked into the titan and fought with the crew. Alyakan wanted to get up and join the melee, but several times in a row, he was too weak to move because of his nerves. A small knife insect crawled over and cut him open with the neurotrophic cabin. The bright red blood flowed out mixed with the nutrient solution. The dead Alyakan stared at the golden double-headed eagle above the control room. Seems to be expecting the double-headed eagle to bring his soul from this galaxy of suffering to the Emperor's throne. The battle in the void is also gradually failing. Facing the increasingly terrifying Zerg fleet, the Imperial fleet suffered more and more casualties. The blackened metal skeleton is slowly drifting from the inside out to the depths of the universe. When the battleship with a length of more than 10 kilometers exploded, it was like a distant supernova erupting, instantly making the entire battlefield feel a strong light. Sparse space torpedoes dragged their long tail flames through the void. The shells of the macro cannon became weaker and weaker in the dazzling explosion, and could only embellish the huge insect swarm with a few flame flowers. The thick beam emitted by the laser array is also not effective, and cannot form a saturation attack. L looked at all this, with a trace of sadness in his heart. The Storm Falcon, who was in charge of commanding the Void campaign, suffered heavy casualties. His flagship was slowly evacuating from the encirclement of the Zerg, billowing black smoke. During the evacuation process, a warship exploded, and the strong flash caused the light-sensitive instruments in the portholes to automatically adjust. The remains of the battleship were dismembered in flames. The dead were thrown out of the battleship, and the corpse was slowly suspended. L didn't show sadness. When you lose enough, people won't be sad anymore. Every minute and every second, a loyal person dies. They play different roles in life. Friend, lover, comrade in arms, brother. On the battlefield, they have no difference, just a corpse that no one cares about. Everyone grieves what they have lost. But when you lose too much at one time, your soul becomes numb. The signal on the surface is cut off. The last information on the surface is that the void shield is broken and the Zerg swarm in. The defense failed, and they were unable to complete the mission of the Primarch. Our void shield protection is decreasing. A wave of attacks is coming, please move in time. The crew's broadcast channels are full of panic tones. Flagships are getting worse. Despair slowly emerged in L's heart. Violent shaking came, the flagship suffered another round of attacks, the void shield was shaking, and harsh sirens were everywhere. We're done. A thought came to Al's mind. Suddenly, a clear voice came from the originally noisy communication channel. Completely ignored the impact of the overflow energy on the battlefield on the communication, and it sounded in the communication of all warships. This is the glory of Makraj, we are about to enter the real universe. Chapter 121 The Death of Kalgar, for subscription. The voice from the communication is so clear. Spread to everyone's ears. It was like a glimmer of hope emerging from despair. It was like a light appeared in the darkness. L showed an expression of disbelief, and his whole body trembled slightly because of the voice. The Primarch has arrived. L looked at the mechanical priest aside, with confusion and anxiety in his tone. He was a little worried about whether the voice just now was fake, or whether it was an auditory hallucination produced by himself under great pressure. It should be that the Primarch's fleet was covered by the shadow of the subspace, so we have not received information. The mechanical priest said, inject energy into the auspicious instrument, try to establish communication, and request support. Understood. The intelligence director yelled. The desperate crew showed a hint of joy. Their persistence has paid off, the Primarch is approaching, and victory will surely belong to humanity. The empty space structure of reality distorts and trembles crazily, and finally a crack is torn open. The prominent golden double-headed eagle emblem shines on the bow of the glory of Makraj. The invincible fleet followed, diving from the chasm. The etheric light turned into tentacles, reluctantly sitting and watching the human fleet leave from the subspace. The powerful war engine is launched under the impetus of plasma engine and gravity device. Unprecedented giant structures dragged giant artillery onto the stage, showing the unstoppable power of human beings. The appearance of the glory of Makraj and the Empire Armada made all the survivors cheer. Just like the light piercing the endless darkness, it gives people endless hope. The Zerg were caught off guard by the sudden reinforcements. Accompanied by countless torpedoes and laser beams, pieces of Tyrannid ships were crushed. The glory of Makraj took the lead, the huge bow gun rumbled, and the vibration spread throughout the entire hull. Huge beams of light and macro cannons shred the biological ships blocking the way. Numerous battleships and war engines followed, huge beams of destruction and a rain of torpedoes and missiles were thrown out. The momentum is majestic, and the invincible fleet that intimidates the galaxy is like an invincible iron fist. With one punch, no force can stop it. The Tyrannids are obviously in chaos. It was directly dispersed by the human Empire fleet that jumped out of the subspace. A large number of Hive warships tried to turn around, forming new tactics to deal with the surprise attack of the human Empire. Yet their efforts were in vain. They are facing an invincible fleet controlled by a war. Facing the most outstanding parent-child of the Emperor, the Holy 13th Primarch, the savior of the Empire, the savior of mankind, the only king of Ultramar, the invincible of war Guilliman. Countless orders were issued in an instant, and Guilliman controlled every detail of the battlefield, controlling the rhythm of both the enemy and us. The will of the Hive can only be forced to dance with his rhythm, walking towards the abyss of death. The theory of war from other Primarches was fully displayed by him. From the crazy hunting of wolves, from the tenacious defense of Emperor Fist, from the cunning destruction of Alpha, from the Iron Fist firepower of Iron Warrior, from the mobile cutting of White Scar. Not being loyal or a traitor, Guilliman has no scruples, combining these theories into Guilliman tactics. On a battlefield, digital Primarch-style tactics appeared at the same time. In the entire galaxy, perhaps only Guilliman can do it. The Tyrannid Zerg was defeated. Guilliman is like a top calligraphic art master, using any brushwork in the world at will to describe the artwork in his heart. The Colossus of God's Punishment also appeared at this time. The Colossus of God's Punishment, which was destroyed by the gravity of the stars, was also sent to the battlefield after being repaired. In addition to this, there is a brand new Colossus of Retribution from Macrage. Their performance is superior to the two first joined the battlefield, and the cooling system and energy supply system are also more complete. Those parts and programs are also optimized based on the original combat data. A large number of radical mechanical sages came from all over the galaxy to join Guilliman in Call's crazy plan. They brought more technology, more humans, more resources. The Colossus of God's Punishment has also been perfected, and the energy supply circuit and gravity array of the Star Destroyer cannon are also more reasonable. This is a symbol of human might, the pinnacle of human art of war. Accompanied by Guilliman's attack, the four Colossi of God's Punishment simultaneously launched a star-destroying beam. The huge beam of light was bright and bright, penetrating the entire Dark Void universe in an instant. The light beam swept across, and all the biological ships that came into contact were turned into fly ash, or exploded. The swarm fleet is huge, but the firepower of the Imperial fleet is equally terrifying, coupled with Guilliman's superb command skills. The swarm fleet was not an opponent at all, it was beaten back steadily, and the fleet that was rushed out was cut into pieces. The piecemeal counterattack of the Tyrannian ships was easily crushed by the powerful firepower of the heavily shielded Imperial ships. Imperial lances ignite flames on the organic hulls of bioships. The Empire's carrier-based aircraft group gathered into a group, flying past and tearing up the Tyrannid ships that had been weakened by firepower. In half a day, the Tyrannids paid the heaviest price. A large number of biological ships became scorched black corpses that slowly disintegrated and torn apart in the void. The reversal of the battlefield situation is so fast. Any counterattack by the Tyrannids is suicidal and suicide. The huge swarm mothership tried to leave the battlefield, but was held tightly by the force field traction device of the Colossus of God's Retribution, and was finally killed by the Imperial fleet. The hundreds of kilometers-long biological mothership disintegrated under fierce artillery fire, a large number of charred wreckage slowly disintegrated in the void, and pieces of Tyrannids were thrown out, turning into cold corpses. The remaining Tyrannid ships are nothing to fear. The Imperial fleet will hunt them down until they are destroyed. But the war is not over yet, and the Zerg on the surface still needs to be dealt with. Guilliman ordered his honor guard and chapter warriors to get ready. A total of more than 40,000 Primaris Space Marines, a large-scale star militia army with tens of thousands of legions, and the Titan Legion ready to go will be airdropped or teleported to the surface. Victory will belong to mankind, and any enemy who offends mankind will pay the heaviest price for it. Guilliman issued a declaration of war in the communication. Let all the troops roar with excitement. They are full of fighting spirit, preparing for their final battle in the Char-Adon sector. After this battle, there will be no alien scourge in the Char-Adon sector. Hive capital. In the church, Calgar knelt on one knee in front of the sculptures of Guilliman and the Emperor to pay his last respect. Apologize for not being able to complete the task. Then, he stood up and walked out. Outside the church, many original caste warriors have been waiting for a long time. Their battle armor has lost its original color, and has been smeared with the body fluids and blood of the Zerg, and the original color can no longer be seen. We will never retreat. Calgar shouted, may we all return to the throne and live up to Guilliman's wishes. Tears streamed down his face. This will be a fight to the death. He was supposed to assist Guilliman in his task of saving humanity. But now, his final song has sounded. Calgar is ready to die. The only thing he cares about is his genetic father, who will replace him to assist the genetic father. The Primarch will alone bear the burden of saving the entire empire and race. Fight against terrifying aliens and chaos. Also needs to fight against those Imperial dignitaries who are unwilling to cooperate with his reform. The Primarch has so many enemies and so few helpers. Calgar prayed that someone would come to help his genetic father after he left. The Primarch who fell asleep and left, or those powerful enough Imperial heroes. Whoever it is, please don't let him struggle alone. Calgar prayed. Then, he activated his weapon and walked towards the battlefield. Other fighters followed. Tyrannid beasts are also rampant in the last core area controlled by the Empire. Those horrible creatures howled and made crazy sounds. Calgar and his last guard joined the fray, smashing the heads of the Tyrannid creatures with a swing of his power fist. He grabs a Tyrannid wizard and smashes his power fist into his body. The tentacles of the Tyrannid creature rolled up and entangled Calgar's feet. was torn apart by Calgar. Then, the power fist smashed the Tyrann's head. The heavy corpse lay in the ruins. The victorious Calgar let out a roar of incomparable anger. Like a mad lion, he ran through the burning ruins and wreckage, fighting to his heart's content. The artillery manned by mortals is still rumbling, and the earth is shaking. They are still struggling against the Zerg swarming into the final stand. Shout out various slogans and die with Tyrone. The sounds of fighting, crying, explosions, lasers piercing the air, and wailing in pain all mixed together and echoed on the battlefield. Calgar and numerous Primaris space marines fought across the battle lines. The heart of Guilliman gives them endless power. Make them like gods of war who never tire. The tide of Zerg swarmed, and Calgar was unafraid. He fought back fiercely, tearing apart every monster. A mysterious force is empowering him. Calgar's strength is increasing, and the fighting is getting more and more crazy. He also turned a deaf ear to the sound of the dark matter engine prompting from his ear. He awakened in the killing, he could only feel his own power was boundless, and he didn't realize that he had activated the gift bestowed by the father of genes. There are also other fighters who activated the dark matter engine. Their flesh and blood bodies were rapidly strengthened, and their aura became more and more terrifying, like ferocious beasts from the barbaric era, appearing in this era with a terrifying barbaric aura and killing instinct. However, human beings are inevitably going to fail. There are too many Tyranids, overwhelming and everywhere. Calgar's guards are dwindling. Calgar, possessing endless strength and resilience, was also overwhelmed by countless Zerg. His battle armor is tattered. But his flesh and blood body is constantly healing and repairing in the crazy attack. The dark matter engine draws hidden power, but everything is in balance. The power to repair the body cannot appear out of thin air. Calgar's inevitable weakness. During the countless sieges, his eyes were a little bit blurred, his consciousness was slowly offline, and everything became blurred. He was fighting frantically, and gradually became weak, and was finally knocked to the ground. I'm going to die. Calgar had such a thought in his heart. The soldier next to his ear was not sad because of his fall, but cheered instead. Do they hate me? They were glad I was dead? Calgar didn't know why they were cheering. His brain is stopping, and his thinking ability is slowly disappearing step by step. A golden country appeared before his eyes. Perhaps his spirit is returning to the Emperor's world. His service will end in death, will usher in the end of eternity. Calgar slowly closed his eyes, embracing the golden light. However, a firm and powerful voice pulled him back from that kingdom, returning his soul to his painful body. Calgar, here I come, hold on. Calgar tried to open his eyes, and what greeted his eyes was azure power armor and a noble, resolute face that would dedicate infinite loyalty and soul at the first sight. Chapter 122 ends, seeking subscription. In a desperate battlefield, hope suddenly appears. Just like in the endless night, endless light emerges. No combatant can forget the scene at this moment. Accompanied by the sound of the horn and the golden flash transmitted, a character who moved countless people appeared on the stage. He is the son of the Emperor, the Lord of Ultramar, the Holy 13 original body, the savior of the Empire, the savior of mankind, and the model of the original body Guilliman. The majestic body of the Primarch appeared on the battlefield. No Zerg is his enemy, and no Zerg can stop his power. His arrival is a symbol of victory. His coming is the end of the game. His coming will be the end of the enemies of man. Calgar thought it was a hallucination before he died, until the honor guard beside Guilliman helped him up. He suddenly realized that all this is true. Father! Calgar shouted with all his strength, I failed you. No, Calgar, you did it perfectly. Now, you should take a break. I don't want you to attend the celebration banquet with a potion. Guilliman said with a smile on his face. No. Said Calgar, it will never be like that. Pharmacist, take care of him. Guilliman shouted, and a medical team followed his orders and helped Calgar down. Guilliman looked at the Zerg like a wave and smiled. Fight for the Emperor and slay all enemies, he shouted. Fight for the Emperor. Fight for Guilliman. Fight for the Lord of Ultramar. All the communication channels came from the support of their master and all kinds of excited slogans. Accompanied by flashes of light, groups of fighters were teleported onto the battlefield. Thunderhawk, Stormbird and many other vehicles also swarmed out, transporting batches of Imperial troops to the battlefield. The Order of the Titans, the Knights, the Mechanikus and many other troops were sent to the surface one by one to start the encirclement and suppression of the Tyranid Zerg. They launched attacks on the enemy on all fronts, like a crushing iron fist, with unparalleled will to destroy all enemies who tried to stop them. Guilliman stepped on the battlefield, and wherever he went, people burst into cheers. Those terrifying Zerg would collapse in front of him. The Emperor's sword in his hand became brighter and brighter. Golden flames burst out, resplendent and bright. The golden flame also rises as the sword is swung, turning into a golden fire dragon, sweeping all the enemies of mankind in front of him. This is the blessing of the overall will of mankind to him, allowing him to possess unparalleled and terrifying power. Wherever it passes, everything will be destroyed. The human will is unstoppable and destroys everything. Guilliman was wearing azure power armor, edged with the double-headed eagle emblem representing dignity and empire. The Destiny armor contains the most cutting-edge technology of the Empire and the mysterious technology of the Eldar. Even the sound of the joints is as charming as a mysterious rhythm. The cloak fluttered behind him, as if cheering continuously for a supreme monarch to come to the battlefield. The giant Zerg beast roared enough to shake the world, making people's ears ache. They tried to kill the Imperial leader who came to the battlefield. Gathered up like a tide, and then went straight to Guilliman's place. However, they underestimate the love and respect humans have for this supreme leader. There was no way they would sit back and let Guilliman suffer any harm. The troops spontaneously gathered around Guilliman to defend him from the terrifying offensive that could crush him. But there is no fear on their faces, and all the faces are the happiness of getting what they want. To die for the savior of mankind is not a sad thing, but a matter of great honor. The Zerg's final counterattack failed. Guilliman completely crushed their attack, and the huge biological titan was chopped into ashes by his sword. The long sword swept across, and all the souls were reduced to powder. The will of the hive suffered unimaginable damage. Guilliman not only severely damaged its body, but also severely damaged its soul. Every time a tyrannid creature is lost, the worm mind feels like it is being burned by fire, making it extremely painful. In the end, the hive mind even began to fear Guilliman's existence and the harm he would bring. The tyrannid creatures fled in all directions, preferring to die under the guns of others than to be beheaded by Guilliman. Sicarius, Fecals surrounded their lord, fighting with their swords without stopping for a moment, intending to kill all enemies. Those tyrannid creatures who escaped the slaughter of Guilliman could hardly escape their strangling. A Zerg creature with arthropods pounced on Sicarius, but was pierced through the head by the power sword. The power field instantly crushed the head of the Zerg, turning it into a mass of rotten meat. He fired the last bomb, and before the warning rune popped out, the clip flew out. New clips were loaded into the bolter in the blink of an eye. Accompanied by a roar, the explosive shell shot out and smashed an agile knife insect to pieces. After activating the Emperor's Angel's War Engine module with the help of Guilliman's heart, the strength of Sicarius is becoming more and more terrifying, sweeping everything, making it difficult to rival. The same is true for Vickrys. During the long battle, he also activated the most precious gift given by the Primarch, and possessed a terrifying power unimaginable by the world. Wherever they passed, the Zerg were killed. A Gene Stealer tried to sneak attack, but was shot by Vickrys, who had already sensed it. The explosive bomb made a loud noise, directly shattering the biological carapace on the opponent's chest. A painful howl sounded. The Gene Stealer tried to escape in pain. But Vickrys has already rushed up, the speed is so fast that it is overwhelming. Waving the long sword in his hand. Before the Gene Stealer had time to react, Vickrys cut off his body. The arrival of Guilliman made the human survivors on the battlefield excited. Witnessing that no matter how powerful a giant beast is, it is vulnerable to a single blow in front of the Primarch, after being beheaded by it at will. Excited emotions flowed on the bodies of all soldiers. Muscle soreness and exhaustion disappeared without a trace. Infinite power emerges from the heart, and the whole body seems to be reborn. Victory! Guilliman will win. The Lord of Ultramar will win. The communication network is full of cheers. All the survivors gathered in a counterattack formation, and launched an attack on the defeated Zerg with the support troops. An unrivaled confidence surged in every heart. With the Primarch at the helm, nothing can stand in their way. Rush, for victory! Hawk yelled. One of his arms had been broken, hanging on his shoulder, but this did not affect his charge in the slightest. His face was also full of tears. The 502 Regiment did not have 1 out of 10, and all the remaining soldiers were injured. Political Commissar Abel died on the front line, and Hawk watched his body be torn apart. Sometimes, Hawk hates the so-called political commissar. But he had to admit that the other party was really brave and outstanding. If he can survive, he will definitely become a top-level figure in his own right in the future. Unfortunately, his luck was a little bit worse. Originally, Abel, who was the political commissar, was in the rear, so logically speaking, the danger would not be that great. After the Void Shield fell, the Tyranids launched an attack on the rear of the Empire. A large number of Sporangia exploded in the rear, and many Imperial troops were damaged as a result. As the political commissar, Abel was also unfortunately within the range of being attacked by the enemy. Countless Zergs overwhelmed him and his guards. Abel did not flinch, but fought the Zerg with a weapon to the last moment. Old John died too. He lost his life in order to tell stories about the so-called heroes of the Empire. Hawk wants to save him. But when he arrived, his body had been torn to pieces. Cockle followed Hawk with a weapon, shouting as well, and launched a counterattack with many Imperial soldiers. This once naive poet, who only wanted to create poems, no longer has the innocence and ignorance of the past. Behind the hymn of the hero is endless sorrow, the corpses strewn across the field, the departure of comrades in arms, and the parting of brothers. All the pain in the world is the pain on the battlefield. Cockle has witnessed what the war epic he once pursued was like. In such a terrifying Dark Age background. Countless men and women did everything in their power to keep the Empire alive. Great Guilliman, he shouted. Only by witnessing the Dark War can one understand how important Guilliman is to the Empire. Cockle once also had doubts about Guilliman's reform policy. When he saw countless men and women sacrificed for trivial victories. When he saw those corpses lying in the trenches, torn apart by the Zerg. He understood the meaning of everything. Those high and mighty far from the battlefield will never understand. All they care about is their own power. Any sacrifice can be branded by them as loyalty to the Emperor. They don't care about the life and death of the bottom. They think they are loyal, so they must get power. Guilliman took their power away. In their view, they were persecuting their loyalists. Would not care why Guilliman took away their power. The only thing they can see is Guilliman persecuting them. Persecution of loyalists of the Empire. To seize the throne of the Emperor. Can't feel it at all. What Guilliman cares about is the entire Empire, the entire human race. The two sides do not stand in the same dimension, so it is naturally difficult to understand each other. Experienced such a brutal in battle. Kaker has completed his transformation. From that weak poet to a warrior full of courage and talent. He will follow the great Primarch until the end of his life. The victory of mankind cannot be held back. The Zerg that landed on the surface were vulnerable to powerful reinforcements and were destroyed in a desperate manner. Accompanied by the howl of the last Zerg. The defense of Vitoria came to an end. Of course this is not the end. The Zerg they wiped out was only part of the behemoth fleet. It will take some time to completely solve these visitors from outside the galaxy. The Imperial fleet has launched a siege on Behemoth. The huge number of Imperial warships will sweep all the Tyranids until they are completely destroyed. After the battle, Guilliman returned to the capital city of Vitria. At this moment, those survivors have learned of the Primarch's arrival. They came from all directions, and each one was so excited that it was hard to restrain. Wherever Guilliman passed by, those people were shouting excitedly. All were cheering Guilliman's name. The noisy sound waves followed one after another. Look at him, the great savior. A ragged woman tried her best to hold up her child. Remember him, child. Many more were too excited to speak. Wherever Guilliman looked, everyone shed tears. A man with dirty clothes and a stench was also howling in the crowd. If someone you know is here, you will definitely recognize it. He was the beggar who called Guilliman a traitor. A man who used to be the governor but was deprived of everything and banished to the bottom. At this point, all the foul language has disappeared. The man who witnessed the Primarch's heroic appearance was so excited that he wept. He prostrated himself on the ground and begged the Emperor to forgive his crime. How insane is it to allow himself to insult a great Primarch? Chapter 123 The Rock Fortress, go to subscribe. The Hive City suffered unimaginable and terrifying destruction. The majestic sculpture collapsed, and the remaining base was full of claw marks. The buildings on both sides of the street have become charred ruins under the bombardment of artillery fire. The ruins are still full of corpses. There are Zerg and human, mixed together. The cruelty of war can be seen. Mankind has paid a very heavy price for this. Guilliman felt a little heavy in his heart, but he still put on a smile on his face. He is the faith of these people, and he has to give people faith whenever and wherever. A leader with a frowning face cannot give confidence. Surrounded by priests, crusaders, and personal guards, he walked on a road that had been cleared and tidied up. Show a faint smile to those fanatical people. Give them comfort that all crises are over. Go and help them. Guilliman said to the two priests next to him, proclaim the glory of the Emperor and provide them with the necessary protection. I understand, my lord. The priests who were walking behind Guilliman nodded. Then they broke away from the team and walked into the crowd, comforting their pain and passing on the Emperor's teachings. The medical team was also ordered by Guilliman to check the survivors who had suffered so much. Gradually begin to treat those injured. Mechanicism's construction servants and heavy machinery were also transported from the fleet to start rebuilding. Of course, the industrial first style of yesteryear will be improved upon. The planetary environment and industrial development will reach a balance. Guilliman walked through the crowd, all the way into the depths of the Hive City's fortress. Walked into a hall with marble floors. Here was once used as a tactical command center. Calgar gave orders here, commanding the defense of the entire Vitoria. Relying on the strength in his hands, he resisted the crazy attack of the Zerg. This has to be said to be an unimaginable feat. In the future, it will inevitably be sung and spread by the people of the Empire. The destroyed thinker array is still flowing with nutrient solution, the heads inside have been ripped out by the Zerg, and the nerve cables are scattered all over the place. The tactical projection mechanism was also destroyed in pieces. When Guilliman stepped into the tactical center, the mechanical priest is dismantling the destroyed thinker array and preparing to replace it with new thinkers. Several suspended servo skulls stretched out their long robotic arms to maintain the projector, and occasionally shot out a few sparks. The cleaning machine slaves are carrying the corpses. Human corpses will be properly disposed of, while those Zerg corpses will be minced and decomposed to become nourishment. The conference table was also damaged, and huge cracks appeared on the table. Tyranids always destroy everything. That never changed. An intact marble chair that belonged to Guilliman has been placed at the head of the conference table in the tactical center. Guilliman walked over and sat on the main seat. Other high-level members of the expeditionary force also walked in. Report to the Primarch on the full situation of the Expeditionary Legion. The work of encircling and suppressing the Tyranid Zerg is still in progress. The Tyranid creatures on the surface were basically wiped out. Of course, there are still some fish that escaped the net, hiding in various parts of the planet, requiring the Planetary Defense Force to search slowly. There may still be gene stealers lurking at the bottom of the Hive City, and this is also a problem that must be taken seriously. The biological fleet of the Tyranid Zerg was also hit by the Imperial fleet. With the cooperation of the Colossus of God's Punishment and the Imperial fleet, the biological fleet that invaded the Vitria galaxy was completely wiped out. Part of the expedition fleet has set sail to wipe out the Zerg in the depths of the void. Relying on the huge size of the Imperial fleet, the behemoth biological fleet will usher in the countdown to its destruction and pay the price for its crimes. After listening to the reports of all the troops, Guilliman looked to the mechanical priest and asked if the relevant mechanical equipment had been repaired. Everything is ready, my lord. The mechanical priest said. Guilliman nodded, then open it, and show the whole picture of the Empire. I need to introduce the next plan to them. Understood, my lord. The mechanical priest said. Under the operation of fingers like bird claws, the mechanical priest opened the repaired holographic projector. A huge holographic projection lights up in the hall, showing the whole picture of the Empire. The core solar star field and the border areas of the Far East are all displayed. Even the dark realm of the Empire, without the guidance of the Emperor, appeared in the projection. The Great Rift is also depicted, allowing people to intuitively see how bad the current situation of human beings is. Guilliman did not speak immediately, but silently looked down at the huge holographic projector. Like a creator overlooking the world he created. The faint light of the projector reflected on his resolute and charming face. Many high-level expeditionary forces could see the worried look on Guilliman's eyebrows. They were confused. They defeated orcs, necrons, and zerg. Why is the Primarch so frowning? Guilliman did not explain, but only concentrated on looking at the projection of the Empire's territory. The Empire occupies 2/3 of the territory of the galaxy. Vast and boundless. Ordinary people can hardly imagine how magnificent the Empire is. After merging memories and actually contacting the Milky Way. Only then will you discover that various literature, novels, film, and television dramas and other literary and artistic works have ignorance of the description of the real universe and how barren the imagination is. The ignorant fear God. Those who have wisdom will be in awe of science and the universe. Those superstitious advocates of the gods, the creators portray the gods as extremely powerful, but they don't realize the vastness of the galaxy. The distance between two planets is often calculated in hundreds of millions of kilometers, and needs to be calculated in light years. The speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. Even the gods imagined by the ancients may not have such a speed. Even with the speed of light, it will take a long time to go back and forth between the two places. The Flash has to run to his death when he comes. The universe is the most awe-worthy and frightening existence. Its vastness is absolutely unimaginable for ordinary people. The Empire owns 2/3 of the galaxy, which is not worth mentioning in the universe. But anyone who dares to say that the human empire that occupies 2/3 of the galaxy is nothing more than that is ignorant and stupid. The size of the empire is absolutely unimaginable by humans in history. The human empire is the unprecedented and most magnificent country established by human beings in the 40,000 years of civilization. Just one hive planet has tens of billions, hundreds of billions of people. It also has a massive fleet, astral army, Cathars, nuns, Titan Order, and many other armed forces. Such a terrifying existence is absolutely beyond everyone's imagination. Only a top-level genius like the Emperor can build such a huge empire without intelligent AI, hyperspace communication, and other technological means. Overlooking the vast territory of the Empire, Guilliman showed a dignified expression. The invasion of the behemoth Zerg has been repelled, and the expedition fleet is also besieging the remaining biological ships. The Orc warlord Arsonist has been killed by him. The Sakan dynasty, which has been poisoning the border world of the Empire, has also been destroyed. The Sotai dynasty chose to cooperate secretly with him to collect information about the Norwalk dynasty for him. The chaos in the Charadan sector has been basically subsided so far. The next target is the Nephilim star region, the neighbor of the Charadan star region. In this star area, the first star civilization of mankind declined. In the long night era before the human empire was established, there existed an alien civilization named Nephilim. This civilization is very vicious. They control humans and use humans to incubate themselves and gain power. During the Great Crusade, this alien civilization was jointly destroyed by Horus and Sanguinius, who had not yet rebelled. For this reason, this star area was also named the Nephilim star area. It is worth mentioning that the current base of the Dark Angels, the megalithic fortress, is located in the Nephilim sector. The megalithic fortress is also known as the Tower of Angels. Is the home and stronghold monastery of the Dark Angels chapter. Is a supergiant ship with extremely powerful combat effectiveness. Equipped with the Empire's most advanced subspace engine and shield system. Has participated in many wars and repelled many human enemies. The scale of the megalithic fortress is no less than that of the Shanzheng, and it is no less than the star castles all over the Empire. It is one of the few giant warships in the Empire. This Tower of Angels was not built by the Mechanicum using steel, but was built using the remnants of the Caliban home star world of the Dark Angels. After the end of the Horus Rebellion, Ryan, who returned to Caliban, discovered that Luther, who was in charge of staying behind in the home world of Caliban, had initiated a rebellion. Angry Ryan wanted to kill the traitor at all costs. However, Luther has already managed Caliban into a giant fortress. Ryan had no choice but to order the fleet to launch an unprecedented orbital bombing of his home star world. Frenzied orbital bombardment and the special power of Caliban's home planet eventually led to the disintegration of the planet. Most of the wreckage was sucked into the warp. When the rebellion incident caused by Luther is resolved, the surviving Dark Angel Legion also showed sadness when they saw the fragmented home planet with only the wreckage left. On a huge planet, only the monastery protected by the shield remains intact. They collected the wreckage, surrounded the monastery, and spent a lot of time and technology to build a megalithic fortress. This fortress is not purely made of steel, but the wreckage of Caliban. But its defense is powerful, but it is one of the most terrifying in the Empire. Once the stone fortress joins the battlefield, it will be a nightmare for the enemy. After the megalithic fortress was built, it began to wander in the galaxy. According to the intelligence of the expedition fleet, the megalithic fortress has been staying in the Nephilim sector for the past few years, and it seems to be hunting some enemies. Guilliman guessed that they smelled the breath of fallen angels, so they wandered in the Nephilim sector. It's really hard for them, they have been tirelessly chasing and killing fallen angels for 10,000 years. Perhaps, this matter can become an important means to win over the Dark Angel to firmly stand on his side. In comparison, Ryan's son doesn't want this to be exposed. At this stage, it is very important to attract enough imperial forces to stand on your side. Not to mention the fact that it can strengthen oneself. Can also weaken the morale of the dignitaries who oppose their policies, making them understand that no warband will help them if they start a civil war. Tie the Dark Angel to his chariot, even if Ryan recovers, he can drag him into the water together. Big Stone Fortress, you have to go there once. My lord, the next strategic arrangement. Sicarius looked at the master who was tapping on the table but did not speak, and reminded him. The Charadon sector is finished, ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 124 Subspace Firewall, for subscription. Guilliman's attention was shifted from the state of thinking. Scanned around the high-level expeditionary force sitting around the conference table. The repaired tactical projector is running at high speed. The pale projection showed the desperate situation of the Empire to many participants. During the expedition, the astropaths under Guilliman's command have also been receiving information from other star fields of the Empire. The Fenris sector ravaged by Magnus and many demons. Many orc armies gathered on the raging battlefield of Armageddon. Attila and Bano Galaxy torn apart by the claws of chaos. The shocking Big Crack. Countless subspace cracks spread on an unprecedented scale. The nightmare-like vision erodes reality like an erupting volcano. Evil light flashes among the stars. Filth sneaks under the veil. Abominations peer into reality. Throughout every corner of the Empire's territory, stretches of star regions are suffering from the invasion of darkness. The expeditionary force has achieved good results, but it is still not the time to relax. The battle in the Charadon sector has come to an end. We have successfully smashed the Orc Empire and the space undead that ravaged the Empire's borders, and repelled the tentacles of the Tyrannid Zerg, the behemoth Zerg fleet. Hearing what the Primarch said, many high-level officials smiled. What a privilege they and the Primarch are saving the Imperium of man. Guilliman changed the topic, and his tone became serious. But the crisis of mankind is not resolved here, but we are still facing unimaginable severe tests. The situation of the Empire is precarious, and the future of mankind is still gloomy. Many star regions have fallen, and many loyal defenders are still struggling. The next target is the Nephilim star area. The main problem in this star area is the impact of the rise of chaos. The number of demons and cultists has increased, which has plunged the star area into chaos. Therefore, the Nephilim star area the main task is counterinsurgency. The current expeditionary force will be dismantled and divided into different teams to improve efficiency and to complete counterinsurgency tasks better and faster. Guilliman's tone became serious, his eyes fixed on everyone present. The key to countering the rebellion, I'm here to reiterate to you again, must give priority to the interests of the majority of the people of the Empire and take care of them first. Don't care about those dignitaries who say they are loyal, and loyalty is an action rather than a verbal expression. If they keep saying that they are loyal to the Emperor, but ignore the Emperor's painstaking efforts and wantonly squeeze those who have suffered so much, what is the use of such loyalty? Are they loyal to the benefits given by the Emperor? Or are they loyal to the Emperor's ideals? I hope that you are all the latter. Glory and wealth are just rewards for following the Emperor's ideals, not the ultimate goal. There will be inspection departments going to the planet you claim to liberate for inspection. If it is found that the planet has not promoted reforms, and it is to let the original model run, and let the people of the Empire be ravaged in hell, and you will witness my anger erupt with your own eyes. There are two kinds of crimes in this world, one is to harm innocent people, and the other is to neglect one's duty and sit back and let the wicked harm innocent but indifferent law enforcement officers. Guilliman looked around at the crowd with a serious tone. No one dared to doubt what the Primarch said. No one dared to doubt whether the original body would really ask the crime. Reform is something the Primarch has been insisting on. Nowadays, the benefits of reform are also immediate. Across the Ultramar and Charadon star regions, the support for the Empire is frantically increasing. A large number of soldiers, weapons, and believers are coming from all directions, and the expedition team is growing day by day. Next, let's discuss related issues about technology upgrades. Let Foundry General Kalan explain to you the new technology that you have recently acquired, as well as the upgrades that your troops can obtain. Kron's shadow looms over the tactical conference table. His metal body covered with weapons is like a metal iron tower, full of majesty that cannot be challenged. The relevant device drawings of the transmission technology have been sent to the Steel Ball Star and other important Foundry worlds. According to the latest report, the relevant Foundry world has assembled the relevant production lines and started the production of the transmission device. The relevant ships can go to the Foundry world to upgrade. The following is the question about the hyperspace communication tower. After research by Guilliman and I, as well as many mechanical sages, we found a hint of inspiration and technology from the Pharos lighthouse. The scale is too large to be installed on ships for the time being. For this reason, members of Mechanics will follow you and go to various places to build lighthouses for hyperspace communication. The hyperspace communication network is very important. Nowadays, subspace has a more serious impact on reality. Chaos and demons often distort the astronomical communication, causing the Empire's information to be received not in time or to get wrong information. A new communication is necessary. The means should not rely too much on astropaths. In addition to communication, the lighthouse can also establish a corresponding navigation network, which will be an important way for the Empire to maintain the waterway. Forge General Karen explained to everyone the latest research results from Macrage. Hyperspace communication and hyperspace lighthouse. These two are the most important reliance of the expeditionary force. Of course, the lighthouse has another function, which was concealed by Guilliman. That is, the lighthouse allows believers to borrow the power of the Emperor to sweep away the demons. Magnus was overshadowed by Celestine Pharaoh's lighthouse. It is estimated that they are still recuperating on the Wizard Star. But these lighthouses also have disadvantages. Loyalists can use the lighthouse to borrow the power of the Emperor, and traitors can also use the lighthouse to borrow the power of chaos. This is a double-edged sword, which means that this double-edged sword must be firmly controlled in the hands of humans. Once it falls under the control of the enemy, it will cause unimaginable and terrifying consequences to human beings. Guilliman and Kaur restricted these lighthouses and added self-destruct function. But Guilliman is also clear that the power of chaos cannot be underestimated at any time. These guys possess unimaginable intelligence and strength. Any act of belittling them will pay a heavy price. Next, Guilliman discussed with many high-level expeditionary forces about the upcoming war strategy and the allocation of teams. Judge Grace, Saint Celestine, Generalissimo Amariki, these imperial heroes are already active in the Nephilim sector. The problem in this star area is not very big, and it will be resolved soon. Guilliman gave clear instructions that all expeditionary fleets can act freely. It is not necessary to be active in the Nephilim star area, and you can also go to other star areas to support those serious places. At the end of the meeting, a high-level expeditionary force proposed to hold a grand parade in Vitoria. Then spread the relevant images to the entire empire, so that people in despair can see hope and continue to persevere. Guilliman did not refuse. Such a parade can boost people's confidence and morale, so why not do it? Related work was assigned to Fikris to complete. After the meeting ended, Guilliman asked everyone to leave and sat alone in the hall. At this time, the auxiliary elf who hadn't made a sound for a long time sent a reminder. It is detected that the host's application of the first-tier database has reached its limit, and the industrial level and scale meet the opening conditions of the second-tier database. The activation task of the second-tier database is officially released. Activation task: Control Terra, control the authority of the Empire, as the home planet of human beings. Controlling this place has extraordinary symbolic significance. Are you serious? Guilliman, Omega Omega, when he saw the mission prompt, everyone else was dumbfounded. Going to Terra now? He's not ready yet. Auxiliary elves, never joke. Forget it, let's put the mission aside for now. I'll talk about it after I'm done with other things. Now I'm going to Terra, what if I don't come back? Guilliman said. According to the calculation of the auxiliary elves, the success rate of this task can reach 98%. 98%. Guilliman frowned. Yes, host, 98%, please trust the computing power of the auxiliary elves. 98%, rounded up, isn't it just death? Guilliman looked serious. The auxiliary wizard got stuck. 98% probability of success called death? Host, you are really talented. The second database has the knowledge to solve the erosion of chaos, and can promote the level of material science of the Empire, so that the host can complete the problem of resisting chaos and miniaturizing the Emperor's weapons. You said this earlier. Guilliman changed the subject and smiled again, isn't 98% sure to win? Can you briefly disclose the knowledge of the second-level database? Guilliman asked, how can we resist the erosion and poison of chaos on human beings? During the Great Crusade, the Emperor once proposed a concept, that is to starve the demons of the warp to death. For this reason, the Emperor smashed temples everywhere, publicized the truth of the Empire, and built the entrance to the webway in Terra. It was precisely because of his various actions that the four gods had to unite and put him on the golden throne. Guilliman also had to inquire first, to see what the database provided. If the solution given by the database is to let him learn Necrons, all the machines will ascend, immortal. Guilliman must not be dumbfounded on the spot. The Necrons are still thinking about how to restore their flesh and blood. I am still rushing to mechanize that inappropriate second arm. Any individual with a soul will connect to the subspace, and the ether in the subspace is the source of all power beyond the laws of nature, and it is also the nutrient of the soul. Any soul that breaks away from the warp for a long time will gradually wither. The host has a control template, which can be used to establish a subspace firewall, connect and control all human souls under the host's soul, filter poisonous information for them through the host, and build a subspace subdomain that belongs exclusively to humans. The popular explanation is to establish a human local area network in subspace. This thing sounds familiar, auxiliary elf. Your suggestion is really very characteristic of the Chinese dynasty. Guilliman slandered. This is the best way at present. With the help of the control template, the host does not need to build a network channel, and it can also isolate humans from feeding the power of chaos. The only requirement is that humans as a whole must trust the host. The level of trust needs to reach more than 90% in order to establish a human subspace local area network and be immune to the poison of the chaos gods on humans. P.S. Dear friends, how about setting up an automatic subscription? As soon as the update is released, I will see that my few subscriptions will drop down. It breaks my heart. Such a niche book, there should be no people reading pirated copies. Ask for a subscription, ask for a monthly pass, dear friends. See the data go up. Chapter 125 Desire Breeds Evil, subscribe. The helper elf gave Guilliman detailed information about the subspace LAN. By the way, I also popularized science about the subspace for him. A subspace is a dimension that is not limited by time and causality. Is an abstract concept that manifests itself through biological restlessness. It is not bound by any laws. It is a random and unstructured field of pure energy and free-spirited consciousness. The mysteries contained in it are endless and changing all the time. This is true chaos, not bound by physical limitations and guided by sane goals. Always in chaos and conflict. No mortal intellect can fully comprehend this wondrous realm. He is on the side of dreams and nightmares, infinite in extent but without form or structure. Since the birth of the universe, this mysterious domain has appeared along with the real universe. The souls and emotions of creatures become the torrent, leaving a never-ending echo in the warp. Cosmic real-life fear, hope, ambition and despair in this maddening realm. The evil entities fed by countless lives are also constantly pushing this space to squeeze the real universe. However, this mysterious field has also brought a different world to humans. Psykers can draw power from this mystical realm and channel it to perform supernatural feats. All the mysterious powers that humans can imagine can be realized through subspace. In the vast universe, send information to other targets. Peek into the future through the soul and predict what will happen in the future. Use the warp to gain great power. Manipulate the elements of nature like a god. The magic and fairy art imagined by human beings are closely related to this. The chaos gods born in it have power and wisdom that ordinary people can't imagine. Ordinary humans volunteer to serve the chaos gods, lured by unearthly power and the promise of immortality. Guilliman knew how vulnerable people are when faced with the temptation of supernatural power. One sentence, my fate is up to me, non-toxic and not husband. Those ordinary people will feel at ease and become demons, and do whatever it takes to gain their own power. Humanity is already deeply bound to the warp. From the sacrifices of the barbaric age and the early religious beliefs. Human fear, rage, desire, or sorrow ripples faintly in the warp, becoming a small part of those ghastly entities. To completely get rid of the chaos gods, there is only one way to get rid of the subspace. Like Necrons, purely mechanical. The problem is that once fully mechanized, humans will lose their souls. The soul makes human beings have to rely on subspace again. Just like a person needs to breathe, the soul also needs to be nourished by the ether of the warp. This is also the reason why many of the Emperor's plans were contradictory during the Great Crusade. He destroys religious temples everywhere, prohibits spiritual exploration, and prohibits superstitious worship. But they have to rely on the special Shinnik variants of astropaths and navigators. Human beings cannot live without the subspace, just like the subspace cannot be separated from the real universe. Both are interdependent. Emperor's webway plan also emerged for this reason. He is eager to use the webway to build barriers to isolate the connection between humans and the subspace, and at the same time allow human souls to be nourished by the subspace. Unfortunately, the webway project failed in the end. Now, the auxiliary elves gave Guilliman another way, to build a firewall based on his dominance. Draw a barrier between human souls and subspace entities, establish a relatively safe field, and keep out the harmful information brought by the gods. Humans can explore in it. Wait until the truly strong are ready, let them cross the barrier, go deeper, and face the real threat. Is this plan risky? Guilliman asked the auxiliary elves. Compared with other plans, this plan has the lowest risk. Of course, the chaos gods will also be aware of what you have done, and will make corresponding plans and attacks, but as long as the host can persist in not being corrupted, the success rate of the plan can reach 98%. Guilliman was silent for a moment before speaking. Isn't there a 100% plan? The universe is just a crazy place created by God throwing dice. Host, nothing is 100%, everything can only be infinitely close, and cannot be 100% sure. Not only life is evolving, but the universe itself is also evolving. Even the gods who can peek into time can't guarantee that the past that has long ended is 100% certain, and everything is possible. In this case, I will go to Terra after finishing the matter in the Nephilim sector. Guilliman said, now, my reforms have initially shown results, and the strength in my hand is enough for me to deal with the elders of Terra, the launch of the Institute and the Mechanics of Mars. After speaking, Guilliman stood up and walked to the balcony, overlooking the ruined city outside. The construction team is in full swing repairing the wounds caused by the war. People healed the wounded and salvaged their poor belongings from the ruins. Machine slaves carry heavy construction materials. Both men and women had smiles on their faces. When they saw Guilliman standing on the balcony, they would cheer involuntarily. They are the children of this dark age. A lifetime has seen nothing but hardship, and endless conflict of war. Even though fate is so cruel, they still fight unyieldingly. The dark galaxy, surrounded by enemies, yet persevering, fought hard, clinging to each other against the terrible suffering that their soft shoulders could not bear. The human empire needs his help. Only in this way can it be reborn from the ashes, move toward detachment, and end this eternal war. Humanity will surely win. Guilliman looked at the excited and cheering people and whispered. Governor's Palace. Anna smiled crazily, her plan had succeeded. A warlord named Fikris, the Primarch's personal guard, and the person in charge of the celebration parade sent someone to notify Anna, preparing her to put the wreath of honor on Guilliman herself. This shows the gratitude of the people of Vitria to the Primarch. The huge sense of satisfaction made Anna feel extremely excited and extremely happy. The feeling of being satisfied with the desire for power made Anna more determined to climb up. She will step by step become the core layer of imperial power and grasp the terrifying power that the world looks up to. Satisfy your eternal hunger for power. Become an existence under one person and above 10,000 people. I want to use the most beautiful petals to make the Primarch's laurel crown. Anna ordered her entourage and think tank. Let them go find the most beautiful petals. She wants to complete this task with perfection, leaving a deep impression on the Primarch and many expedition leaders. However, the next preparatory work quickly fell into trouble. The entourage and brain trust found all the petals in Vitria and even several nearby galaxies. Anna was not satisfied at all. These flowers are too ordinary, completely unworthy of the noble status of the Primarch. Anna was worried about this, and didn't think about eating or drinking. She must find the perfect petals to complete this task. Only in this way can Guilliman recognize her and gain more power. Anna's temper is getting worse and worse. She always yelled at those followers and masterminds, calling them all trash. Not even a petal worthy of the Primarch could be found. Anna broke her head for this. Even offered a huge reward. Many interstellar mercenaries took out their stocks, but none of them satisfied Anna. Seeing that time is running out, the other work of the celebration is coming to an end. Anna became more and more anxious. Until one day, a man in a long robe walked into the governor's mansion and presented her with a coquettish and beautiful flower petal that gathered the beauty of the world. What kind of flower is this? Anna was deeply fascinated when she saw the flower. This flower is so perfect. It is impossible to find a trace of flaws. No problem can be seen from the root system, petals, and green leaves. Too perfect to be anything like the real world. A wild flower found at the bottom of the hive city, but it is watered by the blood of those who are full of desire, so it looks extraordinarily beautiful. The man said. Words watered with blood. One of Anna's staff officers frowned, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. My lord, such flowers are absolutely unacceptable. The Primarch's identity is noble and sacred, and he is the Emperor's son, the son of mankind. Savior, how can you use something like this to blaspheme him? Aren't those ordinary flowers blasphemy? Said the man, those vulgar things are worthy of being associated with the Primarch, which is really the most absurd thing in this world. It's just a flower. It doesn't matter what waters it. The important thing is that it is beautiful enough and perfect enough. It can be worthy of the noble status of the Primarch. Several other staff officers wanted to object, but Anna did not expect to speak at this time. Indeed, this is just a flower, and the means of cultivating it is not important. The most important thing now is how to complete this mission perfectly. As long as I can impress the Primarch, our future is it's been a smooth ride. But, my lord, if it is leaked out, I'm afraid it will lead to punishment. A staff officer said. This matter is easy to solve, as long as it doesn't leak out. Anna looked at everyone present. Your wives and children will be specially taken care of during the cultivation of this flower and the celebration. The body will be free when it leaves Vittoria. Anna murdered her husband. Also sent people to hunt down Ziosin's daughter. In order to keep it secret, she instructed her dead men to kill the detective. For a person like her who wants to climb up, there is nothing she can't do. Many think tanks and followers present all showed fear when they heard this. But before they could express their objection, a group of genetically enhanced men in black came out from the side, exuding a stern aura, holding daggers and plasma guns in their hands. Obviously, anyone who objected would have to go to the Emperor immediately. Whoever dares to delay the big event of the Primarch must be prepared to be torn apart by me. Anna stood up and said. Still working on the fifth change. Chapter 126 Emergency, Seeking Subscription. Vitria Planetary Governor. Anna looked at everyone. Her tone was full of threats. The cruelty is self-evident. Many attendants and staff officers saw the strong, muscular body of the man in black rushing out, and the plasma ray gun in his hand, and they all kept silent knowingly. As the governor of planet Vitria, killing a few people can be done without anyone noticing. Resistance will only bring meaningless death. Remaining silent is sometimes the right choice. Anna showed a smile. She really liked this wonderful feeling of controlling everything more and more. She got down from her seat and walked to the man who offered flowers. How long does it take to grow this flower? Anna asked. Soon, it will only take a week at most, and it can completely catch up with the Primarch's celebration parade. The man said so. Very well, I will leave this matter to you, don't let me down. Anna said. I have a better suggestion, said the man. Anna frowned slightly, before speaking for a moment. What suggestion? Ma'am, you can use your blood to water such words. I have gained some knowledge of ancient rituals from some ancient tribes. It is said that the flowers watered in this way will have a trace of the owner's breath, which makes the Kerala where those who are obsessed with it will never forget it. If this method is used to make the Primarch remember Madame firmly, it will definitely be a very worthwhile thing. The man's words made Anna slightly frown. But soon, she showed a smile. This suggestion is good, but excessive blood loss is prone to problems. Anna looked at the man and asked. There is no need to worry about this at all, ma'am, I have a special method for replenishing blood. Besides, Vittoria's medical technology is not bad. Simple blood loss will not put you in danger. From the perspective of effort and benefit, this is absolutely a very good deal, ma'am. After hearing the man's suggestion, Anna was finally moved. Just a little blood can be exchanged for infinite power and wealth in the future. This is indeed a very cost-effective deal. You stay in the governor's mansion temporarily. Anna said, help me cultivate this flower, and when everything is over, I promise to give you unimaginable rewards. Thank you, my lord. The man said. Anna smiled. The expedition fleet stays in the Vitria galaxy. The members of the expedition fleet are waiting for a huge celebration. After the end, they will go to all parts of the galaxy to save the fragmented human empire with Guilliman's will. The celebration is of great significance, and many high-level officials and primarches hope to inspire the people of the empire and give them the courage to continue to fight against the darkness. Fleets of fleets also came from far and wide to join in the celebration. After the two starships broke away from the subspace, they entered the low Earth orbit of the planet Vitria, and then landed in the capital airport on the Overlord assault plane. Accompanied by the prompt of the tower, the assault aircraft slowly enters the landing track, and the damper and the fixed cable pop out to fix it in place. Ventress strode out from the assault plane with his bodyguard, followed by Vodes, one of the Grey Knight's Grand Masters. Wadius just came from the chaotic battlefield. Blood remains on his body, the breath of fighting and killing. Ventress came looking for some guidance. He is currently in charge of staying in Ultramar, supervising those liberated worlds, and suppressing those dignitaries who are unwilling to cooperate with the reform. They all have their own urgency to find the Primarch. Lord Ventress, Lord Wadis. The unreformed internal affairs officers had already received the news of their arrival, and waited for a long time at the airport to welcome their arrival. Where is the Primarch? Ventress looked at the internal affairs officer and asked. Lord Guillemon is currently still in the tactical center. He is discussing military strategic arrangements with many expedition leaders. After the celebration parade, the expedition fleet will go to the Nephilim sector and several nearby star sectors to maintain stability and continue the unyielding expedition process. The internal affairs officer bowed and saluted, and then answered Ventress' question. My lords, maybe you should take a break. Please allow the members of the Ministry of Internal Affairs to take you to the room prepared for you. You should freshen up. The internal affairs officer said. It's not necessary. I have something urgent to report to the Primarch. Wodaisy said. The Primarch is still in a meeting. The internal affairs officer said, he hopes that you can take a break for a while, and he will summon you when the time is right. We can wait outside the meeting hall. Ventress said, the plague is spreading in Ultramar. I need the order and authorization of the Primarch. My lord. The internal affairs officer was about to say something, but Ventress interrupted him. I am the warlord of the Ultramara sector. My situation is urgent. If the Primarch did not personally order me to rest, then I have the right to refuse. Tell me, did the Primarch order me to rest? The internal affairs officer looked into Ventress' eyes, and after a while, he said, the Primarch did not issue an order. Then take me to see him, now. Ventress leaned forward, put his eyes close to the short internal affairs officer, and said every word. The humming of servo machinery came from the power armor filled with the smell of blood. Ventress' eyes were cold and rational. Few ordinary people can keep their complexion unchanged under such oppression. As you wish, my lord. The internal affairs officer said helplessly. 2 anti-gravity hovercraft stopped near the port under the command of the interior officer. These hovercraft were used to transport these warriors eager to see the Primarch. Hives cover a vast area. If you walk there on foot, you will waste a lot of time. Anti-gravity hovercraft is the best means of transportation. In view of the distinguished status of Ventress and Wodaisy, wherever they passed, everything was smooth. Relevant departments had to order other vehicles to stop, or detour, to clear the way for them. Hives are still being rebuilt. The first to be completed were the monumental Plaza de Triumph and the sculptures of the heroes of the Empire, as well as the obelisk of the martyrs, which Guillemon strongly requested. The obelisk is full of soldiers who died in the defense of Vittoria. Their bodies have been recycled again. In today's development, human beings already have a complete process for dealing with corpses. Instead of wasting it, use it as corpse starch. If the pollution is too heavy, it will also be ground and used as fertilizer. The only thing left is their nameplate. Their identification numbers and a few comments are etched on the nameplate. These plagues will be buried on the obelisk of the martyrs as a tribute to their exploits. The suspended airship stopped on the airborne platform of the most magnificent building in the capital. The steward leads the way for 2 war-torn heroes of the Empire. Make way for Ventress, for the warlords of Ultramar, for the great Grey Knight Mentor. 2 suspended servo skulls sounded through their own horns, telling people along the way to get out of the way. Here is crowded with all kinds of scribes and nobles, as well as military officers of all levels who come and go in a hurry. Hearing the sound of the servo skull, they all stepped aside. Some people want to rush out and seize this rare opportunity to preach their ideas, hoping to be recognized. As long as they are recognized, it means that they will be likely to be favored. This is the best way to reach the sky in one step. The internal affairs officer had to send soldiers to maintain order and push back those speculators. Power breeds bureaucrats. Even if the Primarch whips him thousands of times, as long as he can get power, there will always be ambitious people who will be willing. Seeing those nobles and scribes, Wodaisy showed a trace of helplessness. It is well known that the Primarch has always had a very bad attitude towards the powerful. But everyone knows that Guillemon must have a group of officials to assist him in governing the empire. Why these dignitaries came, the purpose is self-evident. How many of them meet Guillemon requirements? This is worth pondering. Don't underestimate the action and disguise of those ambitious people. In order to gain the favor of the Primarch, they are often able to give up short-term benefits and make certain sacrifices to play the way the Primarch wants. When the Primarch doesn't pay attention to them, they will show their true colors again, showing their greedy, wealth and power-seeking side. The Primarch's reform campaign must be extremely difficult. He is facing a careerist who is capricious and unable to resist the temptation of power and materialistic enjoyment. They are good at disguising and deceiving, and it is difficult to tell whether they are true believers or speculators. Walking into the depths of the fortress, an elevator platform has already been activated, waiting for a long time. Ventress was taken by the elevator to a high-rise location in the building, and came to a huge reception room with a glass dome. Obviously, Guillemon used this place as a temporary reception room to receive loyalists from all over the galaxy. The reception room is tall and gorgeous, and the curved steel bars that play a supporting role converge into a slender rail at the top. Many petal-shaped large pieces of glass depicting many scenes of the Battle of Vitria constitute the flying dome. What is the reason for the great Lord Ventress to come here? 20 members of the honor guard came out from all over the room. They wear Terminator power armor and carry heavy shields. Formed a defensive formation, forming a blue ceramic steel wall, decorated with skulls and wings. Sicarius' voice came from behind the guard members. Are you treating me as an enemy? Sicarius. Ventress looked in the direction of the voice, with a hint of cunning in his tone. This is just a necessary procedure, Ventress. I dare not treat you as an enemy. Sicarius stepped out of the shadows. I have to be responsible for the safety of the Primarch. The subspace is becoming more and more dangerous. No one knows what those guys are doing behind the curtain of reality. You doubt that a Grey Knight mentor was corrupted by the subspace? Wodaisy said with a hint of resentment in his tone. These words are equivalent to following in front of a Kern Lord, boasting that the other party's pole dancing is very good. Isn't this humiliating? No one knows what's going on? Lord Wodaeus, the Primarch has many enemies, chaos, traitors, and nobles who want to maintain their own power. I don't know why you came here. My duty is to protect the Primarch. If I apologize for offending you, but that's all, hand over your weapons, and I will return them to you when you leave. Sicarius' words have something to say. Wadius hesitated for a moment, and finally handed over the weapon in his hand. Ventress too. Checked it out and confirmed that there was no threat. 2 people were allowed to enter the reception room. After a while, accompanied by a heavy voice, Guilliman stepped in. My lord. Ventress knelt on one knee and saluted Guilliman. My lord. Watts did the same. Don't be too polite, I'm in a hurry, let's report to you first. Guilliman passed the 2 of them and sat in his seat. Chapter 127 Killing one as an example, subscription required. Wadius and Ventress all stood up, took off the helmets from their heads, and clamped them around their waists with their hands, revealing their dusty faces. Guilliman sat at the main seat, looking at the 2 with majestic eyes. Which one of you will speak first? I. Wadius and Ventress spoke at the same time, and they looked at each other in surprise. You first. You first. Guilliman. How about the 2 of you put on a cross-talk show for me? Speak first, Grey Knight Mentor. Guilliman pointed to Vodes, motioning for him to speak first. Yes, Lord Regent, said Vodes, I am one of the Grand Masters of the Grey Knights, Vodes. After the events of the Great Rift, I have been on the trail of a scheming changer demon, the Chaos God, the evil shards of Tsianch. These demons rarely appear in the real universe, except for plotting to fool mortals who don't know the truth. In order to prevent the other party from causing irreversible consequences, I have been trying to expel it. Unfortunately, in the end, I still lost the target and failed to expel the demon. But I still had a small gain. There is a message from the place where you appeared. Many demons under the command of the Changer are trying to attack you, and they are weaving a huge network to make you corrupt and corrupt. The specific content of the plan is still unknown. One of the purposes of my trip is also to bring a warning to the Regent. The ever-changing people are scheming, and if they are a little careless, they may be doomed. I also hope that the Regent can stop the people under his command. The various dangerous actions of the scientific research team on the subspace are too dangerous, and you are stepping into dangerous and unknown territory. Finally, there is one more request, and that is to obtain a fleet strong enough to resist the demons pouring out from the planets near the Great Rift. Guilliman nodded, and said gently, your warnings and suggestions are perfect. If you need a unit, it may take a little longer. Now, all units have their own tasks. You have to wait until immediately sent from Karag, or recruit enough troops from the Charadon sector to give you an army. My lord, the current situation is very urgent. The world along the Great Rift is being harassed by demons and traitors, and they urgently need support. Vodes said. I already have a corresponding plan, and I will slowly solve this problem. Guilliman said. My lord, you must not realize the urgency of the situation. There was a hint of anxiety in Wodaisy's tone. I know, Wodaisy, I am working hard to solve these problems. The Charlatan and Ultramar star regions, as well as many forging worlds that are willing to respond to me, are working at full capacity, casting armaments and building warships. Those ordinary people join the army, or send your own children to join the army to form a regiment, but there is a prerequisite for the rescue of other worlds, that is, those worlds that have been saved cannot fall into the abyss again, otherwise everything we do will be in vain. Meaningless. Guilliman tried to appease Vodes and asked him to wait patiently. My lord, you must use thunderous speed. Only in this way can the Empire be saved from fire and water. Guilliman narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at Vodes. You are overstepping, Vodes. I have my own plan, and I understand your desire to save those innocents, but I must consider the overall situation. I'm trying to figure out a solution to the crack. Is it okay to transfer some of the existing troops? My lord, please, many worlds have fallen into poison, if we don't save them, they will completely fall into the hands of chaos. I'm very embarrassed. Guilliman said, the strategic plan has been agreed for a long time. If it is overturned, more time will be wasted. With all due respect, my lord, you have wasted too much unnecessary time. You can quickly pacify each area with the army in your hand, and then move on to the next area. You don't need to waste so much time. Now is an urgent moment, and you must hurry up time. Those who remain loyal to the Emperor need not deal with them so quickly. Daisy said, your wrong approach to those loyalists not only seriously slowed down the process of saving the empire, but also frightened the dignitaries in other regions. Humanity has reached the most critical moment. This is definitely not a cleansing and centralization. Best moment. Gilliman stood up and looked at Vodes with a scowl. I said, I have my own plan, Daisy, show me some respect, I am the son of the Emperor, your master and commander. You screwed up the empire, and now you intend to accuse me? Want to do it again? Sabotage my plans. Gilliman couldn't hide his anger. I woke up and saw a rotten empire like a walking corpse. I am saving it. As for how to do it, I don't need you to teach me. If you can teach me, then why did the empire become like this? You have seen those imperial civilians who are deeply trapped in the minions of chaos, then have you seen countless imperial civilians living in the terrible you created in my father's name? Have you seen those who have been transformed into a Zerg fleet for a planet of dry rocks? How many creatures were devoured? The corruption of the empire is shocking and outrageous, the tithes are forged, the armaments of the empire exist only on paper, the powerful and capital crocodiles have no fear of the authority of the empire, and wantonly squeezed and looted the innocent in the name of my father, the blood, sweat, and money of the victim. Is this the so-called loyalty? Gilliman slammed his fist on the conference table in the reception room, and the thick marble table was smashed to pieces. You disregarded my father's will and betrayed his original intention. Such loyalty is useless. Wadius was frightened by Gilliman's anger and froze in place. Even if he has experienced many battles with demons. But facing the furious Primarch, he was still frightened. Now, I'm telling you again that all expeditionary fleets have their own goals. Follow my strategy and complete the tasks I set. Don't try to make any small moves, otherwise I will erase the Brotherhood of Grey Knights you represent. I will consider sending it to your troops, but we'll have to wait a few months for a fresh batch of Indomitable Crusade reinforcements to arrive. Gilliman looked at Vodes. One more thing, don't dictate my strategy. If you can control the subspace, the situation won't be so bad. If you can suppress the subspace, I can give up everything the excesses in your mouth. If you can't, keep quiet. After speaking, Gilliman took 2 deep breaths. Do your best to keep yourself calm. He sat back at his desk. Suppressing his anger, his tone softened again. Master Daisy, I don't know what kind of arguments and words you heard before you came to see me, but I hope you can maintain your own independent thinking. Rebellion is hidden under loyalty, and any seemingly well-intentioned suggestions they are all poisonous to the Empire. Wadius is the Grand Mentor of the Brotherhood of Grey Knights. The fault of this incident should not be on him. Grey Knights are very special units. They have been trained since childhood to become a qualified Grey Knight. They are separated from the actual situation of the Empire and do not understand how the Empire works today. Grey Knights spend most of their time either fighting against demons or on their way to combating demons. In their simple minds, apart from expelling demons, it is loyalty to the Emperor. Loyalty to the Emperor should be paramount. Complex political games are not what they are good at. They also rarely interfere in politics. The only explanation is that someone said something in front of him, which made him have such absurdity and dared to question the abnormal behavior of the Primarch. Daisy, who had just woken up from a dream, looked ashamed. He knelt down on one knee and asked for forgiveness. Sorry, Regent. Come up, I'm sure you're not to blame for this, said Gilliman, but I ask you to send the same warning to your fellow Grey Knights if they can deal with the problems brought on by the warp and the Great Rift. If there is a problem, I will do what they suggest. If not, then do what I order. I hate incompetent and chattering people. I see, said Wadis. Rest well, and when the Imperial troops to replenish the expeditionary force arrive, you will be able to get the troops you need. Gilliman said. Yes, my lord. Daisy no longer had the disrespect just now, and spoke respectfully. Gilliman looked at Ventress. What is your purpose in looking for me? Ventress. I need your appointment and authorization, my lord. Ventress said, I need to execute a group of people before your reform can continue. What happened? Gilliman looked at Ventress. According to your order, I will bring all the planets in the Ultramar star region and several nearby substar regions under the rule of Macrage. However, several so-called alliances resist this in every possible way. They claim that democracy and liberty is inviolable. Ventress said, they have no respect for the Empire. The funds used to improve national defense and purchase weapons that should have been used have been emptied by the merchant family, and some weapons and equipment have been sold openly by them. According to the latest information from the Domra subsector, several rebellions, all related to these alliances, they sold equipment belonging to the Astra militia, and the traders bought the equipment. Gilliman's face became a little dignified. He finally knew why the Empire's rebels could always get weapons. Sometimes, it is much better than the Imperial troops who came to counter the rebellion. The problem should lie here. I'm sorry, my lord. The situation is critical now. I really have no way to continue to adopt a soft policy and play political games with them. According to reports from the Health Department and the Psychic Think Tank, plagues with supernatural powers have appeared everywhere in Ultramar. I must obtain your authorization in order to make an example of them and solve these nobles as soon as possible. Only then can I concentrate my efforts to keep Ultramar the stability of Rama. Gilliman listened to Ventress talk, and after a while, he already made a decision. Chapter 128 The Devil Also Fakes? Seeking subscription. It has to be said that the Alliance is the worst of all political systems. Enough centralized power can inspire elites, but not enough to control them. Unrestricted capital flow magnifies the desires of those businessmen, allowing them to trample on the law and the dignity of the people. This backward system allows desire to run rampant, and allows those high-level people to shirk their responsibilities, so the weak suffer and the despicable enjoy. Guilliman stood up, paced back and forth, and continued, we must correct it. Power and duty are equal. People don't know what is good for them, and they don't know what they should do. What? They need guidance and protection. If the top of a system enjoys power but is unwilling to take responsibility, then the system is sick. They deceive people with freedom and democracy, and use all their lies to deceive people, making them forget what a terrible universe they are in. I allow you to do those things, but your ruthlessness is limited to those who hold power at the top. The people are like a flock, and the direction of the flock depends on the leader, not the flock itself. Ordinary people are numb and follow the crowd. Without knowing it, you can only make wrong decisions based on your limited knowledge. So, I allow you to do those things and redirect those people. Your mission is very important. You must ensure that those planets that have been saved will not go into the abyss again. Guilliman looked at Ventress, and ordered his clerk to bring over a written document, and use his biological seal to leave his own mark, so as to authorize Ventress. The matter of authorization has been satisfactorily resolved, and now I want to know something about the outbreak of the plague in the Ultramar sector. Ventress was silent for a while, sorting out his words and thoughts. Guilliman was not in a hurry, waiting for his opening. In the galaxies of Drow, Thalassa, and Parmenio, a bizarre plague appeared. The outbreak symptom was uncontrollable tears. Viscous and foul-smelling tears would cover the entire eyelid in a short time, and cause nasty redness and swelling. The most serious consequence of this epidemic is the suppuration and ulceration of the patient's eyeball, and even permanent blindness. This epidemic plague is named the Plague of Tears. The appearance of the Plague of Tears has caused the morale of the auxiliary army in Ultramar to drop. I have sealed off these galaxies, checked the pathogens, and isolated the infected. From the current situation, this kind of plague often only appears in mortal soldiers. So far, there has not been a single case of Primaris Space Marines or mechanics teaching soldiers. There are only a few cases of priests and nuns. I have ordered many medical departments to go to these galaxies for support, and have not yet been able to find a way to control this epidemic. Ventress gave a detailed introduction to the Plague of Tears currently raging in Ultramar. Guilliman frowned deeply. His awakening and various actions that did not conform to the original work have greatly changed the original plot line. He didn't go to Terra immediately, but after waking up, he engaged in scientific and technological innovation and the reform and reorganization of the imperial system in Makraj. I just didn't expect that the plot line had been changed, and the Plague of Tears still appeared. Just thinking about it is normal. The Plague of Tears should be a plague prepared by Nurgle long ago, and it will eventually be thrown into the real universe. Choose in the Ultramar sector, it can hold back Guilliman's pace more than choosing other places. Let the priest of the Church, the Tribunal of Demons, and the Grey Knights go to the epidemic area together. This epidemic is by no means as simple as a real microorganism or virus. It is very likely that there is a conspiracy behind it. They want me to stay in Ultramar, while ignoring the entire empire. When necessary, under the advice and supervision of the Grey Knights or the Demon Tribunal, unconventional means can be used to expel the plague. Guilliman said. The best way to deal with the plague caused by the evil of Chaos Nurgle is to use witchcraft or the cooperation of supernatural forces. But in that case, the risk is also great. If you are not careful, you will lead the wolf into the house. Once there is a mistake in the ceremony, it is likely to lead to unimaginable consequences. The Demon Tribunal and the Grey Knights can avoid this risk to the greatest extent. Guilliman paced back and forth, then looked at Vodes and Ventress. There are some things I shouldn't have told you, but at this moment, maybe you should know something. Especially Ventress, you need to know what you are facing. What kind of enemy? After saying this, Guilliman looked at Sicarius. Help me get someone to tidy up the reception room, and by the way, bear the charge of destroying the Primarch's reception room. I can't tell those people outside that I will lose control of my emotions. They are too dependent on me. Any wrong move will disappoint them. I understand, my lord. Sicarius said. Guilliman took Ventress and Vodes through the fast elevator and private passage, and entered the deepest part of the glory of Makraj. When the elevator sounded a pleasant sound, the heavy metal door opened with a mechanical groan. The sound of burning incense and chanting came together. Wadius's eyes became sharp, and he smelled the devil. It's a wicked place, Wadius said. I know. Guilliman responded, this is our sorrow, we have to rely on extraordinary power to gain capital against the warp. The three of them walked down the long corridor. Walked to a cabin made entirely of iron, stained the color of dried blood. Arms in hand, exiled priests chanting scriptures salute the Primarch. Vinzenhorn came over. He is older, with obvious wrinkles on his face. Demon Judge. Wodaisy frowned, and he recognized the identity of the other party from Vinzenhorn's tattoo. I am the judge, Vinzenhorn. Vinzenhorn introduced himself to Wodaisy, the Grey Knight mentor. Did you lure the Primarch down this dark path? You should understand that the warp corrupts everything, but you still led him on this path. Wadia's voice was full of questioning. Yes, my lord has found me. We need the help of demons to control the information of the subspace and ensure that we can get some news from the gods. Vinzenhorn said, this is crucial to our victory. There are only lies and deceit in the mouth of the evil thing. Wodaisy shouted, you are blinding and deceiving the Primarch. What we are looking for is information. We need to verify the authenticity of the information spoken by the devil, and we have no other choice. Vinzenhorn is fearless, even when facing a grey knight. Stop quarreling. Guilliman looked at Vodes. I brought you here not to quarrel, but to let you see with your own eyes what we are going to do. Demons are full of lies, and any cooperation with them it's all poison. But you have to know that nowadays, human beings can only have a chance of life by taking poison. The thick iron door made a sound, and then slowly opened. Guilliman stepped in. Ventress felt the terror in it. The things held inside made his hair stand on end. He tried to suppress the fear in his heart, and walked in with the Primarch. Light, Guilliman said. Following his voice, the lumen lights in the dimly lit cell flickered a few times, and then glowed. In the center of the room, countless adamantine iron chains extended from the wall, tightly bound the demon host standing in the center. Chaos has deeply affected this demon host. His skin turned into sickly red blotches. It can be seen that the naked torso has been covered with various abscesses, and even a small head has grown out. The body also became emaciated, revealing twisted bones. Also grew arthropods and bone spurs. There is also a pair of sharp horns belonging to the devil on the head. The arms of the demon host are fixed on the beams of the ladder-shaped shelf made of shiny metal, and the feet are also tied, like a suffering Jesus. Hands handcuffed to a metal pole. The handcuffs made of fine gold and engraved with countless runes are locked. His elbows and waist were bound with blade wire to keep him in place. Wrapped with iron chains edged with runes. An iron nail edged with complex seal runes was nailed into the flesh and blood on his limbs, limiting his strength. A huge six-pointed star array appeared in the cabin, emitting a shining light. Ventress' helmet activates a photosensitive filter to reduce the impact of the dazzling light. Holy 13 Primarches, the Emperor's favorite and loyal heir, Lord of Ultramar, the great Lord Guilliman, welcome to you. Cherubel said respectfully. After many times of training, this demon prince has become a lot more honest. It's like the lovely lady finally succumbing to the uncle next door. The attitude was good this time, Guilliman said. Wadius could feel the power and essence of the demon prince in Cherubel's body. There was disbelief in his eyes. When did the devil become so talkative? The harm caused by a demon prince is unimaginable for ordinary people. Wadius has seen it firsthand. The entire galaxy will be corrupted by this level of demons and become a paradise of chaos. The Grey Knights expelled those demons and imprisoned many demons. These guys are forever babbling, uttering all kinds of curses and temptations, promising all kinds of immortality, conditions of knowledge. If you are a little careless, the devil will take advantage of it and plant the seeds of corruption. Now, the demon prince's attitude towards Guilliman is respectful. It's really unbelievable. Like a prodigal son who finds love in a bar. Listen to this flattering tone. What is the difference between the majestic devil prince and those disgusting bureaucrats outside? Ventress had little contact with demons, but he also knew that demons definitely did not behave like this. Is it a fake? The devils are making fakes these days? Chapter 129 Fulgrim's Plan, for subscription. The demon prince's attitude towards Guilliman surprised both Vodes and Ventress. Really never imagined that one day, they would see the devil in such a flattering way. From this demon prince, they saw the same hypocrisy as those disgusting bureaucrats. There is almost no difference between the two. They feed on our emotions and souls. Guilliman saw the astonishment on the faces of the two of them. Born in the reflection of countless emotions, they possess wisdom and naturally have life. With life, they will naturally be afraid of losing their lives and entering a state of eternal extinction. In the past, they were unscrupulous and arrogant precisely because human beings have not mastered the power to destroy them, so they are unscrupulous. As long as they master without the power to destroy them, these demons will be honest. In the vast galaxy, only my father, who is the cursor in the mouth of the devil, has such power. And the Emperor's sword in my hand also has this kind of power. It does not fear me, but fears the power of the Emperor's sword. As the timid fear death, so the demon prince fears eternal death. Wadius had a complex expression on his face. He never thought that the Primarch could use the Emperor's sword to control these damned demons. The Grey Knights have fought against the warp demons for nearly 10,000 years, and it really feels lonely to fight against them. Originally, seeing the Devil Prince bowing his knees was shocking enough. But the next scene left Wodius dumbfounded and unbelievable. Summon a demon. After briefly interrogating Cherubel about the recent situation, Guilliman looked at Vinzenhorn and gave an order. Understood, my lord. Vinzenhorn ordered people to take out all the things they had prepared, cut their palms to sacrifice blood, and recited the spell with the real name of the devil. Where does the real name come from? Naturally, it was also provided by Cherubel, the demon prince with strong bones. Soon, I became colder and colder in the confinement cabin made of metal. Terrible cold air invaded from all directions. The muffled whispers lingered in his ears. All kinds of invisible creatures hidden in the shadows, whispering. Accompanied by bursts of passionate chanting. A small vortex appeared in the brazier placed next to the magic circle. The flame stream inside is rotating at high speed. Accompanied by thick smoke and flames, a demon emerges from the darkness. Its appearance is extremely hideous. The inhuman face has countless eyes and countless mouths. They are watching, they are talking. With a bloated body and long limbs, hideous faces emerged from the huge body, full of extreme malice. It is difficult to have any words to describe this hateful demon. Wadius clenched his weapon, and he looked at the demon in front of him vigilantly. The other party brought him a huge sense of oppression. Just standing there without launching an attack made his hair stand on end. Ventress was no better. Seeing a demon is like seeing something extremely terrifying. The demon stood in the magic circle, turned around, and knelt down facing Guilliman. Regent. One mouth of the demon opened, and the other gave out a twisted grin. The other mouths whisper and repeat. Is there any latest news? News about the plague god? Guilliman asked. A little bit. According to some demons, they are already preparing to enter the real universe. They will use the plague to form 7, and use the power of the holy number to enter the real universe. The demon said. What kind of plague? Guilliman asked. Prince Regent, the information you want is very difficult to obtain. The god of plague has enough ability to erase the echoes of his every move in the subspace. The information I got should be a kind of plague that people will suffer for a long time. They may want to keep you in Ultramar. Hearing the devil's answer, Wodaisy looked astonished. It's fine if the demon prince is so flattering. How can this demon talk like that? One mouthful and one regent, shouting so fierily, those who didn't know thought this was a loyal minister of the empire. Can you still play like this? Wadius in the Imperial Demon Tribunal, some judges will indeed enter into a cooperative relationship with demons. The final outcome of these judges is not very good. Demons are never good. They only trick, cheat. Use eternal life and knowledge to tempt those who are not firm enough. As long as you step into their trap, your soul and flesh and blood will be swallowed directly in the end. This is also the relationship between Wodaisy's opposition to the Primarch's involvement in the subspace. If you are a little careless, you may repeat the mistakes of Horus. If that is the case, it will definitely be a terrifying nightmare beyond human imagination. I just didn't expect these demons to be so afraid of the Primarch. Fearful enough to be flattering bureaucrats. How is the situation on the ever-changing side? Guilliman continued to ask. I don't know much about this. The only thing I know is the news that Magnus fled back to the Wizard Star in embarrassment not long ago. Speaking of Magnus, the summoned demon carefully considered his words. The warp has many ways to understand the real universe. Before the layout is clear, it is difficult for the devil to know the truth of the matter. But after everything is revealed, they naturally know what happened on the planet Pharos. Someone used the power of the damned to almost kill the demon Primarch Magnus. It is said that failure to kill also left permanent scars on the essence of the opponent. The burning sensation of that terrible scar will torture the Primarch day and night until he collapses. Magnus' scream echoed throughout the subspace. Nowadays, no one in the subspace knows that the loyal parent-child design of the damned made Magnus suffer, and he was almost killed. After this incident happened, many demons were afraid, and they were a lot more careful when entering the real universe. The summoned demons are even more respectful. He didn't want to be killed by Guilliman like this. As the saying goes, kill others, not yourself. As long as I can survive, I don't care if the subspace will be turned upside down by Guilliman. Kneel when you should, and tell him what you want to know. Guilliman is nothing more than a human being. No matter how long he lives, he will eventually die. As long as I survive, one day I will be free. Maybe you can make a lot of money. It's best if Guilliman and Sishan fight with each other. They, the original destroyers, can also reap the benefits of fishing. When the time comes, the good days will come. Counseling should be done, and being able to bend and stretch is the true color of a devil. As the saying goes, the temporary trough is for better climbing the peak in the future. Do you really not know the plan of the changer? Guilliman looked at the demon and asked. My lord, this is difficult. Just like you ambushed Magnus, no one knows your final plan. The Almighty and its demons have always kept their plots secret, and the final purpose will not be revealed until the last moment. The demon said, perhaps, you can go to the Dark Angel's megalithic fortress to find the answer. The threads of fate are entangled there, and perhaps the plan of the Changing One revolves around them, thus pulling you into the vortex. Guilliman frowned slightly upon hearing this. The Changers want to use the Dark Angel's chapter to corrupt themselves? Do you want to let yourself know the so-called Caliban regulations? Still want to tell myself that Ryan has turned into Lucifer with 2 horns on his head and black wings? Still tell yourself the truth about Caliban's corruption? And the truth about those monstrous black-robed wardens of the boulder? Using the truth to corrupt the target is Tsianch's consistent style. Tsianch never lied. The problem is, the truth he revealed is inappropriate. Sometimes, Tsianch is even more despicable, he only tells half the truth. If the original Guilliman learned that Ryan had turned into a great demon and that the Dark Angels had been corrupted, he would definitely be wary of the Dark Angels. Mankind must have been divided in this way. Now Guilliman can only say with disdain, that's it. Is there any other news? Guilliman asked. Your traitor brother Fulgrim has already planned a plan for you, and wants to drag you into the abyss of vanity, but no one knows what the specific plan is. There is no other news for the time being. The devil said. Let's go then, continue to search for information in subspace for me, I hope you can bring better information, devil, then you will be rewarded. Guilliman said. It is my honor to serve you, Regent. As the words fell, the demons turned into thick smoke and flames and disappeared. The temperature in the cabin also returned to normal. The flame of the brazier continues to burn normally. Wadius was still in shock at this time, and it was difficult to wake up from the scene just now. The Primarch got much more information than him through the help of the demon. He never imagined that the enemy's target was the Dark Angels, one of the mother regiments of the Empire's space fighters. This is undoubtedly big news. If it is true, maybe he can skip the investigation process and go to the Boulder Fortress to sit on the sidelines and catch the opponent by surprise. Wadius pondered what the demon he was chasing had done. If the target of the opponent is the Boulder Fortress, then the strange deeds can be explained. The other party is distracting the soldiers of the Dark Angels, letting them walk out of the stone fortress and go to different star fields to perform tasks. In this way, the defense of the stone fortress will become empty. It's just why the other party is targeting the Dark Angels. Wadius was full of confusion, and all this may require investigation to know. Ventress also looked shocked at this time. It never occurred to him that the Primarch worked with demons like those wizards. However, it is different from ordinary wizards. The original body is obviously the strong side in the cooperation between the two parties. Those demons are more like his subordinates working for him. After the demons left and confirmed that there was no threat, Guilliman turned his head to look at Vodes and Ventress. It is exhausting to control these demons, we must be strong enough to fight them and get trivial information from them. Keep this in mind at all times, don't cross certain boundaries at will, and don't be afraid and surrender to them. My lord, is it too dangerous for you to do this? Wodaisy said. This is indeed a very dangerous field, and it also has a heavy price. But now the struggle between the human empire and the subspace is becoming more and more acute. We can't be ignorant of the enemy. We should die in despair or fight to the death. I don't think this question needs me. Give you the answer. Guilliman looked at Wodaisy with a firm tone. Wadius bowed his head and stopped arguing. My lord, I am more concerned about the traitor Primarch Fulgrim's conspiracy against you. From the tone of the devil, it is obvious that the traitor has already started to act, but we know nothing about his plan. When Therese looked at the Primarch, with some concern in his tone. Fulgrim, he is eager to pursue perfection, but the more complicated things are, the more difficult it is to pursue perfection. Soon we will know what his plan is. Guilliman turned to look at Cherubel who was while talking. The other party felt his gaze, and hurriedly showed a flattering smile. Guilliman did not give him a good face. These cunning primordial destroyers are things to be ever on guard against. It's only the third watch, and I'm still short of the third watch. Suddenly it feels more painful to explode. Chapter 130 The Corrupting Crown, subscription required. After talking with the devil, Guilliman let the two leave. Before leaving, he warned the two not to speak casually. Nowadays, this information cannot be disclosed at will. People are now displeased with demons. Any rumors are not good for the current situation of the Empire. After receiving affirmative answers from the two, Guilliman asked them to go to the deck by themselves, and return to the airport of Vitria's capital by the gunboat. At the suggestion of the Primarch, both of them decided to leave after participating in the celebration parade. Ventress decided that he would not only participate in the parade, but document it. Bring the news of the Primarch's victory and the images of this parade celebration back to the Ultramar sector. In this way, it is enough to make those panicked people calm down again. Let the many children of Ultramar know that they are not alone, that the Primarch still protects the Empire. Preparations for the celebration parade are still in full swing. All departments are doing their best to cooperate. Governor's Palace. It's so perfect. Anna looked at the flower bed in front of her with an extremely excited expression. Every flower is so coquettish and perfect. Her eyes became more and more blurred. Looking at those coquettish flowers, he showed a sickly excited smile. The machine slave carefully plowed the land according to the established procedures that had been written. Make sure that the flowers of this flower bed can live to the day of the Primarch's celebration procession according to the wishes of their masters. The automatic system is detecting the temperature and moisture in the air, and making adjustments in real time to ensure that the air temperature and humidity are in the best condition. Anna is very satisfied with her results. The entourage and staff officers did not dare to express any opinions on this. Those who have opinions have been crushed and turned into flower mud. Planet Governor Anna has become more and more crazy. In order to get the so-called beautiful petals in her mouth, she has not hesitated to use living people as flower fertilizer. Everyone can see that Anna has gone crazy. In order to gain the praise of the Primarch and pave the way for her future, she has gone to any lengths. Perhaps, she has always been an unscrupulous person. After gaining power, they became more and more crazy. It's a pity that no one dared to report on her. The Primarch's own personal appointment of her as the one to present the wreath of glory is an honor in itself. In the eyes of the officials, Anna has become a celebrity in front of the Primarch. Became a woman who is at your fingertips and has unlimited prospects in the future. A rising star in politics. Offending her is undoubtedly a very stupid thing. Appropriate flattery may yield unimaginable gains in the future. The grand parade will begin soon. On the huge triumph square, many statues of heroes of the Empire have been erected. These huge statues were built for today's celebration. Accompanied by 13 gunshots. A huge horn sounded. Like the roar of a wild beast in ancient mythology, it echoed in the hive city, and then slowly disappeared among the tall buildings. A magnificent road from the Arc de Triomphe to the Triumph Square has been built. Thousands of war engines, millions of warriors arrayed densely. Different paint schemes and majestic emperor angels are all ready for battle. Vitria was empty of thousands of people, and the citizens came out in full force. They gathered at road junctions and squares to watch the ceremony. The cheers of thousands of people converged into a hymn to Guilliman. Deafening, long-lasting. As the bell rang, heavy footsteps sounded, and the first thing that appeared in front of people was the Star Warrior who had been upgraded by primordial casting. They are the vanguard of this parade. In the Empire, no matter how remote the world is, the people living on it know the existence of the Emperor's angels. They are the sharp swords of the human Emperor, beheading all human enemies. The Empire survived the darkness because of their sacrifices. They were wearing thick power armor, in different colors, and arranged in different square formations. Has the same sincere heart. His eyes are firm, and he is ready to sacrifice at any time. The dreadnoughts belonging to each chapter stand in the center of their phalanx, moving with their chapter, followed by regiments from various galaxies. The onlookers suddenly discovered that these warriors who expedition to the galaxy were not superhuman like the Emperor's angels. They are the same as themselves, but they are all ordinary people. The difference is that they wear military uniforms, but they don't. They traveled through the dangerous subspace, entered battlefields like meat grinders, and became the cornerstone of the Empire. There have never been any natural heroes in this world. It's just another group of ordinary people who put on military uniforms and took up weapons to protect another group of innocent people. The Astral Army Corps walked by with neat steps, holding weapons, each with firm eyes. They are unknown. Even the name is not known to the world. But at this moment, their eyes are full of pride, standing under the banner of hunting and agitation. They fought for a great man. Fight for a lofty ideal. This is enough to make them full of blood and passion. Behind the phalanx of the Astral Army Corps, there are war weapons from the mechanic cult. Came along with the sound of heavy footsteps. The noble knights drove their mechs and walked across the parade avenue, neatly, as if they were one. Mechanical priests with incense in hand lead the way. The levitating servo-skull roars out the hymn of the Almighty God. Halfway through, the knights all raised their melted cannons and giant chain swords neatly. It is used to express the meaning of unyielding war. In the name of knights, they will uphold Guilliman's great will, protect mankind forever, and protect the Empire forever, until death. Behind the Knight Titan phalanx are giant titans of the Order of Titans. Every Imperial civilian who saw the titans on stage subconsciously covered their mouths. What they saw was so shocking. 3 tall steel figures first appeared on Triumph Avenue. Walked in, only to find that it was 3 Emperor-level titans. They are like noble gods of war. Even if they kept silent, it was difficult to conceal their terrifying aura. They moved in unison and became the leader of the procession of the Order of Titans. The sequence of appearances has been carefully arranged, trying to give people the greatest psychological shock, let them understand the power of the Empire, and let them feel at ease. Followed by Warlord-level Titans, God Punishment-level Titans, Alpha Titans, Hound-level Titans, etc., many war engines appeared one by one, demonstrating the mighty power of human beings. These terrifying gods of war walked past the crowd. Everyone who witnessed them had to admit it. No enemy can stand against these fearsome war beasts. Any enemy that tries to stand in the way of the Titan will be doomed. Followed by the Skitarii of the Mechanicum. Walking in the front is the Steel Walker. This kind of biped walking machine with a strange appearance has unimaginable flexibility and mobility, and it is the main mobile force of the Mechanicum. The machine servant wearing a red robe has been fixed on top of the Steel Walker. They remained silent, manipulating the Steel Walkers to form a phalanx, and walked past the crowd of onlookers. Behind the Iron Walker phalanx is the Omnic Legion. The Omnic mech is completely made of steel body, and its combat power is powerful. These Omnics have nothing but cold rationality. They have no soul and desire, and exist only for the killing orders of the Mechanicum. Followed by heavy artillery, missile vehicles, tank arrays, super heavy tanks and more. A uniform formation of Imperial fighter planes flew out of the sky. Flying at super high speed, white airwaves appeared in the sky. But all the troops of the Empire entered the Triumph Square from the Triumph Avenue. On the highest triumphal platform, many high-level expedition officials of the Empire appeared one by one. Even Calgar, who was seriously injured before, stood among the many high-level people on stage, enjoying the cheers and admiration of the world. Afterwards, the sound of music and roar was gradually reduced, and the voices of the people were also gradually reduced. Everyone turned their eyes to the high platform. Servo-skulls and cherubs all aimed their video equipment at the high platform. Cities all over the world, and on every battleship, are simultaneously broadcasting images. In the eyes of everyone's anticipation, Emperor's son, the Lord of Ultramar slowly appeared. In an instant, it seemed that the whole world was quiet. That stalwart blue figure attracted everyone's attention. People a few kilometers away from the parade center stared at the towering display screen connected to the servo skull. The Primarch stepped onto the high platform, entered people's field of vision, and walked in front of many heroes of the Empire. Many people burst into tears at this scene. What a glorious and memorable scene this is. Mankind will surely win, any enemy of mankind will be completely wiped out, and mankind will usher in a new era, a bright and hopeful era. Guilliman said to the people. His voice is sonorous and powerful, and is transmitted to all parts of the world through the servo skull. People cheered and shouted for this, and wherever there were people, the name of Guilliman echoed. Those who once held dissent against the Primarch cried bitterly. They feel guilty and disturbed for desecrating a noble person. That would be an irreparable mistake for them even with their lives. The parade ceremony was proceeding in an orderly manner. Under the much anticipated eyes, the planetary governor Anna held a beautiful wreath of glory with pure gold as the base, and it was backed by delicate flowers, and walked up. According to the procedure of the ceremony, she will personally wear this crown of glory for the Primarch, representing the blessing of the people of Vitria. It is my honor to do such a thing for you. Anna said. The other party's voice had a sweet and greasy feeling. Guilliman vaguely sensed that something was wrong. But he hadn't met the governor before, and he didn't know whether the other party spoke like this. He is too busy, dealing with expeditionary affairs every day. He only paid a little attention to the reconstruction work of Vittoria. Maybe, this woman's voice is like this. Guilliman was confused, but he still thought it was because he was too sensitive. It's really a blessing to have such a beautiful and noble lady wear a wreath for me. Guilliman said with a smile. He leaned over slightly, and with the assistance of others, Anna walked up to a temporary high platform step by step, and put this glorious wreath on the prim arch. Wadius on the side frowned, and he could feel something was wrong. Has the breath of the devil. He looked at the noble lady who laid a wreath for the prim arch. The other party is dignified and polite, the clothes are luxurious, and the behavior is very decent, and there is no problem. The moment Guilliman put on the garland, Guilliman's eyes were suddenly blurred. Chapter 131 The Arrogant Guilliman, subscribe. In an instant, Guilliman's mind was filled with countless thoughts, and various scenes flashed quickly. Every screen clip showed him a bright future. In front of those who are about to obtain those unworldly feats. The tiny victory in front of me is not worth mentioning at all. He will have hundreds of huge structures like the Colossi of God's retribution. Commanding an unprecedented majestic army. Complete the indomitable crusade with ease. Put the banner of victory in every corner of the galaxy. His sculptures stand in every world. Everyone is talking about his achievements. The fighters love him so deeply. It will be the highest praise for each of them to die for the great lord of Ultramar. Countless world galaxies and even star regions liberated by him were renamed after him. The self-proclaimed noble ancient Eldar became his vassal, relying on human beings to survive in the universe. Many noble Eldar even became his servants. Even the leader of the Death Army, Evelyn, is the same. The invincible Necrons are like wild dogs whose spines have been severed in front of human beings. There is no choice but to hide in Tibet in a panic. Even the Tyranids who devoured everything were destroyed like playthings in front of him. Even the Hive Will, which threatened the Chaos Gods, was in a state of panic, fleeing from the glory of the Great Prim Arch. The mysterious and unpredictable subspace has become the back garden of human beings. Powerful, the chaotic gods who claim to last forever are hiding in Tibet like stray dogs, terrified all day long. The soldiers loved him so deeply that it was everyone's highest honor to die for him. Countless worlds, galaxies, and even star regions liberated by him will be renamed after him. Sculptures celebrating Guilliman are found in every corner of the empire. Even the golden throne of Terra will be waiting for him. Father's legacy will not be enough to reward the great and wise Prim Arch. At the end, Guilliman looked beyond the galaxy. Launch your own unparalleled legion, fight around, and get more stars. Even through the warp veil, set your sights on other universes. All things will yield under his feet. Whether it is the universe or the creator, they will succumb to the feet of the real lord of mankind. Even immortal gods, even eternal beings, or indescribable ancient gods, still need to kneel down and swear allegiance to the Lord of humanity. He will cross everything and achieve grand plans and great achievements that the world can't imagine. Anna smiled when she saw Guilliman's appearance. It doesn't look like her smile at all. It seems that there is a stronger will that has manipulated the woman's body, seeing Guilliman's appearance through her eyes. At the same time, there was a cry of excitement from the depths of the subspace. My brother, you are so arrogant, trying to be above everything. It's a pity that you will never be able to do those things. From now on, you will become the plaything of the god of pleasure, existing for his will. As the laughter in the subspace became more smug, the smile on Anna's face became brighter. But suddenly, the laughter in the subspace disappeared. The smile on Anna's face stagnated. Her eyes showed an incredible look. Guilliman reached out and took off the crown of glory, his eyes became clear. Things are well done, but it's a pity that these things can't shake me. This is the result I will inevitably achieve, just like 1 + 1 = 2 is inevitable. What kind of temptation is this? Guilliman guided the power in his body slightly, and a golden flame rose up, burning the wreath to ashes. How is it possible? Facing this scene, Anna showed disbelief on her face, and staggered back 2 steps, her eyes full of fear. Demon. The great mentor Wodaisy finally confirmed the confusion in his heart. The planetary governor of Vitria has been corrupted by the warp. She became a demonic beacon, a beacon for those warp beings to enter the real universe. He walked up and grabbed each other. When the Grey Knight's blessed glove touched the opponent's body, a hissing sound followed. Anna, dressed in a luxurious robe, began to twist and deform. Illusions that blind perception are dispelled. Anna's real look is revealed. The original noble and graceful appearance has disappeared. The appearance of that non-human is chilling. It was a hideous body covered with tentacles, scales, fangs, and a tail. Guilliman stared at this disgusting chaotic thing, and a familiar whisper sounded in his mind. His neighing like the language of a snake, I only heard it during the Battle of Thessala. Fulgrim, said Guilliman, you took the traitor's body. Guilliman, I haven't seen you in 10,000 years. You are becoming more and more eloquent. Anna stuck out her long tongue and made a hissing sound. These mortal bodies can be easily seduced, as long as they have desires and pursuits in their hearts. You can easily trick them and become puppet playthings at your fingertips. However, I am surprised that you can get rid of the vanity brought by the crown of vanity. Guilliman said blankly, nothing is impossible, your vision is too low, and you have no way to think at the level of a top person like me. Your temptation is like a farmer fantasizing about giving the emperor a golden to drive him crazy with greed. 10,000 years have passed, and your imagination is unbelievably barren. Learn from Angren, let's go. No. You were just a fluke. Fulgrim shouted through Anna's body. Guilliman's arrogant attitude made him very unhappy. How dare a defeated man be so arrogant? Also ridiculed that his imagination is not as good as Angren's. It would be too humiliating for him. This is just a small part of my countless plans. Unless you never enjoy the joy of victory, you will be eroded one day. I have countless hours to wait and plan. I am immortal, and you are only a mortal after all. To be honest, I suggest you take the initiative. Otherwise, when I am strong enough to enter the subspace, I will definitely go to your Fulgrim. Guilliman said with a smile, I will cut off your head, step on your headless corpse, let the artist carve out this scene, and display it on Terra and your home planet, Chemos, then everyone will appreciate my perfect fighting posture and your embarrassment and ugliness. As for your so-called erosion of glory, it is so ridiculous in my eyes. I am the most perfect existence of the Empire, the next master of mankind. The scenes I have constructed are nothing but things that are bound to happen. What an honor. Only an incompetent person like you, a small character who longs for attention, will care about any glory to whitewash his incompetence. The real strong will only give glory to others. Fulgrim was taken aback by what Guilliman said. What an arrogant statement. Dare to claim that he is the most perfect existence. Describe yourself as a minor character. What qualifications do you have to say that you are the most perfect? Fulgrim made an angry accusation. Because I am the only Primarch, I am the wisest, most perfect, and most outstanding Primarch of the Emperor, said Guilliman with a smile on his face. Don't forget what happened in the Battle of Thyssera. You were almost killed. Guilliman, you are the one who is really incompetent. Fulgrim's voice came out of Anna's mouth, taunting Guilliman with things that happened 10,000 years ago. Guilliman didn't care about this, he smiled, I have deleted and re-edited that historical record. I can tell you how the new history records the Battle of Thyssera. The despicable and shameless Fulgrim was knocked to the ground by Guilliman and was about to be executed. Fulgrim wept bitterly to Guilliman begged for mercy, declaring that he was bewitched by the Chaos Gods, jealous of Guilliman's perfection and nobility, and committed the heinous crime. Guilliman has a kind heart. He heard his former brother crying and begging in every possible way. His anger disappeared and his heart softened. But he didn't realize that the other party was cheating. He took advantage of Guilliman's bending over to help him. He stabbed Guilliman with a sword, and then fled in a panic. Well, the new historical records are still close to the historical facts. I am the most perfect and outstanding Primarch of the Empire, and you, Fulgrim, are just a villain who is jealous of my perfection. Hunt down. Guilliman looked at Fulgrim with a half-smile, and said calmly. Fulgrim looked into Anna's eyes, showing a hint of shock. Can you still play like this? So blatantly distorting the facts, glorifying oneself and belittling others? No one will believe you, said Fulgrim. Who will believe me? I am the Primarch of the Empire, the most perfect parent-child of the Emperor, and the most strategic existence in the universe. The Empire is under my control, and I can do whatever I want. What I want, it is history the truth, who would object? Guilliman looked at Fulgrim, look at you, you have put in all your effort, and in the end you are neither human nor ghost, but I have become the most orthodox ruler of the Empire, monopolizing the power of the galaxy. Fulgrim wanted to ridicule Guilliman, but was trembling with anger at Guilliman's few words. You have been asleep for 10,000 years, you are already so arrogant, Guilliman, just wait, I will go find you, and then the entire Empire will see your true colors. Fulgrim said. It's up to you, let's rest. Guilliman said sarcastically, you are no longer worthy of confronting me. The only existence that can confront me is your master. This is a duel between master and master. You are just a slave, what right do you have to intervene? You are courting death. Fulgrim growled, a guy who was defeated by himself and fell asleep for thousands of years, what qualifications does he have to call himself a slave? Yes, I'm looking for death, but unfortunately, you can't kill me. Stay in your lair and wait for me to kill you, Fulgrim. I will call the best sculpture craftsman in the Empire, create a sculpture of you being killed by me on your home planet Chemos, and then publicize my achievements, your despicableness. I will also put up big character posters to spread the word to the entire subspace and the real universe. At that time, I will put the identity of a despicable, shameless, cowardly, and incompetent clown on you, so that you will never be able to cleanse yourself. Guilliman pulled out the Emperor's sword and smiled mockingly. Being more friendly and irritating, Guilliman, as the Emperor of the Keyboard, can be weaker than Fulgrim, the scumbag original body. Fulgrim is only bringing on himself the humiliation. I've tried my best. It's still the 5th watch. Subscriptions have dropped to 200. The more I look at it, the more my heart gets stuck. Chapter 132 The Fear of the Gods, please subscribe. Fulgrim in the warp heard Guilliman's words. I only felt a sweetness in my throat, and I almost vomited a mouthful of old blood. It's been 10,000 years, Guilliman's strength is unknown. But the kung fu of this poisonous tongue has definitely surpassed the former done. Guilliman. Fulgrim roared. As a Primarch of demons, his every move has terrible power. Accompanied by his roar, the huge sound waves visible to the naked eye shattered the 2 succubi standing next to him alive, leaving a terrifying blood mist in the air. Fulgrim was almost mad with anger. Guilliman is so shameless and despicable. On Vitria's side, Fulgrim's anger also manifested itself in another way on the corrupted planetary governor Anna. The air became cold, and the eerie whispers became more terrifying. You will never enjoy victory, Guilliman, Fulgrim said aloud through Anna's body. Go back, Fulgrim, remember to ask your master to come out next time, I hate talking to lackeys, it does not conform to my noble status. After Guilliman finished speaking, the Emperor's sword pierced Anna's in the body, she was burned to ashes. Guilliman's thick voice was transmitted to Fulgrim's palace through the medium of Anna. Such contempt. So ignore him. What Guilliman did made the depraved demon Primarch roar incomparably. He vowed to make Guilliman pay a heavy price. The demon Primarch's rage was so great that it created a storm of great proportions in the warp. It's a pity that his performance can only be regarded as incompetent and furious. If you want to interfere with the real universe, you have to do it yourself. Shouting alone cannot interfere with the real universe. Fulgrim stepped out of his palace of lust. He will gather his lost sons and make Guilliman pay the heaviest price. This time, Guilliman won't be so lucky. Fulgrim swore that this time, he would definitely kill Guilliman. The kind that is absolutely dead. The Emperor came, and he couldn't keep him. On the parade square in Vitoria, Guilliman looked at the dust scattered by Anna, and was silent for a moment. The others didn't speak either. On such an important celebration, a corrupt planetary governor ran out. This undoubtedly shows that the Empire has long been eroded by chaos. Everyone looked at Guilliman. Wadius thought the Primarch would be furious. Calgar, Sicarius, Fikris, Ventress, and others thought that the Primarch would be angry because of this incident. Unexpectedly, Guilliman smiled. Raised his head again and looked at Fikris. It seems that you have to find a new crown presenter. Understood, my lord. Fikris was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly saluted, then turned to look for a new crown presenter. Watching Fikris turn and leave, Guilliman turned his head to look at the camera and the parade in the square below. This is undoubtedly a very embarrassing thing. In the last second, Guilliman just wanted to show off his muscles. As a result, chaos slapped him with a snap. Shout loudly, Guilliman's horse has rebelled and mixed with me. Isn't this a slap in the face? If it is not handled well, the effect of the parade may be greatly reduced. Guilliman swore secretly that Fulgrim would definitely capture the sky lantern. Following Guilliman's movements, the servo skulls, cherubs, and numerous suspended video devices all turn the camera. Well, I have to admit that the situation is bad. Many of our officials are corrupted by chaos, which is why I have to push reforms and slow down. Our enemies are not only aliens, chaos, but also corrupt bureaucrats, disgusting nobles. I don't even know if they are my assistants or enemies hiding beside me. They disguised well. Shouting the name of the Emperor, one mouthful of loyalty, one mouthful of dedication to the Empire, it turns out that they have long been corrupted and become the minions and lackeys of chaos. There was a hint of sadness in Guilliman's tone. They have a clear banner, they use the slogan of the Emperor to oppose me, and they pretend to be people around me, trying to approach and corrupt me. I apologize to you, and I also apologize to those who think apologies to my omnipotent people of the Primarch. I have been shaping this image to give you the confidence to stand firmly against chaos and against darkness. But today's events show that I am just an ordinary person. Although I am a powerful Primarch, my soul, my heart, and the blood surging in my body are all ordinary people. There is no way to achieve all victories, and there is no way to prevent chaos from eroding those ambitious people. I can only find my own way, trying to pull humans out of the darkness little by little. Accompanied by Guilliman's voice, the whole world fell into silence. Thousands of ordinary people were watching Guilliman's speech. The original cast space fighters are arranged according to the battle group they belong to, forming a square formation. The war weapons of the Mechanicum also kept running at the lowest power, so as not to make any sounds that would offend the Primarch. The mechanical priest and many mechanical servants were also looking at Guilliman. The Primarch's voice resounded throughout the world. Through electromagnetic signals, it is transmitted to the fleet suspended in low Earth orbit. Echoes in every city. Echoing in every corner. People watched his speech from holographic projections and display panels. Guilliman blew himself up, which made them also look a little sad. The enemies faced by mankind are too powerful, and the Empire is facing internal and external troubles. Guilliman was alone. He is alone. Not even knowing who is trustworthy and who can't. I need your help and trust. There is nothing more precious than trust. For a long time, the powerful and businessmen have stolen the name of the Emperor and drained the trust of the people in the Empire. I have been trying to restore it and let the Empire once again to regain my father's great dream, to let mankind live a stable and happy life. The Empire has never been saved by one person alone. It requires thousands of people to work together and make sacrifices together. I once again send out a plea to Vitria, and even to every galaxy and planet in the entire Empire that can hear my voice. Please stand with me to save the human Empire and expel those villains who have done despicable things in my father's name. This is a war that I cannot win alone. I need every human being to be brave. Every human being can understand the meaning of fighting the enemy and the horror of chaos. Only in this way can we truly win this war. During the Great Crusade, that is, 10,000 years ago, when my father reunited with me, he said that he launched the Great Crusade because he had a dream. He wants to create a world where human beings are free from disease, fighting, chaos, and conspiracy. In this world, everyone can enjoy a life of incomparable abundance. People will be immersed in learning and spiritual training, not for power and wealth fighting and calculating. My father did a lot for this, and Horus ruined everything, the chaos gods ruined everything, and those shameful traitors ruined everything. They made my father have to sit on the golden throne and endure the world for a second unbearable torment. I failed in a mission and was forced to sleep. When I woke up, I saw your ignorance and ignorance, fell into the quagmire of war, and lived in a dark age. My heart is like a knife, everything that happened in this galaxy, have deviated from my father's original intention. You have entered the terrible abyss hell, countless people have suffered for this, things should not have developed like this. I was trying to change, to reshape this dream. But now, I realize that I can never do it alone. Only every human being who wants to change can unite to create the country my father dreamed of. Today, standing here, I just want to ask if you are willing to make a change, and join me in regaining the Emperor's lost dream and creating his perfect kingdom. Guilliman looked at the crowd and issued a final question. The whole world fell into silence. Everyone looked at Guilliman blankly. They don't know how to respond. I am so humble and inferior, am I really qualified to walk with the great holy Primarch? In the moment of silence, a heavy voice sounded. Calgar knelt down on one knee and looked at his genetic father, the Ultramarine Chapter Master, the Supreme Warlord of Ultramar. Calgar is willing to work with the great Primarch to regain the Emperor's lost dream and create the perfect country. Guilliman looked at Calgar, showing a hint of relief. Calgar's behavior was like the last drop of water in a flood that broke a dam. Sicarius also knelt on one knee, the second company commander of the Ultramarines chapter, the Lord of Ultramar. Sicarius is willing to work with the great Primarch to regain the Emperor's lost dream and create the perfect country. The great mentor of the Grey Knight, Wodaisy. Senior Admiral of the Empire. Imperial High Commander. Empire. Following closely behind, Ventress, Vodes, and many high-ranking officers of the Empire's expeditionary forces also knelt on one knee, vowing to advance and retreat with the Primarch. On the fleet, Captain Brihere of the Glory of Macrage, Captain Iser of the Silver Arrow, and many other Imperial captains and many crew members also knelt down one by one and issued their own oaths. Casting General, Karen made the highest level mechanicism etiquette. Behind him, many mechanical priests and machine servants have all knelt on one knee. Many Night Titan drivers also manipulated Night Titan to kneel on one knee. This is a courtesy that only the Night High King will get. At this moment, the attitude of the Knights is fully revealed. They will follow the 13 Primarches to the death. Corvo and many other chapter masters also knelt on one knee in the Triumph Square. Behind them, many chapter brothers also knelt on one knee, showing the most fiery loyalty to the Primarch. One afterwards, many citizens also knelt down on one knee and performed the Sky Eagle salute. If there is one person in this world who is worthy of their infinite loyalty, it is only Guilliman. No rehearsal, no prior notice. Everyone who has witnessed the heroic figure of the Primarch and listened to this speech has expressed his loyalty to a supreme human leader in his own way. They will follow until the end of their lives. Even those nobles who had insulted Guilliman and hated him so much were kneeling on one knee at this moment, tears streaming down their cheeks. Guilliman also showed a smile as he witnessed all this. Even though the dark enemies are all around and the gods are unscrupulous, but the human beings are united, and they will definitely drive out the gods and win the victory. The human soul is closely related to the warp. What happened on the planet Vitria also reverberated in the subspace. Human will is held together by Guilliman. United as one, overcome hardships together. This will is weak, but dangerous. The gods had to look away from their great game and look to the real universe. Lord of Changes, Xiansh showed a trace of sadness in one eye. The threads of fate became chaotic and intertwined into a mess. The Vittoria incident heralds an unprecedented crisis that is about to break out. Once Guilliman takes charge of the entire human empire, and gathers the will of the entire human race as he does today, the consequences will be disastrous. Possibly a greater threat than the Emperor. The Emperor's plan is only to weaken the gods of the warp, so that mankind can get rid of the interference of the original destroyer and move towards detachment. But Guilliman is very different. He promised people a future, and people trusted him and attached themselves to him. This is a kind of oath contract. It will no longer be a game of gods. It is a full-scale war between the real universe and the subspace. Guilliman must declare war on the gods of the warp for his oath, to create a world of absolute beauty. Chapter 133 Cadia Core, for subscription. Relying on his super talent and ability in speech, Guilliman redeemed Fulgrim's influence. It also made the troops participating in the parade and many imperial people more excited. Everyone was so impassioned. His speech was spread throughout the galaxy by the chorus of many astropaths who followed the expedition of the fleet. Every world that received the astronomical message was infected by this shocking, passionate speech and the charm of the Primarch. An unprecedented wave of war has taken shape. A large number of armies marched from everywhere. Many imperial loyalists swore to go to war. They will swear to the death to defend the dignity of human beings and wipe out all human enemies. Many forge worlds such as the Ultramar star area and the Charadon star area will fully produce powerful weapons that have never been seen before. The new armada will sweep across the galaxy and put an end to all chaos. The majestic and magnificent war engine will also come out in full force, demonstrating the great power of mankind, and destroying all enemies of mankind. Every loyalist will perform their duties. An all-out war across the galaxy has begun. In the face of the raging human wrath, no enemy of man can stand alone. Facing such a frightening tide of war, what is ushering in will never be the end of the Empire. Humanity will eventually stand in the dark tide, welcome the dawn of the future, and declare the defeat of many hostile forces. The road ahead is difficult and full of wars. And under the leadership of the great Primarch, human beings will face it without fear. 2 weeks after the presentation, the Imperial fleet withdraws from the Vitria galaxy. Reconstruction work will be handed over to Mechanicum to complete. They will reshape the city and build a brand new Vittoria. All buildings will be re-evaluated, and the sages of Mechanicum will use rational data to replan the city. Is used to ensure that the life of the people of the Empire is not so bad. Many Vitria citizens reluctantly watched Guilliman's flagship leave. Watching the huge fleet start the subspace engine to jump away at the edge of the galaxy. Many people shed tears for this. This is likely to be the last time they will see the Primarch in this life. The galaxy is too big. And Guilliman's identity is so honorable and special. It is already a supreme honor for ordinary people to see it once. But they are also very clear. Across the galaxy, there are countless suffering worlds. Those places need the Primarch's help more than they do. They watched the Primarch leave, and secretly swore in their hearts. The world of Vitria will be with the Primarch. Even declare war on the gods. Even if it is an enemy of countless aliens in the universe. Even if the sword points to hell. Vitria is also willing to fight for the Primarch until the last person sheds blood. The Coney Galaxy, located on the eastern edge of the Nephilim star region, is a galaxy with a stable single-star system. The huge red star is suspended in the void, like a scorching iron ball, providing slightly insufficient but very stable light and heat. This star has a total of 4 descendants, 2 gas planets, and 2 terrestrial planets. Gas planets also have 5 or 6 habitable natural satellite worlds. It is a galaxy with very good conditions. Humanity has been developing this place for a long time. Before the Great Crusade, humans had established colonies on this planet. And retained a lot of technology in the Age of the Long Night. Until the Emperor launched the Great Crusade, they decisively joined the Empire and became an important channel node and logistics world for the Great Crusade. The Coney Galaxy is at the intersection of a stable subspace channel. This gave them a lot of opportunities for business exchanges, and as a result, the Coney Galaxy quickly became rich. In addition to providing port services for passing warp spaceships along the way. People here will also mine minerals from gas planets to exchange for resources from other galaxies. On the 2 gas planets, there are many city-sized orbital mining platforms suspended. There are a large number of aircraft between these mining platforms, which is very prosperous. There is also a network of giant cable ducts and information cable ducts between the orbital mining platforms. These networks form an intricate web of void traffic. Connect mining platforms to each other. Constitutes a whole. Planet Coney 1 and Planet Coney 2 are typical garden farming worlds with beautiful environments. Among the many imperial worlds, the Coney Galaxy can be regarded as a very good habitable galaxy. Prosperity and development, beautiful environment, clear politics, humanities are quite good. However, all of this disappeared after the Great Rift event started, and began to gradually move towards the abyss. With the fall of Cadia, the Eye of Terror expanded, tearing apart the galaxy. A huge crack also appeared quite suddenly around the Coney Galaxy. People witnessed the sky being torn apart, cracks appearing, exuding a strange light. The night sky is no longer a group of stars exuding cold white light, nor is it a moon exuding strange charm. A horrific crack like a cosmic scar replaces the night sky of yesteryear. The light of this crack is varied. Sometimes it turns purple. Sometimes it turns green. Sometimes it becomes a darker, mottled, indescribable color. The only thing in common is that these rays of light are full of malice, without exception. From the day the rift appeared, eerie whispers echoed to every corner of the planet. Riots, chaos, killings and many other events emerge endlessly. Wizard activities are also becoming more frequent. The number of mutant babies in hospitals is increasing. People's emotions become extreme and easily out of control. Law enforcement officers are overwhelmed with effort, trying their best to maintain order in this world. However, with little success. The enemy is too powerful and possesses extraordinary power. And they have nothing but courage. Don't look up, or I'll kill you. Wearing a law enforcement uniform and a law enforcement helmet, Riley pushed and shoved the chained man in front of him, issuing a stern warning. New times have come, we will embrace them and stop being a fool. The man looked at the law enforcement officer with a mocking expression. With the emergence of the Big Rift, the power of the ether became more and more turbulent. Now, people can gain extraordinary power through simple rituals. Many people think that this is a new era. Belongs to the extraordinary, belongs to the era of magic. Is the era when the gods return and walk in the world again. Before the new era comes, I will kill you first. Riley said, don't try to defile my heart with your heresy. There is no power in this world that can be obtained for no reason. This is a gift of fate, and only those with strong minds can get it. How can it be said for no reason? The man turned his head to look at the other party, but he couldn't see the woman's face, only his own reflection on the silver lens of the other party's helmet. It should be pretty, at least the sound is nice. The man thought so in his heart. Stop talking. Jasmine said. She escorted the man to return to the law enforcement hall, where all crimes will be judged. I don't understand, why do you want to do this? Are you jealous of my talent? Jealous that I can control the mysterious power, but you can't do anything. The man chattered. Jealous of you. Jasmine kicked the opponent's joints, causing the opponent to kneel directly on the ground. The man let out a painful sound. His knee hit the hardened concrete surface, and he grinned in pain. Don't you know why you were arrested? You killed a family of 6, and you didn't even want to let go of a child who was only 3 months old. You even peeled off his skin. People like you deserve to die. Jasmine put the laser gun on the back of the opponent's head, then grabbed the opponent's hair and pulled it back. The cold law enforcement helmet revealed a trace of red light unique to electronic detection devices. One last warning to you, be quiet, prisoner. Otherwise you will be executed before trial. After speaking, Jasmine lifted the man up and continued to walk forward. I really don't know, I don't remember anything. I was wronged. The man argued, I didn't kill anyone. The surveillance footage and the fingerprints on the deceased will not lie, the murderer is you. Jasmine said. The man begged and said, I just remember that I fell asleep in a daze, and when I woke up, you said I was a murderer. Who knows if those blood and fingerprints are what you did to slander me? You are jealous of me. Talent is like a villain jealous of a talented person. Shut up. Jasmine punched the man, making his face extremely painful. She's fed up with the man's chatter and just wants him to be quiet. Further forward is a giant sky bridge. Where they are, they will be briefly exposed to the sky. Jasmine calls up the last detection information, which is displayed in green, safe. In order to ensure safety, she also retrieved real-time monitoring information, which is also green and safe. Citizens, workers, and the scum of gangsters come and go. Some people hurried away when they saw a prisoner. Minding your own business is a good habit. But there were also some people who were full of curiosity. They watched Jasmine, who was holding the prisoner, and talked with each other, whispering. Jasmine didn't care about it. She led the man onto the bridge, followed by several law enforcement soldiers. The distance from the flyover is 50 meters, which is only a short distance. Be safe, and basically there will be no problems. The weird sound of the wind rang in her ears, and Jasmine tried her best to restrain her desire to look up at the sky, and so did the other soldiers. The eyes of the man on the side gradually became blurred. In his ears, the sound of the wind became a beautiful song. Merge into the sound of pedestrians falling around you. Mixed into the breeze blowing his clothes and the railing of the flyover. Mixed into the sound of the armor of the enforcers. Into your own heartbeat and breathing. This is a beautiful, seductive song. Head up, up, up. The voice in the song seduces men. The man's consciousness was blurred, and he slowly raised his head to look at the sky, showing a frenzied expression. Merciful Father, take me into your arms. Lower your head, you bastard. Jasmine yelled in horror. She drew her weapon, but it was too late. The man's pupils turned mottled colors, and a violent gust of wind blew up. The weird tentacles tore through the clothes, and weird bone spurs grew out in an unreasonable manner. The man gazes into the tainted void. The light from the rift in the deep space came to this world and enveloped him together. A terrifying roar that belonged to a beast came from his throat. Jasmine raised her gun to shoot, and the soldier next to her also raised her weapon. The sound of guns and guns sounded, and the firepower enough to tear apart a giant beast poured on the mutating man. However, the next second, the sound of crying sounded. The man's pupils were bleeding and tearing, and the eyeballs fell out. The body became rotten in just a few seconds, like silt, soft and smelly. His speed was as fast as lightning. When Jasmine was about to fire the second shot, a tentacle struck, and the weapon was blown away. Then a bone spur pierced through her battlesuit, tearing him apart. Brutal battles end in just a few seconds. When the reinforcements arrived, they saw nothing but wreckage and screaming imperial civilians. The monster that attacked the law enforcement officer has disappeared without a trace. And this is just the beginning of the turmoil. Chaos begins. A subspace where storms are raging and ocean currents are raging. This place is full of dangers, and the living are lurking in the dark, waiting for the prey to show their flaws. They long for blood and flesh, for human souls, to satisfy their eternal hunger. A troop carrier fleet is sailing in it. The navigators carefully avoided risks and looked for the safest road. Interior of a ship's barracks. Do not. With a painful groan, Minka woke up from the nightmare. Whenever she falls asleep, she will return to the Battle of Cadia again. Watch for yourself the endless flames of war taking place on the world of Cadia. Blood stained the earth and sky red. The city was reduced to ashes in the smoke and flames. Countless corpses piled up together. Those once familiar people and things disappeared without a trace with the fall of Cadia. Under the impact of the Blackstone Fortress, the Cadia Fortress, second only to the Holy Terra in the Empire, finally fell. The entire planet was torn apart, countless cracks appeared on the ground, and groups of loyalists died. This is a memory that can never be forgotten. Abaddon the Marauder's last crazy move, no one expected. The huge Blackstone Fortress crashed directly into the planet Cadia. In an instant, the situation of the battle that was supposed to win was reversed. Countless demons broke free from the restraints and spewed out from the eye of space. The number was huge, innumerable, and overwhelming, forming a terrifying wave of demons that swept everything. The 101st Regiment, where Minka belongs, was ordered by the headquarters to retreat to preserve its vitality. However, how many troops were invested in the Battle of Cadia? More than two-thirds of the Cadian regiments have been recalled. There are also troops supported by various forces. It is impossible for the Empire to evacuate everyone. Coupled with the menacing tide of demons and traitors, it is destined that a large number of loyalists will die on the Cadia battlefield, creating opportunities for evacuation for those who survive. The 101st Regiment screened out a group of newcomers and let them evacuate with the Empire. Minka, who has just joined the army for 2 months, is also among them. If a battle is lost, someone must die. The platoon leader patted Minka on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You have to survive, and then fight back to let Chaos know that they have not defeated Cadia." The recruit, "You have to live. There are only so many people in the 101st Regiment, someone must survive." The other comrades in arms also smiled, as if what they were about to face was not a tragic massacre, but an outing. Minka will never forget the scene when those people smiled at her at the last moment and shouted for her to live with Cadia's will. Minka stood up, stepping barefoot on the cold metal floor. Looking up, countless empty beds spread out along the hall of the barracks. Unmade beds testify to those who have returned to the Emperor's arms. In the past, the barracks hall must have been very lively. The soldiers of the 101st Cadia will seize every spare moment, have a few games of poker, or have some entertainment. Now, there is silence. There is no more hustle and bustle in the past. Minka walked past those beds, unable to hide the sadness in her heart. When walking out of the room, footsteps came. Minka followed the voice and found that it was a sentinel on duty. Even on a troop carrier, they have to be ready to fight at any time. In today's galaxy, caution is the only way to survive. Who? The sentinel looked at Minka's position vigilantly. Minka. The other party obviously knew Minka, and immediately called out her name. Yes, Sergeant Vardy, Minka said, stepping out. Can't you sleep? Vardy looked at Minka and asked. 1 point, where are we now? Minka said. Vardy looked down at the data pad in his hand. We still have 20 minutes to enter the physical universe and reach the destination of this trip, the Coney Galaxy. I suggest you hurry up and sleep, we have a fierce battle to fight. Chapter 134 Attack, for subscription. Is it bad? Minka asked. The situation is really bad. Vardy shrugged. When we approached the physical universe, we got the latest information about the rebellion in the Coney Galaxy. The enemy has captured most of the planet Coney 1. Including the surface foundry, mining the district and the capital city have already been captured by them, and our task is to take it back and keep it intact as much as possible. Why did they rebel? Minka asked, what did the above say? Is it the rebellion of the supervisor, or the excessive oppression of the local dignitaries? It's the big rift. Vardy said with a hint of sadness in his tone, because of our fault, they fell into madness. Hearing this, Minka also showed a trace of sadness. They were supposed to protect the Empire. The Cadia fortress is the most important part of curbing the expansion of the Eye of Terror. Yet they failed. The Great Marauder has completed his plan. Cadia was destroyed, the Eye of Terror expanded, and large swaths of the world fell into despair and darkness. Poor civilians go crazy because of this. Few people can resist the effects of the Great Rift. They will become more and more extreme. Those monsters hidden in the shadows will become more and more crazy. Mutants and wild psychers are skyrocketing, many worlds are crying for help. This is a terrible crisis unprecedented in mankind. And the reason for all this is because they did not protect the Cadia fortress. They failed the Empire's expectations. Minka didn't continue talking, her face couldn't hide the pain. The children of Cadia lost everything. Their comrades in arms, their honor, their homeland. After a while, the subspace pressure pulse on the spacecraft disappeared. Instead, the low rumble of the plasma drive. This is proof that the transport ship has left the warp. With the help of the mechanical priest, the gravity device readjusts the gravity parameters to ensure that the ship can sail smoothly on the Coney planet. The head of the fleet quickly confirmed the situation in the Coney Galaxy. The rebel army has not yet mastered the void, and there is still a chance to redeem everything. After a resolution, the commanders decided to land and take back the Coney 1 planet. Performing orbital bombing on a rebel-occupied planet is a stupid decision. Those factories and cities controlled by the rebels are the property of the Emperor, and they are an important trump card for the Primarch to launch an unyielding expedition. Far more precious than those rebels. The best way is to use ground forces to take it back. After several military meetings, troop carrier enters low Earth orbit on Coney 1. They will free the ground forces to reclaim the Emperor's precious legacy. Breakfast restaurant, Minka received his own breakfast. 1 fried ant meat, 1 reconstituted egg, and a cup of artificial milk. She found a random place and sat down, silently eating the food on the plate. The other Cadian soldiers were as silent as she was. My hometown was blown up into a pile of meteorites scattered in space. No one can laugh at this kind of thing. Valdi took his own food and sat opposite Minka. Have you read the news? What's wrong? Minka said absently. Don't you know? Primarches, the Emperor's sons, the 13 Primarches addressed the Empire. You are really missing out if you didn't watch the video of the parade. Tens of thousands of brand new Emperor's angels, and more. There are many Star Corps Titans, and the most powerful thing is that they have many war machines as big as the moon. I heard that those war machines can tear apart the opponent's fleet just by gravity. The battle moon of the orcs, you know it. Valdi was very excited when he mentioned this. While eating, he gestured with his hands. The shocking parade made him realize for the first time how powerful human beings are. The expeditionary force in the hands of the Primarch, even if Abaddon the Marauder came, would return in defeat. It's too strong, it's outrageously strong. Hearing about the orc battle moon, Minka perked up a little. She has never experienced a battle with orcs, but when she was studying at the military academy, she was taken by her instructor to visit the weapon library of the alien forces in the galaxy. Orcs battle moon is definitely a thorn in the side of the Empire. It is said that during the Beast Wars, there was a battle moon hovering over Terra. At that time, the human empire could be said to be in jeopardy. Only one step away from destruction. In the hearts of many military researchers in the Empire, the battle moon is much more terrifying than the Blackstone Fortress. What happened to the orcs' battle moon? Minka raised his head and asked. It is said that the terrifying war machines in the hands of the Primarch killed the orc battle moon with just 1 shot. Vardy said excitedly, with just 1 shot, the fleet of the orc warlord arsonist was killed, and the orc empire was flattened. The power of the void laid the foundation for victory. Minka and several nearby Cadia soldiers looked at Vardy with eyes showing, are you kidding me? Take out the orcs' battle moon in 1 shot. Do you know what kind of concept this is? Killing the battle moon with 1 shot is equivalent to destroying the star with 1 shot? This is too exaggerated. Is today April Fool's Day? Are you going to make such a dirty joke to fool us? What I said is true, you look at this. Vardy took out his data pad. The information and data videos in it are obtained from the Xingyu Communication Department. As you click to play, a majestic human fleet appears on the screen, and everyone can't help but marvel at the size of its fleet. However, this is not the main event of the video. Only the rear of the fleet can be seen. The semicircular giant structure, when the battle in the void is the most intense, emits a ray of light, bright enough to illuminate the entire void. Destroy all orc ships along the way. Those orc ships couldn't even counterattack, and were completely destroyed in that bright light. The video played stunned Minka and the nearby Cadia soldiers. The soldiers at the table next to them also squeezed in. Seeing the devastating scene, all eyes widened. The orcs' battle moon slowly disintegrated in the beam. Plasma lava gushes from the cracks, like leaking magma from the core of the earth. A series of explosions appeared on the surface of the battle moon, submerging a large number of orc factories in a sea of flames. When everything finally settled, the huge battle moon slowly dissipated in the void. Some of the wreckage was pulled by the gravity of the planet, and slowly fell to the ground, and more intense flames erupted during the friction with the atmosphere. Seeing the scene played by the data board, Minka was completely shocked. She tried hard to say something, but found that her mind had been shocked to a blank, and she couldn't say anything. After holding back for a long time, he finally said a word. So powerful. The situation of others is no better than Minka. Everyone was completely shocked. I was dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. When I saw Guilliman's impassioned call for all humans in the entire empire to unite and fight against the enemy of mankind, the shock turned into enthusiasm. They also involuntarily shouted along with the parades in the video. To fight for the Primarch, behead the enemy, and create the dream that the Emperor once lost. After the breakfast time, the disappointment of Minka and the others disappeared. They lost the Cadia stronghold. Also lost the honor of the Cartiers. It is believed that under the leadership of Lord Primarch, they will definitely regain everything that the Cadians lost. They'll beat up chaos and tell those demons and traitors that the Cardians have never been defeated. Valdi is also pleased with the effect of the video. This is exactly what the Primarch intended, to cheer up the many loyalists of the Empire. Let them understand that the battle between humans and the subspace has not yet settled, and humans have only lost a brief round. Soon, humanity will fight back with fire and chaos, and the traitors will pay dearly. After breakfast time, a new notification has come down. Several Cadian regiments will be brought to the ground to fight. The power of the troop carrier's plasma-driven engine is reduced to a minimum after entering low Earth orbit. The originally noisy buzzing sound became as thin as a mosquito. The Cadia soldiers who packed everything walked to the airborne deck one by one with their bags on their backs. The heavy materials of the regiment headquarters are being loaded into a wide trailer by a machine slave equipped with a power lift, transported to an automatic forklift, and then loaded onto a transport ship. Dry rations, medical supplies, ammunition, ordnance, and accessories of combat vehicles were all boxed and ready to be sent to the ground with the landing of the Corps. After a long time, the transport ship landed slowly. Accompanied by the hiss of high-pressure gas, the hangar door slowly opened. Cadia soldiers lined up neatly and stepped out from the landing deck. The transport ship was originally stout, like a seabird on land, with a beak made of huge ceramic steel armor. Chimera personnel carriers and heavy tanks were rolling down metal ramps from the deck. Not only one, but many, the huge airport is full. A large number of soldiers dismounted from the transport ship. Line up in a long line and gather together according to the orders of their respective regiment headquarters. There are roaring sounds everywhere in the airport. A large number of war vehicles were put down, and their drivers steered them rumbling forward. Minka also stepped forward, following closely behind her troops. After half an hour, the team walked out of the airport and onto a highway. Airport is located in the middle of a vast and flat plain. Going outside, you can see the endless fields. Planet Coney 1 is an agricultural planet, responsible for providing enough agricultural products to other systems. Minka saw the sprinkler rotating around a central axis, the circular fields and dry brown bushes forming a rich green against the low white farmhouses in the shade. A large number of white grape racks are erected on the plain in the distance, covered with green vines, and several suspended machines are spraying designated insecticides and nutrient solutions. Farther away are mountains covered with snow. There are no clouds in the sky, as if it has been washed, it is too blue. The only flaw is that disgusting big crack. It ruins an almost perfect picture of nature. This is really a good place. Minka sighed. Minka took a deep breath, the air was so fresh, it felt like his entire lungs had been washed. Watching this beautiful scene, the war-torn soul was washed away. Indeed, it is much better than our previous battlefield. The soldier next to him also said. Everyone was talking and laughing. Then a shrill siren sounded. Came very suddenly. It was like a hard-working worker was driving screws, when suddenly a group of men in black rushed in and told the worker that he was the lost biological son of the richest man in the world, and now he was going back to inherit $1 million fortune so suddenly. Minka's face changed, and according to years of training, she rushed towards a boulder, which could serve as a temporary shelter. Subsequently, several shells landed where she was just now, setting off a huge shock wave. Chapter 135 Deathwing Company, for subscription. The booming explosion shook the earth. A large amount of dust was kicked up, and then fell under the pull of the planet's gravity. Fell on the Cadia soldiers who were hiding everywhere. Minka, who was hiding under the boulder, took a breath of the pungent smoke from the explosion, and coughed twice. The sound of shouting came, and some people wearing monster masks ran out from the ravine in the mountains. They held all kinds of weapons in their hands, and frantically fired towards the imperial troops. There was a howling sound of tearing the air from the sky. 3 fighter planes sprayed with profane patterns roared past. directly fired missiles at the 101st Regiment where Minka was. A series of explosions sounded, submerging the 101 Regiment in a sea of flames. Communications heard some soldiers moaning in pain, pleading for medical assistance. Attention all units, we are under attack by traitors. Bring up tanks and heavy artillery, we need it. Fire team, shoot down those fighter planes, don't let them escape. The commander's angry voice came from the COMM. Obviously, being suddenly attacked by traitors also made the commander furious. This is yet another humiliation to Kadia's honor. Absolutely unforgiving. Minka crouched under the boulder, and escaped several blows from the enemy by chance. She poked her head out cautiously. Saw those traitors running over from hundreds of meters away. Profane writing is painted on their bodies. While shooting at the 101st Regiment, he was also holding a twisted monster sculpture, yelling. Seems like that will attract the gods and give them some blessings. The target of the traitor was found, due east, there are estimated to be about 100 people, only 400 meters away from us, they are approaching us. Minka said to the communication device. Get rid of them. The commander's voice came from the communication, don't let those go, let them know that the honor of Kadia cannot be tarnished. Understood. Minka said. At this time, Vardy and several other survivors also crawled over from the side. After a few simple instructions, they cooperated with each other tacitly. According to the usual training. They started forming shooting squads and shooting those traitors. The equipment of Kadia is the first echelon among the many regiments of the Empire. Many forging worlds will give priority to supplying high-quality equipment to Kadia, so that the Kadians can defend the first fortress of humans and the Eye of Terror. Although the Kadians failed, their excellent equipment was not recovered. The reason is that they have a new mission, which is to go to all parts of the galaxy to fight against the enemies of the Empire. This is their salvation. The fall of the Kadia fortress is a sin they need to spend their entire lives to pay for. Failure is failure. Whatever the reason, they failed the Emperor's trust. The surviving Kadians all believed in one thing. They need to fight until the last Kadian dies. The Emperor will forgive their mistakes and accept all Kadia heroes. Until then, they must fight for the Emperor as best they can. Only in this way can salvation be obtained. Go to hell, traitor, Minka said, aiming at a yelling guy and pulling the trigger. With the flash of the carbine barrel, the cultist she targeted fell directly to the ground. Through the scope, Minka could see a small hole pierced through the opponent's head. Carbine laser gun does not need to calculate trajectory and direction. Aim and shoot, that is, a straight line. Valdi and others also opened fire one after another, and those traitors fell down in a short while. Minka, Vardy and others couldn't help but high-five. You know the Kadians are powerful. Haha, run quickly. But soon, they ushered in the traitors' revenge. A shell landed near them. The boulders they were hiding in were blown to pieces, and the gravel flew. Minka was also blown away by the huge shockwave and fell into the bushes. The huge sonic boom made her brain buzz. The whole person is a little confused. When I got up, my whole face was burning with pain. She fired a few more shots at the person in that direction. With the sound of lasers piercing the air, several traitors fell. Seeing that the shelling could not destroy Minka and the others, the traitors ran away like frightened birds and beasts. Maybe they thought they had encountered an undead ghost. They all fired shells and survived the explosion, and they can still fight back, which is terrible. Seeing the traitor fleeing, Minka did not continue shooting. She ran to Vardy's position to see how he was doing. In the original hiding place, there is only a scorched black pit left. The sound of moaning came from the bushes next to a highway. Minka walked over and saw Vardy, who had been stabbed in the chest by sharp stone fragments. He lay there in the bushes. His complexion was pale, and sweat was constantly oozing from his forehead. The wound was bleeding continuously. Obviously, he was in pain. Valdi. Minka's voice was full of grief. It shouldn't be like this, how could you? It's okay. Valdi saw Minka with a terrified and sad face, and tried to comfort him, but his tone was pale and filled with suppressed pain. After saying a few words, he began to vomit blood. No. You hold on. Minka stopped Vardy, and she yelled into the COMM for the medics to come. You have to work your own, Minka. From now on, you are no longer a recruit, you know? You have to be alone. Remember that the glory of Kadia is eternal, and we can no longer fail the Emperor. Valdi looked at the little girl in front of him, exhausted his last strength, and made his final entrustment. There was a trace of pity for Minka in his heart. It's been a full plan, and this girl has only been in the army for a few months. How cruel fate is to her. The great marauder used Blackstone Hold to smash the entire planet of Kadia to pieces right in front of her. In the first battle, I saw many of my companions die. Now, she just came out of Kadia's failure, but fell into another abyss. Now, she has to live on Kadia's honor. This path is painful. And she must bear the suffering of this life. When the medical soldiers ran over, Valdi has stopped breathing. There was a trace of peace on his face. Wife, child, and comrades in arms all died in the Battle of Kadia. And he shouldered the task of restoring the morale and combat power of the lost Kadia 101 Regiment. Keeping him busy. His friends and relatives are all dead. But he is not even qualified to be sad. As one of the few remaining veterans, his sadness will inevitably lower the morale of the 101st Kadia Regiment. Death is a terrible thing. But for those who have lost everything and carry heavy burdens, it is undoubtedly a relief. 2 Chimera personnel carriers in a lemon rustin tank came from behind and bombarded the possible artillery positions. After a while, the alarm was declared lifted. The traitors were all wiped out. The fighter plane was also shot down, and the wreckage burned violently on the plane. The 101st Cadia Regiment regrouped. This is a small attack. Although successfully repelled, and achieved a very good record. But the morale of the 101st Regiment generally declined. Before entering the position, casualties were caused, which is undoubtedly a huge blow to morale. Minka was worried about whether they would be able to win, and also felt a little sad for the dead comrades. It's a pity that we are now in a war period. She didn't even have time to mourn for her comrades. Buried the body in a hurry, collected the nameplate of the deceased, and continued on the road. The 101st and other Kadayan regiments were quickly ordered to attack a traitor-controlled hive city. They're going to take it back. The enemy wears uniforms with weird symbols, claiming to bring a new baptism to mankind and usher in a new era. The enemy has set up barriers in the streets and city buildings. Those imperial civilians who did not have time to escape the city during the rebellion became their hostages. Forced to take up arms, or charge Kadayan soldiers with bombs strapped to their bodies. The commander showed no mercy, and directly ordered heavy tanks and personnel carriers to run over the civilians. Minka followed the troops to launch an attack on the hive capital. She adjusted the gun to fully automatic mode, and the hot light bullets sent out a series of lasers to impact the fortifications built by the traitors. She charged with another 20 Kadayan soldiers. Everyone shoots like she does, with good aim. The traitors have not received much training, but their firepower equipment is good, with heavy automatic guns and parallel double-barreled artillery. It's a pity that these traitors are not facing ordinary imperial troops. But Cadia soldiers. One of the most elite troops in the empire. Every man and woman born in Cadia has learned how to fight for as long as he can remember, so as to take up arms to defend their homeland and be ready to fight back chaos at any time. Cadia's daily life is training, rest, and fighting. They are battle-hardened and experienced. If the fall of Cadia hadn't taken away too many veterans, the defenders of the hive capital would have lost more bleakly and more quickly. Minka and others charged forward. 3 rebels were killed by her, and 1 was knocked down by her. Minka rushed up and stabbed the opponent's throat with a bayonet, and bright red blood gushed out. She could clearly see that the other party was only 17 or 18 years old. The traitor covered his pierced throat, his expression extremely terrified. You shouldn't have betrayed. Minka said, even if you die 1,000 times, you shouldn't have betrayed. The young traitor's eyes widened, and then he lost his breath. The vehicles of the Empire moved forward with a rumbling sound, and the artillery fire continued to bombard the traitors. Soon, the traitors couldn't bear to leave, and they retreated steadily. Even with the civilians of the hive city as cover, it is difficult for them to defend the hive city. Many war machines attacked the rebel fortifications one after another. The ferocious artillery bombardment continued day and night for more than 10 days, reducing the buildings outside the strategic targets to ruins. Personnel carriers and super heavy tanks act as the vanguard, and with the rumbling sound, they run over the enemy's corpses all the way, and bombard the enemies hidden in the building. The Cadia Corps advanced step by step, and the rebels were forced to abandon a large number of fortifications and corpses, and fled to the inner city in a panic. Minka thought that victory would come here. They will easily take back the hive city and complete their mission. Until she sees the cultists pushing the crosses that bind civilians appear. Minka realized once again that his imagination of the danger of the galaxy was too simple. Those civilians were tied naked to the cross by the heretics using wire with blades and thorns. Those people kept screaming in pain and begging for mercy. Hopefully the cultists will get around them. The cultists ignored them. Instead, around these sufferers, they danced all kinds of weird dances like a great god, praying with words. The experienced commander recognized at a glance that the cultists were offering sacrifices to the demons in the rift, begging for their strength. He ordered the troops to speed up the attack. However, it was still a step behind. Accompanied by the weird spells of those guys, the evil magic was released to its heart's content. Some horrible monsters rushed out of the shadows. The dense swarm of insects like a torrential rain covered the sky and the sun, rushing towards the Cadia troops. Block the air intake, muzzle, goggles, nose, ears, and eyes. The drinking water boiled out of thin air, the engines were overheated and overloaded, and they burned down one after another. Many soldiers became hard stone statues, or became soft and boneless, or their skin and flesh rotted. Some fell into madness, others into twisted monsters. If there is a slight carelessness in government affairs, these people will kill each other. The swarms of bugs crawled everywhere, spreading madly. As the battle progressed, the soldiers were covered with pustules, and then their bodies and minds changed, turning them into terrifying demons. Just like the filthy monsters in weird myths. The dead stood up again, with a ferocious face, and rushed to his former comrades in arms, chewing their bones. This is a battle of supernatural powers used. The Cadia soldiers, who were already sure of winning, were forced to leave the hive in embarrassment, losing all the fruits of their previous victories. Those terrifying things are definitely not their means to resist. If they continue to stay, they will only cause more severe deaths and injuries. Minka watched as the monsters devoured his companions. Overturning the super heavy lemon rust tank, this is by no means a terrifying monster that manpower can fight. Those sacks are pulling us into a fight we can't win. When Minka withdrew with the troops, he said to the soldiers next to him. It's not that she disrespects her boss and fears death. Those terrifying monsters are obviously beyond the scope of manpower. The officials of the Kani galaxy should not be looking for the Cadia Corps, but the Demon Tribunal. Only the demon tribunal can fight against these hateful monsters. Forced to do nothing, the commanders can only blockade those hives with traitors. The rebels launched an attack every once in a while, trying to break through the blockade. Minka originally thought that the Connie Galaxy would become a long-lasting battlefield. She found herself wrong again. After a stalemate for a while, the traitors launched another attack on the blockade. This time, they dragged the altar of sacrifice, and brought the wizards with them. On the battlefield, those terrifying monsters were summoned. Try to use witchcraft to break the blockade of the Empire. The snipers hide in the dark and kill all the wizards who dare to take the lead. However, the enemy still charged the Imperial defense line with the help of weird witchcraft. Roar. The roar of the beast sounded. Those terrifying monsters and mutants swarmed out and pounced on the Imperial troops. The tank was blown away by them, and the personnel carrier was also blown up. The Kadians stood firm with their crude fortifications, and fought almost crazily against the traitors who used witchcraft. They quickly rushed to the Kadian position. Indiscriminately slashed around and trampled the wounded underfoot. Minka and other soldiers mounted bayonets and made the last resistance. Stab supernatural foes with insane determination. Just when Minka thought they could no longer contain the demons, there was a vibration from the ground, and a series of streamers bombarded the positions full of enemies. Several steaming orbital airborne pods stood airtight on the battlefield. Traitor bullets hit it without causing any damage at all. Accompanied by the dull metal collision and the hiss of depressurization, the hatch of the airborne cabin slowly opened. Accompanied by the hissing of high-pressure gas, the giant in black power armor stepped out of the airborne cabin. They are more than 2 meters long, holding chainsaw swords and bolt guns. Minka was stunned for a moment. As a Cadia warrior, she naturally knew what these guys were. Emperor's Angel, Empire's Sword, man's enemy's nemesis. She can even recognize the opponent's identity from the opponent's armor emblem. Black, Dark Angel. Minka stammered. Those who came were none other than the first legion of supermen created by the Emperor, the Dark Angels. They are carefully selected warriors in the universe. They have undergone various surgeries and implanted biological carapaces, allowing them to control the power armor like a second skin. Similar giants came out of the airborne pod. Standing behind the first fighter, they formed a wide fan. The Space Marine at the forefront is the only one without a helmet. He looked towards the battlefield with serious eyes. It's that devil's breath again, what exactly does it want to do? The leading Dark Angel said to himself. Then he ordered the Emperor's Angels to join the battle. No doubts. The space fighters in black power armor rushed towards the position where the battle was most intense. They crossed the huge crater in one step, and fired a burst of precise bombs with each step forward. The aura of the rebels was shattered in an instant. Even the monsters they summoned were sent back to the warp directly by the Dark Angels, posing no threat at all. The body of the traitor couldn't withstand the attack of the explosive bomb at all, and half of his body would be blown to pieces. At the end, the huge dreadnought also joined the battlefield along with the Emperor Angel. With heavy steps, he crushed all the traitors blocking his way. Some think tanks with scepters summon supernatural powers more terrifying than traitors to drive back all those disgusting monsters. Counterattack. The commander's order came from the communication. Minka and the other Kadian soldiers fought back with the warriors of the Dark Angels chapter. Dark Angel strode at the forefront of the palace, wielding a chainsaw sword and regular salvos of explosive bombs to reap the retreating traitors. Kadian soldiers raised their lasguns high and shot at those fish that slipped through the net. The traitors' retreat quickly turned into a rout. They fled all the way into the inner city, trying to use the inner city to defend. It's a pity that their witchcraft no longer works in front of the Dark Angels. The librarians of the Dark Angels squad have performed ancient techniques far superior to theirs. Interrupted their sacrificial rituals, and caused those poor wizards to suffer backlash. With the help of the Dark Angels, the Cadia soldiers who had been frustrated at first reversed the situation and regained the hive capital. Watch as captive cultists are led out for execution. Minka couldn't help being in awe of the terrifying combat power of the space fighters. I'm Minka, the company commander of the 101st Regiment of Cadia, thank you for your help. Minka said. Hearing the name Cadia, the Space Marine looked at Minka for a moment. Dark Angel Deathwing, Tactical Squad, Boris. Thank you again, Master Boris. Minka said, do you need our assistance? No. Boris said, we are chasing a demon. If you don't want your comrades to die or get injured, then don't get involved. Understood, my lord, Minka said. Boris looked around. The whole nest is full of black smoke, and the fire has not been extinguished. Things are going badly. Boris knew that all of this was led by the devil, so it happened. So far, they have received a lot of information about calling for help. The initial information even bears the title of Fallen Angel, which involves Caliban regulations. For this reason, the Grand Master of the Dark Angels chapter, the heir to the Lion King's sword and Lion King's helmet Azrael sent the Deathwing Company to track it down. Boris is also one of them. He tracked down all the way. The more I investigate, the more confused I become. He did not find any trace of the fallen angel. Only traces of demons were found. The interrogation came out, found it, it's deep in the hive. The voice of the think tank came from the communication device of the helmet. A coordinate is sent to the personal database. Boris led the other team members towards the coordinates. No matter what, he must catch this demon. 5,000 word chapter, you guys said you liked the chapter, so you posted it together. Chapter 136 The Destruction of the First Legion, for subscription. The First Legion was the first legion of space marines created by the Emperor, in order to deal with various wars in the early stage. The First Legion became the only complete, multifunctional legion in the Empire that could deal with all threats. Complicated features. After the Lion King Ryan took over, it evolved into the Dark Angels Dreadwing, Ravenwing, and other company units. The Deathwing are the first company of the Dark Angels chapter. Its members all wear skeleton-style Terminator helmets and skull masks. They never care whether they have a reputation for excellence, nor do they care about their own prestige. For the members of the Deathwing, their only appeal is to focus on killing enemies and completing tasks. Whether in terms of combat skills or spiritual defense, every Deathwing member is the best. They are a true group of humble and selfless fighters. The skull-shaped helmet masks represent their consciousness of fighting to the death. They will never back down from any threat. Even if they will pay a heavy price, they will defend humanity and the Empire to the death. They never relent, never regret, and never fear. Deathwing members want nothing more than to fight for the Legion, to prove their worth. Boris passed the trial of the Grand Master very early and became a Deathwing Terminator. In addition to completing various routine tasks, he also has a very important task that cannot be told to others. That is hunting down fallen angels. Ensure the enforcement of Caliban regulations. In view of some past events 10,000 years ago, the Dark Angels tried their best to hunt down the fallen angels. They firmly believe that when the last fallen angel is caught, their genetic father will return. So, for eons, they hunted these guys all over the galaxy. As soon as the news of the fallen angels came out, Boris, one of the members of the Deathwing, was sent out by the Grand Master. Whether it is true or not, they have to take a look. Ensure that the fallen do not fall into the hands of other imperial forces. It is very difficult to extract confessions from traitors. They are already fanatical and will not be afraid of pain and torture. But the Dark Angels have their own librarian. In order to obtain information from fallen angels, they will not be stingy in using various terrifying means. The think tank searched the brains of those traitors, and obtained the information they wanted from their memories. Then erase these memories. Anyone who knows of the existence of the fallen is to enforce the laws of Caliban. This is the regulation of the Dark Angels. Erasing memory is a good thing for everyone. Boris and members of the tactical team formed a formation, armed with weapons, and stepped into the intricate bottom layer of the hive. The further you go down, the more polluted the air becomes. The ground is full of blood, and the mottled walls are full of fingerprints. It's hard to imagine what those cultists have done here. They're using their own kind to feed some kind of unspeakable monster. The deeper you go along the passage, the more the team's think tank can feel the dark power at the bottom of the hive capital, which is extremely deep and terrifying. In the face of this darkness, any rationality and order will be forcefully distorted. Any mind will be corrupted, and eventually it will degenerate and become a lunatic. With the emergence of the Great Rift, the influence of the gods on the real universe has become more and more powerful. Despair is spreading to every corner like a flood. With the arrival of the gods, madness spread throughout the galaxy. Humans began to kill each other. Just as chaos thought. Enemy. A scream came from the depths, and the figures of the thugs appeared in front of Boris and the others. They held dancing torches, their eyes became crazy, and they screamed for killing and blood. These damned beasts. A Deathwing member saw the desecrated statue of the Emperor in the hands of the mob, and was furious. Mortals are no match for the Dark Angels. Any enemy will be destroyed by the Dark Angels. Under the attack of explosive bombs and chainsaw swords, all the thugs were killed. Become corpses scattered all over the place. Boris and the others stepped into the deepest part and walked through the passageway where the lumen lights flickered. Scattered thugs are just small stones at their feet, which can be crushed at will. Finally, they came to a hall. There are corpses piled up here, exuding a pungent smell. Piles of corpses. Both men and women, as well as newborn children. A 17 or 18-year-old girl was hung above the hall. The wire went through her young body, half of the skin was stripped and half was left. The thugs manipulated the girl's body with wires, pretending to be pious, and didn't care about the girl's pain at all. From that terrified face, it can be seen what terrible torture this girl has suffered. The crueler the torture, the better the gift to the chaos gods. The think tank held a scepter, and he looked around the hall. 9 piles of corpses, this is a special number. The holy number of the ever-changing one is 9. Planet Connie 1 fell into rebellion, and the camp behind the scenes called for it. The think tank has built a spiritual barrier, carefully guarding against the invisible darkness. How blasphemy! Boris saw the scene in front of him, anger appeared in his heart, and then he suppressed it. Anger is a sign of incompetence. Out of control emotions cannot bring the dead back to life. Stay sane, revenge is the right choice. Gee. The darkness squirmed, and a laugh came, full of sarcasm and teasing. Get out, you bastard! Boris and many members of the Deathwing raised their bolt guns and looked around carefully. I am by your side, Boris. I will bring you the prophecy that the 13 sons will destroy the inheritance of the first son. Shadow shouted and said. It writhed, flowing like water, seeping into tiny crevices. Get out of the human world, demon, any of your plans will not succeed. The think tank shouted, releasing his spiritual power, trying to capture the opponent's position. You're so clumsy that you can't hurt at all. Shadow taunted, I came to warn you, but you treat me like this. Warning. Boris said with a hint of sarcasm in his tone, don't let me find out your real body, devil, or I'll give you a warning with the bolt gun in my hand. Your attitude is too bad. A voice came from the shadows, like an omnidirectional three-dimensional surround echo. The members of the Deathwing tried to lock each other's positions, but found that all their efforts were in vain. The other party is illusory, as if this space does not exist. Show your real body, maybe my attitude will be better. Boris said. Your words are full of lies. Showing your true body will only usher in your attack, Boris. I am here to warn you and prepare for your retreat. Unpredictable whispers flowed in the hall. The Dark Angels chapter is about to be wiped out, and your Gene Father will be the sinner of the Empire of Man you guard. Don't you want to know why? Whispers tempted Boris. Every member of the Deathwing exists to preserve the honor of the Gene Father and the chapter. The devil's words obviously hit Boris's weakness. He can rush to death needlessly, but he can't ignore the damage to the reputation of the father of genes. There is never the truth in the mouths of demons, believing them will only lead you astray. The accompanying think tank shouted to wake Boris up. Their words are poison, and anyone who believes them is taking poison. But what I'm talking about is the truth, the future that is about to happen. Look at you poor people, you don't know when disaster is approaching. The voice of the demon was full of sarcasm, mocking them. Damn it! The think tank roared, his scepter was shining, and the Shinik power he had practiced for a long time spewed out, trying to stop the other party from continuing. Any words spoken by chaos are lies, terribly corrosive. Their ultimate purpose is to lead them down a path unimaginably dire. Anyone who believes in chaos will end up with no good results. 13 suns will erase yours, Caliban's secrets will no longer be hidden, and you will be made public. Don't deny that you are traitors, and traitors will eventually be cleaned up. The demon yelled frantically. Its sound is like a sharp piece of glass, crazily squeezed into people's minds, stirring their brains. Found him! Think tank yelled. He emitted strong and terrifying spiritual fluctuations. A strong glow swept away. A terrifying figure appeared from the shadows. Covered in scales and feathers, the eerie face is frightening and unsettling. You can't hurt me, you can't even imagine the methods of the Altered One, said the demon. I have to go, but I will see your destruction, poor fellow. Stone Keep will be destroyed, and your genetic father will be destroyed. It is a shame to be a human being, and it will be nailed to the pillar of shame forever. His statues will be pulled down, his exploits will be erased, everything about him will be lost. Henceforth there will be no secrets in Caliban, and no, there will be no secret keepers in Caliban. You are finished, sons of the Lion King. You will witness your father fall into the abyss, and you will be questioned. Remember, the 13 Sons will destroy the First Legion. This is an inevitable future. The think tank launched an attack on it, but the opponent shattered like a phantom, turning into black smoke and disappearing completely. Boris ordered someone to explore, but found nothing this time. They lost the demon again. What should I do? The think tank looked at Boris, holding the scepter in his hand tightly. What does he mean? Boris looked at the librarian. Will the Dark Angel be destroyed by the awakened Guilliman? It is a demon, and its words cannot be trusted. The think tank said, it will make us confused, then self-doubt, and finally go to self-murder. Boris looked solemnly, no matter what, everything here must be reported to the Grand Master Azrael, and everything will be decided by him. We have to be prepared to face risks. The 13 Primarchs are about to enter in the Nephilim star area, his arrival is likely to cause some waves. Do you really believe in demons? Do you think the 13 Primarchs will destroy us? Said the think tank. No one knows what the Primarch thinks. He dismissed many dignitaries. Obviously, he wants to reshape the human empire. Boris said, no one knows what his attitude is towards Caliban's secrets, you and we all know that it is a secret that must never be revealed. The Caliban regulations can be applied to other forces of the Emperor, but if a Primarch knows, what should we do? The glory of Macridge did not follow the main force. After jumping out of the warp once, he briefly left the main force and entered a remote galaxy. The system is on the edge of the Empire. The only terrestrial planet, barren, icy, covered with ice and snow all the year round. Guilliman's Sovereign-class gunship stopped on a snow-white plain. It is full of natural reliefs carved by nature with ice and snow. Walk a few steps forward, and you will see an ancient and cold cliff. A large amount of steam came out from the propeller of the grounded gunship. The internal temperature regulation system also made a rushing sound, and the extreme cold of the planet tested the limits of these aircraft. Guilliman stepped off the gunboat, and what he saw was a snow-white plain, and on the other side was a huge ice wall. The snow was melted by the engine of the gunboat, emitting bursts of white steam, tumbling into the air. But the gas rose only a few meters before it was frozen and became a crystal that refracted light. The temperature on this planet is so cold that frost quickly covers the icy hull like a spider web. When Guilliman walked down, the gunship had already been covered with thick frost. Behind Guilliman, Sicarius and members of the honor guard also came out from inside. They don't have any gorgeous decorations on their bodies. Only the golden double-headed eagle and the banner of Ultramar. The service nails on their foreheads represent that they are all veterans who have served for more than 100 years. They followed Guilliman closely and walked down the ice field. Their boots rattled on the snow, and the golden decorations were particularly dazzling on the vast land. The air on this planet is very clean, and you can see the blue, spotless sky when you look up. The Empire's gunships are the only black silhouette on this snow-white plain. The automatic weapon makes a mechanical sound of rotation, and it is on automatic alert. The muzzle rotates continuously with the sound of the machine, and once it finds the target, it will attack without hesitation. Sicarius took people to inspect this area, using scanners and bird divination instruments to scan the deep underground. There is nothing here. Sicarius said to his lord. I should have brought down 2 think tanks. Guilliman said, they should have gone into hiding. During the voyage, Guilliman was contacted by the Eldar using Chinook means. The other party gave him a coordinate. So, he sat on the Macrag's glory and came to this unshitty frozen planet to find the Eldar connector. The Eldar are one of the few races in the galaxy that can cooperate. One is that the spirit race saved him, and the other is that the spirit race has been disabled. Their time has passed, and it is difficult to return to it. An ally that is hard to get stronger. Humanity can save a lot of trouble. If it is the Tau tribe, Guilliman will directly issue an extinction order. This guy is undecided, and always wants to replace human beings. Guilliman doesn't have a problem with the Tau. Rather, the Tau are young, eager to grow up, eager to become the next protagonist of the galaxy. This is something Guilliman cannot bear. No matter what people say about benevolence, righteousness, morality, goodness, and peace, they have to admit one thing, that is, these things are used to whitewash peace and maintain order. There will be no true peace in this world, not before, not now, nor in the future. Survival is a very cruel thing. It is so cruel that many people are unwilling to look directly at its essence. Why do good people live long and bad people live thousands of years? The reason is that good people do not meet the requirements of life evolution. The law of the jungle is the law of nature. The essence of survival is to plunder resources and have enough resources. This resource includes food, mating, and more. Goodness, kindness, and morality are all spoken to yourself and your allies. Because both parties have common interests, these things can reduce mutual friction and better promote the relationship between allies. Speaking these things to the enemy is either stupid or bad. Humans and Tau cultures are different, and their reproductive mechanisms are different. If you don't exterminate the opponent, why keep it? Keep the opponent to grab resources. Keep the other party calling 3000 years Hedong, 3000 years Hexi, don't bully the poor. Then cut monsters and upgrade all the way, and finally kill humans? What a brainless behavior this must be. Guilliman looked at the desolation, a snow-white plain, his gaze was also deep in thought. Suddenly a voice sounded in his mind. A ray of light appeared in his eyes, connecting to the distant ice wall. Bring the Melta, we have to dig a road. Guilliman walked towards the ice wall, he knew that the light was a revelation from his allies of the Eldar, so he just followed. He walked to the front of the ice wall, pointed to a place and said, here it is, dig. Sicarius and the others walked up with the thermal melt beam launcher. They pulled the trigger, and a scorching scarlet beam shot out, and the ice sizzled. Soon, the ice layer was melted and turned into water, which flowed along the ice surface, and after a short distance, it was frozen again. Huge clouds of steam roared into the sky under the irradiance of scorching beams. Soon, Sicarius and others dug out a smooth entrance. Opened a tunnel with great force. It's a spirit bone. The soldier in the tunnel shouted. The Eldar. Sicarius looked at his lord. Guilliman did not say the purpose of this trip. Now Sicarius has guessed it. Guilliman nodded, yes, Eldar, they sent me a message, a kind of Chinook communication, so I came here to take a look. With all due respect, this is too dangerous. If the subspace demon is disguised, wouldn't it put you in deep danger? Sicarius said. Guilliman smiled, don't demonize those traitors too much, they have no ability to harm me. Our fleet and soldiers are stronger than them. My lord, there is a spiritual bone tunnel. The voice of the cutting team came from the communication device. Very well, you all withdraw. Guilliman gave the order. A few minutes later, the last batch of steam roared out of the tunnel. The cutting team appears at the mouth of the tunnel. Frost stuck tightly to their power armor, as if wearing another layer of white ice armor. Only the position of the heat dissipation vent is not covered by frost, and the temperature is too high for water vapor to condense there. The reading has been detected. Sicarius said, it should be that the ice covered the auspicious instrument just now, and it can detect that there is a large building on the cliff. There are abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations. Sir, do you need me to accompany you? You know me, Guilliman said. But in this unfamiliar environment, I think it's better to be accompanied. Sicarius wanted to fight for it. It's okay, I'm cautious and strong enough. Guilliman walked towards the tunnel. Don't trust the Eldar, my lord, they are also full of lies. Sicarius shouted. I'm glad you have such an idea, Sicarius. Guilliman responded with a smile, and then walked into the tunnel. Sicarius and others were left outside, guarding with weapons. They are mentally prepared to rush in at any time. No matter what, they must ensure that their master will not have any accidents. The shattered ice reflected the light, making it less dark inside. Guilliman walked in the tunnel, going deep all the way. The ice wall of the tunnel exudes a trace of cold air, trying to penetrate into Guilliman's armor. However, the performance of the armor is very good, and it can be dispelled easily. The Primarch's power armor was not frosted like other soldiers. At the end of the tunnel, filled with soft light. This is a soft light unique to Eldar technology. Further on, there is a gate adorned with simply carved Eldar sculptures. Despite being ravaged by Melta weapons, there is no trace of being burned. Guilliman walked in, and it was a magnificent Eldar tower, which was frozen in the ice layer. The air is very fresh. The temperature is also very comfortable. The faint light covers every corner, providing a soft light that is bright enough but not dazzling. A robed Eldar seer awaits him. I'm glad you're here, son of the Emperor. Chapter 137 Alpha Legion, for subscription. Gilliman followed the voice and looked over. The towering spiritual bone tower houses many dusty sculptures, as well as some books that have been damaged due to the passage of time. Then looking up, Gilliman caught sight of a small figure in black armor and a crescent-shaped helmet on the towering cone of the ceiling. The opponent was suspended in the air like that, illuminated by a ray of light falling from the sky, and surrounded by rotating runes. You don't need wings to be able to fly, you have to be at least a fighter at the Duhuang level. There are runes around her body, Could it be that the other party is a peerless powerhouse shrouded in avenue runes? It's so scary. Seeing this scene, Gilliman wondered if his cheat had been activated incorrectly. After traveling through, let myself go to the technology tree. It's inhumane. Ko Fan is so handsome. With every move, the avenue runes are shining, sweeping away all opponents. Punching Kern, stepping on Nurgle, serving Psianch as a servant, and embracing Slaanesh is my style. Now I am still struggling to make an expedition. I am afraid of wolves and tigers, and I am afraid that one day the ship will capsize. Gilliman was slandering in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. When he looked at the prophet of the spirit race, he showed a bright smile. Hello, ally. By the way, aren't you going to tell me your name? The name doesn't matter, it doesn't affect the final conversation, but if you insist, you can call me Eldler. The prophet of the spirit race fell to the ground and said. Gilliman frowned, searching his mind for information about the name. Thanks to the extraordinary memory, it took a little time to find out the information about Eldler. A truly awesome character. The time of Eldler's existence can be traced back to the time when the Eldar Empire was not yet destroyed. It also means that he has lived for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. I'll be good. The lifespan of the great emperor was only 10,000 years. This Eldral must be regarded as a mortal fairy, or something. Of course, this is just a joke. Eternals are only very alive, not invincible. Humans also have immortals, but unfortunately many died in the Horus Rebellion. These guys don't get killed, they can live forever. Eldral is an Eldar Eternal who became the Grand Prophet of the Ark World of Uthvi after escaping the ruined Eldar Empire. With his incredible prophecy ability, he saved the lives of thousands of Yildari. This guy has appeared in many important historical events of the human empire. During the Horus Heresy, he had repeatedly warned Fulgrim, trying to bring him back on track. Guide the esoteric agent John to restore Fukin's soul. Guide Fukin to Terra through the webway. Try to warn the Empire in Beast Wars. After the fall of the Cadia Fortress, let Evelyn and other Death Army leaders take Call, Celestine and other loyalists to flee for their lives, and go to Makridge to awaken Gilliman. Even the Emperor is partly to blame for sitting on the Golden Throne instead of collapsing completely. Eldler was also very active during the Horus Rebellion, and even assassinated the secret religion at the last moment. As a result, Alfarius, one of the twin primarchs of the Alpha Legion, realized that there is no way to make chaos die out by destroying human beings, and finally chose to backstab Horus. It can be said that the existence of Eldler runs through the history of the human empire. He is behind many major events. It's a pity that it's unknown. Did you come to me for something? Gilliman looked at Eldril and said. The future has been changed, and I have come to warn you. Eldril said, you have to be careful, the gods have turned their eyes away from the eternal battlefield, and they are aware of the threat. In order to let you we have all paid a heavy price to be able to walk in this era again. If you fall under the conspiracy of the gods so soon, it will be a huge loss for us. What are they going to do with me? Who's going to start a whole new rebellion? Gilliman asked. No one knows what method they will use, but it must be very dangerous. Just like the Horus Rebellion 10,000 years ago, we all became part of their plan. They are more cunning and vicious than we imagined. Ai Della said. Gilliman fell silent. The best way for the Chaos Gods to deal with humans is to provoke civil war. Just like Horus drew his sword and cut down the Emperor in the past. No one knows who the next Horus will be. Infighting, brother fighting, father and son killing each other, is a chronic disease of human beings. Is an echo of the first murder, and the side effects will always be with humanity. Even on the day when human beings are destroyed, it will be difficult to get relief. Emperor has no solution either. No one can do anything. Gilliman was also helpless about this. I will be careful. Gilliman said, I will not be defeated by their vicious schemes until the human race is on the right track. I hope so, Aldril said. Gilliman looked around the environment of the Eldar Tower, then looked at Eldril. I need your help with something. I can help you as much as I can, son of the Emperor, but you also have to understand the bottom line, I will not help you harm my people. Aldler said. Of course I don't want you to help harm your own people. I want to know how to build the webway, or where to find this kind of knowledge. Gilliman said. Aldril frowned slightly, do you want to repeat the mistakes of your father? His failed webway project left him sitting on the Golden Throne and suffering. The webway project has been proven to be the product of failure. Under the current situation where the gods are watching, you cannot build successfully. You will only put yourself in danger and make chaos stronger. I have my own plan. Before I get the results, I don't want to tell anyone the details and strategic goals. That will increase the probability of plan mistakes. Gilliman said. If you trust me and see me as an ally against chaos, then give me instructions. The only thing I can give you is a guarantee that chaos will be repelled and weakened. Eldler stared at Gilliman, who also stared at him. From those resolute eyes, Eldler knew that he could not shake Gilliman's determination. Even if he doesn't tell the other party the relevant information, he will find it by himself. After a long period of prosperity, the spirit race empire has slowly gone downhill. In the process, we have forgotten a lot of technical knowledge, including the construction technology of the network road. This is a very complicated subject. Technology, even the Eldar learned it from their creators. Of course, the Eldar have always had the habit of keeping backups of their own technology. We will record all the technology, then seal it up, and use the seal to keep them safe. If you really want to get the technology for building the webway, then you have to go to the Eye of Terror, the Star of Knowledge of the former Eldar Empire, and look for those lost technologies. There may be a few words of records there, and you can even find a backup. Eldler said, of course, I have to warn you that the Eye of Terror is extremely dangerous. Several of your rebel brothers are there. They will never let you go easily when they hear of your arrival. Give me the relevant coordinates, and I will find a way to go to the Eye of Terror. Guilliman said. To be honest, that would be very risky, and I don't recommend you to do that. Alderal said, the webway project has been proven to be a failure. If you do that again, you will definitely be asking for your own death. Don't worry, I'm confident. Guilliman stopped the other party from preaching. Do you have any other news to tell me? Eldril was silent for a moment, and continued to speak, the changer will lead you to the path of brother killing. The only thing I can warn you is that the secrets of the First Legion involve a lot. It involves the secrets of another ancient race. Once it is revealed, it will definitely shock the Empire, but it can also pull out a cancer that endangers the human Empire. Of course it's up to you to expose the First Legion or help them keep their secrets. The secrets of the race that is involved with the First Legion are terrible. They serve another existence no less than the Four Gods. You must be mentally prepared. No less than the existence of the Four Gods. Guilliman frowned slightly. The thing of destiny, the Ouroboros, if such a terrible thing wakes up, it will surely bring another disaster. Now it has already had its offspring awakened in the galaxy, and with its body alone, it has traversed the Great Rift, allowing lucky ones to use their bodies to go back and forth between the two sides. Across the Great Rift. Guilliman was amazed. The Great Rift tore apart the galaxy on a scale no one could have imagined. More importantly, the Great Rift is the external manifestation of the tearing of the barrier between illusion and reality. Traversing the Great Rift is a bit too scary. Body length is calculated in light years. What kind of concept is this? Everyone has to be scared to death. Yes. It is called the Star Boa Constrictor by some ignorant races and civilizations, and it is an extremely ancient existence. Aldril said, it is no less powerful than the great demon under the command of the Four Gods, and even stronger. Guilliman paced back and forth, showing a thoughtful expression. The situation is much worse than he imagined. The Big Rift finally released a terrifying monster. Another existence no less than the Four Gods. Be careful, son of the Emperor, the threat you will face is unimaginable. With the opening of the Big Rift, those ancient existences will return, and they are bound to take back their former throne. Even the gods of the real universe, it will also return, and many star gods will walk in the real universe again. The final battle is very likely to break out because of this, and everything will be settled by then. You have to make every decision. Human beings survive, and the Eldar can survive. Eldler's voice gradually disappeared and gradually became ethereal. The stature is also gradually dimming, and the runes turn into light one after another. Finally disappeared completely in front of Guilliman. Obviously, what is here is not his real body, but a clone. Guilliman stood where he was, lost in thought. The situation in the Milky Way is not as simple as he imagined. The emergence of the Big Rift brought back those ancient existences that had long been annihilated in the long river of time. Their purpose is self-evident, they want to come back to seize the galaxy and seize the dominance of subspace. The Four Gods are a symbol of chaos, but chaos is not just the Four Gods. Well, one thing is not done, and a bunch of other things come. After a while, Guilliman, who woke up from his contemplation, walked towards the tunnel. Don't worry about debts. There is nothing to worry about if there are too many enemies. The gods of the subspace are all paper tigers. Imperial civilians full of faith will surely defeat the paper tiger. Of course, there is also a high possibility of being killed by a paper tiger. Walking outside, Sicarius and members of the Glory Guard were still waiting for him outside. My lord. Sicarius stepped forward and saluted. Guilliman nodded, did not say much, and did not disclose the content of his conversation below. The implications are significant, and it is not yet time to reveal them. The gunship machine started slowly after Guilliman and his men walked into the cabin. With the roaring sound, the engine was activated again. The scorching hot plasma spewed out, and the steam rolled upwards, and then it was cooled and formed into ice crystals. With the vibration of the engine, the gunship slowly lifted into the air amidst the steam. Afterwards, the engine roared, and the gunship flew straight into the sky at an extremely fast speed, leaving a huge sonic boom in the air, and there were white waves of air. Half an hour later, the Primarch returned to the glory of Macridge carrying the gunship. As soon as he entered the hangar, there were already servants waiting. Guilliman didn't say much, but walked towards the strategy room. Sicarius is used to this, and Guilliman is either reading a book or reviewing strategies during this time. When he reached the door of the strategy room, Guilliman stopped, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Go back and join the big army. Let's go to the stone fortress." "Understood, my lord." Sicarius responded respectfully. Guilliman entered the strategy room, stood by the porthole, and looked at the stars outside. He had to address every single factor that could lead to civil unrest. The Caliban regulations of the Dark Angels chapter must be properly resolved. This thing is a bomb, and sooner or later it will kill them, and pull humans down by the way. By the way, let's see if we can solve the so-called ancient race. The battlefields of the Indomitable Crusade are everywhere. With Guilliman's will, many imperial troops swept the rebels and old-school dignitaries. Loyalists such as Calgar demanded that the worlds be reformed according to the orders of the Primarch. Improve the benefits of the bottom layer, reduce working hours, and provide enough entertainment. At the same time, it began to spread knowledge and reduce the illiteracy rate. Ignorance leads to superstition, superstition leads to extremes, and finally leads to destruction. If you want to weaken the influence of the gods, you can only improve the cultural level of the people of the empire and strengthen the propaganda of public opinion on each planet. Entertainment programs, movies, TV programs, and other publicity channels must fully publicize the threat and poison of chaos. All teaching materials and review standards must be in accordance with Guilliman's requirements. Mechanics and technicians settled in each hive city, updated equipment, improved the computing power of the Thinker Array, and used Macrich's new technology to enhance management and control. Every human being on the planet must be registered and managed effectively. Those stubborn gangster families were uprooted, stamped with ideological stamps, and sent to punishment camps. At the same time, Guilliman also abolished a large number of the powerful class and the rich class. The empire has existed for 10,000 years, and it has an extremely large number of nobles and rich people. These classes are not engaged in production, but enjoy the most resources and wealth of the empire. They are undoubtedly a huge burden to Guilliman's Indomitable Crusade. Guilliman needs enough resources to maintain the Indomitable Crusade, which means that he must take the resources from the nobles. Some nobles shouted that their wealth was accumulated by the family, it was private, and it was sacred and inviolable. Guilliman had no reason to do anything to them, and broke his sacred oath. Regarding these words, Guilliman snorted and even wanted to laugh a little. The empire is a whole. The agricultural world produces food, the industrial world produces industrial products, and the conscription world provides soldiers. All planets have their own positions in the huge cooperation system. In a society that emphasizes cooperation to develop, productivity requires every member to contribute to create wealth. Talking about the inviolability of private ownership and talking about the topic that all wealth belongs to oneself, Guilliman just wanted to give him two big slaps. Who are the rich? Who are the poor? This is not determined by individual will, but by the distribution system. Guilliman just collected and redistributed the wealth. All the worlds of the empire work together to create these wealth. Then these wealth belong to the entire empire. Those so-called rich people left the empire. Could his talent really allow him to create so much wealth? The empire left the rich. Will those wealth really disappear? As the technology becomes more developed and the division of labor becomes finer, the sacred private ownership becomes more ridiculous. Even if the empire leaves you, those wealth will continue to be created. You leave the empire, but you can only eat dirt. Precisely because of this, Guilliman did not care about the protests of the powerful and rich. The imperial fleet is placed there, and anyone who jumps can hit anyone. Of course, Guilliman's use is also a reasonable and legal means. It is rare to deprive people of their wealth with open flames. He deprives the wealth of the local dignitaries by changing policies, adjusting the distribution system, and letting the Chamber of Commerce that makes money for him. Those who opposed Guilliman, because of the empire's distribution system, became big figures that ordinary people dare not offend, and naturally became poor because of the empire's new system. In addition to unleashing wealth, Guilliman also reshaped the imperial bureaucracy. Vigorously promote the empire-specific intelligent management system with the Thinker computing array as the main body. Severely crack down on some local sects, order various organizations to register, and strengthen control. Multi-pronged approach to resolutely suppress the foundation of Chaos sect. Those who disobeyed were naturally all stuffed into the punishment camp and used as cannon fodder for the empire. Under Guilliman's toughness, the reform measures are proceeding in an orderly manner. At the bottom, Guilliman's approval rating is also rising. Determining someone's wealth is like killing one's parents. For those who have lost their interests, Guilliman is the murder of the father and the enemy. Naturally, he was not reconciled to this decline. Many nobles colluded with each other and set off a rebellion. Even began to encourage nobles in other sectors to rebel. Calgar, who had recovered, started counter-insurgency work non-stop. The rebellion on a planet has just been quelled here, and I haven't taken a breath yet. Got the news that the next planet was in rebellion. And word has it that the Alpha Legion is involved. Another 5,000, 10,000, 6 hours left. Chapter 138 I am Alfarius, for subscription. Victory Laurel. This is Calgar's flagship. Accompanied by him for many years, participated in many expeditions. The light inside the ship is soft and bright, providing stable lighting for many senior crew members. The stacked data boards are placed stably, flashing massive amounts of information at high speed. Humming, relying on many wireframes to support the holographic projection scene, exuding soft white light, reflecting on the vault structure on the top of the bridge, as if soaked in the undulating glory of the seabed. Calgar sat on the throne in the strategy room, facing a large number of screens, staring at the information from various fleets. A soft white light illuminates the edges of his armor and reflects on the golden double-headed eagle emblem in the center of the breastplate. Rows of battle data rushed past the screen in front of him. A large number of images show the latest information of the traitor galaxy. Out of resistance to the Primarch's order to reform, a thriving industrial galaxy named Evans has staged a mutiny. They asked the Primarch to withdraw the reform order immediately, otherwise they would refuse to recognize the status of the supreme ruler of the Primarch Empire. The Star Language Communication Department of the Victory Laurel even captured a piece of news sent by the other party to all parts of the galaxy. The traitors of the Evans system openly declare. Guilliman has been the biggest traitor to the Empire for 10,000 years, and he is no less than Horus back then. He's just an abomination ripped from broken history, a downright ambitious warlord trying to repeat the Horus heresy. Guilliman's every purpose is to weaken his father's authority. Make corresponding preparations for yourself on the throne of Terra. He has no intention of saving the human world at all. The Indomitable Crusade is a scam, a complete scam. Guilliman deceived the entire Empire. The traitors of the Evans system call on all the worlds of the Empire to wake up and oppose any traitor who threatens the Emperor's rule. Resolutely resist Guilliman's various moves. Also demanded the abolition of the name of the regent of the Guilliman Empire, and punished it as a betrayal of mankind. Karl endured his anger and patiently read the other party's oath. He swore to kill these traitors. No one can humiliate his genetic father. At the end, Evans mutineers also play a video of the hanging. Look at these people, they are all traitors, traitors who supported Guilliman's usurpation of the Emperor's position. A man yelled in front of the camera, look at their abominations, they should all be killed, all killed. Accompanied by crazy shouts, those loyalists were pulled up violently, their legs struggled feebly, and they were hanged alive in front of the camera. In order to promote Guilliman's traitor theory, these traitors executed those pursuers and ideals who were willing to follow Guilliman in public. Trying to make the whole world into the disgusting look they need. Calgar suppressed his anger, trying to keep himself calm. Getting angry will only make the enemy find a weak point. Be rational, stay rational, and then go to revenge is the most appropriate. Have they all defected? Calgar looked at the astropath and asked. Yes, my lord. They killed those loyalists and captured the Star Language Court. According to the last information, they got the help of an extraordinary army. If there is no mistake in judgment, this extraordinary army is likely to be the Alpha Legion that betrayed the Empire. Said the astropath. Calgar frowned, he never imagined that such a simple rebellion would involve those chaos traitors. The Alpha Legion is the last legion formed among the 20 original legions, led by Primarch Alfarius. It is said that the Primarches of the Alpha Legion were twins. One Primarch is Alfarius. Another Primarch is Omega. According to the historical records of the Empire, Alfarius was killed by Dorn, and Omega was killed by Guilliman. After the rebellion ended, Imperial forces in different regions reported that they had witnessed members of the Alpha Legion claiming to be Alfarius many times. Every time the Assassin Court will send people to hunt and kill these so-called Alfarius. Most of the assassins failed, but they also killed several Alfarius. Unfortunately, it was discovered afterwards that none of the hunted ones was the real Alfarius. However, it also created a mystery. No one is sure if Alfarius is really dead. The Legion was noted for its discipline and tight organization during the Great Crusade. At the same time they displayed incredible cunning. They are extremely good at misleading the enemy, causing chaos, betrayal on the spot and all kinds of deceit. During the Horus Rebellion, Alfarius stole the defense blueprint of the solar system for him, and destroyed the reconstruction of the Duck Guard, making it impossible for Corax to restore the strength of the Duck Guard. The Alpha Legion is still bewitching people in various worlds to rebel against the Emperor's rule. Eventually created a huge wave of mutiny. After the Horus heresy ended, the Alpha Legion was still active. Most of the Alphas did not turn to chaos, but fled to the Eastern Galactic region, operating outside the Emperor's astronomical torch. Sometimes they turn those planets against the Empire. It is said that they are behind many rebellion incidents. Even the Second Terra incident was rumored to involve them and fallen angels. It took a long time for the Terra Senate to finally wipe out the Second Terra with the help of the Dark Angels. Calgar has faced these traitors head-on several times. Each of them is a cunning beast. Sneaker than a fox, more vicious than a viper. As long as there is a slight chance, they must not be easily let go. Go to Planet Evans, we have to get rid of them as soon as possible. Calgar said. I understand, my lord. The captain of the Victory Laurel said. A week later. With the help of subspace navigation, the fleet led by Calgar soon entered the Evans galaxy. All ships in the expedition fleet are optimized and upgraded. Enhanced the detection ability and detection range. Just entered the real universe, and found the enemy. A large number of deep space mine traps were also found, placed in very vicious positions, all of which were placed in micrometeorites. If the Imperial ships hadn't been upgraded, I'm afraid they would be slammed as soon as they came out. It may be due to the lack of force in the void. The mutineers put the only ship in the low Earth orbit of the planet Evans, and wanted to rely on the planet to last as long as possible. There are not many planets in the Evans galaxy, only two. One is a gaseous Jovian planet. One is an Earth-like planet, which is the Evans planet. In order to resist the Imperial fleet, the rebels also built many space weapon stations, combat satellites, and so on. Try to hold back the Imperial fleet to buy yourself time. As long as they resist for long enough, they feel that people from other planets will rise up and resist, and the indomitable expeditionary fleet will eventually compromise. The only pity is that they miscalculated. The strength of the indomitable expedition fleet is strong enough to wrestle with the Necron's fleet strength. Tyranid Zerg and Orcs were even more beaten to the north. A fleet assembled from a mere galaxy can be easily run over. What's more, 1/3 of the ships are still civilian ships. It is simply modified and used as a battle barge. The battle didn't last long. With the enemy's humble flagship being bombarded, the void battle came to an end. A large number of rebel ships chose to surrender. The Empire's fleet approached the low Earth orbit of the planet Evans. In the detection of auspicious and radar, Calgar found Evans rebels ready. Every city in Evans is armed to the teeth. They even have anti-aircraft artillery arrays. But there is nothing surprising about this. Evans is an industrial world. It survives by supplying industrial goods to other worlds. With the right drawings, it can be quickly converted from a civilian production line to a military production line. But Calgar will let the traitors know how fragile their defense is, and their resistance is not worth mentioning. The traitors need to pay the heaviest price for this. Only in this way can they offset their crime of slandering the Primarch. Victory Laurel, Bridge. Calgar sat on the throne, and many expeditionary army commanders gathered around him, and began a war meeting against Evans. Following the introduction of the intelligence director, the hologram focuses on the surface of the planet Evans. A southern city is clearly displayed. It sits in a vast wasteland at the foot of a chain of majestic mountains. It has rolling mountains, factories that spew black smoke. The entire world has been desertified, and a large amount of toxic substances have accumulated on the wasteland, causing the plants on the wasteland to go extinct. Those who were lucky enough to survive were also covered with poisonous thorns and became strangely shaped. Prol, this is the capital city of Evans, and also their command post. The intelligence chief introduced to everyone, according to the information obtained from the previous Void battle, the Alpha Legion is likely to stay on the planet Evans. Just now the Mechanics reported that they found a battleship from the Great Crusade period among the wreckage of the enemy's ship. Such a battleship has basically aged and decommissioned in the Empire. Only traitors can see it. It has the emblem of Hydra on it. And this emblem is the emblem of the rebellious Alpha Legion in the past. Following the words of the intelligence chief, several projections appeared in front of many commanders simultaneously. Looking at these projections, the commander's expression subconsciously became serious. Whoever they are, our mission is to defeat them, Calgar said. Given the strategic purpose of the Primarch, our mission is to cleanse the traitorous upper echelons and appease the ignorant lower ones. To this end, I will form the spearhead troops, capture the capital city of Plar. Once we control the city, Evans will be at your fingertips. In order to demonstrate the strength of the expedition fleet, this time we will use teleportation technology to directly teleport to the surface, catch them off guard, let them know, betrayal there is no end to the Empire. Why don't we just bomb them? It's faster to bomb Plar from low Earth orbit, said a military commander. Caligas shook his head. There are a large number of innocent people in Prawl, they were just coerced, we need enough cruelty, and enough kindness, as long as the innocent are willing to lay down their weapons, then we have to give them a change of heart opportunity. And if we only strike from a distance, some vermin dogs will always survive. Since we want to completely solve this problem, we must do it ourselves. Use a wave of decisive raids to completely destroy them. The projection zooms in on Prawl, revealing a grand industrial city. Clearly display various buildings of different styles. From elegant mansions and churches to endless civilian residences. There are also layers of industrial buildings that look like continuous mountains. The streets with exquisite layout are interspersed in this multi-layered city. Calgar assigns tasks to various military commanders. Let them attack various strategic targets, quickly paralyze Plar's counterattack force, and make it difficult for the traitors to fly. By the end, the projection shifts focus to reveal another expanse of arcades and towers. Many labyrinth-like outbuildings surround one of the tallest and most magnificent ornate domed buildings, serving as the city's glorious crown, like a jeweled pine needle inlaid in the chaotic city of Plar. The building is unusually gorgeous, and it is the center of the city of Prawl, the most important administrative center of Evans and the location of the Star Language Court. This palace is our most important goal, and the Alpha Legion is likely to appear here. This palace will be destroyed by me personally, and I will use a devastating blow to let the Alpha Legion know that they have done something very important. Stupid thing. Calgar said firmly. He wants to make Alpha those traitors pay the price. Ground combat begins soon. Calgar is trying to use a new teleportation technology and research new quick strike tactics. The sky is gradually approaching dusk, and the sky is soaked in blood-colored fire clouds. Accompanied by flashes, batches of Imperial troops came out of the flashes under the stunned gaze of the Plar defenders. The Imperial troops rumbled forward, approaching the passes throughout the city. Prol's defenders reacted and hurriedly sounded the alarm. The anti-aircraft artillery hastily turned its muzzle to the ground for bombardment. Just after the muzzle transfer was completed, batches of Imperial fighter planes roared down from high altitude, pouring ammunition. The capital city of Prawl was instantly engulfed in flames. A simple order of appearance will make the enemy's anti-aircraft firepower fail to achieve the slightest effect, and it will be declared abolished. Realizing the results brought about by the new tactics, Calgar couldn't help showing a smile. With the awakening of the Primarch, the technological strength of the Imperial fleet has also become stronger. In the past, the Empire would never have been able to send such a large-scale troop. But now it is sent in batches, Groups of Lemon Russ super heavy tanks appeared on the battlefield with flashes of light. Also Chimera, Night Titan, and more. Before the enemy could react, batches of combat engines ran over them. Just a few moments later, Prar was in flames everywhere. Everywhere is full of bullets. The explosive bombs, lasers, and artillery shells that overwhelmed the sky were like a hailstorm, smashing on the offensive of the defenders. The Empire's offensive came like a flood, and Pral's defenders could hardly resist. At the forefront of the flood are Calgar and his hand-picked spearhead troops. Calgar, who was wearing Azure Power armor, rushed into the outer square first. Wherever they passed, there were violent explosions and scattered fireballs. The helmets of every soldier are filled with short communication voices, concise messages are never interrupted, and poor quality signal transmission makes their voices thicker. Calgar and others quickly formed a spearhead that pierced the throat of the rebels. It only needs to quickly capture the palace and kill the rebel leader, and the enemy will twitch and die. Pearl's defenders are well armed, and they use their industrial capabilities to keep every soldier armed to the teeth. Also rely on the soldiers of the traitor Alpha Legion to be effectively trained. Every fortification has been carefully selected to ensure that the attacker is hard to defend, and a little carelessness will cause heavy casualties. A large number of mines and button bombs were placed on both sides of the road. As soon as the Imperial convoy passes by, it will be detonated immediately, which is extremely vicious. The more Calgar advances, the more anger in his heart grows. He will never let those damned traitors go. Every traitor to the Alpha Legion deserves to die. The fighters followed Calgar to attack the administrative building of Plar. Along the way, I saw a large number of soldiers holding energy weapons and wearing solid armor waiting for the fortifications everywhere. Also saw tracked artillery vehicles and automatic weapons around the enemy, as well as weapon platforms with 4 to 8 automatic cannons, pulsating hydraulic legs moving slowly towards the front line. They are not orcs, nor are they Zerg. It is human beings armed with imperial technology. This is a civil war between civilized societies. The enemy firmly guards the road leading to the administrative area. As long as you see the imperial troops appearing, it is crazy firepower. As the sky got darker, the more Calgar and the others could see the scorching flames shining in the air. A door-to-door automatic machine gun frantically fired at the imperial troops. The defenders are trying to block them all here, and they will not be able to advance an inch. Unfortunately, they are doomed to fail. Calgar led his personal guards and a carefully selected veteran, running forward under the cover of scattered gunpowder smoke and violent explosions. Their steel boots made a crisp sound as they rolled over the stone slabs under their feet. Seeing a cannon pouring shells towards them, Calgar raised his glove and fired a shot in that direction, followed by a booming explosion. The shell just out of the chamber was hit by the explosive shell fired by Calgar, and it was immediately detonated. Dozens of defenders were knocked down by the impact, and several enemies flew directly into the sky and landed on the battlefield like broken sacks. "Rush up!" an honored veteran shouted. A wild hail of bullets eats away at their armor. Calgar could feel the impact of enemy fire on the power armor. Seeing the attack launched by the Emperor's angels, the defenders no longer had the courage to fight and fled in all directions. Calgar raised his glove, bullets rained down. The impact of the explosive bomb was transmitted to his body through the armor, giving him a strange feeling. Those soldiers who were struck disintegrated like swollen blisters. Broken like ripe fruit. Blood mist sprayed out from every torn corpse. "For Gilliman," Calgar yelled. Other veterans followed suit. They quickly broke through the enemy's fire blockade. Seeing that the general situation was over, the defenders fled frantically, without a trace of courage anymore. Surrounded by many veterans, Calgar stepped into the palace on top of the piles of enemy corpses. The plaster walls inside the palace have already been cracked by artillery fire. It fell to the ground like dry sand. The air is filled with smoke. Fortunately, Calgar still received the original casting upgrade, and activated Gilliman's greatest gift, officially embarking on the road of demigod. The smoke couldn't block his vision. The enemy troops along the way can no longer stop them, flee in embarrassment, or throw their guns and surrender. Calgar and others walked into the deepest part of the palace. It was a majestic palace, and the throne belonging to the ruler was placed in the most conspicuous position, which could be seen by opening the gate. But the one sitting on it is not a ruler who is greedy for profit. Instead, an alpha warrior wearing a mix of navy blue, silver and emerald green power armor. The opponent did not take off the helmet. Just sitting on the throne belonging to the ruler, watching Calgar and others rush in. "Who are you?" Calgar asked. "I am Alfarius," the alpha warrior said in a low voice. Chapter 139 The heroes gather in the Boulder Fortress, subscription required. Another liar in the name of a dead person. Calgar's tone was full of sarcasm. "Admit it, your genetic father is long dead." The other party looked directly at Calgar with cold eyes, and did not show any excitement because of his words. "You can continue to talk nonsense, but don't forget that the reason why you are here is because of me." The traitor who called himself Alfarius said, "The Ultramarines will always be played by the Alpha Legion between applause. Do you think you can lead us by the nose? The only reason I stand here is because I want to kill you. Make atonement for your crimes, Alpha, you are not worthy of forgiveness." Calgar yelled. He raised his fist, and there was anger in his eyes. "You don't know anything about our path, Calgar. One day, you will understand that everything the Alpha Legion has done is correct. And what you did is the biggest mistake. Your words are only lies." Calgar yelled, "You are only lies. You don't know anything about Alpha," said the traitor who called himself Alfarius. "Have you ever seen a poisonous snake running through the hot sand? Have you ever caught a glimpse of them gliding under the surface of the sea? Their actions reveal incomparable efficient, alert, and graceful. The Alpha is the snaking serpent, seemingly going the other way but always moving forward. You have been lost for 10,000 years, sinking in confusion and curse. We worded everything in senseless wars, but we still insist on our identity and original intention, insist on the original will of the Legion when it was created, and wait until the end of everything. Then you'll understand why it all happened. Then I guarantee that you will never see that day." Calgar snorted. Even a syllable of a traitor's words is not worth trusting. Using betrayal and loyalty to decide whether to trust others, this approach can only be said to be stupid. The traitor who called himself Alfarius said calmly and without the slightest emotion, Alpha is a poisonous snake and an antidote. For chaos, the same is true for the Empire. We are preparing for the end, while you are only fascinated by the small victory in front of you. Fire. Calgar had no more nonsense, arguing with traitors was a waste of time. Only dead traitors are good traitors. Calgar's order was issued, and the Terminators standing behind him pulled the trigger instantly, and the flame storm gushed out. The barrel of the gun intertwined with flashes and explosive shells, forming a firepower network that enveloped the entire hall. Sitting on the throne, the traitor who called himself Alfarius was instantly swept by the wave of bullets. When Calgar and the others shot and were about to shoot each other, from behind the tall throne, 2 alpha warriors rushed out. They held heavy shields and stood in front of the traitor who called himself Alfarius. The crackling sound continued. The shield shone dazzlingly under the impact, and the dazzling white light instantly filled the entire hall. Everything in the magnificent hall became a mess, and the precious sculptures were destroyed and became marbles scattered on the ground. Smoke and dust rose up. Calgar was acutely aware of the danger coming. He instantly activated the power field of the glove. Several warriors jumped out of the thick smoke. The rich indigo armor was inlaid with silver edges, and there was a hydra pattern on the left shoulder plate. They are all soldiers of the Alpha Legion. They were hidden in the hall in a way that Calgar could not detect. It was only at this moment that they suddenly launched an attack, trying to end the most terrifying blow by Calgar and others. An Alpha warrior stabs Calgar's gorget with his chainsword. Calgar raised his fist and smashed it. After activating the Emperor Angel template, his physical strength has been greatly enhanced. The power armor has also been newly upgraded to fit his new body. The chainsword that was stabbing at him was shattered by his punch. The power fist hit the Alpha warrior's head at once. Under the blessing of the power field, Calgar smashed the opponent's helmet to pieces with one blow. The head of the traitor was blown out with a single punch. "Fools," said Calgar, "don't think that it's the same as before, and now is the end of you, traitor. You are enhanced." The traitor who called himself Alfarius stood up, activated a power spear in his hand, and walked towards Calgar. "This is the wisdom of the Primarch," Calgar whispered. His pupils revealed a huge amount of data. All the details about the battle of the self-proclaimed Alfarius appeared in his mind. Target, human genetically enhanced mutant, enemy, belongs to Alpha Legion, betrayer. Power spear, with a tearing force field, can cut any substance from the atomic level. The human body in the armor has mutated due to subspace pollution, please be careful. Comprehensive threat assessment, low level, information is not comprehensive, this assessment is for reference only. The data interface of the Emperor's Angel template emerged in Calgar's eyes. This is the gift of fully activating Guilliman's heart. In the past, some people called space warriors demigods. But they are only human after all. Now, the Primarch paved another way for them. The true demigod path, stronger strength, stronger physique, and more terrifying fighting skills. Even compared to those traitors who received the blessings of the gods, the fighters who activate Guilliman's heart are not inferior in the slightest, enough to sweep away those idiots hiding in the subspace. The only pity is that the Emperor Angel template needs to be activated by itself. You need to stick to your soul and bottom line between life and death. Only in this way can the full functions of Guilliman's heart be activated and the Emperor's Angel template obtained. Calgar once asked his lord. But Guilliman did not explain too much about this, he only said that it is a good thing to let nature take its course and activate fighters. Cannot be activated nor forced. Blindly forcing, may bring dire consequences. If you wait until the technology matures in the future, all the Emperor Angel panels will be activated. It is conceivable how terrifying the military power of the Empire will be. The traitor who called himself Alfarius rushed towards Calgar, waving a spear in his hand, leaving shadows in the air. A Terminator bodyguard tries to stop him. I saw the other party waving the power spear in his hand, which cut through the Terminator's armor in an instant, cut off his limbs, and set off a rain of blood. Overreaching, said the traitor who called himself Alfarius. Calgar's personal guards rushed forward angrily, but the opponent was extremely agile. When faced with a siege, they will choose to wander, seize the opportunity, and attack from a very tricky and weird angle, chopping and stabbing like a butcher. The spear that exudes the light of the power field, every time it strikes, it will pierce the throat of a member of Calgar's bodyguard in an instant. Your enemy is me. Seeing the enemy slaughter his own guards like this, Calgar roared angrily. He stepped forward and punched an alpha warrior who was blocking his way. The heavy steel body flew more than a dozen meters and hit the wall heavily, causing cracks to appear on the wall. And the traitor who called himself Alfarius was fearless, and with a spear in his hand, he flew like lightning, stabbing Calgar with a single blow. The tip of the spear shimmered. This is a perfect raid. As one of the 20 original warbands of the former empire, their combat skills are the pinnacle. Succinct as a line drawn by a craftsman on a blank piece of parchment. That is death, destruction, and endless silence. However, this terrible blow did not hurt Calgar. His power fist swung away the killing blow. A piercing voice came. Brilliant silver light erupted from the place where the two weapons collided. Your genetic father will die in the stone fortress. The traitor who called himself Alfarius said, this is my warning to you. You don't want to deceive me. Calgar roared. He waved his fists and attacked the enemy in a violent posture. Everything is true, and the Dark Angel will choose to stand against the Primarch in order to keep secrets. The traitor said, the Caliban regulations will not be offended. They won't. Calgar's offensive became more and more violent. The sound of metal impact came from their collision, and it became more and more intense, making people's eardrums ache. The The traitor who called himself Alfarius faced Calgar, who was strong enough to collapse a super heavy tank. The spear in his hand was like a poisonous snake, gliding in the air, easily blocking all attacks. Don't you want to know what the so-called Caliban regulations are? Said the traitor. Now, you can still go and save your Primarch, at least you can stand on his side when he is facing the siege of the Dark Angels. Beside, there is no power in the real universe that can hurt him. Calgar said, even the Dark Angels can't hurt him. The traitor who called himself Alfarius showed a contemptuous smile. But what if it's an old awakened? The secrets of the stone fortress are more terrifying than you can imagine, Calgar. A hidden ancient race, a sleeping old god, and a dark age weapon that can kill the Primarch. You think Guilliman won't get hurt? If it's like 10,000 years ago, you won't have a chance to regret it, Calgar. Shut up, he's invincible, Calgar yelled, and he punched him. The traitor who called himself Alfarius tried to block with the spear in his hand. The next second, he showed a horrified look. Calgar broke his spear with one punch, and the power fist hit him, and the thick power armor was instantly torn apart. What a powerful force! The traitor looked horrified at the broken spear in his hand. The upgrade that Guilliman gave you is really powerful. Calgar didn't let him continue talking nonsense, but added a few more punches. Relying on the power fist, Calgar smashed the enemy's abdomen mixed with the power armor to pieces. The hot blood flowed from the wound to the deck. The surrounding air became blurred, like a cloud of warm mist. I'm not alone, said the traitor, I'll see your genetic father in hell. To shut up. Calgar angrily punched the opponent's heart, smashing it to pieces. The traitor who claimed to be Alfarius fell to the ground, completely out of breath. Lost the strongest combat power, and the other alpha fighters soon died at the hands of Calgar's personal guards. Calgar ordered someone to take off the traitor's helmet. A photo left in the top secret archive of the Empire, with a 90% similar face appeared in everyone's eyes. Another imposter. Calgar spat. Clear the battlefield and see if there are any clues. After a while, many personal guards have completed the search. No gains. Without the help of the Alpha Legion, the rebellion on planet Evans came to an end soon. Those who vowed to overthrow Guilliman have also been found out one by one, and they will be punished for the crime of betraying humanity. Victory came soon, but Calgar's face was always very solemn. Although he killed the guy who called himself Alfarius, the words of the other party still took root in his heart. Calgar has been fighting for more than 1,000 years, and he knows many secret things about the Empire. Dark Angels have been trying to keep some secrets. For these secrets, they have been bewildered and even become insane. These guys have shot at friendly troops several times to keep their secrets. Once a team of Inquisitors captured a fallen angel. A few days later, the judge and his entourage disappeared mysteriously. According to follow-up investigations, a cruiser strike ship belonging to the Dark Angel once appeared in that area. Calgar did not dare to guess what consequences the Primarch would incur if he knew the secret of the Dark Angel. Nowadays, there are more and more opinions on Guilliman's reforms in various parts of the Empire. In the long run, these reforms will rejuvenate the Imperium of Man. But in the short term, a large number of vested interests began to fight back together, forming a huge force against Guilliman. If the Dark Angels were to strike against the Primarch, they would even have a number of helpers. Many dignitaries in the Empire want the Primarch to die, this is not a lie. Those dignitaries are all crazy for their own rights. After thinking for a long time, Calgar issued a new order, handing over the right to command the fleet to his deputy. Subsequently, the Victory Laurel was withdrawn from the capital city of Plar. Go to the stone fortress. Calgar looked at the captain and issued a new order. My lord, this is not in line with our strategic mission. The captain looked confused. It's fine for the Victory Laurel to go alone. I need to consult the Primarch for some things, and the other troops will continue to move forward according to the established tasks. Calgar said. Understood, my lord. Said the captain. Under Calgar's orders, a portion of the Primaris Space Marines prepare to return to the Victory Laurel in a gunship. They need to follow Calgar to the Stone Keep. The ground floor of the airport. Tactical Team Sebs is leading a team to wipe out the gangsters and mutants at the bottom. These trash living at the bottom of the Hive City are no match for the Emperor's Angels. After a burst of intense firefights, an abandoned factory is full of dead bodies. Check clearly. Saibo said to his team members. Then, he looked aside, his comrades in Terminator armor. That is Majo, his good brother. They've been through hundreds of battles, all saving each other's lives. I just don't know what's going on, since he went to perform the mission 2 days ago, he has become extremely silent. Maybe seeing the terrible things those traitors did again. Another perfect victory. Sibos wanted to find some words to enlighten his brother, the original will be happy for us. It is indeed a perfect victory. Majo looked at the loyalists who were scattered and said in a low voice, and then walked in front of Sibos. I have something to tell you. Majo said. What's the matter? Sibos said with a smile on his face. He thought that the other party would open his heart and seek his advice. But in the next second, a sharp blade sliced across the throat of Sibos, who was defenseless. Under this terrifying sharp blade, the thick power armor is like paper. The blade carried some kind of terrible toxin, destroying his self-healing ability. Guilliman's heart was beating violently, releasing energy constantly, trying to stimulate the cells to heal the wound. But Sibos was still bleeding. The wound collapsed as soon as it healed. Why? Sibos looked at Majo with disbelief in his eyes. Want to see clearly the expression of the brother under the helmet at this time. Why? Why did you kill him? Cyber's tone is full of the weakness caused by dying and the pain caused by betrayal. He tried to ask more questions, but his vocal cords had ruptured, and blood gushed out instead of his words. Cybers knelt down powerlessly, trying to grab Majuo's power leg armor with one hand. I am not your brother, I am Alfarius. The helmet was removed, and Sibo saw the face clearly, not his brother at all, but an alpha warrior. It's just that the voices of the two are very similar, so he always thought that the other party was Majuo. Cybers regretted his carelessness and grieved for his comrades who died without anyone knowing. He fell down. And the alpha warrior looked at him with cold eyes, without too many emotional fluctuations. Subsequently, Sibo's body was dragged into the darkness. Half an hour later, Sibo's and Majuo reappeared. Only this time, they all had helmets on. Just at this time, a voice came from the communication. The Cybers team that has completed the task is required to return to the Victory Laurel immediately. They will follow Calgar to the Stone Keep. Received. Sibo smiled and said, our team will return immediately. Majuo was holding a box covered with weird patterns, and followed behind him. After the team was assembled, everyone left and returned to Calgar's flagship by transport boat. The Victory Laurel turned away under Calgar's order, leaving the aftermath of the Evans system to his deputy. Calgar stood by the porthole, looking at his flagship far away from the starlight of the Evans galaxy, his eyebrows frowned. No matter what, he must protect the Primarch. It must not be like it was 10,000 years ago. Even if it is to kill the Dark Angels for this, he will not hesitate. Chapter 140 There is still conspiracy in the conspiracy, seeking subscription. Calgar knew he shouldn't believe the traitor's words. But he was really worried. He is so loyal to his genetic father. Even if there is only a slight possibility, he is not willing to let it fall into danger. In order to avoid provoking the wrath of Gene Father, Calgar thought for a long time. Decided to use the excuse of being confused about his strategy to seek enlightenment from Guilliman, and at the same time prepare for the Dark Angel's attack. In this way, there may be some opinions, but Guilliman will not be too angry about it. He will not be punished for this matter. The Victory Laurel entered the warp at the edge of the Evans system. Calgar temporarily left the battlefield to protect his lord. And on the bottom of the Victory Laurel, from the rusty pipes came the murmur of airflow, and the rumble shook the stone wall. Intense darkness accumulated in the deepest compartment of the Victory Laurel. This place is shrouded in darkness and damp all the year round, and even the humblest slave labor and rough slave labor rarely visit here. Only those animals and plants that hide in the dark and smuggle across different planets will live in this place. The Victory Laurel is 21 kilometers long and several kilometers high, making it a magnificent mobile city. It is so huge that the crew cannot monitor every corner. At this time, an ominous thing is happening here. The pungent smell of blood wafted in the darkness and mixed with the stench of decay. Cybers stood in the darkness, only the faint red light emitted by the pair of electronic prosthetic eyes in the helmet showed his existence. In front of him, 2 crew members were lying in a pool of blood. But weird things happened quickly, and the blood was quickly spoiled and became foul-smelling. The crew members who had just died for a while also quickly became rotten and extremely disgusting. Seeing this scene, Sibos smiled. He did this just to test the sword. This is the sword of punishing God. Sibos whispered. His hand held a strange blood-stained sword blade. The body of the sword is undulating like a poisonous snake, as grey as flint, and shining like a diamond. This is a delicate thing, a wonderful thing, a thing that shakes the world. If there are psychers here, they will definitely exclaim. The sword contains unrivaled evil and curse, an entity of pure warp evil. Guilliman. Sibos's voice was unusually flat, with a kind of absolute rationality and coldness. The universe is balanced, and so are subspace and reality, and you are the biggest obstacle to the final plan. So, I'm sorry, you can't go on living. He said softly, and then slowly put the long sword back into the delicate box. This is a terrifying weapon capable of injuring a Primarch. It is more vicious and terrifying than the old enemy blade that almost killed Horus in the past. Horus rebellion is a big problem due to Horus' incomprehension that the Emperor despised the War Council and ruled the Empire with mortals. But what really pushed Horus into the abyss was undoubtedly the old enemy blade in the hands of Erebus. That weapon has extraordinary power. It hit Horus hard. The terrible wound could not be healed by relying on the physical strength of the Primarch. Finally, the warriors of the son of Horus were fooled by Erebus and sent Horus to the Temple of Heresy for a ceremony. Blade of the Nemesis is so scary. Once suffered a serious injury, even the original body-level self-healing ability cannot heal itself. Cybers held the long sword in his hand and showed a slight smile. The fall of Horus, along with the Emperor's long-cherished wish for peace, was shattered. And what will the fall of Guilliman bring? Bullet Fortress. Bloodwing Boris and members of his tactical team hurried back. The engine of the transport ship roared. Under the operation of the technical priest, the gravity array device operated according to the new parameters, slowly cut into the force field, and entered the interior of the megalithic fortress smoothly. The hatch opens. Boris walked past the machine slaves who greeted him. Lord Boris, said a mortal servant. The Stonehold holds a large number of mortal slaves who serve the warriors of the Dark Angels chapter. They are the treasure of the chapter. Each chapter is served by a sizable mortal population. A battle group with a home planet will select a batch of servants from the planet every once in a while to replenish servants and recruit seeds. Chapters without a home world will collect taxes everywhere. For example, space sharks go to the frontier to fight, and the mortals who serve them are almost dead, and then return to the Empire to replenish troops. When passing by a certain planet, seeing that there are enough people on that planet and meeting their own requirements, they will recruit servants and recruits from that planet. Because there is no parent star to replenish the loss on time, and the combat mission is heavy. The taxation of these battle groups is extremely simple and rude, and the whole colony is packed with men, women, old and weak. This caused the Ministry of Internal Affairs to first investigate whether any war groups from the home planet had passed through the place when they discovered that some colonies had been looted. After confirmation, they would think about aliens and chaos. It is said that a certain vicious space shark war group will not spare even a 180-year-old grandmother. The same thing was caught on board and served as a servant. Of course, being able to live to 180 years old in this dark and chaotic universe is either rich or expensive. After all, life extension surgery is very expensive, and ordinary people simply cannot afford it. Boris didn't care about those mortal servants saluting him. He left the port in a hurry, and went to look for the Grand Mentor Azrael. The Grand Master is in a strategy room in the stone fortress. As his right-hand man, Ezekiel and Dagonet are also here, discussing the missions of each company and the arrival of Guilliman. The huge holographic table is located in the center of the room, and strategic divination shrines and contemplators are displayed on the walls. It is humming and processing massive amounts of data. The room is big enough to accommodate more than 20 dark angels. It is very spacious. However, there are only 3 at this time. They are the supreme heads who lead the dark angels. The 3 stood around the holographic platform. After hearing the sound, their eyes turned to Boris, who came in. Boris. Azrael said. It's me, great teacher. Boris said with a respectful salute. How about the hunt? Azrael looked at Boris with majesty and questioning in his eyes. It's not a fallen angel, but a demon belonging to a changer. They are preparing for something, and it may have something to do with the revived imperial regent. Boris said, that demon seems to be guiding us all the time. When I was finally expelled, the demon said that Guilliman would destroy the First Legion, and I realized something was wrong, so I hurried back. Azrael frowned slightly, a serious expression appeared on his noble face. Guilliman is the hope of the Empire. This is the consensus of everyone who can see the dark future of the galaxy. Only with the help of Guilliman's unimaginable strategy and wisdom, can mankind be helped out of this eternal abyss. You should not listen to any words of demons, they are only lies. Azrael shook his head, you cannot doubt a noble emperor's child just because of the words of a demon. But what do you think the emperor's children would think if they knew what happened 10,000 years ago, and what happened to Lord Cypher? Said Boris. This is the reward for our 10,000 years of loyalty. Your words have gone beyond the mark. Ezekiel, who is the chief think tank, said, such words are too offensive, don't say any more, Boris. We all understand your concerns, but just a few words from the devil can shake you. No, I just have some premonitions. Boris said, a very bad intuition, a storm is happening, but we don't know anything about it. We must take a positive attitude in order to defend the honor of the First Legion in existence. We are loyal to the Empire, and we should also trust Guilliman. Ezekiel said. If he wants the First Legion to wait for death, should we also wait to die? Boris shouted, the blood of the First Legion will be cut off. Get out, Boris. There's no need to talk about this matter. Azrael looked at Boris and slammed his fist on the holographic stage, with anger in his tone, we swear loyalty, if he wants us to death, the Dark Angel should also execute it unconditionally. Don't doubt a loyal primarch just because of the devil's words. He was just too concerned with the fate of the chapter, Ezekiel said. Then don't question it, we fight for loyalty, and we fight for the blood of the Lion King that flows in our hearts. Now, Boris, are you going to target a primarch? When mankind is about to slide into the abyss, time to step on it again, Azrael said, get out now, and you will be grounded until I issue a pardon myself. Boris glared back, spat the ground, and strode out of the room. You're so excited, Ezekiel said. Don't worry about it. Azrael said, we will continue to study the next arrangement. As the great master of the Dark Angel, Azrael holds most of the secrets of the Dark Angel. Except Lion King Ryan, no one can know all the secrets of the Dark Angels. Thanks to the great wisdom of Lion King Ryan, the father of genes, the structure of the Dark Angel is very complicated. On the bright side, they are divided into company commanders, tactical teams, mentors, think tanks, recruits, and veterans. The hierarchy is dense and the classes are distinct. However, this is only the appearance. Below it, there are different religious orders in inner and outer rings, keeping different secrets. Even Azrael couldn't know how many secrets the Dark Angels had, and who kept them. Nobody knows except Lion. Advancing along the Dark Tomb passage, Azrael walked past the heroes who had long since departed. The exploits of those who died were commemorated with inscriptions and sculptures on the stone pillars. Azrael wore a robe that covered his whole body, covering everything that represented his identity and status symbol. He walked into the depths along the tomb passage. In the shadowy light, as he turned a corner, an unknown soldier who also covered his body and concealed his identity blocked him. The warrior made an intricate half gesture, and Azrael did the other half. Subsequently, Azrael was taken into a secret chamber. A group of flames burns in the middle of the secret room, providing a faint light, making the secret room look very dark. The 4 warriors, including Azrael, stood in different directions one by one. Everyone concealed their identities to ensure the secrecy of the secret meeting. Azrael wasn't sure whether the people in front of him were veterans, mentors, or just new recruits. In the congregation, no one has a name. Outside the order does not exist. I'm very glad that you can gather here. Azrael said. The other 3 knights didn't say anything, they just kept silent. They were called. Need to do some things that cannot be known by the outside world in the secret order. The conspirators have emerged, the bait has been cast, and it's time to get ready to draw in the net, Azrael said. The hunt for demons has resulted in a member of the Deathwing being seated with confusion by demons. The devil thinks that we will be played and applauded by it, but it does not know that the lasso is already placed around its neck, and we will use it to find the cancer hidden in us. Chapter 141 Church of the Serpent of Ouroboros. The other knights were silent, waiting for Azrael to continue. Silence is the best camouflage. The more you talk, the easier it is for others to detect your identity and thoughts. Only when all the dust settles can they know each other's identities. The Angel of Darkness is very powerful. We have existed for 10,000 years, and the blood of Ryan has been passed down between us. However, chaos and traitors have never given up on the idea of pulling us into the abyss. They desire and seek our weaknesses. Those traitors hide in warbands and corruptors hide in warbands like necrosis. Azrael whispered. The Horus heresy is defeated by the loyalists. The traitors were forced to flee behind the Eye of Terror. The incidents of rebellion in the established system have not decreased because of this. There have also been many incidents of traitors and corruption among the various chapters. Azrael has been in charge of the Dark Angels chapter for these years, and he is also vaguely aware of the problems within the chapter. Many people thought that Stonehold was impenetrable, and so was Azrael. After he became the Grand Master, there have been several invasions of the Stone Fortress so far. Thousands of people lost their lives because of this. The combat monks, recruits, slave laborers, and mortal guards all suffered heavy casualties. There are also a large number of dark and precious holy objects that have been robbed. These invaders are extremely well planned. Their targets are all prisoners in the prison deep in the Stone Fortress. That is the biggest traitor in the past, Lord Cypher Luther. Although the plans of these invaders were ultimately foiled by the Dark Angels. But they still caused damage to the Stone Fortress. Assisted some cell prisoners to escape from their prison. Of course most of the prisoners have been executed or reintroduced into cells. But to this day, some prisoners are still hiding from the Dark Angel somewhere in the monolith. From time to time, slave labor and mortals go missing in the fortress. And their bodies will be found in a few days. There are terrible scars all over the body, and the bloodless face often shows extremely painful and distorted expressions. Dark Angel has carried out several operations to clear the fortress, but the effect of the operation is not satisfactory. As if prescient, the enemy departs before they arrive, leaving behind only profane words and empty hiding places. This led Azrael to suspect that the chapter had been infiltrated. He made a lot of plans for this, and wanted to catch it out. He founded 6 closed-loop abbeys in the name of secrecy, and participated in them to execute the anti-espionage plan. Now, the congregation he belongs to is just one of the ones he secretly established. With an extremely complex structure and unequal information gap, he ensured that even if there were lurkers and corruptors in the 6 cults, it can also ensure that the 6 abbots will complete the anti-espionage plan according to his will. The arrival of Guilliman is a perfect entry point. The enemy wants to turn them against each other and throw the empire into chaos again. And Azrael will take advantage of that. As for Guilliman's destruction of the Dark Angels chapter, Azrael believed in the eyes of the Gene Father Lion. In some secret materials that can only be read with the authority of the Great Teacher, he knows something that happened 10,000 years ago. Lion, Guilliman, and Sanguinius joined hands to establish the base of mankind, the Second Empire, in order to preserve the fire of mankind. Know that Terra has not yet fallen, and the Empire has not been destroyed. Together they defeated the traitors, calmed the storm of destruction, and rushed to the aid of the Empire from Ultramar. What's more, Ryan fell asleep before Guilliman fell asleep. As the regent of the Empire, Guilliman couldn't possibly be ignorant of Caliban. Maybe he doesn't know much, but he definitely has heard of it. So, the devil's attempt to provoke the conflict between the Dark Angel and Guilliman was just a joke in Azrael's heart. But he couldn't say it clearly. The things involved are very complicated, and everything is said, which can easily cause confusion. The world is not black and white. Some things cannot be true. However, Azrael knew that Guilliman could be trusted. Based on one point, that is, his genetic father, Ryan, trusted Guilliman when the 4 gods invaded the real universe with the help of Horus during the Great Rebellion. What's more, after Guilliman woke up, he was inclined to the various resources of the war group, which showed that he was very dependent on the war group. Azrael believed that even if Guilliman knew the ins and outs of the Caliban incident, his reaction would be rage at most, and it would definitely not be serious enough to destroy the entire Dark Angels chapter. If the original warband is destroyed, it will only make everyone in the warband feel insecure. 10,000 years, no one has any secrets. The Wolf of Fenris, the Vampire of Baiai. Who can guarantee that they are not next? Anyone who can attack the Dark Angel, who can ensure that he will not become the next victim. So far, Guilliman has only targeted the corrupt bureaucracy the most. Other issues are basically dealt with lightly and mainly guided. The forces of demons and traitors want to use the hand of Guilliman to cause a civil war in the Empire. And Azrael will channel this, to lure those people into showing their feet. Play conspiracy with the Dark Angel. Those idiots also deserve it. Azrael took a moment to detail the plan. The arrival of Guilliman has already attracted the attention of various forces. Their purpose is obvious. They want to provoke the conflict between the Dark Angels and the awakening Primarch, thereby triggering a civil war. His presentation took a lot of time and described the complicated plans involved. Wait until the 4 knights nod their heads and confirm the task details. Everyone made an oath and ended the meeting. After today, we will no longer gather together. Even if the conspiracy is revealed and the cancer is cleaned up, there will be no more gatherings. Azrael said. It is their duty to walk in the darkness and protect the light. No rewards, no promises, loyalty is the only reward. The order never existed, responded one knight. Secrets are our shelter, Azrael said, it's our way of defending the empire. The 3 knights nodded. The party is over, and everyone leaves. Azrael took the time to gather people from other orders, and told them different explanations, so as to ensure the smooth progress of evolution. No one can know all the secrets except him. No one will know how all this works closely and interlocking. Any traitor who destroys the plan will become the prey of this plan. Every traitor, chaos, alien deserves to die. This is true for whatever reason. This is the standard for Judge Grey to act. As the judge of the Empire, she was once captured by the overlord of the space undead Terrasin the Infinity, and imprisoned it in the anachronism force field that deprives time. Until the outbreak of the Battle of Cadia, Terrasin the Endless released part of the Empire's collections to help the Empire fight against chaos and avoid affecting the plan of the space necromancers. During this period, Grey was able to escape from the clutches of the clutches. She is thinking about how to take revenge on Terrasin the Infinity every day, but she also knows that this is not the best time for revenge. The most important thing now is to heal the wounds of the Great Rift. For this reason, Grey can only pour his anger on the traitors and aliens. Because she had cooperated with Call, Celestine, and others to go to Makridge to restore the original body. Because of the trust of the Primarch, she also got an expedition fleet to crusade against the worlds occupied by demons and traitors, and at the same time suppress those powerful families who resisted the reform. Out of fanatical belief in the Emperor and worship of Guilliman, any families and dignitaries who tried to resist the reform were eliminated by her without hesitation. The scope of the Empire is extremely vast, and the wreckage of ambition and war is scattered everywhere. Some are the only surviving works of Golden Age builders, and some are giant structures created by crazy members of the Mechanicum. Hell 5 is a transfer station located in the void. Made of meteorite and steel in the void, it is extremely majestic and huge, with a diameter of 1,500 kilometers. With a population of nearly 10 billion, it is a very famous subspace transfer station in the Nephilim star area. Each channel has a special node. These node intermediate stations, as long as the rulers are not stupid, can basically use a large number of passing warp space fleets to become prosperous colonies. Hell number 5 transit station prospered precisely because of this. Businessmen like this route very much, it is fast, safe, and highly secretive. They can hire some wild, uncertified navigators to assist them in navigating this route, greatly reducing the cost. At its peak, Hell 5 was able to transfer materials from nearly 100 galaxies, and it prospered to the extreme. Until the arrival of the Great Rift. All of this is broken, the glory is no longer, and it is quickly declining. There is no ship currently capable of navigating the warp without an official navigator. Wild navigators also have a third eye, which can spy on the subspace ocean currents, but they are not good at capturing the Emperor's brilliance, and it is extremely easy to get lost in the vast etheric ocean. Nowadays, the fleet trade has begun to gradually decrease. Even if there are bold people who want to seek wealth and wealth in danger, they dare not take this route anymore. Hell 5 provides maintenance, entertainment, rest, and other services to those passing ships. The passing ships also provided it with food and industrial products from various planets, which made it prosperous. After the subspace storm broke out, fewer and fewer ships passed by. Even naval ships and supply fleets stopped coming because of concerns about casualties. Leaving this extremely prosperous spiral void building, only emptiness and echoes are left. It has even reached the semi-abandoned stage, filled with a large number of smugglers and slaves. The strength of the legal department is also slowly weakening. This place has completely become an extrajudicial place where ordinary people who are not very determined can easily find all kinds of temptations. Grey led a huge fleet to suppress the rebellious noble forces while hunting demons and aliens there. A cult named Sturm has started a rebellion. Grey easily resolved the rebellion, captured many believers, and learned that Sturm is an evil church that worships Ouroboros. Before those cultists died, she got a clue about the middle station of Hell 5. She pursued all the way to Hell 5, trying to destroy this evil church in one fell swoop, and remove the enemy for the Emperor and the Primarch. Relying on the power of the expedition fleet, she destroyed all rebels. The purge proceeded quickly. In the transfer station of Hell number 5, the nobles involved in the cult incident and the arrested believers knelt on the port platform of the space station. These people were all trembling, clutching at the corners of their clothes uneasily, afraid of their upcoming fate. Grey's eyes were cold, and she never showed mercy to traitors. Just as she was making the verdict, the communication device built into her ear heard the voices of her subordinates. "My lord, you should take a look at this." The other party's voice was tinged with panic, obviously frightened by something. "What's wrong?" Grey asked, puzzled in the communication. "The stuff here involves the Dark Angels," said the subordinate. Chapter 142. What do they want to do? Seeking subscription. Grey was stunned for a moment when he heard the voice in the communication. Cultists and Dark Angels can still be related? Protect the scene and keep others away. Understood. Lord Judge. The subordinate said. Grey ordered others to continue to interrogate these traitors, and then took a few cronies to the position of the reporting subordinate. It was a huge metal cabin. Has a complex mechanism to control the gate. The thick iron door has been melted by the hot melting beam and recondensed into a smooth iron block. Gray stepped in, and dozens of corpses fell in disorder inside. There are loyalists and cultists. Loyalist corpses are generally treated kindly. The corpses of cultists are usually gathered and burned to avoid pollution. Gray didn't care about this, she walked straight past the servants and mechanical slaves who were carrying the corpses. On these corpses, with the judge's keenness, Gray can see that these enemies have better weapons and equipment. Obviously they are all high-level fallen. Gray glimpsed the disgustingly mutated bodies from their tattered armored bodies. Sickly pale, with some disgusting bony spurs and microgranulation. These fellows have lost themselves in the cult of evil and become abominations. Several soldiers wearing a full set of exoskeleton protective suits held weapons and surrounded a console. A high-ranking non-commissioned officer came over, and it was he who reported to Gray what happened just now. What's going on? Gray looked at the other party, and the electronic eyes embedded in the eye sockets locked on the other party's face, conducted a comprehensive analysis of it, and obtained various data of this subordinate from the database. We captured a high-level cultist, and also seized some encrypted files, which have been deciphered. The sergeant said. His eyes were full of joy, and his tone of voice was even more excited. Obviously, being able to capture such an important figure will bring unimaginable benefits to his career. Gray walked over, and several soldiers were escorting a man. The other party knelt on the ground in horror. Seeing Gray's arrival and recognizing the other party's position as a judge, he was even more frightened and trembled. In the Empire, judges are undoubtedly the most terrifying existence. It is also the most terrifying nightmare of many nobles. As long as it falls into the hands of the judge, everyone will be treated equally, and those tortures are unimaginable. As the man trembled, so did the fat on his body. From the overall point of view, the man is very fat, and his body is wrapped in layers of fat. This artificial fat is often engineered to allow a person to tolerate the freezing temperatures of space work. The other party was wearing a loose general uniform. There is a red-gold imperial emblem on the shoulder, representing the identity of the opponent. Administrator. Gray glanced at the sign on the other's chest and said. Her eyes fixed on the man, not letting go of any details. Through this bloated and disgusting body, she saw a corrupt soul. Soon, a large amount of information was investigated from the database. After analysis, all the results were obtained. Information about the man also quickly appeared in Gray's field of vision. This is a man who was once full of hope. The man's name was called Salad. Salad started his career in politics with the help of the political capital he got from his father. He is smart, tough, resolute, fast, and a cutting-edge human elite. When he first entered the political arena, he was full of enthusiasm. After witnessing the corruption of the empire and the inefficiency of the bureaucracy, he determined to become a reformer and reverse the sad fate of mankind. If I can't dedicate everything to the emperor and mankind, then what's the point of my joining the political arena? The young Salad vowed to speak to the old dignitaries when he first took office. At that time, Salad was full of idealism, full of faith, and wanted to do a big job. However, the iron fist of reality soon let him know how terrible the imperial political arena is. The human empire is the most powerful regime in the history of mankind, and the territory of the empire occupies more than two-thirds of the galaxy. Spanning tens of thousands of light years, one can imagine how vast this is. And the power struggle is also the worst in human history. It is not just the family forces, the collusion of the plutocratic forces, political infighting, and even the people of the empire and the many worlds of the empire as chips and pawns. A large number of Astra Militarum regiments were thrown into the battlefield as political capital, and both victory and defeat became means of attacking political opponents. The victory of the enemy depends not only on the strength of the opponent, but also on the struggle of the internal forces of the empire. Only Salad knew about it, and there were more than a dozen galaxy-level battles that deliberately sabotaged the victory of the empire in order to suppress political opponents. It is conceivable how crazy these guys are for the sake of power and family interests. In order to suppress political opponents, indulge in chaos, the rampage of aliens, weaken the image of political opponents, and pull them down from their careers. Salad has personally been to a battlefield, and it was an extremely brutal struggle. Millions of Astra Militarum soldiers were used as pawns in political games. Some forces even secretly ordered the Imperial Navy to use the fleet to clear part of the ground forces. Using a spear to wipe out troops supporting political opponents, and then describing it as a false strike. In order to attack a rising political star, he used the battlefield to discredit him. What is even more frightening is the indulgence of chaos, and the name of political opponents as chaos cults or human traitors, in order to damage the opponent's reputation. In the eyes of those powerful and powerful, the army is just a bargaining chip for them to exchange for political capital. Salad's blood was quickly poured with cold water. It is useless to mix the imperial political arena, be loyal to humans, and be loyal to the emperor. What matters is power, what matters is background. Salad realized the corruption of the imperial bureaucracy and the distortion of the imperial system, and later realized the truth that if the empire is not destroyed, human beings will never have a future. The empire needs a big fire to cleanse, only in this way can human beings be reborn from the ashes. With such a cognition, Salad quickly devoted himself to the underground cause against the empire. During this period, the Church of Ouroboros also rose up secretly. Salad was recruited to become one of the believers. The teaching of Ouroboros is that everything is a cycle, and only in this way can it be eternal. The empire has existed for 10,000 years, it is time for a cycle. The emperor is a symbol of tyranny and oppression, and the Terra Council is even more decadent and has no achievements at all. Developed to the present, the highly corrupt and authoritarian imperial bureaucracy is like a ruthless machine. The gears in it don't have any thoughts and souls, they just rotate mercilessly, constantly aggravating the absurd, extreme, and totalitarianism of the empire. This situation must be improved. It is imminent to overthrow the divine authority of the emperor and the reign of terror of the Senate of Terra. If the boat cannot be broken, then mankind will perish. After joining the Church of Ouroboros, Salad delivered his speech to the believers. This speech allowed him to gain greater church power and richer funds. With the help of these powers, he quickly developed in the officialdom and his status became higher and higher. The lackey of the corpse emperor, Salad raised his head, trembling, and tried his best to keep himself calm. Kill one me, and there will be tens of thousands of me. You can't kill them all. Countless people with lofty ideals will surely overthrow the reign of terror of you executioners. Stupid. Gray glanced at it, then withdrew his gaze. Unnecessary and stupid and ignorant waste of time, they are beyond redemption. Any truth, goodness, and beauty divorced from reality are poison. Many humans are limited by their short lives and barren insights. They simply cannot realize how alone human beings are in a galaxy of horrors, surrounded by endless malice. In this universe, any goodness will turn into tragedy if it goes to the back. I won't tell you anything. A true martyr will not succumb to you because of pain. Salad tried his best to pretend to be contemptuous, trying to express his bravery in this way. Gray showed a mocking smile, raised her hand, waved it and said, "Burn him to death." Salad thought that he would be tortured to extract a confession, and he had already figured out how to stick to his loyalty to the church and to Ouroboros under the torture of the other party. As a result, people will burn themselves to death when they come up. Let's interrogate him anyway. This tone, this attitude, I feel that I am not important at all. Salad wanted to say something more, so he acted a little tougher. The guard next to Gray directly pulled the trigger of the flamethrower, and scorching flames gushed out, enveloping the man. A shrill scream came. The man's body twisted and twitched in the flames, and finally turned into a piece of black coke. After executing the man, the bodyguard turns off the flamethrower. Gray stood aside patiently, waiting for the heat wave to subside. She stepped past the charred body, flipping through the files on the console. Those files are subspace waterway charts, depicting various parameters and traffic data. There is also a very complex ephemeris system that has never been seen before. What this ephemeris system predicts is the activity of the subspace ether current. Gray is keenly aware that the subspace waterway maps point to the Dark Angel's megalithic fortress. Monoliths will move around the galaxy. Sometimes even Terra doesn't know where the Stonehold is. But the star map depicts the detailed route of the megalithic fortress. Obviously, this evil church has been paying attention to the Dark Angels for a long time. Otherwise, how could there be such detailed data? Flipping through it, Gray's expression became more serious. In addition to the various data on the Dark Angels, Gray saw the emblem of the 13 primordial flagship, the Glory of Macridge, also appear on the map. All feasible subspace routes are marked between the two. Obviously, the enemy has also incorporated it into their own evil plans. Dark Angel, Regent of the Empire. Why is the relationship between the two worthy of a cult's concern? Gray looked through the seized information to see if there were any clues. Soon, she turned to a video recording of a speech. A gray-haired, wrinkled, and robed cultist is crazily advocating the teachings of the Ouroboros Church to those fools who think they will bring salvation to mankind. The gears of fate are about to start turning, and the sleeping ancient gods will also return. This is the best moment for human beings to redeem themselves. Gray's face was reflected in the holographic projection video, making it a little pale. She frowned slightly, her tone serious. What are they trying to do? No one could give her an answer. Information is limited, and no one knows why these cultists associate the 13 primarchs with the Dark Angels. Chapter 143 The Rebel Forces of the Stone Fortress, subscription required. What should we do now? A subordinate looked at Gray and asked. Gray thought for a moment before raising his head, burn the heretics to death, leaving behind a force responsible for suppressing reforms and related personnel. Then, we set sail and head to the Great Stone Fortress. Whatever the cult's plans for the 13th, Gray felt obligated and responsible to prevent those things from happening. Smash the enemy's conspiracy in its infancy. The 13 plasma is the hope and the future of mankind. If he encounters an accident, it will inevitably bring unimaginable damage to the cause of the rise of mankind. Now, every sector and many worlds respond to the Primarch. Accompanied by consecutive victories, the support rate of the Primarch is getting higher and higher. Sweeping the orcs and necrons, Guilliman showed an invincible victory. Coordinated with the image of a grand military celebration not long ago, it spread across the galaxy. Guilliman's supporters began to gradually overwhelm the opponents. Some nobles fanatically followed Guilliman even though they knew that the various reform measures of the Primarch would cause them to lose a lot of wealth and their original lofty status. Travel across the storm-ravaged warp to make a pilgrimage to the Primarch's fleet or to Macridge. If Guilliman dies, the turmoil it will bring to mankind is absolutely unimaginable. It will even split the reformers and conservatives, allowing them to start a civil war that is powerful enough to wipe out human beings at such a critical moment for the Empire. The fleet led by Gray quickly left from the Hell 5 transfer station. In order to prevent the cult from making a comeback, she left some troops and officials for the local area. These people will perform their duties, transform Hell 5, and bring it back into Guilliman's imperial system. The Glory of Macridge is still navigating with difficulty in the subspace. An unprecedented warp storm is hindering Guilliman's progress. Guilliman stood by a porthole in his strategy meeting. When sailing in the warp, all portholes need to be lowered to prevent the vicious warp from poisoning those who are not strong enough. But the shield in front of Guilliman did not come down. He was standing by the porthole, looking straight into the warp. This is a very wonderful feeling, as if seeing through life and death. The subspace brings together all the mysteries and inconceivables. All the unnatural forces that humans can imagine come from here. The magic, fairy art, etc. recorded in ancient books all come from this mysterious and incomprehensible space. In ancient times, the subspace was also called the heaven, the residence of the gods. Those unrealistic things such as heaven, Mount Olympus, heaven, dreams, and in mythology are said to be in the illusory and real space here. Looking directly at the subspace, a special feeling emerged in Guilliman's heart. His soul and consciousness exist in two worlds at the same time. Guilliman knew very well that the Primarch was made by mixing the raw materials of the two worlds. Ordinary people glance at the subspace, and they will involuntarily appear distortions and changes, leading to madness and depravity. But Guilliman would not. He originally belonged to the subspace. The Emperor used forbidden knowledge and mysterious power to shape him into shape. Sanguinius, Ryan, including Horus, the leader of the rebellion, etc., are all like this. Everyone looks directly into the subspace and sees things differently. Some people will see the endless grassland, lush and full of vitality, and countless people stand on the ground and wave to him. Some people will also see a vast ocean, raging and raging, extremely violent, as if to swallow everything. Some people will also see terrifying monsters, very huge, as if they can swallow the starry sky and destroy everything. These are all part of the subspace, where people's dreams are gathered, every thought that flickers past, and every emotion expressed in every moment. My lord, you shouldn't do this. A slightly weak voice came, and without waiting for Guilliman's response, he stretched out his hand and pressed the shutter switch, closing the porthole in front of Guilliman. Guilliman turned around and looked, and saw Luo Shan in robes. There was tiredness on his face. Astropaths have extraordinary powers, and they are superpowers that humans have imagined. Logically speaking, they are stronger and wiser. It's a pity that the subspace is no longer peaceful, and any creature that borrows power from it will have to pay a high price. So are the astropaths, the storms of the warp pressing upon them. Force them to pay a heavy price and become weaker and weaker. How's the situation? Luo Shan. Guilliman didn't care about Luo Shan's transgression, but walked back to his seat and asked about the contact information of the star language. Looking straight into the warp is a scary thing. Anyone who tries to do that is an idiot. A normal person will go crazy within a few seconds, and will die painfully in an unimaginable way of death. Even psychers need to be careful when peeking at hidden knowledge and borrowing power in the warp. Otherwise they meet a sad fate. The subspace storm is getting more and more intense, my lord. But other troops have not encountered such a strong storm. There are mysterious existences trying to prevent us from going to the Great Stone Fortress. Luo Shan said, based on the current sailing speed, it will take at least a month. It takes time to cross this long distance. It seems that they are in a hurry. Guilliman looked serious, and then smiled. The enemy is carrying out a conspiracy, and our lateness is exactly what they need. Then what should we do? Luo Shan asked. We can't do anything. Guilliman said, we can only wait, but this incident also reminded me that we must gain the dominance of the subspace, and the feeling of being controlled by others makes me feel very uncomfortable. Luo Shan was silent for a moment. He seemed to be unable to help with such a matter. When we get to the physical universe, just send a message to the ministries and ask them to push forward as planned. Guilliman said, don't act rashly to avoid falling into the enemy's trap. Understood, my lord. Luo Shan said. Bullet Fortress. Boris poured out his wrath on the muscular armor servant. After starting the combat mode, the machine slave fell into a frenzy instantly. Waving the scythe in his hand, there was a crisp sound of breaking through the air. Strong and powerful leg muscles, combined with hydraulic pressure enhancement, can make all kinds of incredible evasive and bouncing movements. They are the ultimate killing machine. Only war lunatics like space fighters will use these things for training. Boris, who took off his battle armor, fought back and forth with the machine slave with his superb combat skills. He is Deathwing, the most elite group of people in the Dark Angels. Soon, he overwhelmed the machine slave, and the short sword in his hand struck the opponent's neck, killing him with one blow. Is catharsis enough? A voice came from outside the training cage. Boris turned around and saw a Dark Angel warrior covered in armor. I'm not venting, Boris said. I'm just training. The Grandmaster doesn't trust you. In order to be loyal to the Empire, he even put the Dark Angels in danger, trying to cut off Ryan's bloodline, just in the name of his loyalty. The Dark Angel warrior said, it's unfair that the lion is still missing when the 13th is resurrected. Now, the 13th is trying to erase the power of his other brothers and make himself God, smoothing over obstacles. Boris frowned slightly. What a profane language, how could he speak nonsense here? Take off your helmet, brother. Boris shouted. How dare you say such blasphemy? This is the truth, Boris. The Dark Angel warrior said, why is it that Guilliman is not the lion but Guilliman? If this is the glory of the Emperor, then the Emperor has betrayed us. If the Emperor did not betray us, then there is only one explanation, that is, everything is in Guilliman's scheme. In order to ascend to the throne of God, he carefully planned everything. After the end of the Horus rebellion, the legions and the entire empire desperately needed peace, but the Emperor was not dead, so he could not ascend to the throne of God, and rash rebellion may not be able to. He really won. For this reason, he slept for 10,000 years, and today, when the time is right, he will wake up and return, preparing to pave the way and seize the highest power of the Empire. Who are you? Boris yelled. He rushed to the data control panel, entered the password, and wanted to see who the Dark Angel was under the helmet. I am the Keeper of Secrets, Boris. One of the Lion's long-awaited defenders, in order to prevent his blood from being swallowed in the Dark Galaxy. The Dark Angel warrior said, I will continue pay attention to you, Boris. When you are ready, you will take on the important task of saving the blood of the Lion King. After speaking, the soldier quickly sank into the darkness. By the time Boris came out of the training cage, the other party had already disappeared. Even if I checked the nearby video surveillance, I couldn't find any clues. It seems that there is a mysterious force active in the megalithic fortress. Boris's complexion changed several times, making him clench his fists. Will Guillemon really use the dark truth of the lion as an excuse to purge the Dark Angels and pave the way for himself to seize the supreme power? Chapter 144 Infighting begins. Boris looked at the empty corridor, his face became more and more ugly. What should I do if it is really like what the demon said? Azrael has become so loyal to such a degree that he wants to sacrifice the blood of the lion for the loyalty of the Empire. I will never allow such a thing to happen. Boris secretly swore in his heart that he would never allow others to bury the blood of the Primarch in order to successfully seize the power of the Empire. That is a kind of betrayal, a completely terrible betrayal. He will never allow it, and he will never compromise it. For the lion, for the Dark Angel, he would give everything. There are many kinds of betrayal in this world. One is a betrayal on the surface, blatantly declaring to break away from the Empire and to be independent. One is covert betrayal, using heinous means to force some legions to die for political purposes in order to gain power. No matter which one it is, for Boris, as long as it involves the survival of the Dark Angels, it is an unacceptable betrayal. He can be loyal to the 13 Primarches, fight the galaxy for the regent of the Empire, and fight to the last drop of blood for mankind. But he never agrees with the 13 Primarchs' dirty behavior of obliterating the Dark Angels chapter in order to consolidate their power. If Guillemon insists on doing that, he will fight Guillemon to the last moment. This is not betrayal, but to defend your own honor, to defend the honor of the lion. Boris stayed where he was, contemplating for a long time. After a while, he glanced at the empty corridor with only the hum of machinery. Then he turned and left, walking towards the private armory. Each Dark Angel's warrior has their own arsenal where they store their weapons and armor. There are also machine slaves and warband servants serving them. Boris walked into the armory with a solemn expression, and ordered the machine slaves waiting there to put on the armor for him, and be ready to deal with any emergencies. He will fight to defend the honor of the lion and the survival of the Dark Angels chapter. Accompanied by the continuous distortion of the structure of the real space, the structure of the real space will soon be torn apart. A huge crack appeared in the dark and cold void, bursting out with dazzling and strange light. A majestic fleet bursts from the warp rift. Descent into the dark and icy void. The number of ships is large enough to easily turn a galaxy into a dead place. This is an army that symbolizes human might. Once a war breaks out, all enemies will be destroyed. The speed of the Calgar fleet is a little faster than others expected. Originally, he needed more time to reach the galaxy where the megalith fortress is located. For some unknown reason, the raging storm in the subspace set off an etheric ocean current. This etheric ocean current is very conducive to the navigation of the fleet he leads. The voyage that originally took half a month was completed in only 3 days. The jump is complete. The captain of the Victory Laurel yelled from the high platform seat with guardrails and surrounded by a large number of holographic screens, I have entered the real space. On the main deck of the front platform below him, many bridge personnel connected to their posts talked with each other, sharing and updating physical space data at the fastest speed allowed by their respective mechanical components. The computer slave who was imprisoned in place was trembling slightly, his face was slightly twisted, his mouth was wide open, and his whole body seemed to be in pain due to the huge amount of calculations. The nutrition tank soaked in the head of the thinker flickered rapidly, and the huge amount of data was input into the cerebral cortex through the nerve cable, and after calculation, it was output, forming a perfect closed loop. Many people are running around, rushing to work on the things in their hands to ensure the smooth sailing of the fleet. We are locked. A combat officer shouted, 6 star fortresses and weapon platforms have locked us, and 2 interception fleets are turning. Calgar stood on the bridge, tall and majestic like a giant of war. His eyes scanned the data floating in front of him, making an assessment of Monolith Fortress. Send an Imperial Standard Inquiry to identify us, Calgar said, request to board the ship. Understood my lord, said the communications director. After a while, the voice of Azrael, the great mentor of the Dark Angel, came. Long time no see, Calgar. Azrael said. It's been a long time since we last joined forces to fight the Tyranids. We haven't seen each other again. The galaxy is so vast. Once we part, it will be decades or even hundreds of years. Calgar smiled. The Ultramarines have fought side by side with the Dark Angels many times, and many fighters on both sides have a deep friendship. Are you here for something? Azrael asked. I'm here to find the Primarch. Calgar said, according to the information from the last communication, the Primarch said that he would come to the Stone Fortress in person. I have some strategic problems, so I came here to seek his enlightenment. It may be that there is a problem in the subspace, and the Primarch has not yet arrived. Azrael said. It may be delayed by something. Calgar said, can I go up to the Stone Fortress and wait for the arrival of the Primarch? It may be a little troublesome, if you don't mind, I want to board your ship and do a safety assessment. The Stone Fortress has experienced several attacks, so I have to be more cautious. Azrael put forward the conditions with a smile. Of course it can. Calgar said. Bullet Fortress. Calgar. Chief Think Tank Ezekiel looked at Azrael, who hung up the communication, and frowned slightly. Why is he here? It is said that they are here to look for the regent, but the imperial regent has not yet arrived, which makes me a little uneasy. Azrael said, I suspect that the subspace is deliberately delaying the Primarch's fleet to create a time gap. If there is really subspace factors, I'm afraid they are brewing a terrible conspiracy. Then what should we do next? Ezekiel asked, if someone is behind all this, how should we respond? Let's take a step and see one step at a time. Azrael said, undercurrents are surging, tricks are intertwined, and the only way to deal with change is to remain unchanged. At this point, there is only one way out. Ezekiel sighed. Victory Laurel boarded the main deck. Accompanied by a balanced pressure, the Stormbird fighter slowly landed on the main deck with the help of force field technology. The ramp is locked, and the pop-up damper restricts the fighter's movement. Azrael strode out of the cabin, followed by the neatly arranged Dark Angel squad. They were his bodyguard, 16 Space Marines in black and white bordered power suits. The new technology from Macridge has not yet reached here. They are old-fashioned Space Marines, not yet upgraded by Primaris. The Dark Angels surrounding Azrael are all elite veterans, and the coat of arms on their left shoulders was obtained after many battles. Calgar glanced at them. Their guns were loaded. It fits the style of the Dark Angels, they are always so cautious. Always be alert anytime and anywhere, scanning the surrounding dangers. You guys are slightly different. When Calgar was looking at his subordinates, Azrael was also looking at Calgar's subordinates. He was keenly aware that Calgar's subordinates were taller and stronger. There is a more terrifying power hidden under its body. Especially Calgar, he seems to have extraordinary strength. Every gesture gives people a huge sense of threat. Facing him is like facing a giant beast from the prehistoric wilderness. Just staring at him is stressful. We've all gone through Primaris upgrades, Calgar said. The companies of the Dark Angels chapter who went to Macridge also underwent upgrades. Haven't they returned yet? No, there are so many battles in the galaxy, and they are on the move. Azrael said, it's hard to have a moment to enjoy peace. Humanity is indeed facing unprecedented catastrophe. Many things have changed, the stronghold of Cadia has fallen, and an even more terrible dark age has come. Thankfully, we have not lost all hope. Calgar said, the indomitable crusade has been launched, and an unprecedented reform is kicking off, which will surely stabilize the Empire's situation soon. With the Primarch at the helm, there is great promise indeed, said Azrael. There are opportunities in crisis. The Regent of the Empire is our only hope, and it is also our hope for a new era. Calgar spoke lightly, but his eyes were sizing up Azrael's face, trying to see from the other's expression when facing the awakening of the original body, which side is the opponent on. The battle between conservatives and reformers will intensify. Unable to reconcile, the two sides will inevitably go to a war situation where they call each other a traitor to the Empire. Indeed, with the Primarch as the leader, the Empire must be able to get out of the predicament soon. Azrael said. Calgar glanced at the other party's expression and demeanor, but there was no change in the slightest. He is also calm. Azrael has been in charge of the Dark Angels for many years, and his reputation in the Empire is no less than that of himself and Dante. It is really impossible for such a character to use such simple words to express the attitude of the other party. Next, Calgar invited the other party to inspect the Victory Laurel. After the inspection is completed, he will board the stone fortress and wait for the arrival of the Primarch. During this time, he can also assess whether Monolith has any tendency to be against the Primarch. If there is one, the Primarch must be warned or killed in advance. Azrael was not polite, and immediately ordered the Dark Angels who came with him to check the situation on the Victory Laurel, to ensure that no enemies would be mixed in and sneak into the stone fortress. During this time, there are more and more enemies who covet Luther, the biggest traitor of the Dark Angels. If you are not careful, something big will happen. The two Dark Angels walked through the dark and deep corridor to check the core power room of the battleship. Their eyes were very vigilant, and they did not relax at all. We don't have any problems. Sybos and several other fighters walked in from the core power room, looked at the two Dark Angels who were inspecting and said, this is a routine inspection, we must kill all dangers. A Dark Angel said. Is that so? Then you are indeed very cautious, but unfortunately, sometimes, being cautious is also a mistake. Sybos said casually. He looked at the other fighters, a smile appeared on his face under the helmet. I saw him walk up to the Dark Angel who was inspecting the core power room, and whispered, you can't stop Luther's escape, the destruction of the Dark Angel is doomed. Hearing this, the Dark Angel who bowed his head suddenly raised his head and looked at Sybos. An electromagnetic sound resounded in his helmet. I am Alfarius. The Dark Angel warrior realized something and wanted to draw out his gun to subdue him. What are you going to do? Sybos raised his voice and rushed over. The loud voice made all the other fighters look over. 2. They all saw the Dark Angel warrior pointing his gun at Sybos. Traitor! The Dark Angel shouted, and pulled the trigger in his hand. And Sybos was extremely fast, bending over to avoid the fired bomb, and the chainsaw sword activated in his hand pierced the opponent's chest. This scene stunned the other fighters. The speed of the conflict between the two sides is only between 2 or 3 breaths. Seeing his companions being attacked, the surviving Dark Angel warrior turned on the communicator, rushed towards the metal platform with a weapon in hand, and roared, brothers, we have been betrayed, and Decima has been killed by them. They want to obliterate the Dark Angels. Then, he opened fire on the Ultramarines. Chapter 145 A big surprise for Guilliman, subscribe. Witnessing the fall of his comrade in arms, the surviving Dark Angel was filled with grief and indignation, and resolutely chose to raise his gun to fight back. Sudden battle. No one could respond in time. Even though they have the strongest fighting bodies in the Empire and the fastest reaction speed, it is difficult to figure out what happened. The soldiers on the expeditionary fleet thought that the Dark Angels rebelled and became conservatives. They wanted to stifle the reform of the Empire, so they launched an attack on them. And the Dark Angels believed that the expedition fleet was obliterating them in the name of Guilliman. After all, Caliban's secrets are enough to shake the foundations of the Empire. What Lion did was not much different from Horus in the past. The only difference is that Lion didn't make false promises of getting lost in the warp. But outsiders don't think so much, once what happened in Caliban in the past is revealed. Other forces in the Empire will only stubbornly believe that Lion, who is the Primarch, has betrayed the Empire and surrendered to chaos. The surviving Dark Angel didn't hesitate at all. Excellent fighting instinct, let him hit Cybos with a single shot. One of the opponent's arms was interrupted by a powerful explosive bomb. It's a pity that Cybers has already prepared. He jumped into a notch, dodged the next bolt from the Dark Angels, and survived. Calm down, don't be impulsive. A soldier shouted, trying to calm down both sides. After all, this incident came too suddenly, and they didn't get any news. Traitor, Cybos yelled, and fired another shot, narrowly missing the Dark Angel. The Dark Angel fighters, who originally thought there was a misunderstanding among them, no longer had any hope, and stubbornly believed that the expedition fleet was here to clean them up. He fired continuously, and after forcing back several soldiers of the expedition fleet, he turned around and fled to the depths of the ship. 2 fighters were wounded in the exchange of fire. Seeing this situation, the other fighters could only open fire and chase after that Dark Angel, otherwise it would cause even greater damage. The situation of the fighting between the two sides quickly spread through various communication channels. The Emperor designed Space Marines to possess an extraordinary speed of mental reflexes. The Dark Angels are the best among them. They quickly raised their guns and shot, trying to defend themselves. While the other fighters are forced to fight back, the battle begins within seconds. The speed was so fast that neither side had time to figure out the misunderstanding. The Angel of Darkness has already become a frightened bird because of the Caliban regulations. In these years, in order to hunt down the fallen angels, even the allies have been deceived, and they have secretly attacked the judge. Before that, they heard a lot of news. Guilliman's decree to reform the bureaucracy has already shaken the entire empire. Opponents and supporters are slowly torn apart into conservatives and reformers in the empire. With Guilliman's successive victories and the launch of many new war technology creations, his supporters are gradually increasing. After strangling the Zerg fleet in the Charadon sector, his supporters began to overwhelm the opponents. Many star regions and galaxies have begun to reform spontaneously, preparing to respond to the call of the Primarch, and work together to fight for the survival of mankind. Of course, many opposing forces believe that Guilliman's reforms are not for humans. Guilliman's reform is to prepare for himself to succeed the Emperor and become the second Lord of mankind. The soldiers of the expedition fleet are all in a state of confusion. They did not receive any combat missions. Why did they suddenly open fire and start a fight? The sound of battle sounded in the communication, which seemed very noisy. The cautious Dark Angels immediately drew their guns and shot in order to protect themselves. Many soldiers were injured, and several soldiers were killed by the attack of the Dark Angel under the attack that was caught off guard. The soldiers of the expeditionary fleet had no choice but to launch a counterattack. No matter what, action must be taken to prevent chaos and casualties. On the bridge of the Victory Laurel, the atmosphere of the happy conversation suddenly became tense. The situation suddenly fell into chaos. Azrael, who was staying with Calgar, heard the communication from his subordinates, and immediately realized that something was wrong. He wanted to order to stop and investigate the situation first. However, before he could speak, a sudden change occurred. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a sword blade was directly pierced into the belly of the great teacher. The speed was so fast that no one could react. The opponent's attack was even more ruthless, piercing the opponent's abdomen with a single sword. Even Calgar, who was standing aside, couldn't react, and the attack happened just like that. It stands to reason that such an attack is not enough to knock down a top battle master who has experienced countless battles and is fighting on the front line against aliens and chaos. However, the blade in the opponent's hand contained terrible evil power, which destroyed the powerful self-healing mechanism of the space warrior, causing him to bleed continuously. Azrael had a look of panic on his face. He was holding onto the opponent's azure shoulder armor weakly with one hand. His eyes were full of disbelief. Why? Azrael said weakly. Die, traitor, the warrior yelled. You are all traitors, the Dark Angels are all traitors, for the sake of the great Guilliman, you must die. Azrael's communicator has already been turned on. Originally, he was trying to prevent his subordinates from acting recklessly. This is a premeditated split. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, he was stopped by the sneak-attacking soldiers. At this moment, the warrior's words resounded in the ears of every Dark Angel along Azrael's communicator. For the great Guilliman echoed over the COMM channel. Every Dark Angel who received this message was in shock and panic, and unspeakable sadness and pain. There is no doubt that such behavior is a complete betrayal for them. The former comrades in arms waved their butcher knives at them. For the 13 original body, Calgar was ordered to destroy them. In order to erase the stain of the Empire? In order to erase the obstacles of the 13th to the Golden Throne? No matter what the reason was, the Ultramarines swung their butcher knives and slashed at the Dark Angel. Under the cover of the helmet, the soldier smiled, and everything was according to plan. When Guilliman arrives, what a heartbreak it will be to see the scene. Brothers meet each other, only one of them can survive. As long as Guilliman is killed again, the Ultramarines and many subgroups will inevitably fall into endless madness. They don't care if the Dark Angel is innocent or not. When the time comes, they will only take revenge and wipe everything away. The wrath of the Colossus of God's retribution will pour on the stone fortress and all conservative forces who try to disobey the body, strangling all opponents of the Empire. He drew out the sharp blade with an evil breath, and the dark red blood dripped down the blade to the floor. Swung again, trying to chop Azrael's head. After all, Azrael is the Grand Master, the strongest Dark Angel warrior. He bent down to avoid the fatal blow, and pushed the opponent away with his gradually weakened hands. The torn wound carried a strange power, which destroyed his self-healing mechanism and could not heal urgently. The wound was bleeding continuously, and the evil force was rapidly depriving him of his vitality. Let him be so weak that he fell to the ground all at once. This scene shocked everyone. Even Calgar was stunned for a moment. He looked at the warrior in azure power armor and holding a blood-stained black blade, keenly aware that something was wrong. The Dark Angels are traitors, kill them, for Guilliman. The warrior with the blade yelled, raising his gun and firing at the same time, trying to kill the Dark Angels' counterattack completely. The reaction speed of the space fighter is extremely fast. Just one breath is enough to make them react in various ways. In a battle, 1 second is enough to decide the life and death of both parties. Fast response is naturally a good thing, but sometimes it also means that there will be no chance for both parties to speak and defend, and the crisis has already been detonated. Seeing that the Grand Master fell weakly, several fighters of the Dark Angels chapter did not hesitate at all, and counterattacked directly, firing the bolt guns in their hands at what they thought was the enemy. Cease fire! Calgar recovered from his astonishment, he roared loudly, ordering the firing Ultramarine to stop. But in the next second, the warrior who attacked Azrael was blown in the head by the Dark Angel's bomb, and the crimson flesh mixed with helmet fragments flew around. Other fighters were also forced to find a place to hide by the explosive bombs fired by the Dark Angels. Under Calgar's order, they were forced to suppress the idea of fighting back. Many Dark Angel warriors were devastated. They dragged the wounded and fallen Azrael to a hidden corner with extremely sad faces. It was a misunderstanding. Calgar shouted, trying to calm both sides. However, this is doomed to be useless. The Dark Angels chapter inherited the character traits of the lion, very strong, very cautious, and very suspicious. Plus unique legion structure. These characteristics make them almost invulnerable, able to receive information one step ahead of the enemy and make targeted strategies. Sometimes, however, being cautious and suspicious is not a good thing. They will make some things that can be redeemed completely go to an irreparable bad situation. You have betrayed us. A Dark Angel shouted in suppressed pain, you have attacked the great teacher. There was a misunderstanding, I never gave such an order. Calgar shouted. Just when both parties are trying to establish trivial communication. A parallel laser cannon controlled by an unknown person locked the hiding Dark Angels and started shooting. The laser did not cause any deaths or injuries to the Dark Angels, but it broke the hard-won communication again. The Dark Angels have no hope. They fight back and blow up the laser cannon. Taking Azrael with him, he fled to the depths, trying to steal a fighter plane, and fled back to the stone fortress. This is a misunderstanding. Calgar shouted, I did not give the order to fire, and all troops are not allowed to fire. The Dark Angels ignored it, thinking it was just Calgar's deception strategy. As long as they relax their vigilance, the opponent will find an opportunity to destroy them. Take away the Grand Master, we have been betrayed, we have been betrayed. The Grand Master has been severely injured, the Grand Master has been severely injured, and Dexima has been killed. A fleeing Dark Angel warrior shouted to report their situation to Stone Keep. They retreated while fighting, and fled to the boarding deck, trying to leave with the Grand Master. Azrael, who was supported by several Dark Angel fighters, tried to say something. But he was too weak, and the terrible blade deprived him of a lot of vitality, making him so weak that he could only move with the help of his comrades. Watching the terrified fighters of the Dark Angels flee, Calgar looked solemn, and he looked at his deputy. Think of a way to control Azrael and his party first, and find out what's going on. Order all troops not to kill the Dark Angels, and focus on arresting, leaving room for finding out the truth. Investigate the fighters who attacked Azrael, and bring me the first soldier who opened fire. I want to question him clearly. There must be something wrong with this matter. After all, he has been in charge of the Ultramarines for thousands of years, and Calgar has experienced countless conspiracies and tricks. He knew that it was not that simple behind this matter, and there must be enemies behind it. It is impossible for Azrael to betray so lightly. Otherwise, he would never bring so few people to his flagship. However, what was unexpected was that before Calgar finished dealing with the matter in hand, the harsh siren rang through the flagship. Things got worse. The outer defense platforms of the stone fortress opened fire on them. Rays of light pierced through the eternally cold vast void, and the fan-shaped torpedoes were launched like a big net with the help of the macro cannon of the megalithic fortress. The Dark Angels controlled monolith fortress unleashes a massive attack that rains down on Calgar's fleet, treating his forces as enemies. Screams of fear and shock, mingled with shrill sirens, sounded from every ship. Many high-level officers of the fleet were all in a state of confusion. What happened? Why did Stonehenge attack them? A large number of ships sent inquiry messages to the Boulder Fortress, hoping that the other party could restrain themselves and not do anything wrong. However, their inquiries were like mud cows falling into the sea, without causing the slightest waves, and without any response. Suddenly, the connection between the two parties was cut off without any response. In the stone fortress, chaos also broke out. The crisis came so suddenly that no one expected it to explode. The megalithic fortress is extremely huge, built by the Dark Angels using the remains of Caliban, which is equivalent to a self-sufficient small world. It is home to a large number of mortal auxiliaries and Dark Angel warriors. Many factories such as weapons forging factory, ordnance assembly factory, food supply center, etc. are placed in the megalithic fortress. In this way, the Dark Angels can move across the galaxy, hunting down the enemies of man and the fallen angels. Such a large base naturally leaves many dark corners that cannot be monitored, leaving space for those prisoners who defected to avoid hunting. After the last attack, Azrael has been trying to clear up the escaped prisoners. Many prisoners were killed or recaptured. However, the emergence of a large fissure interrupted the suppression work of the giant stone fortress. In order to protect the Empire, he had to send the Dark Angels out to fight those hateful enemies and save the world where humans lived. Those escaped prisoners are naturally active in dark corners everywhere. Usually they are suppressed and hunted. Today, they will rise up and give the Dark Angel the most terrible blow. After the Dark Angel Master Azrael gave the order to go to the Victory Laurel, their counterattack had already begun. In a factory that can be connected to the main control information center, these prisoners quietly took control of this place and started their plan. Continue. A tall warrior wearing crude armor said in a cold tone, "For the sake of the 9 changes, we cannot stop." He held a knife in his hand, and there were dead civilians lying under his feet. Beside him, a warrior who was polluted by chaos like him, holding a weapon, and leading other civilians were chanting and singing. If an inquisitor were here, he would draw his gun immediately. These are all profane words and rhythms. The most evil existence from the subspace must be wiped out immediately, otherwise it will bring unimaginable pollution. These rhythms existed in the universe before humans learned language. They are very ancient and contain terrifying power. The rhythm is connected with some indescribable essence, and has the power to corrupt all things. One can match them with any melody. No matter what, they can exert mysterious power. These melodies carry mysterious power, and combined with the input code, they can quickly corrode the defense system of the Dark Angel's fortress. Another person walked up, his body was imprinted with the holy number of 9 of chaos, his eyes were foolish and full of fanaticism. Men have no fear of imminent death. He was only wearing a shirt and shorts, with those evil prayers engraved on his body, and holding a blue bottle in his hand. The sacrifices for this time were bottled, 2 eyeballs from his wife and son, and half a bottle of blood water. At the bottom of the bottle, there is a note full of words. As long as sacrifices enough to please the power of chaos can be paid, those nameless beings will respond to any request of people. Pure souls, acts of treachery, and the killing of good things please them. A man loves his wife deeply, but for a greater cause, he kills his wife without hesitation, and even kills his own children, just to offer better sacrifices to those indescribable beings. The man opened the cap and poured out the blood inside. The eyeballs of his wife and children were thrown away like garbage by him. Took out the paper full of words inside the bottle. Paper is made of a special material and ritual. The remaining blood was slowly absorbed, the paper began to heat up, and smoke came out from the edge. The man threw away the bottle and knelt reverently in front of the communication transmitter. He took the data cable and plugged it into the port on his neck. The man looked at the piece of paper, and read the words written on it devoutly. The paper began to heat up slowly, and the smoke curled up. The man recited those letters one by one, and the nerve cable converted his consciousness into words and input them into the communicator. There is nothing special about these words. It can be written in any language, it can be written in the language of man, it can be written in the language of the Eldar, as it can be mixed in any melody. Language and melody are just its external manifestations, what really matters is its essence, that evil essence. Soon, the man entered the words on the paper in his hand burned, and the smoky debris slipped from between his fingers. The breath became more depressing, and the word whispers became more terrifying. The air became gloomy and cold, and a strong Shinnik oppression appeared. Even fighters who have undergone transformation can hardly bear such oppression. The man who entered the text trembled violently, his tongue-lost mouth opened wide, and let out a silent scream. His eyes began to melt in their sockets, his body twisted unnaturally, and then melted little by little like a melting candle. Seeing this, the warrior plunged his own knife into the man's head, completing the final execution. This is the 9th and last one. 9 names have been entered into the system database, entering the data stream of the Stone Fortress communication network like poison. No filtering system or mind space barrier can block or erase them. Because these names are just composed of ordinary letters, they are not harmful codes, not virus data. However, when they enter the system and are read by many mechanically transformed communicators using the thinking space, they will grow and reveal their true colors. It is no longer the arrangement of letters, but its essence will be revealed, infinitely varied, and people will be deeply immersed in it. In the main information processing room of the megalith fortress, hundreds of millions of wires and sensor strips converge here. Connected to the host computer, men and women who have undergone mechanical modification and program coding sit here to listen, select, and transmit information streams from different areas of the stone fortress. Their mouths are constantly moving, hissing, and repeating the passing data stream. The automatic copy machine rattled, and the information conduit beeped non-stop. The huge array of contemplators sometimes opened their mouths wide and sometimes closed them, seemingly in extreme pain. The skull was removed, and a large number of data cables were inlaid. The machine slave, which was blocked by a transparent glass cover, trembled. He received a weird and unusual message, and fell into a brief silence. Pause for a moment, the inspector realized the problem, restarted it, and tried to format it. 1. The machine slave tremblingly said. The programmed and mechanized brain trembled subconsciously a few times. A large amount of data flowed from his brain to the main control center. 2. Another machine slave also twitched. 3. The painful voice filled the air, and the machine slaves trembled. Some men and women noticed these abnormalities, and they looked at all this with puzzled expressions. The machine slave completely erases the individual consciousness, so how can there be pain? 4. Hundreds of machine slaves shouted at the same time, and the loud voice resounded throughout the control room. A mechanical priest on duty turned his mechanical head and looked at the screaming mechanical slave, with humanized confusion in his mechanical and electronic eyes. He moved his heavy mechanical limbs towards the out-of-control machine slave. 5. A louder roar sounded, and some men and women also fell into confusion. 6. Some men and women with self-will also fell into it, and the huge data flow overwhelmed their brains, making them subconsciously shout E. 7. The mechanical priest's face became serious, and some fear appeared on his mechanized face. He connected to the communication of other colleagues, using binary communication to let them come. The crisis here clearly involves something special. 8. The mechanical priest walked over, he stretched out a mechanical arm, and his fingers quickly liquefied, forming a thin needle. His idea is very simple, that is to use a thin needle to try to read a small amount of information in order to analyze the problem. The next second, his eyes widened. Unimaginable data flow hit his core of operation like a flood. 9. The mechanical priest who tried to solve the problem also screamed. On the many corridors of the megalithic fortress, the lights flickered rapidly. All the screens in the main control center popped up red warnings. Let all the mortals who control the various systems of the Great Stone Fortress look confused. Why did something go wrong all of a sudden? Before they could react, many weapon platforms fired directly at the Imperial fleet coming from afar. At the same time, communication was also cut off. Big Stone Fortress fell into a panic. Ezekiel, who was in charge of staying at the Stone Fortress, looked solemn for an instant. Before he had time to deal with Azrael's injury on the Victory Laurel, such an emergency broke out suddenly. The outer defense platform of the megalithic fortress opened fire on the Imperial fleet, which is not a small problem. Stop! Ezekiel, who realized that the situation was not good, yelled at the communication device, trying to prevent this crisis. My lord, we have lost control of the Great Stone Fortress, and we are not the ones who gave the order to fire. The technical director responded to Ezekiel, a lot of waste codes are flooding our communication network. How long will it take to return to normal? Ezekiel's face became grim, and this incident made his scalp tingle. The enemy came prepared, laid out layer by layer, like a chess player in control of the overall situation, playing with everyone between applause. Changer. A cursed name appeared in Ezekiel's mind, which must never be spoken. Only the Changer Tsianch can play such a complicated plot. Its purpose is obvious, it is to promote the break between the Dark Angel and the Primarch. It will take 70 minutes. I am trying to initialize the code and flush out the waste code. It is estimated that it will be completed in 70 minutes, and the control will be in our hands. The technical director said. Damn. Ezekiel said, regain control as soon as possible. Can you establish communication with the expedition fleet? No, our communication was the first to be attacked. The external communication has been destroyed, and it is no longer possible to send information to the Imperial fleet. The technical director said. Find a way to establish contact as soon as possible. Ezekiel instructed. Understood, my lord, I will speed up as much as possible. Ezekiel turned off the communication, and the technical director's words did not make him feel at ease. It will take time to restore communication and clean up the code, they can't wait that long. 70 minutes is enough for the expedition fleet and the Boulder Fortress to fight each other. Let Dagonet come to me. Ezekiel connected to another channel. It is necessary to communicate as soon as possible, otherwise, once the expeditionary fleet counterattacks, the situation will only get worse. Through the images transmitted by the expedition fleet to all parts of the Empire, Ezekiel knew how terrible the firepower of the expedition fleet was. The brood fleet of the Tyrannid Zerg, the battle moon of the Orcs, and even the tomb mothership of the space Necrons were all destroyed by the expeditionary fleet. It is conceivable how the expeditionary fleet has been enhanced under the promotion of Guilliman. Its firepower has reached an extremely terrifying level. Especially the appearance of the Colossus of God's punishment. Horrible creations comparable to celestial bodies are existences that every civilization must fear. However, Ultramar can mass-produce such a giant structure, and in a very cheap way to assemble the production line. This is undoubtedly a display of Guilliman's terrifying strength to the extreme. With this method, the expeditionary fleet can destroy all enemies who try to stop them. Once, the expedition fleet gave up communicating with the megalith fortress. That would undoubtedly be a terrible disaster for the Dark Angels. As soon as the order was given, footsteps came from the door. Ezekiel turned his head to look, and found that it was Boris, a member of the Deathwing. Lord Ezekiel. Boris said. What's wrong? Ezekiel said. We must immediately execute the gang jump operation against the expedition fleet led by Calgar, and prepare for the entry of the stone fortress into the subspace. Boris said. Are you crazy? Ezekiel looked at Boris and frowned, which would intensify the conflict. Boris shook his head and said in a solemn tone, now the conflict has intensified. The Grand Master was seriously injured and trapped on Calgar's flagship, the Victory Laurel. This is already a signal for us to start war. Don't you think it's a misunderstanding? Even if you take 10,000 steps back, the regent of the Empire did not issue an order, and if you retreat another 10,000 steps on this basis, Calgar did not issue an order, but now the two sides have exchanged fire, and more than 6 expedition ships have been destroyed. 10,000 crew members lost their lives. Do you think there is still room for recovery? Staying here will only put us in a more critical situation. The firepower of the expedition fleet is well known, and it is enough to destroy all enemies who try to fight them. If Calgar mobilizes the Colossus of God's retribution, I am afraid that the stone fortress will also be like a battle. The moon was destroyed like that. My suggestion is to leave first, and then find a way to figure out the situation. Staying here will only make things worse, and even cut off the blood of the lion. Hearing this, Ezekiel couldn't help being shaken. Boris's words are not without reason. Even if there is any misunderstanding between the two parties, it would be a good idea to leave temporarily. Afterwards, try to find a way to establish contact with the 13 original body, communicate the problems, and there may be a turning point. Now that the two sides have opened fire, once the opportunity to enter the subspace is lost, the megalith fortress will inevitably disintegrate under the attack of the expeditionary fleet, and there is really no way to recover it. What's more terrible is the ancient weapon inventory of the giant stone fortress, as well as the many prisoners held in the depths of the fortress. These are things that must not be exposed. Once exposed, the consequences will be disastrous. Will make the situation worse. What's more, the Dark Angel is the mother group of the follow-up army and the direct blood of the lion, which has unimaginable significance. Once a war is launched against Calgar, it will inevitably bring unpredictable consequences. We must use powerful means to stop all of this. Boris saw Ezekiel's struggle and attacked a Primarch's troops. Once such a thing happened, the chain reaction would be unpredictable. It is very likely that it will be deliberately propagated by conservatives, causing military confrontation everywhere. Now, the lion's bloodline has encountered an unprecedented crisis. Boris can't just sit back and watch this crisis destroy the megalith fortress. His pride and loyalty do not allow him to remain indifferent to the destruction of the lion's bloodline. Ezekiel showed embarrassment, but before he could issue an order, a loud and noisy voice sounded again from the communication. A demon has invaded. The voice of the chapter priestessimo came from the communication. What's going on? Ezekiel asked. Those escaped prisoners performed a sacrifice ceremony. When we arrived, those guys were dead, and the summoned demon had disappeared. I suspect it was wearing a disguise. Asmo said. Find it as soon as possible. Ezekiel looked ugly, and he turned his head to look at Boris. You summon the Deathwing Company and prepare for the surprise attack, but you are not allowed to make decisions without my order. Understood, Master Ezekiel. After Boris finished speaking, he turned and left. Not long after Boris left, Dagon hurried over in armor. Walking along the way, he saw that chaos had pervaded the entire megalith fortress, and the situation was worse than ever. What's the matter? Ezekiel, you called me in such a hurry. Dagon looked at Ezekiel and asked. I need you to do one thing. Ezekiel said, our communication with the expedition fleet has been cut off. The last information is only that the Grand Mentor was attacked. I can't use this information to make a comprehensive judgment. I doubt there must be evil forces interfering in it. For this reason, the megalith fortress needs to establish communication with the expedition fleet, otherwise both parties will suffer losses. What is it? Dagon asked. I need you to take a small team to the Victory Laurel. No matter what the situation is, you must send me a message to report the situation of the Grand Master. If possible, you can negotiate with Calgar on behalf of the Dark Angels chapter to find out what happened. Misunderstanding. Ezekiel said, this mission also has risks. If Calgar was ordered to destroy us, then you will die if you go to the Victory Laurel. I believe that a Primarch will not be so reckless to issue a war order to a startup mother group. I will definitely complete this task successfully. Dagon said. This is all we can do, Dagon. No matter what the situation is, you have a clear conscience. If you are also in an accident, and you are put under house arrest and killed by Calgar, then the Dark Angel can only be forced to fight back, and fled the area. I understand, I will take my task seriously. Dagon said. The outcome of his mission will be related to Ezekiel's war orders. Once he gives wrong information, Ezekiel will also make a wrong decision and ruin the Dark Angels. Dagon leaves. Ezekiel continues to preside over the situation at Stonehenge, trying to keep it from getting out of hand. He ordered a portion of the Dark Angels to hunt down prisoners and unseen demons, suppressing the chaos in Stonehold. Issued a series of orders, and he saw the chaotic battlefield outside through the photos taken by the optical device. The rays of light and torpedoes mixed together, opening up killing battlefields one after another. Seeing an expedition fleet destroyed under the firepower of the megalithic fortress, Ezekiel felt a trace of despair and panic in his heart. Communication cut off. Can the expedition fleet think that the stone fortress is under the control of others, and launch an attack on them? If not, I am afraid that the destruction will come to the giant stone fortress in an instant. Brother will draw sword against brother. This is undoubtedly an extremely sad thing. Stupid mortals can never understand change. They stubbornly insisted on building an empire with lies, and believed in the miserable corpse emperor. Forgot that the nature of the universe is inherently ever-changing. Any kind of loyalty, benevolence, and morality are nothing but illusions, which are biological evolution and things that appear for survival. In the long history of the universe, any self-righteous emotion will eventually just die. In the long time, only the concept of change will be passed down forever. Xianzhi's capable generals, good at sowing discord, and conspiratorial change spirits wander in the wide corridors of the megalithic fortress. At this time, the changeling was wearing an officer's uniform, and walked towards the core of the megalithic fortress. The servants who didn't know the truth along the way were all saluting him. Everything is according to plan. Guilliman's voyage was carefully controlled to ensure that he would not arrive in time, so that he would not be able to dissolve the conflict between the two chapters. Moreover, Guilliman will be attacked as soon as he enters the real universe. The Dark Angels keep many weapons from the golden age of mankind. There are also many important prisoners in the depths of the fortress. Once some of them are released, the harm caused is unimaginable. And that's what it's aiming for. The planning for the megalithic fortress began hundreds of years ago. In order to deal a fatal blow to the Dark Angels, the demons have long. Here is under martial law, your authority is insufficient. When Changing Ling walked to a gate, a fighter slave walked over. The hydraulic device made a hissing sound, the weapon system mounted on the shoulder was activated, and the cannon with thick arms aimed at the officer transformed by the changeling. I have something to get past, said the changeling. Here has been martial law, please return. The fighter slave responds according to the preset procedures. Ezekiel has issued an order, and now all departments are conducting urgent investigations, trying to find those rebels and demons. The machine slaves located in various parts of the Boulder Fortress also prevented the movement of relevant personnel in accordance with the preset martial law procedures. The officer captured by the changeling spirit obviously didn't have enough power, so he was blocked on the periphery. What happened? A higher-level Dark Angel warrior suddenly appeared and asked. I need to find the director of the armory, but he blocked me. The changeling said calmly, please help me pass, sir, otherwise it will delay the next thing. The change spirit uses his own words to guide the opponent, and with the power of words, he peeps into the heart of this Dark Angel warrior. This matter is easy for it, you must know that not every space warrior is as powerful as Azrael. Wait for a while, we are still investigating. The Dark Angel warrior glanced at the other party and shook his head. The situation is really too bad. The changing spirit vividly simulated the tone of human complaints. The Dark Angel warrior glanced at him, then turned and left, he didn't see any problem. In the next second, the Dark Angel warrior was pierced through. He has been careful enough to be vigilant at all times. It is a pity that what he is facing is the original destroyer, the fragment of the power of chaos, the existence that is most adept at conspiracy and trickery in the universe. The Dark Angel warrior was killed by the lurking demons without saying a word. The Dark Angel warrior turned around, the most relaxed moment. One of the changeling's arms turned into spikes, killing him cleanly. The fighter slave just wanted to react, but the processor was pierced by the changeling, crushed, and turned into pieces. After a while, the changeling took off the officer's disguise as easily as a coat. It becomes the slain Dark Angel warrior. Such an identity allows it to enter a place with higher authority. It walked deep into the stone fortress, giving different orders to the mortal auxiliaries it encountered along the way. Of course, in the face of different objects, the commands it issues are also different. Using its own means of reading shallow consciousness, it plays with the mortals it sees between applause. Facing mortals who are less trusting of Guilliman and more loyal to the Dark Angels. The expedition fleet betrayed us, and they took the lead in launching a strike against us. Destroy those expeditionary fleets. There are many traitors, they are obstructing us, and they will do anything to eliminate them. Facing those followers who were fanatical about Guilliman, it issued different orders. The momentum of the stone fortress must be destroyed. Someone wants to hurt Guilliman and hinder the cause of the rise of mankind. Some Dark Angels have betrayed, destroy them, stop them. Clean up those bigots, brothers, for the Emperor, for Guilliman. With the help of different identities, Changing Spirit easily disrupted the already chaotic situation in the megalithic fortress. Many mortal auxiliaries launched attacks on friendly forces, all shouting for the Empire, for the Emperor. Such a dramatic and ironic picture made the changeling laugh from ear to ear. Of course, these are just its small means, small desserts before a big meal. It has a big surprise for the Dark Angel. Calculating the time, Guilliman is almost here. It's time to give him a big show. Chapter 146 Fate repeats itself. As a celestial level giant fortress, the megalithic fortress is so large that it cannot be completely controlled by the Dark Angels. It is divided into different areas. The outskirts are the factories and the residences of the servants. They provide the Dark Angels with armor, ammunition, and medical services. When necessary, they will take up weapons and fight with the Dark Angels. The core area belongs to the Dark Angels. They train and live here. In its core area, there are still those unknown and terrifying ancient creations. Holds those fearsome figures who could do harm to the Empire. Now, the Changing Spirit is entering the core area controlled by the Dark Angel through the many defenses on the periphery. It changed its shape several times in a row, using different identities to wander around the giant stone fortress. Those whose identities it took from them are dead. The corpse was handled skillfully, making sure to buy yourself enough time. At this moment, it is walking through the corridor and walking towards the tightly controlled prison area of the Great Stone Fortress. His purpose is only two. The first one, to quietly release the Ouroboros imprisoned by an ancient race, and use this terrifying ancient existence to severely damage Guilliman. Second, to release the prisoners deep in the stone fortress, so as to further aggravate the expeditionary fleet's distrust of the Dark Angels chapter. Changers relish the act of manipulating the threads of fate. Both the expeditionary fleet and the Dark Angels chapter are like puppets in their hands, bound by the invisible thread of fate, dancing on the stage of fate set by them. Guilliman's revival did prevent the collapse of the Empire, but he also made the humans foolish enough to think they could fight the warp. Nothing can stand against chaos. The races and civilizations who want to do that will end up with a tragic fate, turning into a wisp of ashes with endless diversity, and there is no need for existence anymore. The changeling walked straight past the busy servants and warriors, and past the Dark Angels running in a hurry without turning their eyes. The camouflage is so perfect that no one dares to stop it. Many people raised their hands to salute and show respect to it. What a ridiculous scene. Following the guidance of the thread of fate, he easily walked to a taboo arsenal. The arsenal is protected by rune-carved adamantine gates, warding off all sorcery and supernatural powers. In addition to using passwords to enter, any unconventional means will be countered and even destroyed. Two Dark Angel warriors wearing Terminator power armor looked at him with solemn eyes. Show your identity and authorization documents. A Dark Angel warrior said. I'm sorry, I have to look for it. Changing Ling said, took out a datapad, and made a gesture of flipping through it. In fact, there are only a few messages from the perimeter defense. But the changeling planted an idea into the mind of the Dark Angel, allowing him to see the authorization certificate he wanted to see. Kesu, the authorization certificate is correct. The Dark Angel warrior said, are you here to get the weapon? Yes, the demons are raging, and we have to take urgent measures. The changeling said in a mocking tone. The Dark Angel warrior didn't hear the taunt of the thief shouting stop the thief, but nodded his head in agreement. That damned demon! Said the warrior. According to the secret order to open, the two Dark Angel warriors walked to the scanning equipment in the armory. Golden light swept across their pupils, verifying their identity information and physiological status. For these forbidden weapons, the Dark Angel warriors are very strict. Once it finds that the enemy is trying to invade, it will immediately self-destruct. Pale white light dotted the black armor of the two Dark Angel warriors. The scanning laser swept across the air, and finally settled in the eye sockets of the two Dark Angel warriors, confirming that their pupils met the conditions for opening. When the embedded electronic components read the six-pointed star rune on the Tekken ceramics, they will emit a sequence confirmation trill. After the identity check was completed, a square frame appeared on the thick door of the armory, emitting light, with numbers randomly arranged on it. A Dark Angel warrior enters an encrypted sequence that changes randomly every hour. Another Dark Angel warrior entered a code sequence that only 3 people knew. The password input is complete, and the door makes a confirmation sound. A series of metallic clangs echoed continuously, accompanying several pops, hisses, and whines unique to infrasonic. The huge mechanical door lock was released, and the stasis field, killing halo, and impact device were also closed one by one. The door slowly slid to the sides, and cold air leaked out along the open metal door. It is like a stream of white mist, slowly flowing towards the ground. Time is slowed down by the mist, its flowing speed is gentle and slow. Follow me and don't deviate from my movements, said a Dark Angel. Change nodded, a smile appeared on the face of the helmet. It repeated its old trick, but when the Dark Angel turned his head, he struck directly. 2 well-trained Dark Angel fighters were caught off guard by the devil and killed directly by it. After all, he is the great demon under the command of Tsianch, the god of change, and the strength of the changing spirit cannot be underestimated. Even if you are in the real universe at this moment, the power you possess is unfathomable to ordinary people. 2 corpses crashed to the ground. The face that took off the helmet was full of horror and disbelief, as well as a trace of pain. The betrayal of their comrades caught them off guard. The changeling walked in, and it opened up the space. Along with the evil ether light, those weird low-level demons were summoned by it. Take away all the things here, and give them to the believers and prisoners. Tell them that if they want to leave the Great Stone Fortress, there is only a slight chance to release Luther. The changeling said. Demons are cunning beings, and any words from them are untrustworthy to humans. And demons always put on a superior look to human beings. Those wizards who can summon demons are more like the poor licking dogs of the goddess. They spent everything to get the goddess to say that you are a good person. But their attitude towards the changeling spirit is respectful. It resembles the attitude of a goddess towards the rich second generation. As a high-ranking member of the God of Change, the changing spirit has a very high status in the subspace. Any demon who disobeys it will have an extremely bleak fate in the end. Many demons swarmed into the armory of the Dark Angels, looting all those terrible weapons. The Dark Angels have a collection of deadly weapons that have not yet been used by ancient Earth, the Age of Strife, or the Golden Age. In a vault with multiple layers of security and identification locks, it is possible to find portable atomic bombs, genetically targeted biological weapons, unstable plasma devices, singularity drives, black hole annihilation devices, and even a device for timeline confusion. The technological level of these weapons is very high, and many weapons are also mixed with the power of the subspace, which is even more strange and unusual. Change spirits don't dare to underestimate these weapons, and among them are weapons that can make themselves completely immortal. It can be said that the Dark Angel has the firepower that can be used at will and start a new long night age. According to some gossip, the Dark Angel's treasury is the last trump card of the human empire. When all rescue operations fail and human civilization is unable to protect itself and is heading for destruction, the Master of the Dark Angels will launch the final destruction plan. The most terrifying weapon of the Long Night Age will be activated, reshaping the entire galaxy and erasing the existence of every planet. Let the galaxy completely disappear from the universe. Changeling doesn't know if this rumor is true or not. It tends to be true of this rumor. The cursor did a lot of tricks behind the scenes that even the god of change didn't notice. The icy golden sun burned away all the threads of fate that might be connected to him. Leave a hole in the river of fate. This black hole devours everything, and no one knows what's going on inside. The damned is not as tolerant of all races as other gods. Once human beings cease to exist, one thing the four gods are sure of is that the cursor will destroy the galaxy and even the entire universe without hesitation. Without human beings, there is no need for the universe to exist. Cursors are always so narrow. So demons and gods don't like him. Thick columns of fine gold pattern support the armory, which is designed for extinction-level events, able to withstand very fierce artillery fire, and even after the destruction of the giant stone fortress, it will remain intact. Cables snaked across the deck of the armory, hidden in a mist of coolant. Provides energy for stasis field, energy field, magnetic lock, power piston mechanism. Change saw a sealed destruction machine, infinite nanoworms. A cutting-edge creation of the golden age of mankind, only the craziest race can research such a terrible thing. Infinite nanoworms can devour everything in the universe, including stars, and there is no upper limit. They will transform the devoured energy into matter, and then split infinitely, forming an even more terrifying scale. At the end of humanity's golden age, these nanites wreaked havoc. In just a few seconds, a planet can be turned to death, the flesh and blood of billions of human beings can be separated, and the entire planet can be swallowed up. Change considers whether to unleash the nanites for the imperium of man's pleasure. After a while, it still gave up. These nanoworms can even absorb and release etheric energy. At that time, it will be self-defeating. Once the disaster expands, no one can control it. When the galaxy is gone, chaos will gradually die out. Changeling is even more worried that Guilliman has continuously promoted the technological progress of mankind during this period, and has produced a lot of scientific and technological knowledge that the human empire does not have. Maybe he has the means to control the Golden Age machinery in his hands. The release of nanoworms failed to entertain the imperium of man, but also strengthened Guilliman's strength, which is sad. Relying on those terrifying creations of the Golden Age of human beings, the plan to injure Guilliman with the help of Ouroboros snake has a great risk of failure. After much deliberation, the changeling still gave up. The risk of infinite nanites is too great to keep in the Dark Angel's armory. Many demons took away the weapons with poor security measures and gave them to the believers of the Ouroboros church and the wandering prisoners, further exacerbating the chaos in the stone fortress. And it went straight to a sarcophagus, and 3 separate energy barriers enveloped the sarcophagus. The stasis force field device emitted a faint halo, covering the sarcophagus. Within the range covered by the force field, even time itself has stopped. What the changing spirit saw was the last moment when the sarcophagus was sealed in the force field, and a huge hexagram was depicted on it in 6 characters, serving as the seal of the sarcophagus and the seal of the formation. The sarcophagus is locked with heavy chains and padlocks edged with numerous etheric runes used to imprison the contents. The changeling couldn't help but feel a little frightened by the things inside. This is a ruined artifact left over from the Golden Age. No ancient life form can describe the madness of man in the Golden Age. In that era, human beings had already researched the reality of physical technology to a very terrifying level. Those mysterious and terrible creations have neither coherence of design nor unity of function. Each piece is unique to this galaxy. Built during the peak period of humans' control over the laws of physics. The weapons made by those lunatics can not only easily destroy the enemy's body, but also destroy the soul in the heaven. Changing Spirit began to break the seal of the sarcophagus with the help of the memories he had acquired and the vast amount of knowledge collected in the endless years. Accompanied by a series of movements, the sarcophagus finally made a slight humming sound. The protective measures were turned off one by one. The light was dim, leaving only a simple and unremarkable sarcophagus in the end. The sarcophagus was slowly opened. The icy mist flows, and the things inside also appear in the eyes of the Changing Spirit. It was a weapon similar in style to the bolt gun used by the Space Marines, but more complicated and huge. Huge barrel, powered by several electronic components, and several cables used to connect to the human body. Its design should be for Iron Man or some kind of augmented soldier. This weapon has a very long history, thousands of years before the establishment of the Superman Legion in the human empire. This weapon already has self-awareness. In human terms, it can also be said to hate intelligence, AI. It can also subtly influence the guards, prompting the other party to pick it up and become its tool. The changeling controlled the body of the space warrior and picked up the weapon, and a series of binary runes appeared on the palm-sized screen. The various parts on the weapon began to emit light, and then restrained, like a self-test program after activating the system. Changing Spirit showed a smile. This weapon looks ordinary in appearance, but its power should not be underestimated. Can erase the existence of all things. Is like a conceptual eraser, erasing everything about the hit object and turning it into nothingness. This is the crux of the changeling's plan. The ultimate thing it wants to release the original destroyer. The symbol of destiny Ouroboros is sealed by a group of existences beyond concept. The Change Spirit took up the weapon, and then opened more space cracks, allowing more demons to pour in, making the chaos spread even more, and attracting the attention of the Dark Angel warriors. Leaving many demons wreaking havoc near the armory, it walked to the depths of the giant stone fortress, preparing to complete the last link of the plan. Victory Laurel. In the medical room. He's going to die. The pharmacist who had removed his full body armor shouted, with a hint of panic in his tone. Azrael of the Dark Angels chapter lay on a gurney in front of him. Hanging on the bracket, the normal saline bottle replenishes water for the body of the great teacher through the catheter. Many pharmacists tried their best to help him stabilize blood pressure and various physiological characteristics. The medical machine servant fetched bags of blood. The entire operating room was full of tension and panic. Be sure to save him. Calgar said solemnly. We're doing our best. A pharmacist said, his tone also very disturbed. The blade used by the attacker contained the evil power of the warp, and it was extremely vicious. This evil force made the Grand Teacher unable to heal himself and complete his own repair. Once Azrael dies, the situation will be completely out of control. There is still no way to coagulate the blood. A pharmacist showed embarrassment, we need more blood coagulation cells, and give him another infusion tube. Ticking robotic arms descend from the roof, extending surgical tools. A holographic projection display screen appears in front of the pharmacist, and the robotic arm performs therapeutic actions following his operation. Fresh blood coagulation cells were injected from all over the body, immediately slowing down the blood loss in Azrael's abdomen. Calgar noticed. The Grand Instructor's wound has not completely condensed, obviously, the symptoms are not the root cause. Thick needles plunged into the Grand Master's abdominal region, infusing him with oxygen-rich blood, but the rate at which the stock was depleted indicated that this would not last long. Azrael's life was already hanging by a thread, his chest heaved violently, his panting was excessively rapid, and more blood gushed out from the abdominal wound. The power of the warp destroyed the Emperor's gift. Prevent Azrael from coagulating blood quickly and repairing himself. We have no way to revive him through conventional means. The pharmacist looked up at Calgar. Now there is only one way left. What way? Calgar asked. Upgrade it with primordial cast, and the powerful self-healing function of Guilliman's heart will ensure that Azrael's injuries are relieved and gradually repaired. The pharmacist proposed the last treatment method. The heart of Guilliman is the Primarch's most outstanding technological creation, which allows the Space Marines to obtain true demigod power. Original forged warriors can quickly repair themselves as long as they do not encounter fatal damage immediately. Then upgrade him with the original cast. How long will it take? Calgar asked. It will take half a year to fully upgrade. We can implant Guilliman's heart first. In this way, Azrael's life can be saved, and it only takes 2 or 3 days for him to wake up from a coma, said the pharmacist. The heart of Guilliman is the basis for Primaris warrior upgrades. It is also an important organ for the 100% success of the original casting upgrade. Let's do this, we need to get him sober as soon as possible, Calgar said. It's getting worse. Understood. The pharmacist said, and then ordered the servant to prepare for the original casting upgrade. Not long after, the machine servant, escorted by several soldiers, brought over a sealed adamantium cylindrical tank. Various mechanical runes are engraved on the cylindrical jar. The electromagnetic circuit emits light slightly, forming a force field attached to the tank. Ensure that the contents inside will not be polluted and damaged by the outside world. The pharmacist takes it and enters a code that only a few people know. A black light group appeared in his hand. Massive data codes flowed from the light cluster, extremely magical, not like a creation of technology. This is the most important organ for primal cast upgrades, the heart of Guilliman. Once implanted, it will combine with every cell and start the evolution of the demigod. This mysterious light cluster is composed of programmed dark matter. It stores all the genetic codes of human beings, as well as the complex self-evolution equations. However, what everyone doesn't know is that there is also a program of absolute loyalty and remote shutdown. Obtained by Calgar, the pharmacist used a scalpel to cut open Azrael's chest, exposing the beating scarlet heart inside. The apothecary took Guilliman's heart and placed it where Azrael's heart was. The light group draws out strands of light, slowly injects into the heart, and combines with the cells of the whole body as the blood surges. Calgar took a few glances, turned, and walked out. He understood that it was useless for him to stay here any longer. Guilliman's heart needs several hours to combine with the host. He cannot spend hours in the medical room. Walking outside the medical room, the captain of the Victory Laurel hurried over. My lord, we should launch a counterattack immediately. The captain said. He was still holding a data board in his hand, which clearly showed the casualties of the expedition fleet. The stone fortress and many weapon platforms are attacking the expedition fleet. Countless light spears, torpedoes, and missiles poured out like a big net. Wait, can we contact the stone fortress now? Calgar asked, did they really rebel? All the messages we sent were rejected by them. They are unwilling to establish any form of communication with us. Let's do it. No matter what, this farce cannot continue. The captain said, the accompanying fleet, some preachers have started to promote things here, and once it spreads, the situation must be bad. It is very likely that Terra will think that the Primarch is trying to clean up the Dark Angels, and the situation will be even worse by then. If we counterattack this fortress, we will really fall into the enemy's trap. Have you found the first fighter? Calgar said. After a while, the captain said, he's dead. He was caught in an ambush by the Dark Angel and was blown to nothing. Calgar frowned, paced back and forth, showing a sad expression. All of this is too coincidental. If there is no one behind the scenes to fuel the flames, he will never believe that everything can be coincidental to this point. My lord, launch a counterattack. If we delay any longer, we will suffer more serious casualties. The Dark Angel has betrayed us, perhaps by joining Chaos, or by order from Terra. I am more inclined to the latter. Loyal, there are many definitions, and the Dark Angels chose Terra. The captain stood aside and spoke. The expeditionary fleet was under the frantic attack of the stone fortress, but Calgar was unwilling to give the order to counterattack, which made him very anxious. Wait a little longer. Calgar refused the captain's request to fire. Let all ships retreat and activate the void shield. We need to establish communication with the stone fortress. Azrael's performance aboard the Victory Laurel gave him a glimmer of hope for the Dark Angels chapter. As a hero of the Empire who has gone on many expeditions, Azrael has a deep hatred for the evils of the Empire, and he will never oppose the reform ideas of the Primarch so lightly. As a Topshanic master, he has a deep understanding of the nature of subspace. It is impossible for Azrael to betray the Empire and join Chaos. The captain showed a hint of disappointment when he heard Calgar's order, but he still saluted and turned around to convey Calgar's order. Calgar was left alone in place. He pondered for a moment, then issued orders to the troops in the communicator. Check those suspicious-looking guys. Calgar ordered to many army officers. He had reason to suspect that his troops had been infiltrated. Attacking Azrael and provoking infighting between the Dark Angels and the expeditionary force is extremely purposeful. The method is despicable and simple, but extremely effective. No matter what, Calgar has to find a way to solve this matter. He came to protect the father of Genes, but now he has stirred himself into the whirlpool. If you don't handle it well, you will definitely be scolded by the Primarch. Calgar stood by the porthole full of thoughts, watching the expedition ship being bombarded by light spears and torpedoes, with a hint of pain on his face. The Victory Laurel shook for a moment, probably because it was bombarded by the defensive firepower of the Boulder Fortress. Calgar turned his head to look at the closed medical room. Don't let me down, Azrael. He said to himself in his heart. Once the judgment is wrong, the Primarch will be disappointed with him. You may also lose your position as chapter leader because of this. Calgar used his honor, position, and the trust of the Primarch to gamble that the Dark Angels did not stand on the opposite side of the Imperial Regent, the conservative forces on Terra's side, nor did they turn to Chaos. After watching for a while, a communication entered Calgar's personal database. After reading, Calgar left the medical room in a hurry. He firmly believes in the loyalty and quality of the Dark Angels chapter, and must find a way to figure out all this and end this chaos. In the corridor on the ground floor of the Victory Laurel. Traitor. A Primaris Space Marine assigned to the Calgar Expeditionary Force and belonging to the Storm Eagle chapter looked at the person in front of him, only had time to finish his last sentence before falling down. His eyes were wide and full of rage, as a shameful and despicable enemy sneaked up on him. The Alpha Warrior wiped the blade clean, carried the corpse to a dark corner where no one would go, and put on a brand new disguise. He has killed several people in a row. After successfully provoking the conflict between the Dark Angel and the Expeditionary Force, he has been changing identities. Chaos has arisen and the most important thing now is to sustain it. When Guilliman arrives, it will be time for a wonderful show. Using a new identity, the Alpha Warrior entered the main control room of the Victory Laurel. Grown-ups. Grown-ups. Several crew members in charge of the operation of the Victory Laurel saluted him one after another. He nodded slightly at this, and then walked towards the console. Through the holographic window, you can see that the expeditionary fleet is evacuating in an orderly manner from the artillery range of the megalith fortress. Calgar is so patient. The Alpha Warrior showed a look of embarrassment. He thought Calgar would launch a counterattack against Stonehold. But now, it seems that Calgar is so tolerant, still trying to communicate with the Dark Angel, so he does not hesitate to back off. Browsing through the data, the Alpha Fighter, relying on the keen nerves endowed by the Corpse Emperor, saw a message that a Stormbird fighter was trying to enter the expedition fleet. Obviously, this is an attempt by the Dark Angels. They want to establish contact with the expedition fleet and resolve misunderstandings. Can't let them establish communication. Alpha Warrior thought to himself. Order the formation of fighter planes to attack, and be alert to the gang-hopping operations of the Dark Angels. Alpha Warrior said. Clear. Clear. The two crew members who were completely unaware of the crisis next to them clicked on the screen in front of them and gave the order for the fighter plane to sail. Keep on alert and don't allow any fighters to approach. After finishing this sentence, the Alpha Warrior turned and left. He needs to kill the Dark Angel Stormbird fighter himself, so that the two sides will stop the communication attempt. After more than 20 minutes, Calgar and many personal guards rushed over. His complexion was extremely ugly. Machine found the body of a Primaris Space Marine in a dark corner and sounded the alarm. After checking, Calgar found that someone had attacked the soldier from behind. The weapon used and the weapon that stabbed Azrael carried the power of the warp. Obviously, there are some important connections between the two. Under strict investigation, it was discovered that several soldiers had disappeared mysteriously. Calgar almost smashed the console with his fist. His troops had been infiltrated for so long that he didn't even notice. This is a serious dereliction of duty. Now Calgar just wants to find that bastard, and punch him the head. Let the other party know what Calgar's anger is. Following the clues, Calgar traced all the way to the control room. Many crew members were questioned. He just gave the order for the fighter plane to sail. A crew member said in a terrified tone. At this time, a harsh warning sounded. The intelligence chief stood up in horror. My lord, the latest news from the detection department, the traitor you mentioned is leading a formation of fighter jets to hunt down a Stormbird fighter jet of the Dark Angel. Tell them to stop, Calgar yelled, stepping to the console, trying to stop it. They've gone silent, the communications director said. Then kill them all and keep that Dark Angel fighter plane. Calgar said. This is betrayal. A most shameless betrayal. Dagonet worked hard to control the fuselage of the Stormbird fighter. The violently trembling fuselage plunged him into despair. Calgar wants to kill everyone in the Dark Angels chapter. The formation of Valkyrie fighter jets is forming a hunting formation, trying to finish him completely. The attempt to communicate failed. Ezekiel. Dagonet controlled the Stormbird fighter, completed a roll, and avoided bright red beams of light. Those fighter jets were chasing after them, pouring out their firepower frantically, trying to completely destroy the Stormbird fighter plane he was controlling. Perhaps, I shouldn't have any hope. Ezekiel's voice sounded, with despair and a trace of self-blame in his tone. This is my choice, Ezekiel. We hoped for them. This is our mistake. Dagonet said, keep the blood of the lion and leave with the Great Stone Fortress. Let's talk about this matter, and we all have to be wary of Ultramar. After speaking, Dagonet cut off the communication. Because of the dignity of a soldier, he didn't want to hear those useless words that could only bring people sorrow before he died. The rear of the Stormbird suffered a series of impacts, and he felt the joystick in his hand in response, and he twisted his fighter hard upwards. The engine protested sharply as it pulled the gunboat away from enemy fire. His skill in manipulating fighter planes can be said to be superb. However, the enemy is also the elite of the Empire, having participated in many battles, coupled with the superiority in numbers. Dagonet's defeat is already a certainty. Looking down at the tactical screen, the Valkyrie fighter jets had moved to his sides, intending to double-team him as he gradually slowed down. There are also several fighter planes grazing towards the Stormbird where he is. The siren sounded, and the radar detected that the fighter plane had been locked. Several laser beams emerged and shot directly at Stormbird. The fighter vibrated, and then quickly rolled a few times. The rapid siren sounded. The fighter formation locked him. Ruined. Dago had such a thought in his heart. Groups of flames swept across the cockpit. Dagon showed a trace of decadence, waiting for the explosion that would drown him. But that didn't happen. A bright light suddenly appeared. His enemies were emptied, turned into wreckage in the universe, and burst into flames. This surprised Dagon, who was waiting to die. It seems that this matter is not as simple as he imagined. The communication device sent a reminder again. Dagon connected, and Calgar's voice sounded. Report your name, Dark Angel. Also, why are you attacking the expedition fleet? We have been invaded, and waste code has filled our control network. Please give us some time. It is estimated that it will take another 20 minutes before we can regain control of the Great Stone Fortress. Dagonet said. Perhaps, I should trust you again. Send a message to your colleagues. If you don't stop attacking after 20 minutes, the expeditionary fleet will launch a counterattack. Calga said. How is the Grand Master? Dagonet asked. I saved a life, and it will take 2 or 3 days to wake up. Calgar's tone showed a hint of helplessness. My troops were infiltrated by Alpha, and they stabbed Azrael with weapons containing subspace power. The Angel Warriors are still making trouble on my flagship, and my subordinates have forced them together, and you have to stop their madness. Dagonet was silent for a moment. I will. The arrival of Dagonet brought a little relief to the two sides who were already vigilant and nervous. Obtaining Dagon's order, the Dark Angels of the Victory Laurel also stopped their armed confrontation. After confirming that they had no problem and that there were no Alpha fighters among them, Calgar ordered someone to take them to the medical room, and the two sides resolved the misunderstanding. This side of the stone fortress saw the expedition fleet withdraw from the range of the stone keep's artillery fire instead of choosing to fight back. The traitor who had long been lurking in the Dark Angels battle group became more and more nervous. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is also the only chance for them to deal a fatal blow to the Dark Angel. The control of the Boulder Fortress will be regained soon, and it will be kept more secret. At that time, it is undoubtedly a dream to hack into it again. They planned for hundreds of years before they got the basic code and won the 70 minutes of getting out of control. It seems that the plan to provoke internal fighting between the two sides is about to fail. They couldn't hold back any longer and used the last card. That is Boris, a member of the Deathwing Company. Before the two sides had established a real communication, they used Deathwing's raid to destroy the fragile trust between them. Obtaining Ezekiel's order, Boris gathered many brothers of the Deathwing Company on the deck. Just wait for the final order to be issued, and then launch a surprise attack on the expedition fleet to buy time for the departure of the megalithic fortress. Waited for a long time, but no order came. Boris could only look for Ezekiel again and ask him to give an order. However, as soon as he got out of the hangar, he was stopped by someone. For the blood of the lion, you must attack immediately, Boris, or they will never have a chance to escape. The Dark Angel warrior who had appeared during Boris's training reappeared and issued a warning. Without authorization, I cannot complete this task, and other members will definitely not obey my orders. Boris's tone was helpless, and the Dark Angel's complicated command procedures ensured that disobedience of orders would not happen. Without authorization, it is difficult for him to command the Deathwing Company to attack. We will assist you, said the Dark Angel warrior. As his words fell, several Dark Angel warriors came from the darkness. All of them were wearing robes to cover their entire appearance. Obviously, they are all traitors who have been lurking for a long time. It's not enough. If there are only a few supporters, the other company members don't care. Boris showed embarrassment. Enough is enough. Some of us will cut off the communication in the fortress. In that case, Ezekiel's command will be lost. According to the procedure, you will become the supreme commander of the Deathwing. The Dark Angel soldier said. Can you cut off the communication? Boris looked confused. Naturally. After the Dark Angel warrior finished speaking, he showed Boris their methods. As they pressed the confirmation button on the data board, the communication of the Great Stone Fortress was quickly cut off, and the communication between various departments could not continue, and they fell into a deeper chaos. The time to cut off communication can't last too long, but it's enough. The Dark Angel warrior said, hurry up, this is your only chance to protect the blood of the lion. Let's go. Boris took the lead and walked to the hangar deck, ready to give orders to the assembled Deathwing. Several Dark Angel fighters followed closely behind. After the raid of the Deathwing company was launched, the overall situation was settled. No matter how sensible Calgar was, he still had to give the order to counterattack. At that time, Tyra will intervene, and both sides will be able to beat out their brains. After finishing their prayers and making final preparations, members of the Deathwing company lined up in 6 rows, waiting for the order to attack. Boris walked in front of them, made a Deathwing gesture, and then punched the Dark Angel warrior who encouraged him to launch a gang raid. The other Deathwings also swarmed up to attack the traitors. The speed was so fast that the traitors couldn't even react, and they were already under control. The power armor was stuck by the input code, making them unable to move and becoming prisoners. What do you mean? Boris. The Dark Angel warrior was shocked and terrified, looking at Boris full of puzzlement. Boris smiled and took out a nameplate with 6 petals. He is also a member of the Sixfold Order temporarily established by Azrael to find out the traitors. Dark Angels never have secrets, for they are secrets themselves. A circle is still a circle, and a secret is still a secret. Just like the Mobius ring, who is the inner ring and who is the outer ring is never determined. Seeing the appearance of the nameplate, several traitors suddenly turned pale. I thought that as Azrael was seriously injured in the attack on the Victory Laurel, his sixfold plan had also been destroyed. Who would have thought that Azrael was hiding such a trick behind him? Perhaps his attack itself was part of the plan. The flowers of conspiracy are layered on top of each other, making it impossible for people to break free. Azrael's behavior is undoubtedly a tightrope walk. A little carelessness will lead to a war between the expedition fleet and the megalithic fortress. Boris captured the traitor and also got a list of mortals. However, this is not the end. This is not a struggle between two parties, but a mix of forces. The Church of Ouroboros has infiltrated the megalith fortress for hundreds of years, and the ultimate goal is to release an ancient existence. The changelings and alphas who rebelled against the Empire were meant to end Guilliman. The confusion in front is just to cover up the ultimate purpose. Boris ordered people to take down the traitors and seize the list, but he hadn't had time to be happy. The violent vibration spread throughout the entire megalithic fortress, and an indescribably terrifying aura permeated from the depths of the megalithic fortress. In the depths of the megalithic fortress, many dark angels are trying their best to fight against the demons pouring out of the cracks, as well as the believers and prisoners who have got weapons. The enemy all rushed to the cell where the final prisoner, Luther, was held, which forced the Dark Angels to gather together to resist the demons and prevent the enemy from unleashing the greatest rebellion in the history of the Dark Angels. And the changelings, armed with the weapons of the Golden Age of mankind, went the other way. In the depths of the megalithic fortress, the final destination of the changelings. Several Dark Watchers in white robes, short in stature and elusive, fell to the ground, having lost their breath of life. Humans in the Golden Age mastered unimaginable and terrifying technology, and the weapons they built even had the ability to erase the timeline and original data of items. The Dark Watcher has always been elusive, wandering outside the long river of time, and it is difficult to be killed. Changeling's witchcraft is also difficult to work on this. The only way to kill these Dark Watchers is to use the weapons of the Golden Age of mankind. Fate repeats itself, and what is lost will return. Changing spirits pick up the weapons of the Golden Age of mankind and move towards the final seal step by step. It raised its weapon, aimed at the ultimate secret guarded by the Dark Watchers, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 147. Why is Lion Leon here? Seeking subscription. Changing Spirit held a technological weapon from the Golden Age of human beings and shot out an incomparably weird light beam, which hit the complex and mysterious seal. At the moment of light contact, the seal and the wall were erased. In a real conceptual sense, in terms of timelines, they are completely erased. This kind of mysterious seal is very complicated, and it can only be outlined after a very deep understanding of the subspace. Only with the help of this brutal and violent method can it be destroyed in a short period of time. Seeing that the wall and the seal disappeared together, the changeling smiled. This is exactly what it wants. The resurrected horror will devour Guilliman and the Dark Angels, and the Ultramarines will sweep the Empire insane and insane. Fate dances, and no one can stay out of it. The moment the seal was broken, there was a loud bang. A terrifying aura permeates, making people feel extraordinarily horrified. The entire megalithic fortress was shaken, and an unprecedented subspace storm suddenly set off in the subspace. The intensity reached an appalling level, tearing the barrier between reality and illusion in an instant. It was like the battle between the lion and Luther 10,000 years ago. The thread of fate is endlessly entwined. Everything has an end and a return. The dead will also return. The curtain of the end has been drawn, and the return of the heroes will surely determine the future king. Changelings hum a tune that prophesies the future. Afterwards, it cut through the space rift, fled into the space-time rift, and disappeared without a trace. Aware of the crisis, the Dark Angel team rushed over, but it was too late. The seal has been broken, leaving only the corpse of their ally the Dark Watch on the ground. A black hole exuding a terrifying aura emerged at the original position of the seal, exuding an indescribably terrifying aura. The long-gone evil thing returns again, making people tremble and fear. They tried to shoot and drop bombs, but they were all swallowed by the black hole without causing any waves. Suddenly, several dark tentacles extended out of the black hole, dancing wildly, trying to drag many dark angels into the black hole. No matter how those fighters shoot, or swing power swords, it will not help. They were wrapped in dark tentacles, unable to move. What's even more frightening is that the tentacles have drained their energy from their entire body, making them powerless to resist the revived terrifying creature. The team took away several Dark Watchers whose vitality had not yet been cut off, and evacuated the area. They were powerless to stop the ancient being unleashed. As the seal was lifted, chaos spread everywhere. With the efforts of many technical engineers in the stone fortress, the virus waste code was removed, and the Dark Angel regained control of the stone fortress again. After being informed by Dagon, Ezekiel chose to shut down the defense system and established contact with the expedition fleet led by Calgar. Averted a terrible civil war that would destabilize the empire. However, the real crisis is only now coming. Everything in front is just a cover-up for the enemy. Their ultimate goal is to release the ancient thing that has been sealed for an unknown number of years. A black hole that runs through the real universe and the illusory subspace appears in the void, trying to devour everything like a mouth. Nothing can stop its devouring. Even if human ships escape into the subspace, they will be swallowed by the black hole. Any etheric energy, occult magic will not help. All laws are invalid in front of black holes. The imperial troops in the black hole's twisted range are in absolute trouble. With the emergence of the black hole, the megalithic fortress and the expedition ship led by Calgar also fell into the crisis of demon invasion. Those crazy monsters return with that ancient being. In the warp space and the real universe, the ear-piercing scream sounded, announcing his return from the long wait. As the chief think tank of the Angel of Darkness, Ezekiel let out a shrill scream. Countless whispers filled his head, causing him great pain. The source and the end, everything belongs to fate. We were gone, and now we are back. The past, present, and future, the triple way will become one. At the end of the day, all living beings will witness. The whispers continued, and the terrible whispers made Ezekiel kneel on the ground in pain. As the strongest psyker in Stone Fortress today, he is enduring a terrifying power unimaginable to ordinary people. Countless images appeared in his mind. When the universe was born, everything was immersed in the dazzling light. Then the darkness invaded, the light faded, and countless lives were born in the universe. As time goes by, the universe is also evolving, and countless civilizations have risen and fallen during this period. The so-called immortal miraculous buildings are also submerged in the long river of time. Stars are born, move toward brilliance, and end after decay. In an instant, Ezekiel seemed to see the vicissitudes of the universe over tens of billions of years. In such a long time, the gods will develop from the humble to the peak, and then decay and wither. Everything decays, even death itself is changed beyond recognition by the passage of time. Only fate itself has not changed in the slightest. Ezekiel knelt on the ground in pain, unable to stand up at all. The horror creature just came back from the seal, and it already brought him an unimaginable sense of oppression. Ezekiel worked hard to build his own spiritual barrier, trying to break free from the opponent's oppression. After a while, he slowly got up, swallowed the blood rolling in his throat, picked up his scepter and rushed out of the strategy room. Running outside, he saw that the stone fortress was attacked by countless demons. This is an unimaginable terrorist attack. For the Dark Angels, it is a terrifying disaster that can determine life and death. Shadow shuttles around the stone fortress. The darkness gathered at the edge of the fire was rolling like a tide, swallowing everything, even the light could hardly escape. The spreading shadow let out a strange whisper and roar, and the sound seemed to be whistling through the eye sockets of a skeleton. The darkness flows non-stop, and the shapes that are integrated with each other are boiling endlessly. Through the thick partition, along the gap of the metal door, it diffuses into those heavily guarded rooms, devouring those ignorant mortals. The weird shadowy figure crawled across the ceiling, made a weird sound, and showed its terrifying fangs to the soldiers who didn't know it, overwhelming them instantly, tearing up the flesh and blood, and chewing on the terrified soul. Thick shadow creatures took shape in the corridor, turning into hungry monsters and pounced on the panicked soldiers. After the Great Rift appeared, the Dark Angels successively sent a large number of soldiers to support various battlefields. There are only 400 Dark Angel fighters staying in the stone fortress, and there are 50,000 mortal regular auxiliary troops. Ezekiel ordered all the servants to take up arms and fight for their oath to prevent the invasion of demons. 20 veterans in heavy armor gathered around Ezekiel as quickly as possible. Build a strong formation around him. The shadows turned into abominable monsters. They roared and rushed towards Ezekiel, trying to kill the most powerful person in control of the giant stone fortress, disintegrating the resistance of the human troops in the fortress. The veterans regarded death as home, and used a powerful counterattack to tell those demons that they absolutely could not do this. When monsters composed of shadow and blood appeared within the detection range, the target displays of many veterans lit up in red. With the help of detection radar, they took their bolters and started shooting into the darkness. The explosive bombs that formed a firepower net smashed the ghost's body into a slime, and there were broken wreckage everywhere. Many veterans stepped on the demon's stumped limbs and advanced all the way to gather other troops. However, the demons are endless, and with the darkness flowing, countless twisted demons flock to everyone one after another. They want to devour human souls and flesh and blood to fill their own hunger and thirst that has been sealed for endless years. War is everywhere. A brave officer points his gun at a gaping mouth, a dog-shaped monster made of blood and smoke. The pouring plasma bullets tore apart the opponent's body, and the scattered flesh and blood gave off a scorched breath. But in the next second, a monster like a hedgehog, covered in iron thorns and eyes, tore the officer's flesh and blood apart with its thorns. Some timid mortals screamed in terror, while some brave mortals used their flesh and blood and weapons to build a line of defense against the demons. The sound of fighting was endless, and the chaos broke out everywhere. Ezekiel mobilized his spiritual energy, turned into several thunderbolts, and cooperated with his comrades to wipe out the enemies in front of him so that he could move on. However, the demons are endless, and they are rapidly flooding the megalithic fortress. Ezekiel tried his best, but it was still difficult to contend with the infinite demon. The megalithic fortress is in danger and will be completely swallowed by the wave of demons. On the other side, Calgar's victory laurel is also in crisis. The bird servant has failed. Long-distance communications failed. Ship target lock failed. Alarms and cries cut into the COMM channels of the victory laurel. In the communication channels of the entire expedition fleet, there are all such news. Supernatural forces affected them, and also affected the normal operation of the mechanism. Calgar had just connected Dagon, who was ordered to establish contact with him, into the battleship when he suddenly encountered this terrible accident. The darkness and blood mist pervading the icy universe poured into the battleship, turning into a hateful entity, and a fierce battle broke out with the crew. Through some equipment, it is possible to see a giant snake connected to the black hole in the universe. That is the source of all disasters. Such a weird form means that fate will inevitably form a closed loop in a form that ordinary people cannot understand. Maintain order. Calgar issued an order, free fire agreement, clean up and suppress demons by any means. Calgar was very decisive, but unfortunately his order was not carried out. The ship is in chaos. Shouts and screams continue to echo through the comms. The gravity system of the battleship once failed. All the crew members of the ship were suspended. Then it recovered suddenly, causing several panicked crew members to fail to react in time. Skulls and spines were shattered in the accident. We lost the observation data, and the supernatural force paralyzed our detection radar and subspace engine. A sensor monitor shouted, blood streaming down her handsome face. Other crew members are also shouting, their weapon systems are paralyzed, electromagnetic disorder, unable to establish effective communication. Calgar ordered people to open the blast-proof deck of the ship. He wanted to see how terrifying the black hole others had reported. Under his command, the two guards operated the control panel. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of steel hitting steel, and the buzzing sound of mechanical pistons. The heavy metal panels covering the portholes were folded away. A terrifying sight appeared in front of Calgar. A huge black hole appeared in front of my eyes. It was huge, like a huge mouth that swallowed the world. A gigantic snake connected to its tail can be vaguely seen. Standing next to him, Dagon's face paled instantly, the giant snake of fate that devours everything. It originated from the myth of ancient Terra. It is said that a giant snake connected end to end will open the twilight of the gods and bring about the final destruction. Calgar's face was ugly. He forced himself to move his attention away from the black hole, and turned his head to pay attention to the situation inside the ship. A large number of demons invaded the ships of the expedition fleet. A large number of mortals were slaughtered by the hungry monsters of the living, causing heavy casualties. Calgar raged and tore apart a monster that was born from the shadows and tried to attack the bridge. At this time, the structure of the real space is distorted again. A majestic fleet emerged on the edge of the chaotic battlefield. It was the main fleet that arrived long ago, and it also belonged to the expedition fleet directly controlled by Guilliman. With the revival of the loathsome monsters in the stone fortress, the warp storm was blown away under the force of terror. Guilliman was also able to get out of the chaotic warp space storm and entered the edge of the galaxy where the stone fortress was located. Arriving with the Primarch, there are also the Saint Celestine who foresaw the crisis, the Judge Grey and the Grey Knight Mentor Votes and other Imperial heroes. They were all stopped by the warp storm, lost in the warp like the Primarch. Now that the subspace storm has been dispelled, they naturally found their way in the subspace, successfully entered the real universe, and came to the Dark Angel's stronghold, the megalithic fortress. They all arrived together. Right behind Guilliman. However, what greeted them was not cheers and salutes, but desperate screams. It seems that our enemy has sent us a big gift package. Through the holographic window, Guilliman saw the huge black hole and the turmoil on the great stone fortress and the victory laurel. Guilliman did not hesitate, he immediately issued the order to eliminate the demons. The Grey Knights and Battle Sisters responded to the orders of the Primarch, and they gradually entered the friendly ships to expel the demons. Saint Celestine takes another approach. Her ship is equipped with the only suitable lighthouse device. Just like what was done on Pharos in the past. Using mechanical devices, she amplifies her holy light into searing shock waves and releases them. This behavior made the ship on which it was located emit an extremely strong light. Make it like a gleaming golden sun, forming two distinct camps with the black hole. Countless demons let out wailing screams, which dissolved in the golden light, leaving only the whispers of the air. Many pious nuns and priests also sang the Emperor's poems together, assisting Celestine to expel the demons with the power of pious faith. The golden sun and the black hole each occupy one side, forming a rare confrontational situation. After arranging all the tasks to expel the demons, Guilliman got up and went to the teleportation deck. The Glory Guard, all wearing iron-riding Terminator power armor, followed closely behind him. The teleportation deck has already been prepared. The Glory of Macrage has undergone a comprehensive upgrade, and the transmission device has also been modified. The energy storage time is shorter, the transmission distance is longer, and it is more accurate. After confirming the weapons, ammunition, and armor system, Guilliman and many members of the Glory Guard stepped onto the teleportation deck. He was going to use space teleportation to enter the Glory Laurel to save his loyal heir, Calgar. If there is nothing to do, we must save my son. Guilliman, who was standing on the teleportation deck, cursed in his heart. During the several reunions between himself and Calgar, Calgar was in deep danger. When he woke up in the sanctuary, Calgar had been beaten to death by the swarming traitors. Blocking the behemoth Zerg fleet in the Vitria Galaxy, Calgar was beaten to death by the Zerg. And even now, Calgar is probably beaten to death by the demon. It seems that I didn't let him come to the Boulder Fortress. Why would he come here? The key is to arrive before oneself and become the target of demons. Could it be that Calgar has a strange setting similar to being 100% connected to the sword? If the slander comes to the slander, people will still be saved. After all, Calgar is also one of Guilliman's loyalists. Is his right-hand man. Now it looks a bit stretched. Wait until you go to Terra by yourself. Calgar's diehard support for him without thinking is very important. Accompanied by a dazzling flash, Guilliman and his honor guard appeared on the Glory Laurel. Countless demons roared and rushed towards Guilliman and his party. Many veterans of the Glory Guard immediately raised their bolt guns and built a firepower net to block the raging tide of demons. Guilliman also activated the Emperor's sword in his hand. Golden flames rose up, resplendent and bright, and with a random wave, flames flew out, enveloping the demons and burning them into ashes. Any demon that tries to stop Guilliman is undoubtedly foolish. Surrounded by an honor guard, Guilliman roamed the battlefield, looking down on his enemies like an invincible sovereign. Any demons in darkness will be completely disintegrated before his arrival, leaving only the screams and wailing sounds. Countless demons turned into pillars of fire in an instant, and bright white flames burned blazingly on their bodies. Etheric flesh melts from their accursed bones. Bright white flames burst from the Emperor's sword, melting all demons. Every time the Primarch's blade cuts down, the surging fire will burst out with stronger brilliance. The members of the Glory Guard were also roaring, and they formed a formation to build an iron wall for their lord. No matter what kind of attack, it is difficult to get past them and hurt the Primarch. The howls of the demons before they were annihilated were so pale and powerless before their roars containing terrifying fighting intent. Under the command of the Primarch, they advanced all the way, and it was difficult for any enemy to stop the torrent, and they were shocked and fled in all directions. Where they passed along the way, the surviving crew all cheered for them. The demons who wantonly kill them claim to be eternal existence, but they are so vulnerable in front of the Primarch, they are crushed to death like ants. They followed Guilliman's ranks, fighting to kill those demons who narrowly escaped the Primarch's hunt. The inanimate people in the subspace no longer had the arrogance just now, and screamed full of fear in front of human beings. Guilliman must win. A senior officer shouted. Others also shouted. Their eyes were full of enthusiasm and sincerity. Knowing the arrival of the Primarch, the communication network resounded the oath of regrouping and the curse of uncompromising to the devil. People attacked by demons seemed to be infused with fearless courage. The strong will they burst out made even the demons frightened. Victory! 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 The sailors and soldiers following Guilliman shouted, all chorused. The arrival of Guilliman represents hope and the inevitable victory of mankind. Everyone has formed a firm understanding. As long as Guilliman appears, no matter how bad the battle situation is, it will slide into a situation where humans must win. Guilliman is the hope in the desperate situation, the sun in the darkness. Calgar is under the siege of demons. Even if he activates Guilliman's heart, obtains the sub-biological engine of the Emperor's angel template, and truly embarks on a path of demigod. But facing the endless waves of demons, he still felt powerless. Dagon is the same. As a high-ranking member of the Dark Angels chapter, his combat power cannot be underestimated. He is a top-notch interstellar warrior and a prestigious imperial hero. But in front of the endless demons, he felt like a mantis stretching his arms to block the torrent of steel. After killing a few demons, he was suddenly knocked to the ground by a huge and ferocious demon. Calgar activated his iron fist and smashed the demon's head before barely saving him. However, the tide of demons became more and more violent, and they could barely protect themselves, unable to break through it all. Just as they were falling into despair, Guilliman who appeared just made those demons burn in front of them with just one sword strike, turning them into torches. Dagonet stared at the nearly invincible Guilliman in dumbfounded. What a power this is! Kill many demons with one blow. Calgar, it seems that your situation is not very good. Guilliman walked up to the panting Calga, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. Prince Regent. Calga knelt down on one knee and offered the most noble courtesy to his lord. I wanted to come to you to answer some puzzles about strategy, but I didn't expect such a change. I am very sorry for that. Feel sorry. Guilliman smiled. This matter has nothing to do with you. Our enemies should not be underestimated. Their ability to weave conspiracy is far beyond our imagination. Calgar was relieved when he heard this, and breathed a sigh of relief. After reassuring Calgar, Guilliman looked at the Dark Angel Dagonet who was also kneeling on one knee, and helped him up. Now is the time of war, there is no need to exercise such etiquette. Dagonet stared at the noble face of the Primarch, and was speechless for a while. He saw a living myth. The Primarch, who has long been regarded as a legend by people, walked among the stars again. Dagon had seen this Primarch before. At that time, the other party was still asleep in the stasis field inside the Hera fortress on the planet Makraj. The Ultramarines guarded his body, which was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Guilliman didn't care about Dagonet's shock. He turned his head and looked at the darkness that had not yet dissipated. The flaming sword in his hand pointed to the deep darkness. Destroy those guys! Guilliman let out an inspiring roar. Others responded one after another, took up weapons, and joined the battle under the call of the Primarch. Hearing Guilliman's voice, Dagonet could also feel a force pouring into his body. The resolute words made him seem to have infinite power to deal with all threats. Dagon couldn't help but chanted Guilliman's name with the others, and charged at the demons. After Guilliman joined the battlefield, the balance of victory has already turned to the human side. The demons retreated steadily and were completely defeated. In the void, Celestine turned into a golden sun, swept across the darkness and blood mist in the void, and fought against the terrifying black hole, forming a balance, suppressing the opponent's process of devouring everything. However, the Empire repelled the demons in the expedition ship and achieved a phased victory. The situation is still not optimistic. Black holes prevent all warp space travel, and created a huge space vortex. Based on the calculation of the mechanical priest, in order to escape from this space vortex, the escape speed needs to be higher than the speed of light to escape from the space vortex. This means that all expedition ships have no way to leave this space. Even Guilliman's flagship, the Glory of Macrage, cannot reach superluminal speed under the power of conventional engines. That is to say, if they don't solve the black hole, then they can only be trapped here. After Celestine is exhausted, she will be devoured. This is the ultimate purpose of all the plans of the Alphas and the Changelings. Guilliman is breaking the balance between the human empire and chaos. His reform will definitely greatly enhance the strength of human beings. The traitors led by Abaddon were simply powerless against the new empire. Therefore, they must erase Guilliman and maintain the balance between the human empire and chaos. The giant black hole brought about by the recovery of Ouroboros can swallow everything. Buying Guilliman is no problem. In this way, a balanced situation can be maintained. Let this game go on forever. Among the intelligence provided by the heroes of the empire, Guilliman quickly became aware of the plans of the traitors and the powers of chaos. He must solve the crisis brought about by the recovery of Ouroboros before he can leave here. Otherwise, he will be swallowed. In order to completely solve this demon disaster. After rescuing Calgar, Guilliman immediately made a plan to support the stone fortress. The source of the demon cataclysm lies in the megalithic fortress. If we want to solve this crisis, we can only find a way from the source. With the arrival of several expeditionary fleets, the human side already has overwhelming military power. 1,500 original caste space warriors were drawn out, and they used teleportation to enter the giant stone fortress to assist the Dark Angels in suppressing the raging demons. Guilliman also joined the battle. Surrounded by the honor guard, he wielded the Emperor's sword and swept away the demons that stood in his way. No demon can hold his sword. Any enemy in front of him will be completely wiped out with just one blow. Ezekiel, Boris, and other important members joined the Primarch's team one after another. However, no one knows how to deal with this disaster. As the chief think tank of the Dark Angels, Ezekiel holds many secrets that can only be mastered by the inner circle. However, he didn't know the ins and outs of this matter. The solution is even more clueless. The stone fortress hides too many secrets. The operation reached a deadlock. If they don't completely solve the ancient things that have broken free from the seal, then they can only go to death. The space vortex will swallow them. Just when everyone didn't know what to do, a short dark watcher in a white robe appeared in front of everyone. The seal of Ouroboros has been broken, and its return is doomed. There is no way to seal it anymore. The only way you can do now is to drive it away. Our family has a descendant in the depths of the fortress. Hand, once activated, can severely injure that abominable thing. After the crisis broke out, we tried to activate the backhand. However, although the abominable thing could not touch and destroy our layout, it could block our spatial movement. Facing the raging tide of demons, we are really helpless. We can only rely on your help. Strength is the only way to get close. As soon as the Dark Watcher appeared, he explained to the Imperial forces headed by Guilliman that they had already anticipated today's crisis over the long years, and that the men they had left in advance needed to rely on the power of the Empire to fight against the evil tide. Kill a way to start the backhand. Judge Grey, several high-ranking commanders of the Black Templar, saw the sudden appearance of the Dark Watcher, and immediately raised their bolt guns, and the atmosphere suddenly became dignified. Aliens are not to be trusted, said Inquisitor Grey. No, the Watchmen are allies of the Dark Angels. Ezekiel hurriedly explained, they help us suppress things that are not understood by mortals, and at the same time give us some guidance. They are the natives of Caliban and have always been committed to against chaos, they are trustworthy. Seeing the two arguing, everyone could only look at Guilliman. He is the one who makes the final decision. Guilliman looked up and down the Dark Watcher wrapped in a white robe. The Dark Watch is a creature native to Caliban. Before the Lion and the Emperor came, they are fighting the wild beasts polluted by the warp. According to some information learned by Guilliman, these robed figures have unique abilities to resist warp entities. This trait is similar to the rare and mysterious untouchables, who completely neutralize the warp power around them. It is even possible to manipulate Chinook energy in reverse. After the Lion took over the Dark Angel, these little men in white robes have been guiding the Dark Angel against chaos. After the destruction of Caliban, the home planet of the Dark Angels, they still helped the Dark Angels in their own way. Guilliman thought for a moment. Judging from the existing information, the Watchers are on the side of humans. At least they are in the same camp as humans and fighting against chaos. More importantly, there is no other way now. The recovery of Ouroboros trapped Guilliman here. If you delay for a long time, you will be swallowed. Once I die, the reforms that were originally resisted will inevitably be aborted. The conflict between Calgar and the Dark Angel will also be exaggerated, and it is likely to become the fuse of the Empire's civil war. The enemy's plans are so vicious and unscrupulous. It is undoubtedly a very stupid thing to insist on that pedantic concept at this time. Chaos is the great enemy of all races, and we should join hands to fight against it. Guilliman's words overwhelmed the objections of Grey and the others. Under the guidance of the Dark Watcher, everyone entered the depths of the megalith fortress. Led by many heroes of the Empire, the Imperial troops rushed to the polluted megalith fortress to expel the demons and darkness. The interior of the megalithic fortress has been wrapped in scenes of abominations. Huge portals of filth swell from walls of fleshy stone. Blood gathered along the blood vessel-shaped transparent pipes on the floor, forming a continuous river of blood. The path beneath your feet is tongue-smeared with slime, and there are hideous winged monsters that leap from time to time through arches of bone and perch on rib ledges. From the depths of the fortress, the sound of a beating heart can be heard from time to time, which is extremely terrifying. Many heroes of the Empire were frightened by the scene. What kind of terrible thing was it that polluted this giant fortress in such a short period of time? Hateful monsters leaped from the darkness and rushed towards the ranks of the Empire. The dense witch fire and dirty energy collided head-on with the explosive bombs and lasers of the Imperial army, and the two sides fought together instantly. Many heroes of the Empire surrounded Guilliman and slew the invading demons with him. Sicarius and many Primaris fighters fought hard to relieve the pressure of the Primarch's raid on the enemy's core. Guilliman held the Emperor's sword and swept across the demons' line. Brought death to these abominations without discrimination. The flame sword swung up and down, unstoppable. The ruling hand splashes barrage, covering the sky and the sun. The demon with a huge size and a terrifying breath exploded into a ball of shredded meat before Guilliman's anger, and he was powerless to fight back. Those powerful and invincible demons have no power to fight back in front of Guilliman. Under the guidance of the Dark Watcher, everyone went all the way into the depths of the megalith fortress. At the end, they found the backhand left by the Dark Watcher. A pyramid made of dark gold. At this time, it is exuding a faint gleam. According to the explanation of the Dark Watcher, this is an anti-subspace device. Guilliman observed it, and found that the surrounding evil spirits and shadows could not get close to the range covered by the light. The Dark Watch did not deceive them. The changeling hidden in the dark witnessed all this, and a rare anger emerged. It curates everything. Unexpectedly, the Dark Watcher secretly prepared a counterattack. Those white-robed villains. There are no definite numbers in this world. The changeling hummed, accepting the failure of his plan. This is also in line with the essence of the it serves. One-size-fits-all conspiracies with an end in sight have never been Xianzhe's hobby. Only infinite variety can attract the favor of this chaos god. This race should be wiped out. They used to be natural enemies, but now they have fallen, and this is the best time to act. Realizing that they couldn't achieve their goals, the changeling set his vicious eyes on the Dark Watch. The Dark Watcher is short in stature, and his whole body is wrapped in a white robe. But in the eyes of the changing spirits, these white-robed villains are more dangerous than those war-baptized and experienced spacefighter heroes. In the era before the rise of human beings, the villain in white robe has confronted chaos many times, and he is the natural enemy and nemesis of his own clan. When the Imperial troops rushed into the enveloping range of the pyramid, another white-robed figure appeared from the void, holding a heavy carved scepter in his hands. The scepter is connected to the pyramid made of dark gold. As they approached, a dazzling arc of light appeared between the two. The little man in white robe walked forward slowly, and touched the top of the scepter to the pyramid. An invisible wave rippled, and cracks appeared everywhere in the boulder fortress. A terrifying suction emerged from the crack, sucking in all the demons and filthy flesh and blood. The demon screamed in terror, but was unable to stop the terrible suction and was pulled into it. An angry voice came, and the revived Ouroboros tried to stop it, but there was no suitable means. The Great Rift made the ether more active, and it was easier for demons to descend into the world. However, for the gods, it is still difficult for them to enter the real universe. The real universe does not have a body that can carry their strength and will. This also means that it is difficult for the gods to interfere with the real universe, and they can only rely on believers and demons under their command. Facing Guilliman, the newly revived Ouroboros also seemed powerless. No matter what kind of demon is summoned, Guilliman's hands cannot escape. No matter how raging the demonic tide is, the opponent can easily be destroyed with a single gesture of hand. Its downfall has become an established fact. Fortunately, it has been freed, and it can still start again if it has the opportunity in the future. The Black Watchman wearing a white robe activates the backhands left long ago, and the power of the ether in the warp gradually fades. Ouroboros had no choice but to retreat. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This can be regarded as the overall situation has been settled. Suddenly, a warrior wearing the armor of the Sons of Vengeance sprang up and rushed towards Guilliman like a poisonous snake, holding the blade that revealed the evil power of the warp in his hand, trying to hit Azrael hard. Hurt Guilliman like that, and he paid a heavy price. However, he underestimated how terrifying a Primarch's strength really is. His attack did not accomplish anything. Guilliman instinctively dodged a blow, and punched the opponent. The warrior who exploded into trouble flew upside down under Guilliman's fist. His heavy body hit the wall beside him, screaming. In the blink of an eye, the raid ended at an incredible speed. After the battle, Calgar's voice came. Alpha. Calgar's tone was full of anger. You must know that these guys have brought him a lot of trouble, and even almost provoked the war between the expedition fleet and the Dark Angel. Such a despicable betrayal is unforgivable. The two honor guards stepped up, uncovered the helmet of the soldier, and found that it was indeed Alpha in disguise. This guy is really lucky. He once led a formation of fighter planes to attack Dagon, and was finally shot down by Calgar. Unexpectedly, this guy could escape from death, and then lurked next to the Primarch, trying to repeat the old trick. Who are you? Guilliman asked. I am Alfarius, said the Alpha warrior. Guilliman wanted to ask again, but the Dark Watcher beside him spoke. Hope Guilliman can go with them, to a place where they will reveal an important secret to the Primarch. Guilliman can only hand over the Alpha warriors to the Inquisitors and Dark Angels, asking them to get more information at all costs. Then, the Dark Watcher opened a dark and deep passage on the wall. Calgar wanted to follow and protect the safety of the Primarch. Was rejected by the Dark Watcher. This secret can only be told to Guilliman. I'll go by myself. Guilliman asked Calgar to stay where he was, presiding over the many follow-up matters of the expedition fleet and the Dark Angels. Then, he followed the Dark Watcher and walked into the passage. The Dark Watcher in a white robe led Guilliman all the way in, and did not stop until a hall. Seeing the things in the hall, Guilliman was stunned for a moment before blurting out, Lion. Why is he here? Chapter 148 The Shameless Traitor Will Desecrate Terra, Seeking Subscription. When Guilliman recovered, he made many guesses about what happened to Ryan in the past 10,000 years. This guy has either recognized his subspace essence, awakened the horned demon form, entered the subspace to hunt down traitors. Either he was beaten into the stasis force field like himself and waited for someone to save him. During the decisive battle in Caliban, Luther also received the blessing of chaos, and it was normal for Ryan to lose. The result was beyond Guilliman's expectations. The Lord of the First Legion, the Lion of the Empire, and one of the most outstanding primarches under the Emperor, King Lion is sleeping in the core area of the stone fortress. Did not awaken the Tauran demon form, nor was he beaten into the stasis field. Right in the core area of the megalithic fortress, she is lying on the rocks and sleeping like a sleeping beauty. Guilliman observed that some runes belonging to the subspace appeared on Lion's body, exuding a strong aura of the subspace. Obviously, Ryan has recognized the essence of his subspace. Those runes belonging to the warp are the best proof. It's just that he has not fully awakened, and is in a specious state. That is, half of the foot is in, and half of the foot is still outside. Guilliman was really confused when he saw Ryan. The other party just fell asleep in the core area of the megalith fortress. Just lying there on a black, smooth giant rock. It's like the sleeping princess who ate a poisoned apple in the story of the Seven Dwarfs. There didn't seem to be any fatal injuries on his body. More importantly, Ryan didn't stay in the stasis field, just lying on the rock like that. On his face, there is no trace left by the years. It's like when we parted 10,000 years ago. This is not in line with common sense. Lane. Waking up. Guilliman called a few times, but the other party didn't respond at all. After a while, Guilliman said another sentence. Russ said that if you can't beat him in a duel, you will only play tricks. Also, he is about to become a war master. He said that he is the most suitable candidate, and he does not know how many times better than you. Sleeping Ryan moved his fingers, but soon there was no movement. Looking at Lion who was still sleeping, Guilliman thought for a moment. It may take Jagatai, Primarch of the White Scars, to wake up Lion. The white robes and knights required by Prince Charming can only be met by Jagatai. Guilliman was wearing blue power armor, and even the cloak was light blue with gold trim. Thinking of Jagatai lovingly hugging Ryan, the picture is so beautiful. Guilliman suddenly felt goosebumps. It's scary, so don't think about it. Guilliman took 2 steps closer, but found himself blocked by an invisible force field. At this time, he discovered that there was a circle of special runes around the rock where Ryan slept, wrapping the giant rock, forming a special force field. This force field is very special, it can prevent outside intrusion, as if the time inside has been slowed down. Probing for a while, Guilliman probed out the approximate range of the force field. As long as you don't get too close to the rock where Lion sleeps, it won't activate. Standing outside the force field, Guilliman examined the sleeping Lion. Ryan's body still had dark red blood stains, as if it had just been stained. The clothes on his body were also in tatters, obviously he had gone through an unimaginable battle. What's going on here? Guilliman looked at the short dark watchers in white robes. This mysterious race contains many secrets that even Guilliman does not know. Chaos demons are very afraid of these white-robed villains, and it seems that there is a relationship between the two. The Lion has crossed time, causing some unknown consequences in his body. Now we can only put him in the time force field, otherwise the power of time will kill him instantly. A dark watchman walked go forward and explain Lion's situation to Guilliman. The voice of the other party appeared directly in Guilliman's mind, like some kind of special ability that could directly talk to the thinking consciousness. Guilliman circled the giant rock where Lion was sleeping, carefully looked at the special rune and the sleeping Lion, frowning. How long has he spanned? 10,000 years. Said the little man in the white robe. He was sent from the subspace storm caused by the Caliban explosion to the eve of the Great Rift 10,000 years later. His absence for the intervening 10,000 years had serious consequences, some corrective laws try to erase him and maintain the balance of the universe. How could the time deviate so much? Guilliman's brow showed a trace of confusion. The warp can cause time deviation, and even help people cross timelines. But there are too many deviations now. 10,000 years. This is the consequence of using the 3 artifacts of destiny. Ryan has been using a special artifact during Horus Rebellion to help him cross the storm of destruction. This artifact causes the past, present, and future to overlap. Sending him from Caliban 10,000 years ago to the stone fortress formed a closed loop of fate. However, it also caused serious consequences. He is likely to be corrected, and he can only survive if he is placed in a time force field different from the main universe. Hearing what the Dark Watcher said, Guilliman had one head and two big ones. What are the three artifacts of destiny? This secret is very old, and the twists and turns in it are far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The Dark Watcher said. Let's listen to it. Guilliman shrugged and prepared himself mentally. Only by knowing the cause and effect can he make a correct judgment. Seeing that Guilliman persisted, the Dark Watcher revealed an ancient secret. This secret is related to the origin, prosperity, and ruin of their race. When everything in the universe was just born, even the old sages and star gods were not yet active. Their family has already begun to study the universe and subspace. The warp of any universe is initially peaceful. Without enough life emotions, an active subspace cannot be created. The warp at that time was very barren. There is no current etheric current, just like a pool of stagnant water. The subspace and the real universe complement each other. Without prosperous life, there would be no magnificent and mysterious subspace. The dead silence of the warp also led to the absence of magic or other supernatural powers at that time. The saddest thing is that the laws of physics at that time were not perfect. The physical laws of the universe are not perfect. Guilliman's tone carried a hint of disbelief. This frankly does not match his three views. Isn't the evolution of the universe complete with a bang? Why do you have to come a little bit? However, if you think about the history of the universe of more than 10 billion years, including your past and present lives, you can only live for less than 1,000 years. Not even a fraction. It is not enough to use one's own three views to refute the theories of those who have experienced it. Guilliman put away his arrogance and rebuttal thoughts. He remembered a story, the story of a target. It is said that a gunman fired a single shot and hit 10 connected targets. Then a community of microbiome scientists arrive at unchanging truths after a lifetime of research and observation. That is, there are 10 big holes in the target. This is a great truth. During the long period of successive birth, prosperity, and destruction of this microbial community, hundreds of iterations of microbial life, old age, sickness, and death, this truth has not changed in any way. However, from a human perspective, is 10 targets and 10 holes really an eternal truth? Any truth that claims to never change from a human point of view, will it really never change? Some people always think that the universe is a precise structure, but they never think about why the universe operates like this. Some people think that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, water flows downhill, and planets should be round. These are the truths of the universe, and they will never change since the birth of the universe. But is this really the truth? Or it is just the natural state of the evolution of the universe, which is considered to be the truth? Yes, just like life evolved from single cells, the universe also evolved slowly. Nothing is perfect from the beginning. Dark Watcher said with a hint of sadness in his tone, recalling the past of decaying civilization, is always embarrassing. In the universe at that time, everything was in its infancy. The physical laws that support the operation of all things are not yet perfect, full of mistakes and omissions. However, life was born in such an environment. Gas life, carbon-based life, silicon-based life, and planetary life benefit from imperfect physical laws. The lives born in the universe are also of various types, which are difficult to count. As the number of lives increases, the subspace also becomes active. Under the joint influence of the universe and many civilized races, many laws of the universe gradually took shape and became perfect. This process is like the evolution of life, from single cells to animals and plants, slowly evolving from infinite to orderly. However, as the civilized race developed, the question of resources arose. The universe is so big, and the speed of development of a race is unimaginable. The stronger the technology, the faster the development, and the more resources it occupies. It only took more than 10,000 years for human beings to set foot on the starry sky and occupy 2/3 of the territory of the Milky Way. It takes 10,000 years for a race to occupy a galaxy. The universe has evolved for more than 10 billion years. One can imagine how crowded the universe is. With the development of civilization, the problem of resources has become more and more serious. Many races began to look for a new way out. Pursue mechanical ascension, spiritual ascension, and leave the real universe. Or the whole family migrates and embarks on the road to other universes. However, the problem of resources eventually led all civilizations to war. The war destroyed everything, and countless civilizations fell in the terrible war. Emotions such as resentment, hatred, and unwillingness also give birth to all kinds of terrifying subspace creatures. In that crazy era, the Dark Watcher who had completed transcendence and ascension was also forced to be involved in that war. Those civilizations are so powerful that they use natural laws, physical laws, mathematical laws, and other means to fight. Such a battlefield is countless times more terrifying than the battle of the gods. No words can describe that shocking war. Galaxies shattered, laws collapsed, and everything in the universe was reshaped. Countless races have thus become history and turned into smoke. The Milky Way today is but a corner of the ruins of past wars. Those so-called unchanging truths are nothing but the remnants of many civilized wars. During that battle, the Dark Watcher suffered heavy casualties, and had to face the subspace that had undergone terrifying mutations. Under the collision of countless intense emotions, some concepts such as fate and time are also materialized. When those terrifying warp creatures were born, the Dark Watcher realized that the war behind it was not simple. For the first time, they recognized the existence of chaos. Chaos promotes the birth of all things, and then drives the destruction of all things. Like a farmer planting rice, the cycle repeats. The Ouroboros is a condensed model of chaos. Connected end to end, destruction and birth coexist. The surviving Dark Watchers cut off its power and sealed it in Caliban, trying to find a way to fight against chaos by studying this abominable thing. After the Civilization War, the Dark Watchers stopped interfering in the real universe and turned to secretly observing. They watched the Old Ones rise from the ashes, breed life across the galaxy, and build webways against the monsters of the warp. For a while, they did succeed. Lost the feeding of biological emotion, the subspace regained its calm. It's a pity that the Old One was finally destroyed by the crazy necrophobia. This is also the embodiment of chaos, rise, prosperity, decline, destruction. No matter what you do, your final destiny is hard to change. Driven by chaos, this is an inevitable fate that no civilization can escape. As the heirs of the Old Ones, so are the Eldar. Their fall was so tragic, the huge reverberation created the Eye of Terror, tore open the curtain of reality and subspace, leaving wounds that could never heal. Time passed, human beings rose in the galaxy and stepped onto the stage. This civilization is rapidly advancing its technology at a speed unheard of by the Dark Watchers. All kinds of mysterious technologies represent that they have reached the pinnacle of the laws of physics. The road to ascension is within easy reach. It's a pity that their fate is not different. Rise very fast and decline very fast. Iron Rebellion, Warp Storm. Humanity's first star civilization was destroyed. Soon, the Emperor rose again on Terra, intending to establish a second star civilization, trying to reverse the inevitable fate of human extinction. To accomplish this plan, the Emperor created 20 Primarchs. The first Primarch, Len, is exiled in Caliban. Caliban at the time was a dead world, covered in dense forests. In the forest, there are all kinds of deadly horror plants, and even more terrifying giant beasts. These behemoths are no ordinary creatures, twisted and deadly by the taint of the warp. The pollution of these subspaces is the influence of Ouroboros, one of the 3 artifacts of destiny deep in the core of the planet. The rise and failure of mankind has attracted the attention of the Dark Watcher. They have never seen such a rapid rise of race. It only took more than 10,000 years from the opening of civilization to ascending to the starry sky and controlling the galaxy. Far beyond any race they have ever observed. They realized that humans might be the sword against chaos. When the Primarch came to Caliban, the Dark Watch watched over the young Primarch, and ready to start their own official battle against chaos. After Horus's betrayal, they guided Lion to find the artifact containing the power of Ouroboros to help him pass through the ruin storm. However, Ryan relied too much on it, which led to the tragedy that followed. During the duel with Luther, Ryan awakens the subspace form and successfully defeats Luther. However, his awakening also stimulated the artifact of fate, the power of Ouroboros forming a trinity. The past, present, and future are directly connected, forming a time tunnel. Lien was sucked into it and sent into the time tunnel. He only left the lion helmet and lion sword to his offspring, and then disappeared. After the destruction of Caliban, the Dark Watcher entered the stone fortress and officially guided the Dark Angels to fight against chaos. In the early stage of the Great Rift, under the guidance of the Dark Watcher, Lord Cypher, the fallen angels, and the Dark Angels once again assembled the 3 major artifacts, completed the closed loop, and rescued Ryan from the time tunnel. But time travel has serious consequences, and no one can afford such consequences. The universe corrects itself. Although Ryan was saved, he could only save his life with the help of the time force field and fell asleep in it. Guilliman stood where he was, listening to the Dark Destroyer tell the past history. There is no doubt that this history is very scary. Deals with various struggles in the early days of the universe, and the nature of chaos. Chaos promotes the birth and evolution of all things, and promotes the destruction of all things. It is a very complicated existence. From the perspective of racial civilization, many creatures have to fight against it so that the race will not go extinct. And the answer to the mystery of Ryan's disappearance for 10,000 years. The Dark Watcher also revealed a message. In fact, many demons used to be intelligent races. After despair, they threw themselves into the embrace of chaos and became demons. They feel that chaos will surely win the final victory. Any struggle and effort are useless. Chose to take refuge in chaos, which is the so-called ascending demon. Many human traders will also take the path of ascension and embrace chaos. After the Dark Watcher finished speaking, Guilliman was silent for a long time. With such a huge amount of information, he had to sort out his thoughts. Well, really hard to imagine. The battle between humans and subspace is not as simple as the battle between humans and the 4 gods. When the 4 gods die, new 4 gods will emerge. As the saying goes, if one of the 4 gods is defeated, tens of thousands of 4 gods will stand up. The evil empire is bound to fall in the oceanic war of warp demons. Thinking of this, Guilliman felt a pain in his ass. According to the theory that those who win the hearts of the people win the world, chaos is correct. After all, so many races have turned to chaos. I'm the ultimate villain after all this stuff. Guilliman slandered, chaos is what the people want. Several Dark Watchers told the history, which made Guilliman clearly realize how terrifying the enemy he faced. After talking about that ancient history, the watchmen remained silent and did not continue to speak. They stood there quietly, as if time didn't matter to them. Can we win? Guilliman looked at several Dark Watchers and asked. He really wanted to add, if you can't win, Can you ask if there is a better way to join chaos? Do you want to recommend someone? Do you want to talk about the sophistication of the world? There is little hope, said the Dark Watcher. Then do you know the way to other universes? Asked Guilliman. Well, you can't win. So many civilizations that master the laws of nature, mathematics, and can control and modify the laws of physics have all been played to death. The human empire is nothing. Run with the empire. As the saying goes, 3 years in Hedong and 3 years in Hexi, don't deceive mankind into poverty. Now it is just a strategic retreat, and I will definitely fight back if I have a chance in the future. The road to the rise of the empire is temporarily interrupted. The road to the wandering empire opens. If you can't beat chaos, go to other universes to bully those little guys, wouldn't it be happier? It's best to come to a universe with low magic and low martial arts, so that you can dominate yourself. It seems to have seen Guilliman's little thoughts. The Dark Watcher was silent for a moment before speaking. The last road leading to other universes on a large scale is located in the eternal battlefield deep in the subspace. The 4 gods have been fighting for it. Whoever can control that road will control the power of chaos. Other words, there are still a few roads. The trails to other universes, but the scale allowed to pass is very small, only a few hundred people can pass through at most. Guilliman. Okay, Sishan cut the back, and there is no need to run. As the regent of the empire, Guilliman still has integrity and will not leave the empire and run away. Of course, if the emperor insisted on killing him, he would run away with a bucket in his hands. Being a person must have a flexible bottom line, and don't be too rigid. Preserving yourself is the most important thing, followed by saving others. Then why did you reveal this secret to me? Guilliman looked at several Dark Watchers. We need to formally form an alliance with humans to fight against chaos. The Dark Watcher raised his head rarely. It was dark inside the white robe, and the only thing that could be seen was a pair of scarlet eyes. Guilliman frowned. Alliance. Yes, after the big rift appeared, chaos eroded the real universe at an unprecedented speed, and a large number of physical laws were distorted and changed. If they cannot be repelled in time, it is likely to bring about a terrible crisis, and it may reshape the universe. The real universe. This universe will also completely fall and become the paradise and battlefield of the gods. You are the regent of the human empire, and you control the power of the entire race. Only by cooperating with you can we fight against chaos. Then what should I do? Guilliman asked. Go to Terra and find a way to revive and return your brother. You are a special existence, a mixture of subspace and reality. You can hold the authority of 2 worlds at the same time, which is a huge advantage. Darkness, the watchman said. Lian is sleeping here. We can find a way to help him avoid being harmed by time, but there is no way to wake him up. Perhaps your Lord of Humanity, the Emperor, has a way to wake him up. Then form an alliance with you. What help will you provide me? Guilliman said. Our rich experience, as well as some ancient technologies that will not be polluted by chaos. The Dark Watcher said. Sounds like a good covenant. Guilliman smiled. In terms of technology, Guilliman has a database. To be honest, he can get a lot of technical support if he completes the task step by step. The rich combat experience between the Dark Watcher and Chaos is what he urgently needs. Chaos is too powerful to form an alliance. The 2 sides talked for a long time, and the Dark Watcher promised to assist the human empire to create a batch of weapons that can fight against demons. Guilliman promised to provide them with the necessary resources to help them awaken some ancient members. After the covenant was formed, the Dark Watcher sent Guilliman out. The wall was liquefied under their special means, and a road leading to the outside world appeared. Guilliman stepped out. Calgar had been waiting outside for a long time, looking anxious, pacing back and forth. As soon as Guilliman walked into the inner passage, the original entrance of the passage turned into a wall, which made Calgar very disturbed. If something happens to the original body, it will be too late to rescue. Fortunately, nothing happened. Guilliman came out. My lord. Calgar stepped forward and saluted. Guilliman didn't say much, just nodded. Obviously, he didn't want to say much about the covenant with the Dark Watcher. Calgar and others didn't ask much. The imperial regents have their own considerations, they just need to obey. The Ouroboros was expelled, and the demon disaster was quelled. The rest of the matter is basically settled. However, after being happy for a while, everyone got a piece of bad news. That's Luther running away. As the biggest stain of the Dark Angels, Luther, who was bewitched by chaos and did not hesitate to attack his genetic father, escaped from the prison where he was held. Many Dark Angels changed their expressions when they heard the news. At Guilliman's request, Ezekiel led him into the room where Luther was once held. There is no one in the cell. The chains etched with ritual runes and prayers have been broken and scattered on the uneven stone floor. Guilliman inspected for a moment, smelling the disgusting smell of warped demons in the air. The coldness belonging to the inanimate shrouded the room. The lingering demonic aura made ordinary people naturally feel a sense of fear. Guilliman stood in the cell, looked around, and finally set his sights on the door. The twisted and damaged door seemed to have suffered a violent explosion in high temperature. There used to be more than 100 protective measures at the entrance, but now all of them have been erased by various evil methods. The chaplain of the warband has evolved the cell several times, but there is still a stench of demons wafting here. It seems that the change spirit who interfered with the megalithic fortress and tried to provoke a civil war in the Empire even sent a gift package to the Empire before leaving. When I see this guy in the future, I won't be relieved unless I chop a few more knives. Ezekiel stood cautiously behind Guilliman. Luther and the Fallen are the blots that the Dark Angels chapter has been trying to erase. He was a little worried that after the Empire Regent knew about this, he would develop a dislike for the Dark Angels. The prisoners here are hunted by yourselves, but there is one thing I need to remind you. Guilliman finished checking the cell, looked at Ezekiel. If there is any news, please let me know, I have some questions to ask. Don't have any self-assertive ideas, arrest Luther and then hand it over to me. Regent, please hand over this prisoner to the Dark Angels. Ezekiel said, he is related to the honor of the war group. Fallen angels are a stain that the Dark Angels absolutely cannot tolerate. They know too many secrets. Honor? Secret? Guilliman smiled, are you sure you want to deal with Luther yourself? Yes, Regent, said Ezekiel. Whatever you want, as long as you think keeping secrets is more important than reviving your genetic father. Guilliman's tone was dramatic. His words left Ezekiel stunned. Regent, are you saying that you have a way to revive the lion? Ezekiel's tone was a little hasty. I'll have to go to Terra to be sure, but Luther was the last one to fight the lion, and he must know how much damage he did to the lion. Only by knowing the wound can the lion be awakened, Guilliman said. Is it really possible? Ezekiel asked nervously. Besides the Blood Angels, the original battle groups of the Iron Hands have an important task, which is to find the genetic father of the battle group. The Space Wolves launch an expedition to the galaxy every once in a while. The purpose is to find the missing Ruth. The Black Uncles of the Salamanders battle group went around to dig out the artifacts left by Fukin, and prepared to collect the artifacts to summon the dragon and find Fukin. The White Scars went to dig the graves of other Eldars when they had nothing to do, just to find Jagatai lost in the depths of the webway. Each chapter has a fanatical obsession with finding its gene father. Guilliman said that Luther's matter is related to Lion's return. Ezekiel, who didn't change his expression in the face of the wave of demons, started to stutter. Nothing is certain, Guilliman said, but I will do my best to confirm the state of those brothers. If they have fallen asleep, then I will wake them up. If they are lost, then I will guide them back. For Ryan, I will naturally do my best, but if you don't cooperate, it will be very difficult for me. Both the Helper Elves and the Dark Watch wanted to make their way to Terra, apparently, to connect themselves with the Emperor. Now, the Colossus of God's Retribution and the new fleet, Primaris Space Marines, these powerful troops have also come out. With such a powerful military force, Guilliman also has the confidence to face the conservative faction in Terra. Even if he faced the Emperor directly, he still had the capital to talk. Everyone is a comrade in arms against chaos, there is no need to make it so stiff. Still able to sit down and chat calmly and discuss cooperation. Of course, the premise is that everyone is equal. If the Emperor is still playing tool theory, Guilliman turns around and leaves. Use it as a tool for others, and throw it away after use. He might as well follow his own ideas. The Dark Watcher also revealed that they wanted Guilliman to recall those Primarches to strengthen the human race. With their technology, maybe it can be done. According to some gossip, Sanguinius' body was turned into a moving sculpture aboard Horus' flagship, the Vengeful Spirit. If you can the Vengeful Spirit and find Sanguinius' body, you may have a chance to be resurrected. After all, the soul has not been destroyed, and it can still manifest itself from time to time. For Ferris, the Primarch of the Iron Hands, it is a little troublesome, after all, his head has been chopped off. The headless body was snatched back by soldiers of the Iron Hands Legion. The head was dedicated to Horus by the traitor Primarch, Fulgrim. Later, the Chaos War gang should have taken it, and it was probably given to Huo long ago. However, Guilliman believes that as long as the technology is in place, it is still possible to rebuild a body. The most critical point now is what the Emperor's attitude is. If this guy is determined to kill himself, or wants to use himself as a tool, Guilliman has to let the Emperor know what it means to suddenly have a madman sharpen his sword at night, and the Emperor's star is fluttering. Turn your face today, and tomorrow the Empire will welcome an overlord imprisoned in the palace. The Emperor is indeed kind to humans. But he really has no feelings for individuals. Qin Shi Huang's Great Wall is praised by everyone, and everyone says that he is the same Emperor through the ages. But those who build the Great Wall don't think so. You have to bring your own rations, and you have to work until you die, and you have to eat the whip of the supervisor if you have nothing to do. Who can stand it? Guilliman is not an idiot who brought his own dry food to repair the Great Wall, was whipped by the supervisor, and yelled Qin Shi Huang YYDS. The Emperor must step back, and the two sides will talk on an equal footing, or they will not talk. Talked with Ezekiel, tempted to help Ryan return, and successfully won the Dark Angels to stand firmly on his side. The Dark Angels chapter has many sub-chapters. The statement of the parent group also represents the attitude of those subgroups. When the time comes, we will win over the Imperial Fist again. With the Great Rift as the boundary, on the side of the Imperial Sanctuary, Guilliman will have no obstacles, and there will be no large-scale forces that can resist him. Terra's side was really emptied. After receiving Ezekiel's promise of loyalty, Guilliman left satisfied and returned to his mothership. Azrael is still sleeping because of accepting the original casting upgrade. Guilliman took a look, and after learning that it would take some time to wake up, he decided not to wait. After he explained some things to Ezekiel and others, took Celestine, Grey, Calgar, and others and the huge fleet away. This time the voyage is very simple, that is to go to Terra and meet the Emperor. Of course, before officially going to Terra, he also has to make some preparations. In order to be safe, Guilliman planned to go to the Beta Garmin galaxy first, and use his power to replace the defenders and managers there with his own people. The Beta Garmin system sits at the confluence of several stable warp lanes. Is the fastest route to Terra. Whoever controls the Beta Garmin galaxy can be said to have strangled Terra by the throat. Guilliman doesn't have the slightest confidence in the conservative faction in Terra. Ordinary people can't even imagine how terrible things they can do for power. During the Beast War, in order to fight for power, many departments turned a blind eye to the plight of the Empire and only wanted to grab more power. Had it not been for the last survivors of the Imperial Fists, the Kurds had initiated the High Wall Protocol. The Orc warlord Beast will do what Horus failed to do, and that is take Terra. In addition to the chaos of the Beast War, the age of the state religion is also extremely terrifying. Countless planets in the Empire were accused of heresy and then exterminated directly. The number of casualties was no less than that during the Horus Rebellion. Not to mention the most notorious Abyssal Expedition, the head offering event of 30 battle groups. And the subsequent assassination of Sun Commander-in-Chief Makalayu. These things all show how serious the political struggle for power in the Empire is. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Many absurd and unreasonable military decisions were made because of bureaucratic infighting. In order to bring down political enemies and attack dissidents, they did not hesitate to betray their allies, and even sat back and watched the people of the Empire be massacred by aliens and chaos. Guilliman didn't doubt that they would kill him. You must know that when the Emperor launched the Unification War and the Great Crusade, the assassins were the ones the custodians dealt with the most. Those lunatics dared to kill the Emperor for their own power and so-called beliefs. It is very difficult to count on those wastes to fight against chaos and think about the future of mankind. In other words, if playing tricks is equal to combat power, the bureaucrats on Terra would have already blown up the subspace and suppressed the four gods. Controlling the Beta Garmin galaxy is sending a message to those powerful and powerful people who have evil intentions. Whoever dares to play tricks, Guilliman dares to touch anyone. The Beta Garmin galaxy is controlled, and the entire solar galaxy is equivalent to something in the bag, which is controlled by Guilliman. Expeditionary fleet departs. A part of the technical priests stayed, and they will assist the Dark Angels to complete the upgrade of the original casting, so that they can embark on the road of true demigods. Taking this opportunity, Ezekiel controlled the Dark Angels to launch a purge, cleaning up all the traitors and cultists lurking inside the megalith fortress. The turmoil in the stone fortress also ends here. The wheel of fate is still rolling forward. Endless darkness. His consciousness returned from nothingness. He was the Deathbringer, the Emperor's angel. Born from ancient genetic technology and knowledge. Remodeled for a unique purpose. A killing machine created for a vast empire never before seen by man. From alien to chaos, from the Armageddon Crusade to the Great Rift, he has experienced countless battles. With blades and explosive bombs, wipe out the enemies of mankind. He is an instrument of the Emperor's will. From a recruit to a veteran, then to a company commander and finally to serve as a great mentor. He has been almost on the dark path several times because of his arrogance, but each time he has been able to return to the right track in time. He has seen battle brothers die, seen friends betrayed, and fought those damned enemies. However, this time, he almost thought that he too was about to end. Malevolent force invaded his body, destroying the Emperor's gift. He saw the exclamation of those people, and the scalpel cut open his wound, exposing his internal organs. Those people were trying to save him. However, the viciousness of the warp is far beyond imagination. They can corrode and destroy everything. He fell into a deep sleep of nothingness until this moment came. The mechanical voice echoed in his soul. The dark particle fusion progress reached 100%, Guilliman's heart was successfully activated. Conform to the opening conditions of the Emperor Angel Battle Engine, the data template has been opened. Personal information reading and loading. Target confirmation, Azrael, the great mentor of the Dark Angels. Loaded capacity, none. Connected database, none. Detected that the target is in an endangered state, trying to repair the body. Body repair is in progress, the current progress is 1%. Body repair completed, current progress 100%. A series of reminders kept ringing in his mind. Following these voices, Azrael could feel that his will had regained control of his body. It seems that Calgar saved him and gave him some special abilities. The warm nutrient solution soaked his body and poured into his mouth, ears, and eyes. It's commendable, he fits the transformation perfectly. A voice sounded. Azrael tried hard to open his eyes, trying to see the speaker clearly. However, a sticky substance glued his eyelids together, and with all his strength, he could barely open a gap. He found himself lying in a transparent nutrition tank, with several catheters connecting his body. In front of the nutrition stood two mortals in white clothes. With years of combat experience, Azrael judged their threat with his blurred vision. Their height only reached his abdomen, he could easily kill these two people. Azrael noticed that both were working on the data pads they were carrying. They were talking to each other, but he couldn't hear clearly, and could only catch a few words. A mechanical hum sounded. The nutrient solution soaking him began to decrease. The coldness in the air covered his naked body, and his pores shrank and wrinkled. The nutrition cabin was opened, and two mechanical servants walked over from the side, helping Azrael onto a bed pushed over. Guilliman's heart is really a miracle. His body has been greatly strengthened. My God, I have never seen such an enhancement technology. It is flawless and stimulates cell strengthening from the root, and optimize the gene end. One of the men in white spoke excitedly, unable to hide the excitement in his heart. Praise Guilliman for his wisdom. Another man in white said, it's perfect. At this time, two figures in power armor walked in from the door. Thank God, you finally woke up, Azrael. You have been in a coma for so long, I once thought we had lost you. A familiar voice came. Azrael raised his head and looked at the other party. A name popped into his head. Ezekiel, he said. It seems that there is no deviation in memory. Ezekiel looked at Azrael and said with a smile, unable to conceal his excitement. Azrael tried hard to recall the past. He was attacked, then fell into a coma, and he didn't know what happened afterwards. Calgar saved you, and the regent of the empire, the 13 Primarchs saved the stone fortress, he repelled the demons, and led us to activate the backhand left by the Dark Watcher to prevent the revival of the ancient monster, the only one unfortunately, Luther escaped. Ezekiel briefly summarizes what happened during this time. The imperial regent is here? Where is he? Azrael said. He has already left and needs to go to Terra. He is going to tidy up the chaotic Terra and get away from the Emperor to return the lion. Ezekiel said, but he also put forward conditions. He needs we sent someone to arrest Luther and get clues about Ryan from the other party. Luther, that damned traitor. Azrael's weak tone carried a trace of anger. I've sent people to hunt it down, so you don't need to worry about it. Ezekiel said, the most important thing for us now is to complete the upgrade of the original casting. I was a little worried about the upgrade of the original casting requested by the regent of the empire, so rashly changing the emperor's gift could have dire consequences. But now that you're awake, I have a little faith in it. You have successfully fused Guilliman's heart, and then you only need to fuse other organs. It is estimated that within 3 months, you will be able to complete the upgrade, and you will become even stronger. After introducing the situation in detail, Ezekiel asked the servant to push Azrael on the gurney to the next operating room. The Great Mentor will complete the Primordial Forge upgrade and gain a new life. Azrael didn't refuse, and let those machine servants fiddle with him. He knew very well that the most important thing now was to cooperate, so that he could gain stronger power as soon as possible. The heart of Guilliman implanted gave him a glimpse of another path. If it succeeds, fighting Luther will become an extremely easy task. With the awakening of Guilliman, the Empire has changed in every way. The Empire's control over various worlds has increased, its military strength has also increased, and science and rationality have gradually returned. These changes are hope and the future for many people. For many bureaucrats in Terra, it is undoubtedly a deadly news. The news that Guilliman left the stone fortress and was coming to Terra quickly spread. Quickly caused a burst of panic in the crowd. Some imperial newspapers who resented the Primarch's reform measures even published a very radical report. Shameless traitors will desecrate Terra, this is the death of the Empire. Chapter 149 This is a great era, for subscription. Terra. The home of mankind. The core of imperial power. The greatest man, planet where the Emperor sleeps. All decrees about the Empire are issued from here and are executed by institutions at all levels of the Empire. Dispatch the army, collect tithes, issue extinction orders, fight against aliens, fight against chaos, build new troops, form new battle groups, etc. Many orders are issued by Terra. Terra is the seat of the supreme power of the Empire, and it is the place where every capable and powerful person wants to come. Why do they all want Terra? Because only here, they have a chance to hold the highest power. Only then can we make great progress and make further progress. Terra's nobles also think highly of themselves. They think that they are the masters of the Empire. It is their wisdom and talent that protect the Empire to survive in the dark galaxy. This arrogant thought continued until Guilliman woke up. The 13 Primarchs, the Emperor's son, the regent of the Empire, Guilliman's every identity is so scary. Each name represents the legitimacy of the Empire and his status as the heir to the Empire. Represents his great power. Represents the terror of his influence. The news of Macrage came, and when many Terran nobles knew that Guilliman had awakened, they were quite happy. The big rift is coming, and the natural disasters formed by demons and aliens are ravaging the planet of the Empire. Wars have increased, and the Empire has become more and more exhausted. The return of a Primarch is undoubtedly exciting. Certainly able to keep the crumbling Empire going. Maybe they can take their power a step further and gain more power. However, when Guilliman announced that he would carry out a comprehensive reform of the existing system of the Empire, their attitude changed. News of various reforms came, and families that had lasted for thousands of years were uprooted, and more capable people were put in place. Some families who resisted were sent to the punishment camp as a whole, and they were sent to death as cannon fodder. The hereditary power of the family is deprived, and even businessmen need to be under unified management in order to obtain the qualifications to do business. Such news came one after another, making countless nobles feel panic and uneasy. The tax system has also been re-reformed, and most of the profits were taken away by Guilliman's new system, and handed over to Macrage's new council to reallocate and distribute them for recruiting new troops, building backward planets, etc. Chamber of Commerce is firmly controlled. The original tax system was reformed. Hereditary powers are abolished. These reforms will inevitably cause many nobles to lose their original status. They really don't have the confidence to compete in such a large human group. For this reason, many nobles felt dissatisfied, and they secretly cursed the Primarch angrily. Before long, they were publicly cursing and spreading the word about Guilliman's evil deeds. Terra's evaluation of Guilliman quickly changed from the savior he promoted at the beginning to a traitor and a robber. Despicable and shameless traitor. The most hated Primarch in history. They spend more time stigmatizing Guilliman than they do their own work. The Imperial Senate that Guilliman once set up is also arguing endlessly about his return. Some people claim that Guilliman's reforms are a betrayal of the Emperor. This part of the people belongs to the conservatives, and they ask Guilliman to maintain the original system and many regulations. Some people feel that the empire has reached the point where it has to change. These people belong to the radical faction and support Guilliman's reforms, even if it will lead to a decline in power. The two sides are at war with each other, and the struggle continues. But on the whole, on Terra, the conservatives are stronger than the radicals. Those who can enter the bureaucratic system of Terra are basically powerful families or top dignitaries, especially those who enter the Imperial Senate. The energy behind it is incredible. Thousands of years of accumulation have been surpassed by decades of hard work, and they are unwilling. The struggle between the two factions is reflected in various aspects. The Imperial Senate was also involved in this storm. As the highest authority of the Empire, the Senate is composed of 12 most powerful people of the human race, the High Lords. This institution coordinates and manages various political decisions within the Empire in the name of the Emperor. In the beginning, the Senate was created by the Emperor. At that time, the Imperial Prime Minister, Malcador, served as the head of the Parliament, making various decisions and managing the Empire instead of the Emperor. With the Horus Rebellion, the Senate was finally dissolved. When the Horus Rebellion ended, Guilliman, who was appointed by the Emperor as the regent of the Empire, rebuilt the Terra Parliament as a transition, so that he could optimize the ruling structure of the Empire in the future. Unfortunately, in the pursuit of the traitorous Emperor's children Primarch, Fulgrim, Guilliman accidentally fell into an ambush. During the Battle of Thessala, he was stabbed by Fulgrim and fell into a deep sleep in the stasis field. This also caused the management model of the Terra Senate to be fixed, and no one will reform it. In the days that followed, the administrative efficiency of the Senate became more and more sluggish. The Senate not only failed to bring change and innovation to the Empire, but instead became the driving force behind pushing the Empire into the abyss. In order to ascend to the throne, the High Lord had to promise a lot of benefits to the family and other dignitaries who supported him, and promised to take care of their interests after ascending to the throne. As a result, the chain of interests becomes more and more complicated. It is conceivable that if Guilliman's reform decree is to be implemented in Terra, there will be a lot of resistance. You must know that there have always been only individuals who betrayed the class, never a class who betrayed the class. Facing the current chaos on Terra, the Prime Minister of the Empire, Tyrion, felt a little helpless. The situation has gotten out of control. The dignitaries at the bottom kept cursing, the Imperial Daily published all kinds of radical reports, and even the state religion was secretly indulgent. Restless and terrified dignitaries made several proposals to prevent the Primarch from reaching Terra. Currently the High Lords are discussing the proposal, and plan to implement it. Tyrion felt that they had gone mad, at least from the current stage they had fallen into madness. After a day of futile arguments, Tyrion was summoned by the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Chief Lord of the Terra Council of Elders, Iltu. The face of the other party was very pale, and it seemed that there was no blood left. Tyrion knew that this guy was injected with too many life-extending potions. Mortals have a limited lifespan. Living through centuries is already a difficult thing. During these 10,000 years, the Empire has not made any progress in the field of scientific research. The same is true for the direction of life extension. Technological progress has almost stagnated, and it is still regressing. This is a very sad thing. Tyrion followed in the footsteps of the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Irtu, and walked into a private room, where it was guaranteed that their conversation would not be eavesdropped by a third person. The room is luxuriously decorated, a huge red carpet is laid on the floor, and the walls are covered with precious works of various artists. Desks made of logs brought from other galaxies, with fruit from the farming world on top. Terra no longer has any agriculture, and it relies on food delivered from other worlds to sustain it. The value of these fruits is many times more expensive than the equivalent gold. They are very fresh, no more than a week after picking. This is unimaginable for a slow-moving empire. Of course, this is just an inconspicuous manifestation of the power of the members of the Imperial Senate. A piece of fruit is the wealth of a small nobleman's life. Now that the subspace storm is raging, the fleet dare not sail easily, and the price of fruits is also rising steadily. A lot of low-level fruits, not to mention fruits, are blessed by the Emperor if they can eat enough. Irtu sat in his seat, and he motioned for Tyrion to sit in front of him. The situation is becoming more and more complicated. Irtu showed worry and anxiety, people have become fearful and uneasy. Tyrion didn't speak. He carefully looked at the High Lord in front of him, waiting for the other party's next words. He is only the executor of the policies of the Imperial Senate. In a sense, he serves these High Lords and executes their orders. We must take action to stop the absurd actions of the Primarch. His reforms have seriously hit the enthusiasm of a large number of loyalists. Many people are complaining that they have paid everything for the Empire, but now the Primarch is going to abandon them. It's too ruthless. Speaking of this, Irtu stood up, paced back and forth, and his face became more serious. But he is the Primarch, the Emperor's son, or the regent of the Empire. No matter in terms of law, legal system, or moral ethics, he is the heir and first controller of the Empire. Tyrion said carefully. To be honest, Tyrion didn't know what to do. The last active Primarch disappeared thousands of years ago, becoming a myth. Even the great archives of the law cannot go back so far. No one expected that the return of the Primarch would launch reforms that would affect the entire Empire. He was regent of the Empire, I do not deny that. But do not forget that he was also part of the great heresy that nearly destroyed us, and that Horus the traitor, and many Daemon Primarches were his brothers. They launched a war to seize the power of the Emperor, and almost brought the entire human race into the abyss. Irtu's tone was contemptuous. Obviously, Guilliman's possible deprivation of his power made him lose his awe of the Primarch. Those fools say that this reformation will bring a new dawn to mankind. I fear that such a reformation will only bring us the old night. Humanity has suffered enough, and the Primarch has given us much suffering. Do the other High Lords think the same? Tyrion asked. Are they all opposed to the Primarch's return and reformation? There are some people who support me, the Pope, the Foundry General, the Merchant, and several marshals. But the Tribunal and the Assassin Court strongly opposed my proposal. They claimed that we put power in a higher position than the Empire. Yertu said with some annoyance, these are groundless accusations, but I can't stop them from happening. Their radical words made some people follow them. Tyrion was in some pain. He looked at Yertu, and memories of the past appeared in his mind. Before Guilliman woke up, he had been trying to persuade the High Lord to increase the troops of the Cadia fortress, and even sent out the Imperial army to defend the Cadia fortress at all costs. However, the decision-making of the High Lords is very slow. When the final decision was about to be made, news of Cadia's fall came. This has to be said to be a very sad thing. The High Lords had the opportunity to stop all this, but because of the inefficiency caused by internal fighting, they lost their last chance. My lord, perhaps we should send someone to talk to the Primarch and make an agreement with him, knowing that the reforms the Primarch needs will take a long time to achieve. We can be a product of his transition, which will allow us to retreat unscathed and bring fame and applause. Tyrion suggested a compromise. The territory of the Empire is very large, and Guilliman's reforms will take decades, or even hundreds of years, to cover many territories of the Empire. During this period, they only need to reach an agreement with Guilliman, and they can land safely without being liquidated. In a filthy swamp, it would be foolish to expect the lotus inside to be spotless. Terra's bureaucracy is like this, it has been rotten for 10,000 years. There have even been unspoken rules, only when you become the same kind of person will you be accepted by other dignitaries. As long as you stand in this position, the distribution and entanglement of interests is necessary. No, it's not for ourselves, but for the Empire, and for the well-being of thousands of people of the Empire. Ilta's face was gloomy, the reform and power of the Primarch is the real danger to the Empire. What do you think Guilliman would do once he was given supreme power in the Empire? Another great crusade? Cleanse everything we've worked so hard to build. And now he's doing that. Isn't it a red flag that he launched an indomitable crusade to wipe out those nobles who disobeyed him and treat those loyal as aliens in chaos? As Chancellor of the Empire, you know the history of those taboos, don't you? They are brother-in-law lunatics who tore apart the galaxy in order to fight for power. Let's look at the history and see how much destruction they have brought. Guilliman's return in power will inevitably bring suffering to the people of the Empire. Pour have pity on them, Tyrion. Tyrion didn't answer, he remembered something interesting. Before Guilliman woke up, the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs in front of him kept talking about the scriptures and laws created by Guilliman. When Tyrion proposed to unban the Wanfu regiment and increase troops to the Cadia fortress, Aertu, General Foundry, steward of the Star Torch Court, and other opponents all spoke of Guilliman's holy scriptures as a reason for opposing the lifting of the ban on the 10,000 orders. This is the wisdom left to us by the Supreme Commander of the Empire, the Great Primarch. The holy scriptures and laws have helped us extend the Empire for thousands of years. If it is easily changed, it will undoubtedly lead to self-destruction. Tyrion clearly remembered what Aertu said back then. The supreme wisdom that Aertu once claimed to be admiring over and over again has now become a potential rebellion in his own mouth, a terrifying Primarch that almost split the Empire. And Tyrion, who tried to destroy Guilliman's holy scriptures, wanted to unban the Wanfu and unban the holy scriptures. For this reason, the guy who was accused of blaspheming the imperial regency and was almost labeled as a traitor became a supporter of Guilliman's reform. This is undoubtedly a huge irony and reversal. These guys never cared about Guilliman's canon or anything, they cared about the system that gave and maintained their power. Selfishness is disguised with loyalty, and greed is decorated with dedication. Tyrion carefully concealed his true inner thoughts. Then how do you stop him? In addition to the support of the law, he is also the commander of a legion, and those space warriors will fight for him. The legion no longer exists, right? The era of interstellar warriors crossing the galaxy is over and has become a long history, so the Primarch should also become history. But Calgar, and many battle groups have responded to his orders. Otherwise, he would not be able to organize a large-scale expedition, let alone build such a magnificent fleet. Tyrion said, according to the existing clues, Ultramar and several other star regions that have surrendered to him already have the ability to manufacture armaments on a large scale, and those armaments are stronger than those of Mars, and the manufacturing speed is faster. We still have an advantage, don't we? The Custodian and the Imperial Fists are still on Terra, and many warbands have not yet declared their allegiance to him. We still have a chance, and many of the war preparations on Mars will be lifted because of this. The rogue traders have already stated their position, they will support us. The Forged General of Mars promises to provide us with more armaments, and summons the Titans and Star warbands who obey them. The Grey Knights and many warbands are subject to the Inquisition. The representatives of the Inquisition Wade is not happy with Vinzenhorn, and they will be our strength. In addition to these, the Pope's Inquisition, the Admiral and the Field Marshal have promised to give us more support, and we will be able to mobilize a large-scale legion to prevent the Primarch from coming to Terra. We will use the fastest pass many bills quickly, and then mobilize the army to block the Primarch in the Beta Garmin system. Tyrion looked at Aertu, with a rare look of astonishment in his eyes, followed by his inner anger. Of course, he didn't show it. He keeps these emotions hidden inside himself. Facing the plight of Cadia, Iltu and his supporters claimed that they had to vote in accordance with the complicated procedures of the Empire before they could lift the ban on the Wanfu regiment and mobilize troops to support the Cadia fortress. And now, face your own power. They were able to mobilize a huge army to fight against the Antigen with incredible speed. If it was before, they have always had this speed. Many enemies of the Empire may have been overwhelmed and destroyed by the endless human army long ago. It is impossible for us to fight against a Primarch, his military strength and reputation are too strong. Tyrion thought for a long time before speaking. The Primarch is not invincible, they will also fail and die. Yato's tone became agitated. As long as we work together, we can defeat him. He can't take power from us, and he can't. No. We will show him by action that the time of the Primarch is over. Those guys say the Empire is a slowly decaying corpse, but I never believed that we are greater than before, and the trials before us are the same as the difficulties we have overcome before. We are more adaptable to suffering and more united than before unanimously, we face darker days longer than his. His time is past, and this time is ours. The people of the Empire support us. Are we going to push those poor people into the abyss? The reforms and expeditions launched by Guilliman are the bottomless abyss, which will kill everyone. The director of the Ministry of Internal Affairs has gone crazy, and Tyrion made a judgment on Iltu, who waved his hands and gave an impassioned speech. Considering the current power of conservatives, Tyrion knew that he had to be careful, otherwise he might be in danger. So what do you want me to do? Iltu walked to Tyrion's side, with a maddened tone in his tone. Support us, Tyrion, and persuade the Imperial Army and the Assassin Court, as well as those who hesitate and even oppose our army to join in, let them recognize the form and stand on the side of justice. We must work hard, otherwise the Emperor's power will be taken away by the 13 Primarches. You have to let the Custodian Marshal know that once Guilliman seizes power, in order to clear the way, he may directly kill the Emperor. In this way, no one can stop him. Guilliman cannot become the new Lord of Terra. If he wants to reform, let him go back to Ultramar and hide in his own little kingdom. We can give him enough autonomy. Carl, let JA and the other warbands go to Ultramar if they want to, and we can create a whole new warband to replace them. Tyrion was silent for a moment before nodding. My duty is to serve the High Lord. If this is an order from the High Lord Council, then I will faithfully execute it. This is the best way, Prime Minister, you will find yourself making an extremely wise decision. Yato said. Tyrion smiled, did not say anything more, saluted, turned and left, and ended the meeting. Walked out of the mansion of the Minister of Internal Affairs, the assistants and bodyguards who had been waiting for a long time welcomed Tyrion into the aircraft. The scope of the Imperial Palace is very vast. If you rely on walking, the speed is too slow. The best way is to use the aircraft to quickly shuttle between buildings. Terra has gathered the most nobles in the Empire, and they all have their own flying machines, which they consider a status symbol. The aircraft that shuttle in it is like a school of fish in the ocean. Of course, Terra no longer has oceans. Tyrion has been to other worlds and seen oceans in those worlds. To be honest, the ocean is beautiful. Unfortunately, it does not belong to Terra. The aircraft flew straight to Tyrion's mansion, and Tyrion sat in front of the high-strength bulletproof glass, looking at the magnificent city of Terra. Because of air pollution, the city has always been shrouded in a faint, hazy smog. The cloud and mist allowed Tyrion to see only the hazy outlines of buildings. Even the reflected sunlight seems to be polluted, and it looks slightly dim when it shines on the building. This is the norm on Terra. In some ways, Terra's homeworld is not much different from those polluted industrial planets. Those toxic air deposits at the bottom of the city, inhaled into the lungs of those poor people and mutants who have nothing, hastening their death. The rich and powerful are indifferent to this, they live in the highest places, where the air is clean and pleasant. They have gardens, fountains, and various luxurious and exquisite mansions that those at the bottom do not have. Enjoy natural and clean food. They don't care about the suffering suffered by the bottom. Recently, due to the subspace storm, there was a shortage of food on Terra. The High Lords don't care, they allocate those safe waterways for the benefit of which family should be controlled. Cultists, gangsters, and those shady forces are also flourishing in Terra. Those in power don't want to clean up those cancers. When necessary, these cancerous tumors can be used to attack one's enemies, or become a tool for oneself to deal with some shady black work. Tyrion sat on the aircraft, looking at the city of Terra. Every building is magnificent and gorgeous, extending into the atmosphere. All kinds of majestic sculptures can be seen everywhere. Those exquisite paintings are all from the hands of well-known artists. This is a splendid city. The embodiment of the great era in the mouth of Iltu. Tyrion moved his gaze down, and the neon lights were shining. That was the residence of the bottom people. The people there breathe the poisonous air. Eating synthetic food. They are cheap labor for the Empire. Tyrion recently hopes to pass a decree to limit the disorderly price increase of the Chamber of Commerce and ensure the survival of the bottom. But according to the progress of the High Lord meeting, it will take at least a year to process this decree. Regarding this, Tyrion was also very helpless. There is not much he can do, the most he can do is to reduce the suffering of those at the bottom as much as possible. The imperial bureaucracy has become an extremely inefficient but cruel machine. Tyrion knows himself, and he can't change this machine. Tyrion withdrew his gaze, tapped on his desktop, lost in thought. He recalled every conversation he had with Yi Ertu, and at the same time flipped through the latest information, guessing that Yi Ertu and others would mobilize those troops, and what he could do. He didn't like the civil war. At least at this moment, it would be foolish to start a civil war. He doesn't like Guilliman either, and the other party's reforms will make him lose a lot. The power of the family, and the wealth accumulated over the years. But he knew very well that Guilliman was still right. The empire is dying, and continuing to maintain the old system will only lead the empire to the abyss. He had to do his duty, to protect those worlds and the emperor from the Xenos and chaos. For his duty, Tyrion could only help Guilliman. Help the opponent to break up the crisis of civil war. Help the opponent clear the obstacles, come to Terra, put the noose of reform around his neck, and destroy everything about him. The aircraft passed through the many buildings, and finally landed on the large platform in front of Tyrion's mansion. Dozens of bodyguards came out to check the surrounding situation for him. Assassinations are very common. Usually come from political opponents and forces with different ideas who want to be superior. After confirming safety, Tyrion stepped out of the aircraft and entered the mansion. The servant came to report that the Cadia general he was going to meet earlier was already waiting for him. Tyrion received the other party in the study. The opponent is very tall, burly, with strong limbs, like a little giant. The position of the right eye was installed with a biochemical prosthesis. There is a scar across the entire cheek on his face, and he has short grey hair. Exudes the unique atmosphere of a soldier, fierce and hostile. His face is tired, but his demeanor is decent. General Hastur. Tyrion handed over a glass of drink with a very kind tone. This is his innate talent, and he can always switch to the most suitable state and tone of the opponent. Hast and Tyrion have a good relationship, because Tyrion is the group of people in Terra who care most about Cadian Fortress. Urging Mars to promise equipment for Cadian Fortress, proposing more support, and allocating supplies are all promoted by Tyrion. Prime Minister. Hastur said with tiredness in his tone, and picked up Ryan's drink, I don't know if you summoned me for something. After the fall of Cadian, the surviving Cadians fought around, trying to paralyze themselves and forget that their home world was destroyed by the great predator Abaddon. The same goes for Hastur. During this period, he encountered some difficulties before choosing to return to the solar system. He wants to get documents from Terra to get more resources so that he can continue to attack the enemies of mankind. Didn't you get an order from the Admiral or the Field Marshal? Tyrion said, an order to change your purpose. Got it, they want me to go to the Beta Galman galaxy to stop the regent of the Empire, I think they are all crazy. Hastur said without hesitation, and I feel very ironic, when I spent it took 10 years to get 50 regiments, 5 or 600,000 people. Now, they only spent a few months preparing 100 times more military force than this. If there was such an efficiency, the Cadian fortress would never have fallen. With all due respect, this is no less than a betrayal. The Cadian fortress has become a victim of political struggle. The slow flow on Terra is like a bottomless pit, which makes the aspirant feel both pointless and frustrating. When mankind is facing an unprecedented crisis, Terra's bureaucracy has become an obstacle on the way to salvation. Only when the interests of the powerful are threatened, will the system run quickly. You are very angry at their orders, said Tyrion. Shouldn't I be angry? My homeland was destroyed, and more than 90% of Cadian died on the battlefield. I was like a stray wild dog biting wildly around the galaxy to vent my anger. Hastur said angrily. I once came to Terra, groveling and humbly begging for support, begging the High Lords to pay attention to the threat of the big looters, but they turned a blind eye to it, and it took me 10 years before I finally left with hundreds of thousands of people. And now, they have spent several months gathering millions of star troops, a huge imperial fleet and the Titan Order. Isn't this Terra's betrayal of Cadian? Tyrion hadn't said anything, and Hastur had every right to be angry about it. And this anger is also what he needs. Cadian Fortress held back the great marauders and the Eye of Terror for the Empire for 10,000 years, only to fall because of the increasingly corrupt imperial bureaucracy. They became vagrants, being excluded and stared at everywhere. Can only paralyze himself with crazy fighting. Waited until Hastur calmed down before Tyrion continued, I hope you will answer their call and join the team heading to Beta Garman. What do you mean? Do you want me to continue to serve those High Lords who disregarded the Cadian Fortress and fight the Primarch's army? Use the lives of the Cadians to stabilize their power. Hastur questioned Tyrion with anger in his eyes. No, Hastur. Tyrion said, that's not my purpose. The current empire cannot afford a large-scale civil war. Soldiers who die fighting for power are a terrible crime. Their lives it shouldn't be wasted like this. But I can't stop the madness of the High Lords, and the conservative faction headed by Yato controls most of Terra's power. Therefore, I have no way to confront him openly. The only hope of stopping this civil war lies in the regent of the empire. His military strength is strong enough, and most of the warbands support him. You join Ilta's team and go to Beta Garman. At the critical moment, passing on the relevant defense information and defecting on the battlefield will deal a blow to the morale of the unstable army, so that the Primarch can win at the least cost. Hearing this, Hastur's anger subsided a lot. Is this okay? It's hard to do it with my troops alone. You won't fight alone. During this time, I will recruit some like-minded generals and lobby the Imperial Fists chapter commander and the Marshal of the Forbidden Army. We don't need to destroy the entire dam, as long as we destroy the key nodes, it can cause the dam to collapse under water pressure. And the troops that Yato is building are the dam we are going to deal with. Tyrion revealed his plan. Hast fell silent, and after a while, he agreed. Terra's conservative forces are too strong, and Tyrion's solution is undoubtedly the best. Getting Hastur's promise, Tyrion smiled. Very well, but please be sure to keep our conversation private, or it will be for naught. I will, Hastur said. Tyrion sent Hastur to the door, performed a sky eagle salute, and said goodbye to him. May he bless you. May he bless you too, Hastur said. Afterwards, he walked towards his aircraft and left under the protection of several personal soldiers. Tyrion watched the aircraft leave, and ordered his servants to take out the data pads and read the information of each unit. He has to see who the next person to persuade is. Only those who are dissatisfied with Terra's bureaucracy and have hope for the Primarch can be recruited. He must do this very carefully. Otherwise, it would be disastrous for Valtu and others to know about it. The High Lord will never be stingy in sending dead soldiers or using his connections and power to kill him. Terra's upper layer is undercurrents, while the bottom layer is also turbulent. The collapse of the Great Rift, the dark fate of mankind affects those people at the bottom in a special way. The warp space storm has made warp space navigation dangerous, and many fleets dare not take risks. Several families have monopolized the supply of materials with the help of several hidden safe waterways and the protection of the High Lord. And under the pretext of the risk of subspace navigation, prices were raised, and they began to collect money crazily. There is nothing the Ministry of Justice and the trial court can do about this behavior. Those families took advantage of the loopholes in the laws of the Empire and used the influence of the Chamber of Commerce to interfere with the decision-making of the High Lord's Conference. Coupled with the inefficiency of the High Lord Council, these families are extremely unscrupulous. These families are shameless to the extreme, and prices rise several times a day. Too high to grab every drop of wealth from the poor. Let them sell everything they own to enrich the family wealth of those with vested interests. Judges and legal officials can only desperately suppress those bottom-level people who intend to riot. A large number of leaders who incited the mob were burned at the stake, using an iron fist to declare that the order of the Empire should not be offended. These traitors will be sentenced to fire. They have been bewitched by the cultists. In the name of the Emperor, give these traitors death. An official of the Ministry of Justice stood on a suspended platform and used a loudspeaker to announce the verdict to the people of the Empire who crowded over. Several men and women were pushed to the stake. The law enforcer pulled the trigger, and flames spurted out, burning those guys into coke amidst screams. With proud smiles on their faces, they seemed to be announcing to people. Behold, I have burned another traitor of chaos for the Emperor. What a noble and just thing this is. The Emperor will rejoice in what I have done. Nawa was one of the civilians watching. He witnessed his friend screaming in the flames, and his friend's 2 children heard their father's screams, and hid in his arms and wept silently. Tears flowed down her immature face, and her eyes were full of hatred. When he realized that the Ministry of Justice had taken action, his friend sent the child to Nava's house to avoid being implicated by himself. Fortunately, the Ministry of Justice only wanted to quickly suppress the riots and use a strong gesture to declare that the laws of the Empire should not be offended. They don't want to waste time investigating the background of these leaders. After executing the leader, the people from the Ministry of Justice left. Nawa looked at his friend's body with a sad expression on his face, but there was nothing he could do. No one dares to contain the corpse, otherwise they will be labeled as cult traitors. Nawa felt extremely angry in his heart, and he knew one thing very clearly. That is, the friends who have been with each other for many years are definitely not some cult traitors. He's just a poor worker trying to keep the Chamber of Commerce from raising prices. The meager salary is all used to buy food, which cannot support myself and my 2 children. For this reason, friends can only protest the price increase of the Chamber of Commerce family, hoping to unite everyone to fight against unscrupulous chambers of commerce who take the opportunity to raise prices to make money. The situation got out of control amidst the Chamber of Commerce's reluctance to compromise and the dispute between a group of hungry and crazy people. The protesters turned into thugs, stormed the Chamber of Commerce, killed the shop assistants, and took away the food. But for those high-ranking Terra dignitaries, the bottom has never been worthy of attention. For the sake of a great empire, the bottom should endure suffering silently and move forward with heavy burdens. For this riot, they feel unparalleled anger, which is a provocation to the Empire. The Ministry of Justice made a thunderous attack, arresting the leaders with lightning speed and sending them to the stake. The corpse was thrown on the stake, and no one restrained it. Nawa did not dare to collect the corpse. The Ministry of Justice is now arresting people everywhere. Whoever collects the corpse is undoubtedly giving the other party an excuse. An adulterous cult, the hat of betraying the Emperor has been buckled. The lighter ones will be stripped of their skin, while the more serious ones will be served on the stake. He picked up the 2 children and walked home. Some projected images are projected along the road. Inside, speeches of several big figures are being delivered. A publicity official from the Ministry of Justice roared loudly in the video. This is the best era. We have achieved greater achievements than our ancestors. Look at the magnificent buildings of Terra and our army. The Emperor will be pleased. However, those cunning traitors still want to take going through all this. I call upon the people to arm themselves against those enemies who seek to destroy our good life. The traitor who has turned his back on the glory of the Emperor and deceived people with demagogic language is about to reach the Beta Garmin galaxy, and our brave army assembled. The loathsome traitor must be driven out of the sacred solar system. Nawa turned a blind eye to this, and walked forward with the child. But after a while, another image appeared. A man dressed luxuriously and from a high-class society is talking about the rebellion. Regardless of any reason, rebellion is intolerable. It is a blasphemy and betrayal of the Holy Emperor. The Ministry of Justice should take a tougher stance to suppress those thugs, maintain the dignity of the Empire, and uphold the laws of the Empire. Chapter 150 The Turbulence of Terra, subscription required. The man in the video spoke very vigorously, impassioned, and full of passion. Words such as Holy Emperor, Great Empire, and Best Era emerge endlessly. Impressively, he had an expression of singing praises in the prosperity of the empire. He too. Nawa spat at the video of the speech. All of them are liars. Go to his great age. Those damned high lords are all damned, a bunch of shameless and despicable beasts. Nawa cursed angrily in a low voice. But he quickly shut up. Not far away, a man in the uniform of the Ministry of Justice looked at him unkindly. Dare to express dissatisfaction with the empire? Could it be potential thugs? Realizing the danger, Nawa stopped talking. Those guys in the legal department can't reason with him. Once they are found guilty, they will do it directly, and there will be no room for negotiation. Many members of the Ministry of Justice feel good about themselves, thinking that they are the embodiment of justice and the executor of the emperor's will. Those who dare to disobey the laws of the empire are thugs, traitors, and should be executed. Only in this way can the majesty of the emperor be demonstrated and the dignity of the empire can be maintained. Nawa no longer paid attention to the holographic projections on the side of the road. He silently walked towards his dilapidated home with his friend's 2 children. His joints ached when he walked. The poor quality prosthetic implants were torturing his fragile nerves. Those gangsters took the scraps that were not needed by the mechanics, repaired them and sold them to people like Nawa who had no money but needed prosthetics. Those prosthetics have certain side effects, and they don't fit well with flesh and blood, and usually cause rejection. If it is serious, it will make those implanted feel miserable. On the streets, there are people like Nawa everywhere. Their eyes were full of indignation. Those images that promote the goodness of the high lords and the empire are fooling them. But because of the horror of the legal department, he had to shut up and dare not speak casually. Nawa sometimes doubts the meaning of coming to this world. While alive, he was cheap labor for those industrial families. After he died, his body was purchased by those food families and thrown into the machine to make corpse starch. From beginning to end, his life seems to have no meaning. Nawa no longer has any expectations for his future. In such years, all life can see the head at a glance, and there will be no change. There is no doubt that these are the worst times. Everyone lives to live. Nawa lives in a residential area consisting of a large building in the lower hive. There are hundreds of thousands of people living there, divided into many layers. Nawa did not count. Anyway, he will only go to his own floor. In that old, creaking elevator, he never pressed the buttons for other floors. Sometimes, curiosity is not a good thing. Meeting gangsters or mutants, that would definitely be a nightmare. Not to mention that the peaceful life is broken, there may be life-threatening. Passing through the dimly lit corridor, Nawa returned to his home. His room is very poorly decorated. In the empty room, there are scattered clothes and some simple, antique electronic equipment. The equipment tends to be a few years old. The paint on it has peeled off, and you can see bright white or dull metallic colors. However, the quality of these devices is passable. Even if it has been a long time, it can still barely maintain the operation. By the time I got home, my friend's 2 children were tired from crying. As soon as he hit the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. For their age, deep sleep may be the best way to deal with sadness and pain. Nawa covered the 2 children with quilts, turned on the ventilation and purification equipment, and changed the dull air. Accompanied by the creaking sound of the ventilation and purification equipment, streams of less turbid air were brought in. Afterwards, Nawa sat on the stool and turned on the data projector on the table. A holographic beam flickered a few times, and finally became stable. Nawa pressed the button, and several musical symbols appeared on the holographic screen. The melodious singing sounded. This is Nawa's favorite song. When he is depressed, sad, and irritable, he will listen to this song to pass the time and soothe his mood. Following the melodious singing, Nawa, who was slumped on the chair, looked up and stared at the white ceiling with peeling walls. Try to get yourself out of the grief of the tragic death of a friend. In this day and age, people die every day. Someone was identified as a thug and was burned alive in the street by the Ministry of Justice. Gangsters will also fight each other, and the unlucky ones will be blown to the bone with their powerful weapons. There are also some lunatics who will hunt and kill civilians for credit, so that they can sell the corpses of civilians to gangsters for making corpse starch. Otherwise, as it is now, in the absence of food, you will be starved to death, and finally become someone else's ration. Nawa sighed. For an ordinary person like him, the only meaning of being human is to live. Other than that, nothing. Any good things have nothing to do with him. Nawa closed his eyes and thought about what to do in the following days. It's the same as the friend who died tragically under the Ministry of Justice. He is just a nameless worker. The salary I get is just enough to barely survive. Now he has 2 more kids, what should he do? It is the kingly way to find a way to get some credit points, otherwise you will starve to death sooner or later. Suddenly, a rush of prompts sounded. This is the sound of communication equipment receiving information. Nawa opened his eyes and looked at the projector on the table. Terra is the power center of the empire, and people's material level is quite good. Basically everyone has a communication device. Communication with each other basically uses electronic letters. At this time, the music has stopped, and the symbol of the letter is flashing on the holographic projector. Nawa reached out and clicked, and an electronic letter appeared in front of his eyes. Citizen 45092219950030708992, you have been fired by the Telly's water purification plant. Your remaining remuneration totals 1,520 credits, which have been distributed to your personal account through the financial system. Please check and confirm this letter in time. The light from the email reflected on Navana's resolute face full of signs of time, making it look very pale, like a ghost in a strange legend. The moment he saw the email, he thought he had read it wrong. How could I be fired for serving the Tells family so loyally? Not long ago, in order to let them extend their working hours to 15 hours, the other party also friendly called them the brothers of the Tells family. Nawa was slightly moved by this. Unexpectedly, the working hours are extended and fewer workers are needed. His brother was abandoned by the other party like garbage. After watching it several times in a row, Nawa was willing to admit that he was really abandoned. Those deserve to die. Nawa cursed a few times indignantly. Afterwards, he sat down in a decadent despair, accepting this fact. Now he's fired, and the price of food is skyrocketing. It's a cruel world. No one will be kind. Those who cannot survive will only become the rations of those who survive. Nava made some calculations. Even if he bought all kinds of poisonous food and meat that gangsters obtained from the bottom of the hive city, he couldn't last long. What's more, he still has 2 children, so the situation is even more serious. Boom. Boom. There was a knock on the door. Nawa stood up and walked over. Through the door hole, he found a man who seemed to be mentally disturbed. Wearing a black robe, he doesn't look like a good person. While waiting for Nava to open the door, he still looked left and right, very vigilant, as if worried about some unexpected inspection. Accompanied by a creaking sound, Nava opened the metal door. He stared at the other party, holding an iron rod in one hand behind the door. Food is scarce, and many people have gone crazy. Nawa was a little worried that this guy was a thug who robbed food or hunted and killed civilians to sell corpses. He has to be ready. It is always wrong to speculate on others with the greatest malice. Do you have anything to do? Nawa looked at the other party and asked fiercely. Brother, are you interested in learning more about the Brass Brotherhood? The man said, don't you want to rebel against fate and those damned brutal nobles? We have been betrayed. The nobles manipulated prices and disregarded our lives. If we don't stand up and resist, then we will have no hope. Only through armed struggle can we gain freedom and a glorious future. Get out. Nava said unceremoniously, I have no interest in your brotherhood, don't bother me anymore. You're going to need it, brother, the man said. When you really realize that the Corpse King can't save you, you'll beg for another way. Go away, cultist. Or I will report you for blasphemy against the Emperor, Nava said. Hearing this, the man turned and left, disappearing into the dark corridor. With the help of a flickering lumen lamp in the corridor, the dim light brought by it, Nawa watched as the man walked into the darkness and disappeared. Obviously, the last sentence was so lethal that the other party didn't dare to bother him too much. Suddenly, a woman's figure came into Nava's eyes. The other party came from the other end of the corridor. Walking from the darkness to the dim light, Nava had a clear view of the other party. The woman is tall and thin, with a pair of black eyes, very large, and looks very pure as a gem. Wearing a slightly worn-out dress that exposes most of her body. The exposed skin is as white and tender as milk. Nava stared at the woman. He recognized the other party, an acquaintance, a neighbor, a poor but good-looking woman. Nawa has not moved here for a long time, and he is not familiar with the people here. This woman is the only person he has known since he moved here. The woman was very keen and noticed Nava's gaze. The big eyes looked over, and then moved away sadly. Those eyes were full of hope and piety, as beautiful as the stars in the sky, pure and flawless. But now, those eyes are equally beautiful, but there is nothing inside. Could you hurry up, I'm in a hurry. There was an urging voice from the man behind. The woman nodded, then opened the door of her room and brought the man in. In desperate days of food shortages, women are more disadvantaged than men. In order to survive, they can only provide the only commodity they have, which is used to maintain their livelihood. Those women who refuse to succumb to their sad fate either died at will or face the torment of hunger all day long. In the end, they tend to give in. When you are hungry and panic, any morality and perseverance will be left behind. The number of women who are hungry for food is so great. So cheap that they only need a piece of bread, and they can be randomly selected and humiliated by buyers. Nava closed the door, feeling infinite sadness in his heart. That woman once expressed interest in him. Konawa knew that he was absolutely incapable of giving the other party happiness, not even a stable life. This era devours everyone's conscience and deprives people of all power to pursue beauty. Nawa sat on the stool silently, thinking whether he was right or wrong in rejecting that brass brotherhood. The emperor never opened his eyes to show mercy to them, the suffering ones. The rich and powerful regard them as cheap labor, and they are too arrogant to give even a kind look to those who are suffering. After a while, a man swearing and cursing came from outside. Nava listened for a while, and it seemed that men complained about women because of time problems. Suddenly, a piercing scream sounded. It was a woman's voice. Nawa opened the door and walked out, only to find that the woman was grabbed by the hair of the man, and his fat fist landed on that delicate face. The man was still cursing continuously. It didn't arrive in 2 minutes. You've earned so much, you bastard, return the money. Nava walked over and stopped the opponent. Years of hard work gave him a strong physique. The fat man was easily subdued and then driven away by Nava. The man's eyes were full of resentment. But facing Nava's strong and powerful body, he could only swallow his dissatisfaction and leave in despair. After driving away the man, Nava helped the woman up. Looking at the other party's ragged clothes, there are several bruises on his delicate face. He wanted to persuade women to give up this kind of business. But the words swirled on the lips for a long time, and finally became, "Be careful and safe." What qualifications does he have to persuade others? I can't live on myself, and I still blame others for their mistakes. Isn't this a kind of irony? Nawa walked back to his room, and was about to close the door when the woman just stopped him. After a while, the other party took out a palm-length white bread from his home, with icing sugar sprinkled on it. This is for you, I saw you with 2 children before. The woman said. Nawa wanted to refuse, but unexpectedly, the woman spoke faster than him. I know you don't want to accept my bread, but for the sake of the 2 children, please accept it. It is already difficult to survive in this world. Nawa looked at the woman, and the eyes of the other party revealed the purity of the past. That's the best thing a man can have. Kindness, sincerity, beauty. Thank you, may he bless you. Nawa took the bread. He lost his job and had 2 kids as a burden. Any help is precious, especially in this dark and hopeless time. You're welcome, and may he protect you. When the woman said this, she was very pious. Nawa saw her pendant, an exquisite emperor's pendant, and only the most pious would wear these things. The little kindness gave Nawa a glimmer of hope. In this desperate dark age, there is still a little light that allows him to hold on firmly. In the next few days, Navar used the remaining credits to buy food. These foods last him and his 2 children for a week. For this reason, he had to entrust a woman to help look after the 2 children, while he left early and returned late to look for job opportunities. The woman did not refuse, and gave him some food from time to time to help him tide over the difficulties. With the woman's help, Nawa had a glimmer of hope in his heart. There are so many kind people in this world, and the morals of the world have not completely turned bad. As long as you persevere, life will always get better. Unfortunately, with the emergence of warp space storms, fewer things were sent to Terra, coupled with the manipulation of some families, the prices rose ridiculously. Many families are unwilling to recruit workers considering the cost. They are more willing to extend the time of existing workers to complete the work in order to reduce costs, grab more benefits, and ensure their own survival. Several days were wasted, and Navadil got nothing. Today, Nava, who wasted another day, walked into a tavern decorated with a lot of low-quality neon lights. He wants to try his luck here. If he can get a job that is enough to support himself and his friend and 2 children, then he will be sincerely grateful to the emperor. The tavern is a favorite place for the nesters, where they can drink bad ale and enjoy lowbrow dancing and music. Nawa sat in a corner, listening to those people talking about the Hive City or things outside of the Hive City. A projection device not far from him is broadcasting news from the Imperial Daily. From the broadcast, Nawa learned that Guilliman, the 13 primaries of the Empire, was approaching the Beta Garmin galaxy. That is the portal of Terra. Once it is controlled, Terra will be forced to isolate itself from other star regions of the Empire. In that case, Terra's dignitaries would be fish on Guilliman's chopping block. The slightly pale laser beam outlines a screen. A man is giving impassioned speeches and rants. This is a shameless betrayal of the Empire, a blasphemy of the Emperor's glory. He is only an echo of the past, a monster that has slept for thousands of years without dying. The coverage of the Primarch was always so radical, the powerful hated Guilliman so much. They speak of it as a monster, an echo of the past. A would-be tyrant trying to take power away from his father. The Imperial Daily represents the attitude of the elites of Terra towards Guilliman's coming to Terra. They haven't always been like this either. Nava remembered that before, the Imperial Daily reported that Guilliman's awakening was a gift from the human emperor to the Empire. People should work harder and pay more taxes in order to repay the emperor. But now, Nava didn't know why they changed their words. I don't know when the Imperial Daily's report on the Primarch became very radical. Traitor, tyrant, executioner of Imperial loyalists. Echoes of the past, a potential tyrant trying to wrest power from his father. Various words representing evil have been put on the Primarch. Trying to promote the threat of the Primarch, advocating how dark the Empire will be once the Primarch seizes power. It is conceivable how much the dignitaries hate Guilliman. Such overwhelming publicity made Nava feel that as long as those nobles of Terra were given a chance, they would definitely kill the Primarch by any means. Even if the opponent is a Primarch, they will not hesitate to make a move. Nava, who was sitting in a corner of the tavern, learned something from the conversations of some people. Those powerful plan to pull down the statue of Guilliman on the Imperial Square. To prove that they will not succumb to the terrible monsters that destroy the Empire. Show their firm attitude of resistance. Unless Guilliman compromises with them, they will not stop fighting against Guilliman. Nava took some time to understand the ins and outs of this matter. He wondered why a returning Primarch was so unpopular with the powerful. It's a pity that I don't get much information. Some people say that Guilliman is the heir to the Emperor. This time he came here for the succession of the Empire, and he has always been aloof. The High Lords who control the highest authority of the Empire are very dissatisfied and feel that the Primarch is stepping on their heads, so they want to resist. Others say that Guilliman is the savior of the Empire, resurrected to contain the monsters that lurk in the shadows. Some people even say that Guilliman is a traitor who has betrayed the loyalists of the Empire, and the nobles of Terra are fighting to defend the Empire. All kinds of theories are very chaotic, and Nava really doesn't have the energy to find the truth from these chaotic information. Finally, he chose a more reliable statement. Guilliman and the dignitaries are just a duel in a power game. Whoever wins will be able to take charge of the supreme power of the Empire. Of course, such a thing has nothing to do with them. Everyone tacitly agrees that no matter who is in power, their fate will not change. Anyone who packs himself in the name of salvation ends up being one of those hated nobles of Terra. The High Lord has changed so many people back and forth, isn't it still the same in the end? After hearing the latter, Nava lost interest in this matter. He withdrew his attention. Those things had nothing to do with him. Let's find a job first and find a way to survive. Nava listened to the conversations of those people in the tavern to see if there was any job opportunity. Everyone in the tavern is chattering like a prisoner who has just been released from a prison. What they talked about most was Guillemon, and gossip about various dignitaries. These are not what Nava wants. He pays more attention to topics such as macrophage worms, mutant creatures, gangster fires, and psychotropic drugs. These topics mean that you need to find someone for a partial job. Once he sees someone talking, Nava will listen carefully to see if anyone needs help. The work in the tavern is not stable, but it is indeed very profitable. As a native nester, Nava naturally knows how to do it. In order to survive, people have to learn to adapt and step into some grey areas. After staying in the tavern for a long time, Nava got a job by virtue of his strong body and courage. A sullen-looking man asked him if he dared to kill someone. After making the promise to dare to kill, he was recruited by the other party. We will go to a hidden nest cave in a few days to hunt some special mutant animals. It's dangerous, but the rewards are good. This is undoubtedly good news for Nava. Out of the tavern, when returning to the residence, Nava felt that he should share it with his female neighbor. During this time, the other party took good care of him. When Nava returned to his residence, he discovered that something had changed. The building where I live was blocked by people from the Ministry of Justice. Through the cordon set up by the Ministry of Justice, he saw the body of his female neighbor lying on the ground. Her throat was cut open, and the bright red blood flowed down the uneven concrete floor, soaking a large area. The clothes were torn, exposing snow-white skin with large bruises. Obviously, before killing her, the other party abused her. Beside the woman lay the bodies of 2 children, their throats were also wiped off, and blood flowed all over the floor. It's hard to imagine what kind of person would do this to a child. An official of the Ministry of Justice slowly wiped the dagger. 2 little traitors with traitor blood and a disgusting woman who sold her body are all disgusting and disgusting existences. It's a pity that no other information can be asked. The tone of the official of the Ministry of Justice dissatisfied. Obviously, to attack such a person has tarnished his nobility. The bodies of the woman and the 2 children were put into black body bags as garbage, and thrown onto the vehicle of the Ministry of Justice. The explanation of this by the Ministry of Justice is that the woman is suspected of being entangled with the former rioters. After interrogation, they decontaminated it. Grateful, we have saved you from those hateful cultists once again. Before leaving, the official of the Ministry of Justice made a high-profile announcement to the civilians who surrounded him. Nava stood in the crowd, holding back his tears, so as not to let others see his abnormality. The moment he saw the bodies of the woman and the 2 children, his whole body collapsed. Immediately followed by unspeakable anger. That anger is so strong, if it can be transformed into a real flame, it may be able to ignite the entire Terra. Those rich and powerful. Damn the legal department. Damn Emperor. Everything is abominable, repulsive. Nava did not choose to return to his room, he turned his head and left his residence to avoid being involved in this matter. The Ministry of Justice will take action against the woman and the 2 children, even killing them. It must be because the friend once participated in the riot. He thought that was over. My friend also paid the price and was burned alive by the Ministry of Justice. I just didn't expect that the people behind it were so vicious. Cut the weeds and eradicate the roots, even the children are unwilling to let go. Nava fled his residence. Although he was not familiar with the people in that residential area, it was inevitable that some familiar people would recognize him. Once it is reported, it will be the law enforcement officers of the Ministry of Justice. After fleeing the residential area, Nava hid in a dark, officially abandoned house. There are a lot of bums here, and some crazy ones. A man with disheveled hair and a somewhat crazy look noticed Nava's arrival. The other party walked to Nava's side and asked in a low voice. My friend, are you interested in learning about the Brass Brotherhood? Are you willing to endure such an arrangement? Endure the fooling of the powerful? Are you too weak to resist the injustice of this world? The man whispered. It was similar to what the person said last time. Obviously, this Brass Brotherhood has grown to a certain size. Nava looked at the other party, then what can I do? Hearing this, the man smiled. Keep your anger, join us, and work together to tear up this hateful world. Vent your anger, vent your dissatisfaction. Barb Galaxy. On the main deck of the Glory of Macrage. Many senior officials of the expeditionary force gathered here. They surround the pulpit held by Guillemon and his personal guards. This is a tragedy and a failure of our duty. We promised to protect those innocent people, but we failed to do so, and they suffer because of it. Guillemon said this sentence to many expeditionary generals without hesitation. We can't turn a blind eye to the Babu Galaxy's request for help. They ask, and we respond, which is precisely the obligation of the ruler. If we can't give them safety and the right to live, why should they be loyal to us? So, let's clench our fists and attack, and get rid of the enemies of the Babu Galaxy as soon as possible, restore peace to this galaxy, and free those suffering people. Farewell to the Dark Angels, after setting sail from the Stone Fortress. Considering that the combat missions in the Nephilim Star area do not require such a large military force, Guillemon took away many heroes of the Empire, preparing to go to Terra. Of course, going to Terra is not going directly, but a plan. Guillemon's stage goal is to go to the Beta Garmin Galaxy. Take control of that galaxy, get Terra by the throat. In this way, he declares his strong control over the solar galaxy. This is an act of showing off force and power. It is very low level, but it works. Control of the Beta Garmin system can make the powerful on Terra lose the confidence to fight him. This makes it easier to promote his reforms in various orders. Guilliman, who formulated the plan to control the Beta Garmin galaxy and control Terra, could not ignore the distress signals along the way. In order to go to Terra, they abandon those important strategic galaxies that urgently need to be rescued, and ignore the help of the people of the Empire. That is an irresponsible act, and a reckless act that leaves a source of trouble. The Emperor eagerly launched the Great Crusade, and the final outcome was to sit on the Golden Throne, and mankind was forced to accept a dark fate. This shows that you can never eat hot tofu in a hurry. No one knows where the next accident will appear. The war against chaos should not be limited to a temporary victory, but should be planned in the long run. Only the last laugh is the best laugh. A well-known artist once said that no matter how good a gun is, it's useless if you can't eat chicken. Steady progress, step by step, is the kingly way. Guilliman responded to the request for help from those important strategic galaxies, and used his huge combat power to sweep away those enemies. And take advantage of the opportunity to place loyal officials and generals in important positions in those galaxies. In this way, it is like a war strategy game. Dye a large number of sites with their own colors and become their own basic sites. Calgar, Fikris, Grey and other imperial heroes were sent out by him again. Send to those worlds that need rescue, expel demons and traitors, and promote reforms. Guilliman only agreed with them on an approximate time, and asked them to go to the Beta Garmin galaxy to rendezvous within the specified time. The terrorist force headed for Terra was divided into several groups and marched from different routes to promote Guilliman's plan. In this way, Guilliman can form a situation surrounding Terra. Wait until all the fleets meet in the Beta Garmin system. The surroundings of the solar system are full of officials and generals loyal to Guilliman. At that time, even if the Emperor recovers, his decree will not be able to leave the solar system. The main waterways are all controlled by people loyal to him. Many dignitaries on Terra and the oil guys from Mars will be pinched by him at will. The Babu galaxy is also an important galaxy on Guilliman's route to Terra, and he listed it as a strategic location that must be controlled. The Babu galaxy is an important node of the warp space channel leading to Terra, where several channels meet. More importantly, Babu is also a galaxy that produces agricultural products for Terra. One can imagine how important the Babu galaxy is to Terra. A large amount of food is transported from here to Terra to feed the countless population of Terra. Considering the importance of Babu, the High Lords also appointed a battle group called the Emperor's Hand to be responsible for daily defense work. This galaxy usually has a company of space fighters and an Imperial Navy fleet, as well as a group of Astra Militarum garrisons to ensure that if the galaxy is attacked, it can persist until the support of other friendly forces. It is a pity that with the corruption of the nobles on Terra, many armaments in the Baal galaxy have become data on paper. The Emperor's Hand chapter was also transferred a large number of manpower due to the Great Rift, leaving only one squad. This led to the arrival of Guilliman, who was about to win over the Emperor's Hand chapter and take full control of the Terra granary. Chaos War gangs have already invaded here first. And with the help of complex blood sacrifice rituals, a subspace entrance was opened, and those demons were let in. When Guilliman arrived, the defender of the void of this galaxy had already died in battle, and the wreckage of a large number of ships was floating in the void. The corpses of the sailors who fought to the last moment were also suspended in space. The survivors hid in various cities, built fortifications and desperately sent messages for help to the subspace, hoping to get support. Guilliman answered their plea for help. The fleet rushing out of the subspace easily wiped out the fleets of those chaos traders with their powerful firepower. Tear the chaos traders' blasphemous ships full of all kinds of distortions into pieces. To comfort those innocent people who died in battle. After clearing the space of the traitor fleet, Guilliman led a large imperial army and directly parachuted into the ground to fight. With the improvement of transmission technology, the way imperial troops land on the surface of the planet has also changed. Expeditionary troops began to gradually abandon the landing ships that were cumbersome, had large targets, and were easily intercepted by anti-aircraft artillery. Basically, from the battleship, directly open the portal to the surface, and with the help of the portal, kill the enemy by surprise. Accompanied by flashes of light, Guilliman appeared on the battlefield together with many soldiers. At this time, the city has been breached. A large number of innocent civilians were massacred by those chaos traders and demons. They are extremely rampant, recklessly harvesting the flesh and soul of the people of the Empire. Traitors who are waging massacres, see Imperial troops appearing with flashes. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. Obviously, they couldn't believe the changes in the Imperial forces for a while. However, they haven't waited for their reaction. The angry fighters began to slaughter those traitors by the same means. Let them understand how terrible the anger of the Empire is. The astonishment on the face of the traitor has not subsided before he was torn to pieces by the swarming Imperial loyalists. Imperial loyalists rush against traitors like a torrent, using the advantages of numbers and firepower to slaughter those chaos warriors and cultists. Let them taste the fear and powerlessness they once brought to the civilians of the Empire. After finally breaking through the defenders' fortifications, the traitors who seized control of the planet were frightened by the loyalists of the Empire before they could celebrate. Under such a swift and fierce offensive, they were powerless to stop it. They tried to organize troops to counterattack, but in the end they were only ruthlessly crushed by the torrent of loyalists of the Empire. Even their demonic allies were banished with screams. The subspace channel they opened with the blood sacrifice was quickly closed. The battle to regain Baal was soon over. Invading this galaxy is just a small chaos warband, which is not enough to fight against the huge expeditionary force. They were quickly defeated and wiped out in the Baal Galaxy. For Guilliman, this is just a trivial victory. However, the suffering brought by this war to the people of the Babu Galaxy is very heavy. The trenches were filled with corpses, piled up in crude fortifications. It is shocking and unbearable. They stubbornly carried out the last resistance. Until the enemy breaks through their lines, kills them, and rushes into those cities. The civilians were unarmed, with horror and anxiety on their cold faces. The city is full of corpses left by chaos traders and demon massacres, broken, with stumps and broken arms everywhere. Guilliman ordered people to collect those corpses, and at the same time appease the survivors who still had a little sense. But after he finished all this, his exclusive astronomer, Luo Shan, reported a piece of bad news to him. My lord, the closer you get to Terra, the stronger the influence of its warp. To prove his point, a hand warrior who had died fighting the traitors was brought before Guilliman. From the broken power armor of the corpse, it can be seen that the opponent must have experienced a very tragic battle. However, it was the terrible phenomenon that had happened to the warrior that made Guilliman more concerned. The corpses of dead space marines were covered with swelling moss of flesh. This is a trace of subspace pollution. I have closed the subspace channel. Why is this? Guilliman frowned. In previous cases of demonic invasions, as long as the subspace channel is closed, the subspace pollution that comes with the demons will disappear quickly, and it will be corrected by the laws of the real universe. Now, the pollution of the subspace continues after the closure of the subspace channel, which has obviously become abnormal. There is too little information so far. The only thing that is certain is that the closer you get to Terra, the weaker the veil between the subspace and the real universe is. Some things are going beyond the Emperor's influence and continue to oppress Terra. Babu, the galaxies are just spillover effects of that force, Roshan said. He could feel an undercurrent surging centered on Terra. The demons lurking in the depths of the subspace seem to be plotting a terrible plan. This time, their target is Terra, the sacred home of humanity. While Guilliman was talking with Roshan, the corpse of the space marine suddenly changed. The surging moss gradually swelled and slowly burst, giving birth to a group of clumsy, blind, and fierce flesh and blood spider monsters. Dense eyes grow on their fleshy bodies. As soon as they were born, they showed hostility towards the humans standing aside, with hissing sounds from their weird mouthparts and greed and violence in their eyes. Guilliman's personal guards attacked immediately and smashed all of them to pieces. To them, this monster is so weak that even ordinary people can easily kill it. But Guilliman did frown, showing a worried look. Terra has the Emperor, but there are beings trying to do it. I'm afraid that the opponent is targeting the Emperor. I thought this was just a duel between him and the elites of Terra, but now it seems that the situation will not be so simple. Those who dared to attack the Emperor must be able to do so only the power of chaos at the level of the four gods.